Chapter 1. The Singular Talent of Destiny. What manner of universal online game is Endless Infinity, which has been operational for 10 millennia? Recently, the Chongqing family publicly declared an increase in support for newly emerging players. Is this claim credible? Why has the class transition certificate become increasingly elusive to obtain? After a millennium of operation, why has the global population not experienced a significant surge? A new wave of logins is imminent, which members of the Chongqing family will ascend to become the strongest of this era. Be sure to check out the complete guide to Chongqing's cultivation techniques. The heart of guilds has been lost for over 4,000 years. When will the various mechanisms of guilds be restored? According to official leaks, Endless Infinity may soon undergo a monumental transformation not seen in millennia. What world lies beyond the legend of Endless Infinity? Can we truly attain eternal existence through Endless Infinity? Is the Chongqing family a millennial force aiding the growth of Blue Star, or a millennial scourge upon it? Exciting news! The Chongqing family's Mordain is set to unite in marriage with Sachus of the Chongqing family. In the classroom, as he scrolled through various inquiries regarding Endless Infinity, Zhou Heng's thoughts began to crystallize. He traversed realms, arriving in an era dubbed the Age of Online Games. The world in which he found himself was a parallel universe to his homeland, Earth, known as Blue Star. A millennium prior, the enigmatic online game Endless Infinity descended upon Blue Star, granting its inhabitants access to a boundless realm of exploration. Within this infinite expanse, even those afflicted by disabilities could, through diligence and perseverance, not only regain their corporeal forms, but also acquire immeasurable longevity and extraordinary power. IT was under the influence of such formidable capabilities that the populace of Blue Star fervently advanced, erecting three colossal entities over 10,000 years. Firstly, the Blue Star Federation, a coalition formed by various national governments. Secondly, the formidable Chongqing family, which rapidly ascended due to unique advantages. Thirdly, a system led by countless ordinary players that, in contrast to the government-formed Blue Star Federation, it becomes evident through the nuances of various reports that the Chongqing family stands as the preeminent force in the age of online games, even overshadowing the Blue Star Federation. To be candid, at first glance, it seems illogical for the official entities to be overshadowed by the family. Yet, the existence of such a reality must hold truths beyond the comprehension of this novice yet to log in. Moreover, unlike other travelers, it appeared that his transference was self-initiated. He vividly recalled returning home from work, only to inadvertently access a website titled Transcendence Association, which proclaimed him a fortunate individual randomly selected. From an epic-spanning lottery that he filled out a Transcendence application, choosing the online game world Endless Infinity and opting for the method of fortune truck for his transition, both of which aligned perfectly. Even the selections of regressing to infancy combined with 18 years of memory revival were his own choices, and they corresponded as well. He distinctly remembered selecting the highest difficulty level for the Endless Infinity game, a daunting despair level. Which golden finger did I choose? As Zhou Heng pondered, footsteps echoed from outside the classroom, and soon a strikingly handsome young man entered. Dressed in a tailored azure long coat and trousers, he stood erect at the podium, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk, surveying the room before speaking slowly. Children, congratulations on reaching the pivotal age of 18. In the land of Xia, this age signifies your capacity to stand on your OWN in the boundless expanse. It marks your official entry into a realm where you may pursue all that you desire. Without further ado, I shall reiterate 3 crucial points. The young man proclaimed with conviction, raising 3 fingers, which he subsequently lowered as he articulated his message. First, safeguard your initial 3 chances at resurrection. This is not an era thousands of years past, where resurrection coins could be easily obtained. Once consumed, you shall either remain forever in the boundless expanse, becoming mere bones beneath another's feet, where you must find a means to acquire those exceedingly rare resurrection coins. Second, in the boundless expanse, do not heed every word without scrutiny until you possess sufficient strength. Although you have learned much foundational theoretical knowledge over the years, it remains just that knowledge on paper. Practical application is far more challenging than mere theory. Third, Blue Star is the finest sanctuary, thanks to mechanisms that prevent any form of killing. Should you find yourselves in life-threatening situations, consider retreating from battle. Furthermore, while strength cannot be carried back to Blue Star, lifespan can thus strive to upgrade your abilities and elevate your levels as much as possible. Do you understand? As his voice resonated through the room, silence enveloped the students, their eyes filled with anticipation and determination as they gazed at him. He chuckled softly, fully comprehending the aspirations of these young souls. Excellent. I see vigor and vitality in you, the new players. 7 days hence, I look forward to your triumphant return. Now, everyone, take a deep breath and concentrate. Following the methods outlined in your textbooks, visualize the words boundless expanse and prepare for your login into that world. Finally, I wish you all serendipitous talents and a perfect beginning. Zhou Heng inhaled deeply, suppressing all distractions, and focused intently as he employed the visualization method from the textbook, conjuring the 4 characters in Wu Jin in his mind. In the next moment, a glimmer of light emerged from the void, piercing into Zhou Heng's brow, followed by lines of text materializing detected restoration of memory you have. Acquired relevant information. Main world, Earth target world, boundless expanse difficulty, despair golden finger, fate hint starting point, orphan. Target, none transmigration mode. Infant form rescue from a mud truck. Zhou Heng's expression shifted to one of realization. He recalled that the golden finger he had chosen was fate. Hint, an immensely powerful and extraordinary ability. You are connecting to the boundless expanse detecting population in your area. Blue Star, human citizen of Xia ID 00029999. Welcome to your arrival. Detecting your physical attributes, randomizing your innate talent. You have received your personal attribute panel in an instant. A panel appeared before him, visible only to Zhou Heng. Real name, Zhou Heng. Level 1. Attack, 12. Magic, 00. Life, 3030. Mana, 00. Armor, 0. Attack speed, 1.0 s. Movement speed, 1.2 milliseconds. Water resistance, 0. Fire resistance, 0. Wind resistance, 0. Thunder resistance, 0. Ice resistance, 0. Wood resistance, 0. Light resistance, 0. Dark resistance, 0. Experience, 0-100. Destiny hint unique. When faced with a choice of fate, destiny will provide you with tangible hints. Upon witnessing his own talents, Zhou Heng, despite having nearly merged the memories of his past life, could not suppress a smile. That in an era of online gaming that has spanned 10,000 years, talents are categorized into 6 tiers: C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. The unique tier, however, was unfamiliar to Zhou Heng. Nonetheless, as a transmigrator, possessing a unique ability seemed quite reasonable. This attribute panel is indeed as dismal as described in textbooks, he mused. Over the 18 years in Blue Star, whether through formal education or hearsay, Zhou Heng had been exposed to a glimpse of this despairing world. Notably, the movement and attack speeds on the panel were laughably pathetic. At 1.2 milliseconds, whether before or after his transmigration, it was a speed worthy of ridicule, equating to that of an adult walking leisurely. Although textbooks indicated that in the boundless world, reaching level 50 corresponds to an adult in reality, level 1 was akin to that of an infant, maintaining a constant speed of 1.2 ms at first glance. This seemed a reasonable explanation, yet Zhou Heng was more captivated by the urban legends. It was said that the Changsheng family, long ago, systematically reduced the initial login player's attack and movement speeds from a foundational value of 10.0 to a mere 1.0 range, as he pondered. The light in the center of Zhou Heng's forehead intensified, soon bursting forth to envelop him entirely, culminating in the emergence of a vast void above his head, which thoroughly drew him into the boundless world. Not only he, but all 18-year-old students from his class, and indeed the entire world, vanished in that instant. The young teacher, pressing his hands on the desk, stared blankly at the disappearing students. His former vigor and ambition evaporated, replaced by a sense of desolation and bitterness. After 3 years of education, how many of these students will survive the first login? He murmured. The era was no longer that of the initial launch of Boundless. After 10,000 years of development, many aspects have become immutable beyond the influence of the new generation. Even within the vast expanse of the boundless world, social classes have become entrenched. Resources, beauty, and power had all been divided over millennia. Letting go of one's dignity to serve others was indeed a daunting path to achievement. Reflecting on his own experiences, the young teacher sighed deeply. Chapter 2. Resplendent Quality. Luminous Scythe, welcome to Boundless Infinity. This is an expansive realm where you may encounter the remnants of ancient time selves, dwarves, and titans, as well as the technological marvels and photon powers of a bygone era. Everything here evolves with the passage of time. In other words, it is a genuine alternate world. Regardless of the scenery, it awaits your exploration and development. You have obtained the public log of Boundless Infinity and the progress report for the first expansion, Ancient Ages. Overall progress of the expansion, 80. Chapter 1. The Timeless Legend of the Rise of the Saka's Empire, 100. Chapter 2. The Tragic Legend of the Fall of the Saka's Empire, 100. Chapter 3. The Cry from Ancient Times, the Holy Sword of Hero King Kilina, 100. Chapter 4. The Eternal Roar of the Ancient Mechanical Deity, the Neutrino Submergence Cannon, 100. Chapter 5. The Collision of Magic and Mechas, the Elegy of Mutual Oblivion, 100. Chapter 6. The Rise of a New Generation, the Glare from Players, 100. Chapter 7. The Grandeur of a New Empire, the Radiance of the Saka's Empire, 100. Chapter 8. The Peaceful and Harmonious Era, the Golden Age, 100. You are born in the borderland of the Saka's Empire, Little Bird Town. As the information compilation concludes, the radiant white light enveloping Zhou Heng dissipates, revealing him standing amidst a bustling square. Is this the online game world that has been operating for 10,000 years? How remarkably real. Isn't that stating the obvious? Aside from the initial 3 revivals, dying means true death. Do you think it's real or not? Who the hell touched my backside? Step forward, and I shall make you regret it. Is this the initial speed of 1.2 milliseconds? It certainly seems amusing. What kind of place is Little Bird Town? It wasn't mentioned in the textbooks. Clear the way. Who dares obstruct my quest? It'll make them lose their 3 revivals in an instant. At this moment, a robust man ascends the platform, surveying the newly logged-in players of Little Bird Town. With a slight smirk, he announces, "Greetings, everyone. I am a member of the Black Bear Guild, just like you, a fellow player. There are numerous tasks in Little Bird Town, but none compared to the generous rewards offered by our Black Bear Guild. We are in dire need of vast quantities of blackwater grass. If you are willing to assist us in gathering this resource, for every 100 stalks collected, you may exchange them here for 500 copper coins and a set of novice gear. Therefore, the more you collect, the better. Those who gather sufficiently may have the opportunity to join our Black Bear Guild." My goodness. Weren't the initial task rewards merely 50 copper coins and a novice longsword? This reward is indeed far more substantial. I recall the Black Bear Guild is quite a formidable organization. I must join this guild. This is my chance. As he gazed upon the thronging crowd, Zhou Heng felt a flicker of temptation. After all, the reward for the initial task had multiplied tenfold. However, just as he was about to immerse himself in the flow of people to accept the mission, words materialized before him, visible only to his eyes. It was the unique effect of his singular talent. Fate's insight. Fate's insight. You are a newcomer, utterly oblivious to the myriad wonders of this boundless world, despite possessing considerable theoretical knowledge. Fate offers you a hint. Fate's hint 1. Follow the main group to the mission release point at the Black Bear Guild headquarters to acquire the task Collect Black Water Flowers. No one will inform you that the quest system in Sparrow Town has been acquired by the Black Bear Guild. Collecting over 100 black water flowers will trigger a special effect known as Black Water's Corruption, which will cause instant death to those whose life force falls below 100. Interestingly, this effect will culminate after 3 accumulations, seemingly designed for the 3 revival opportunities you're not one to fear for your life disregarding. Fate's warning. You choose to follow the crowd to accept the task. Fate's hint 2. This world resembles a nearly authentic online game, where different destinies resonate in varied ways. As foes advance, you retreat towards a Sparrow Town farm, where a newly arrived farmer appears to be plotting something. Helping the farmer with weeding may yield unexpected rewards. After meticulously digesting the fate's insight, Zhou Heng's expression visibly darkened. He inhaled deeply, turning his back to the crowd and striding towards the Sparrowtown farm. If at first he entertained some fanciful notions about the despaired difficulty, those illusions had evaporated. I could see this moment. He had merely begun to sense the boundless atmosphere beneath his feet, with scarcely enough time to gauge the vastness of this endless world before adversaries had already extended their tentacles towards him, a freshly logged player. Yet, Zhou Heng remained composed. Following a brief moment of shock and dismay, he swiftly gathered his wits and departed with purpose. As a traveler endowed with the singular talent of fate's insight, he perceived that his struggle against the despair of this boundless world was merely in its infancy the Black Bear Guild was but a trivial appetizer. Stepping away from the bustling crowd, Zhou Heng lowered his gaze and soon vanished from the cacophony around him. Before long, he inquired with an NPC about the farm and the new farmer. Upon reaching his destination, he found a modest farm where pigs, sheep, and cows were visible from afar. On the grassy expanse, an elderly woman was hunched over, harvesting the grass. "Good day, grandmother. I am Zhou Heng, a player from another world. You seem weary. Is there anything I can assist you with?" Zhou Heng spoke politely. In the realm of Boundless, there is little distinction between using an ID or one's true name, for within its framework, the world of Blue Star has long since eradicated violence. Whether one attempts to restrain another or sever a finger, such actions are impossible. Thus, the choice between ID and real name rests solely upon personal preference. The elderly woman stretched her back and straightened up to look at Zhou Heng, smiling kindly. "Young man, since you're new here, why have you come to me instead of taking on tasks from the Black Bear Guild?" Zhou Heng replied with a smile. "Grandma, there were too many people over there, so I thought I would explore other areas. As I wandered, I ended up here. I noticed you seemed quite tired, and I wondered if I might trigger some tasks." Zhou Heng endeavored to appear earnest, hoping for an unexpected boon. The old woman scrutinized him for a moment, lost in thought before finally nodding in agreement. "Very well, stay and help me harvest this patch of grass. You seem to have good fortune," she chuckled, tossing the sickle she held to Zhou Heng. With her hands clasped behind her back, she hunched over and slowly walked away. "You have acquired the temporary item Spirit Sickle. Spirit Sickle level 10. Quality: Splendid, Inferior, Ordinary, Good, Excellent, Rare, Radiant, Splendid, Timeless. Legendary: Ancient. When harvesting, there is a 2 chance to permanently increase attack by 1 and a 10 chance to permanently increase health or mana by 1. Zhou Heng's pupils narrowed as he tightened his grip on the Spirit Sickle. He never expected that this seemingly rusty sickle would possess a quality even surpassing Radiant. Furthermore, using it to harvest granted a 2 in 10 chance of permanently gaining attributes. Was this truly the unexpected harvest mentioned by the Fate prompt? Was this the singular talent? Zhou Heng took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement and clearing his mind as he bent down to begin harvesting the grass. "You have harvested a bundle of grass. You have harvested a bundle of grass." Triggered the effect of Spirit Sickle. Permanent attack 1. Zhou Heng's face lit up with joy, and his movements quickened. What could be more delightful than starting with an increase in permanent attributes? The answer was none. Zhou Heng busied himself from the moment he logged into the game until the moon hung high in the sky, finally finishing the entire pasture around 9 o'clock at night. During this time, he triggered 5 instances of attack increases, 20 instances of health increases, and 20 instances of mana increases. This meant he had acquired a total of 5 points in permanent attack, 20 points in permanent health, and 20 points in permanent mana. This was equivalent to triggering a 1 in 5 probability. According to the textbooks, levels 1 to 11 yield only 1 random attribute point per level, with 1 point equating to 1 attack or 10 health mana. Yet, through the Spirit Sickle, he had already gained a total of 9 basic attribute points, 522, equivalent to what a player would typically obtain from level 1 to level 10. "Grandma, I have finished harvesting the grass. If there's nothing else, I'll return the sickle to you and take my rest." Zhou Heng approached the old woman's humble wooden hut, ready to return the Spirit Sickle. The old woman, with her head bowed as she fiddled with something, did not lift her gaze as she replied, "Young man, if you have time tomorrow, please continue to help me harvest grass. There are still 2 more plots." Upon hearing this, Zhou Heng felt a surge of joy. his lips curving into an involuntary smile. Based on today's profits, should the remaining 2 plots be harvested, it was anticipated that he could acquire 10 points of permanent attack, 40 points of permanent life, and 40 points of permanent magic, and one could refuse such generous reward upon first logging into the game. And Zhou Heng was no exception. All right, grandmother, I shall return tomorrow. Go on with your tasks. Chapter 3. Continuous fate hints. Zhou Heng settled into the temporary residence he constructed for players in Bird Village, a dormitory accommodating 10 individuals. Bro, how many levels did you rise to today? I'm at level 3. Wow, bro, are you hacking? It's only been a little more than half a day. And you're already level 3? My brother is a player from the Black Bear Guild. I envy you, brother. I toiled endlessly today just to level up once. Not only were there many monsters to contend with, but they were also difficult to defeat. Zhou Heng silently arranged his bedding, refraining from joining the conversation in the dormitory. Textbooks mention that early social interactions are largely futile. After reaching a certain level and leaving the village, one would discover that the so-called connections are utterly insignificant amidst the vast territories and formidable creatures. Rather than squandering time on such trivial socializing, it would be more prudent to rest and contemplate the upgrade path for the following day. Of course, one could also choose to ingratiate themselves with influential players, beginning with sycophantic flattery. The night passed in silence, and at dawn the next day, Zhou Heng rose early and made his way to the farm. From a distance, he spotted the old woman tilling the fields. Grandma, I'm here. Zhou Heng greeted her with utmost respect. The old woman glanced at Zhou Heng with a knowing smile. You're quite early, young man. At this hour, I expected you players to still be asleep. Go on, the scythe is by the wall. The fields are 200 meters ahead on this path, and the 2 plots are connected. Acknowledging her words, Zhou Heng nodded and proceeded to fetch the luminous scythe from the wall. Young man, if you manage to harvest both plots of grassland by tonight, before 9 o'clock, if you can complete it, come find me. Just as Zhou Heng was about to leave, he heard the old woman's subtly significant request. After pondering briefly, Zhou Heng replied, All right, Grandma, I will do my utmost. Departing from the old woman, Zhou Heng, scythe in hand, approached the 2 plots of grassland. Each plot, when considered separately, was larger than the one he had worked on yesterday. Completing the task before 9 o'clock would undoubtedly pose a considerable challenge. However, it was not impossible. Zhou Heng speculated that this was likely a test of his patience and resilience set by the NPC. If he could finish harvesting both plots by the stipulated time, it would surely trigger some reward. Clearing his mind of distractions, Zhou Heng bent down and began to harvest the grass. You have harvested a bundle of grass. You have harvested a bundle of grass. Triggering effect of the luminous scythe, permanent attack power 1. Though the chance of triggering a permanent enhancement was exceedingly rare, once it did, it served as a tremendous boost to Zhou Heng's morale. Soon, the clock approached 8:50 in the evening. Done. Finally finished. A smile crept onto Zhou Heng's lips. Today's gains were substantial. The probability of success was akin to yesterday's, and from the 2 plots, he had accrued 10 points of permanent attack, along with 40 points of permanent health and mana. This enhancement far surpassed that of an ordinary player at level 10. It is time to visit my grandmother. Zhou Heng glanced at the time displayed on his personal panel and hurried towards the humble wooden abode of the elderly woman. Grandmother, I have completed the harvest and prepared the hay for you, he respectfully announced from outside the door. Well done. Come in, the old woman replied, granting her approval. Only then did Zhou Heng cautiously push open the door and step inside. The interior was simple, furnished with only a table, chairs, and a wooden bed. The only noteworthy item was the emblem hanging on the wooden wall. The emblem featured an immaculate luminous tree intertwined with 2 crossed, piercing blades. Youth, what are your thoughts on the Sokka's empire? The elderly woman adjusted the emblem as she slowly descended from her chair, directing her gaze towards Zhou Heng. You are new here, and while it cannot be said that you are entirely ignorant of the Sokka's empire, your knowledge is limited. Therefore, you find it challenging to provide a precise answer to this question, as you face a choice dictated by fate. Different choices will lead you down entirely disparate paths in life. Fate's hint, the Sokka's empire, established over 3 centuries ago, has certainly shattered the curse of 300 years of existence. However, The reign of tyrants and the hidden fangs lurking in the shadows are eroding this vast empire. Responding that the Sakas is decaying will earn you the Inquirer's admiration. Fate's hint 2. Responding that the Saka's empire is not doing poorly and could last another 300 years will result in the Inquirer's disappointment. As the fate hints suddenly appeared before his eyes, Zhou Heng's gaze sharpened, and after a moment of contemplation, he formulated his response. Grandmother, although I am new and my understanding of the Saka's empire is limited, based on my observations from last night, I perceive that the Saka's empire may not be as splendid as one might imagine. There is a saying in our world that few nations can surpass the 300-year threshold. Your inquiry seems to carry a deeper significance. I believe the Saka's empire has begun to rot from top to bottom. Zhou Heng expanded upon the hints of fate with clarity, infusing his own insights. The elderly woman smiled gently, her eyes reflecting a hint of satisfaction. He had not been led astray by the Black Bear Guild from the very beginning, a sign of his caution. Despite the tight schedule over 2.5 days of harvesting, he had completed his tasks with meticulous care, demonstrating his perseverance. Now, when faced with the unknown of Sakas, he was still able to make astute judgments, showcasing his wisdom. Such potential is worthy of anticipation. Yet, another test remained, fate itself. With this thought in mind, the old woman spoke directly. Young man, I recall you mentioned your name is Zhou Heng. Which Zhou and which Heng? Zhou Heng replied, Grandmother, it is Zhou from completeness and Heng from eternity. That is a fine name, and I have great hopes for your future. As it happens, I have a task for you. I wonder if you are bold enough to accept it? Zhou Heng felt a jolt in his heart and immediately responded, I am willing to serve you, grandmother. The elderly woman nodded, tapping the wooden wall, gesturing for Zhou Heng to look at the emblem. The Sakas has existed for 302 years. The emperor is foolish. The council is greedy, leading to the suffering of the people and chaos reigning. I require you to deliver this badge to the depths of the cavern beyond the town within 3 days, entrusting it to the level 10 boss, the Deepwater Serpent. At this moment, the wheels of fate begin to turn, and you are about to face the challenges posed by death. Fate offers you a hint. Hint 1. The Black Bear Guild is gathering black water grass to concoct black water pus, intending to taint the Deepwater Serpent, causing it to undergo a dark evolution while devouring the entire bird town. This is a trial of life and death, blood and fire, wisdom and strategy. Is 3 days truly sufficient for you to reach the depths of the cavern? Accept the task and devise a plan to deliver the badge to the Deepwater Serpent within the allotted time. Hint 2. No one will inform you that this is a trap. You will not be able to deliver the badge to the Deepwater Serpent within 3 days. For as soon as you approach, the Black Bear Guild and the entities behind them will obliterate you in an instant, consigning you to eternal oblivion. This is not merely a delivery task. It is a test of fate. Intriguingly, for one endowed with the unique talent of fate hints, it appears to hold little significance. Pretend to accept the task, then disregard it, biding your time for the opportune moment. Gazing at the 2 fate hints that materialized before him, Zhou Heng fell silent. The boundless expanse of a game that had been operational for 10,000 years was far more terrifying and exaggerated than what this novice player had learned in textbooks. Each step was fraught with peril, and a single misstep could lead to irretrievable ruin. Yet, he was fortunate. He possessed the unique talent of fate hints. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Heng accepted the task. Chapter 4. Bargaining with a tiger excellent, quite decisive. Go forth and deliver it to the Deepwater Serpent. I await your good news. The old woman's gaze deepened with profound meaning. Decisiveness is indeed a commendable trait. However, it remains uncertain whether this young lad before her acts out of reckless audacity or prudent self-preservation, gathering strength for the opportune moment. The former is unwelcome, for their sword of light is already under the oppressive weight of the Sakara's empire. Should one act recklessly, oblivious to the dangers, they may not even realize how they met their demise. What they require is a sagacious individual, one who conserves their strength and is favored by fate, biding their time for the right opportunity. After the old woman departed, Zhou Heng removed the emblem from the wall, and a corresponding task prompt emerged on his retina. You have accepted the task. Deepwater Serpent in the Deepwater Cave. Task description. please proceed to the Deepwater Cave within the agreed time frame and deliver the light and sword emblem to the Deepwater Serpent. Task duration, within the agreed time frame. Task reward, unknown. Upon reading the task description, Zhou Heng's eyes glimmered. According to Fate's indication, what he needed to do was not to venture into the Deepwater Cave at great peril, but rather to languish and let time pass, allowing the task to complete itself after 3 days. Contemplating this, Zhou Heng exited the NPC's cabin and continued to explore Bird Town while closing the task panel. Deepwater Cave? Let those who wish to go do so. Wandering aimlessly, Zhou Heng arrived at a rather tall, standalone building. Father, you must be out of your mind. A clear and bright female voice resonated from within the building. It was the Black Bear Guild. Anyone who has been to Frost City is well aware. How dare you collaborate with them? They come and recklessly purchase black watergrass. You know better than I what use that serves. Oh, esteemed town elder. Are you intent on dragging the entire Bird Town into this mess? Father, what on earth do you intend to do? As the girl's voice faded, a robust male voice thundered in response. What do you, a mere girl, understand? The finances of Bird Town are strained. If we cannot collect sufficient taxes this month, we shall be blamed from above, and you and I will end up feeding the serpent birds. Do you wish to watch as your flesh is torn away piece by piece? Furthermore, did I not forbid your return to Bird Town? Immediately, this instant, return to Frost City. You are not needed here. Clatter. The sound of objects being hurled echoed through the air. Father, you will surely regret this. Colluding with the Black Bear Guild is akin to bargaining with a tiger. The furious retort resonated from within the building, and in the next moment, a young woman of about 163 centimeters with faint freckles and Western features stormed out, her face flushed with anger. She forcefully shoved Zhou Heng aside and strode away. My young friend, forgive my family's quarrel. The Black Bear Guild is an organization formed by players like yourselves. Not only are they exceptionally powerful, but they also possess remarkable foresight. Collaborating with them will not harm the interests of Bird Town, rest assured. The cunning of fate strikes you at this moment. The seemingly amiable mayor of Little Bird Town harbored secrets of the Deepwater Dragonfly's dark transformation long before others. Fate offers you subtle hints. Hint 1. Engage in a gamble with the tiger, testing your own intellect and capabilities, for you possess 3 lives, and in this vast, boundless expanse, who else but you? Strike up a conversation with the old mayor, commend the Black Bear Guild, and seize the opportunity to join them, as it pertains to a promising chance ahead. Hint 2. Boldly refute the old mayor's words, dismissing the Black Bear Guild as inconsequential. After perusing the retinal prompts, Zhou Heng nodded in agreement. Mayor, you're indeed correct. The members of the Black Bear Guild are commendable. Throughout my journey, I have been singing their praises. I wonder if I might have the opportunity to join and contribute to the guild's growth. The mayor scrutinized Zhou Heng, observing no signs of deceit, his eyes narrowing slightly as he smiled. Young friend, may I inquire about your random talent? If it's not too much trouble, I would be interested to know. I have a cooperative relationship with the Black Bear Guild. If your talent is commendable, I might assist in your introduction. A fleeting smile danced in Zhou Heng's eyes as he adopted a rather naive and bitter expression. Mayor, please forgive my embarrassment, but my talent is rather lackluster. It merely grants a one-time permanent increase of 15 points in attack power and 60 points in health and magic, with no additional effects. Alas, it is only useful in the early stages. The mayor's expression shifted to one of understanding, tinged with a hint of pity and disdain. Such a talent would only serve its purpose at the onset. As time progressed, it would become increasingly trivial. After all, while others benefit from percentage increases, you are left with fixed values, and the disparity is glaringly evident. However, the additional 15 points in attack and 60 points in health and magic would certainly be of interest to the Black Bear Guild, as such matters are mere trifles for them. Contemplating this, the mayor smiled meaningfully. Young man, your talent is quite valuable in the early stages. Should you genuinely wish to join the Black Bear Guild, I can certainly recommend you. Zhou Heng was momentarily taken aback, then displayed a posture of utmost surprise. Really? Thank you so much, Mayor. My respect for you is as boundless as the flowing river. The mayor erupted into hearty laughter. although the young man's talent was lacking. His knack for flattery was impeccable. Surely, the Black Bear Guild would welcome such a skilled individual. Without further ado, the mayor summoned a guard to escort Zhou Heng to the branch of the Black Bear Guild stationed in Little Bird Town. Black Bear, here is a new member sent by the mayor, with a talent that is not to be underestimated, permanently enhancing attack by 15 points and health and magic by 60 points. The guard announced as he led Zhou Heng to Black Bear. Upon seeing the obviously inexperienced Zhou Heng, Black Bear was about to dismiss him with a curt begone. But he reconsidered. Rising from his seat, he approached Zhou Heng and patted him on the shoulder. "Young man, how should I address you? Since you are favored by the town mayor, our Black Bear Guild would be delighted to welcome a talented individual like yourself." In response to the enthusiastic Black Bear Tyrant, Zhou Heng feigned a bashful demeanor and replied, "In answer to Brother Bear Tyrant, I am Zhou Heng, a citizen of the Summer Nation, hee." The eyes of Black Bear Tyrant curved into crescent moons. He relished being called Brother Bear Tyrant. Good. Little Heng, from this moment forth, you shall be a member of our Black Bear Guild. The Black Bear Guild's branch in Little Bird Town has sent you a membership request. Would you like to accept? Initiator, Black Bear Tyrant. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Heng confirmed the acceptance. The more Black Bear Tyrant gazed at the acceptance on the panel, the more he was pleased with Zhou Heng, who wouldn't cherish such a promising recruit, and not only expedited his task progress, but also honored the Old Town Mayor. Truly a win-win situation. Little Heng, Brother Bear Tyrant has a challenging task to assign to you. Are you willing to undertake it? Black Bear Tyrant inquired with a smile, his gaze fixed on Zhou Heng. Chapter 5. The Path to the Flame Gloves. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Heng readily agreed. Brother Xiongba, whatever you command, I shall endeavor with utmost dedication. Excellent. Truly, a talent recommended personally by the mayor. Xiongba, the deputy president of the Black Bear Guild, patted Zhou Heng on the shoulder, assigning him a task. Deputy President Xiongba, the Black Bear Guild, has initiated the quest. Collection of fiery flames. Quest description. Gather 1,000 fiery flames. Quest duration. 2 days. Quest reward. Flame gloves. Skill. Prerequisite. 1,000 copper coins. Once the task was assigned, Xiongba produced the skill book for the flame gloves and handed it to Zhou Heng, saying, "Little Heng, it is imperative that you complete this task within 2 days. Though the quest reward may seem modest, the flame gloves are indeed a rare skill." Zhou Heng glanced at the flame gloves in his hand, and a stream of information appeared before his eyes. Flame gloves quality. Simple, average, complex, obscure, profound, mystical, celestial text, wordless, consumes 3 points of magical power. Enveloping both hands in a layer of fiery material, capable of negating fire attribute damage of less than 10 points. Duration, 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, it continues to consume 1 point per second. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Learning conditions. None. This skill can be classified as having a cooldown, yet it may also be considered as having none. As long as one possesses sufficient magical power, it can essentially remain activated indefinitely. With the skill securely tucked away, Zhou Heng rose to depart. According to the coordinates provided by Xiongba, the fiery flames were located 3 kilometers north of Birdtown, where the monsters were merely level 1 or 2, posing no threat to his life. Half an hour later, Zhou Heng arrived at his destination. You have discovered a special area, Fiery Fountain. Experience 1, evidently uncovering new maps within the boundless world grants experience. Though minimal, even the smallest of gains are worthwhile. Zhou Heng surveyed the entirety of the Fiery Fountain. While it was termed a fountain, it was more akin to a pond filled with lava. Merely approaching it, he could feel an intense heat enveloping him. You have suffered damage from a scorching aura, health -1. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Heng realized that tasks from the Black Bear Guild were no trivial matter. To collect 1,000 fiery flames would likely cost him 1 or 2 resurrection opportunities. The 3 free resurrection chances obtained from logging into the boundless world were invaluable, and he was resolute in not squandering them on the Black Bear Guild's task. As he stepped into the Fiery Fountain, Zhou Heng prepared to discover how to collect these fiery flames. However, as he approached the nearest section of the fountain, the lava within suddenly became agitated, bubbles rising rapidly from the depths. bursting in all directions with a series of explosive pops. Instinctively, Zhou Heng took several steps back to avoid the damage from the erupting bubbles, and he noticed the objects that floated forth from the shattered bubbles. They resembled fiery red buds, each a manifestation of the fiery flames. Fiery flames magic, 7 to 7 quality. Inferior can be utilized to forge certain special products, though some unknown applications seem to exist. Upon your arrival in this boundless and infinite world, you find yourself shrouded in ignorance regarding many aspects. Despite possessing a commendable foundation of theoretical knowledge, which is confined to only the most commonly understood matters, Destiny offers you hints. Hint 1. As a vital substance for refining the blazing black grass. Utilizing it enables the rapid transformation of the black grass into a viscous black substance. Hint 2. Unknown to many, the blazing fire possesses a far more terrifying application. When used in conjunction with flame gloves, it can be slowly absorbed, continually evolving the flame gloves until they reach the formidable skill known as Fury of Fire. Yet, due to certain reasons, this knowledge remains obscure. Zhou Heng's gaze sharpened, and a smile crept upon his lips. He had not anticipated that this seemingly ordinary flame held such tremendous potential. The inhabitants of this region are well aware that the blazing fire is countered by the flame gloves, allowing for its collection. But who could have foreseen that this resource is the key to upgrading the flame gloves? Yet, why is it so little known? Unable to fathom the reasoning, Zhou Heng decided to extend his hand and activate the flame gloves. In the next moment, a layer of soft, burning flames enveloped his right hand. This flame was peculiar. Its searing heat could be felt from a distance, yet it bore no warmth against his skin. As the blazing fire floated towards him, Zhou Heng unhesitatingly reached out, employing the flame gloves to grasp the fire. However, after several minutes of holding the blazing fire, he found that no effects of fusion or absorption had been triggered. Could it be that my technique is flawed? Zhou Heng tentatively manipulated the flame gloves to compress the blazing fire, and soon he discerned that, with increasing pressure from the gloves, the size of the blazing fire significantly diminished. This is promising. Zhou Heng's spirits lifted, and he quickened his pace. 1 minute later, he successfully absorbed the blazing fire. You have absorbed the blazing fire, and the flame gloves have undergone a transformation, evolving on their own. You have acquired flame gloves, simple. Flame gloves quality. Simple consumes 3 points of magical energy, allowing a layer of fiery substance to envelop both hands, mitigating fire damage less than 15 points. Duration, 10 seconds, after which it continues to consume 1-2 point every second. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Learning requirements. None with the evolution to simple. The flame gloves have reduced their sustained magical energy consumption. Zhou Heng glanced at his magical energy. After harvesting the pasture, his total was 60 points. Utilizing the flame gloves for 1 minute consumed a total of 53 points of magical energy. In other words, without means to restore magical energy, it would be challenging for him to harvest a large quantity of blazing fire in a short period. Should I purchase consumables instead? Zhou Heng looked at his initial funds of 100 copper coins in his inventory, falling into contemplation. Every player logging into this boundless world begins with 100 copper coins and 3 opportunities for resurrection. This amount would allow for the purchase of at most 2 health potions or mana potions in the birthplace, leaving the remainder to be earned or bought through effort. A small blue vial, capable of restoring 100 points of magical energy, offers an instantaneous recovery of 30 points, while the remaining 70 points are replenished gradually over time. Should Zhou Heng invest all his funds into purchasing these blue vials, it is evident that the recovery limit would be exceeded, with magical energy not surpassing 100 points. Anyone utilizing them would surely feel the sting of loss. After much contemplation, Zhou Heng resolved to exploit the resources of the Black Bear Guild. Given the current circumstances, he was destined to stand in opposition to the guild. So why should he spend his own money when he could seize the opportunity? Your diligent studies and relentless efforts have culminated in this moment. You choose to gamble on your resources. As the saying goes, the timid perish from hunger, while the bold may thrive. Fate offers you a hint. Fate hint 1. Return to the Black Bear Guild. Locate the irritable Black Bear boss. and employ your charm to acquire a modest quantity of minor mana potions, resources of far lesser value than the blue vials. Fate Hint 2. With the loss of the guild's heart and authority, your opportunity has arrived. At 2 o'clock tonight, the Black Bear Guild will be besieged by a mysterious force. In your greed, you'll have half an hour to gather as many resources as your abilities permit, even if your movement speed is a mere 1. 2 ms. Chapter 6. Perhaps deception is that simple upon encountering the brand new fate prompt. A cold and piercing smile crept upon Zhou Heng's lips. Any man with an ounce of self-respect would never opt for the first fate prompt after witnessing the second. Rather than groveling and uttering a plethora of nauseating flattery to Black Bear, he preferred to take a chance at the Black Bear Guild's resource outpost, since the fate prompt indicated that he had a half-hour window of mobility at a speed of 1. 2 ms. A visit to the Black Bear Guild's outpost was certainly warranted. Zhou Heng did not need to inquire about the location of the Black Bear Guild branch in Little Bird Town. He simply followed the signposts. Halt, brother. Non-members are not permitted to enter the resource outpost. You are merely an outer member. As Zhou Heng approached the entrance of the Black Bear Guild's resource outpost, he was intercepted by 2 vigilant guild members stationed there. The specifics of the 2 individuals were obscured, but their high level was evident. Nevertheless, he remained composed and retrieved a pack of Huang He cigarettes purchased from a general store. This product was developed by players after establishing their presence in the Boundless world. Reasonably priced at approximately 30 copper coins per pack. Brothers, would you care for smoke? Zhou Heng offered the cigarettes with a hint of earnestness. The 2 gatekeepers exchanged glances, perceiving disdain and scorn in each other's eyes. To their level, receiving Huang He cigarettes, such trivial items, was beneath them. However, considering that Zhou Heng had only just joined the Black Bear Guild at level 1, it was evident he had some background, as few newcomers to Little Bird Town had managed to join a guild. Thus, they felt it necessary to acknowledge his gesture. With smiles, the guards accepted the Huang He cigarettes and inquired, "Brother, is there something you need? As long as it does not involve sensitive information or permissions, we are open to discussion." Zhou Heng was merely testing the waters, but he was pleasantly surprised to find himself able to engage in conversation. He promptly conveyed his pre-prepared words. "Brothers, I have discovered a concealed area just outside Little Bird Town, abundant with luminous grass. However, my backpack only has 9 slots, each with a limit of 9 items. I thought I might come here to see if I could forge a connection and borrow a large backpack." Every newly arrived player begins with a modest backpack, limited to 9 slots and a maximum capacity of 81 items. The 2 gatekeepers exchanged glances, their minds racing with possibilities. "Brother, pray tell, how plentiful is this luminous grass? What kind of concealed area could a level 1 individual access?" They quietly probed, despite their apparent authority before Zhou Heng. They were, in essence, akin to larger livestock. If there was indeed a windfall to be had, a little maneuvering would not pose a problem, especially since they were all part of the same guild. Zhou Heng chuckled, realizing that the knowledge he acquired from textbooks in this life was finally proving useful. "Brothers, it is a spatial rift, quite safe and stable. I ventured in at great peril and found it teeming with luminous grass ranging from level 1 to level 10. Some even tower over a meter in height." Zhou Heng surveyed his surroundings with an air of caution. The 2 gatekeepers exchanged a glance, their eyes glimmering with anticipation. Although the luminescent grass was merely a basic ingredient for crafting minor mana potions and was quite inexpensive, the sheer volume available could yield a substantial profit. Is there truly a large quantity? Are there even specimens over a meter tall? The 2 gatekeepers' minds began to race. A luminescent grass of over a meter in height would undoubtedly be of at least level 30 or above. Once harvested, such high-grade luminescent grass would command a considerable price. "Brothers, I am but a level 1 player. How could I jest about such matters?" Zhou Heng spoke cautiously, observing the shifts in their expressions while discreetly offering each of them a yellow crane and gesturing a 3 with his fingers. The 2 men immediately understood, shaking their heads in response. "The quantity is too insignificant. Take your smoke back, brother, and try what we have here." Each of them handed Zhou Heng a soft flower, valued at a staggering 1 silver coin, which upon the first use could permanently enhance 1's attack by 1 point. as well as increase health and mana by 10 points each. As they passed the soft flowers to Zhou Heng, they gestured a 7 in his palm. Zhou Heng grasped their meaning without hesitation, feigning a pained and hesitant expression before finally biting the bullet. Very well, I shall heed my brother's advice. However, I require a larger bag. The bigger, the better. Once I sell the first batch, the guild will surely catch wind of it, and there will be no profit left for me. The two gatekeepers did not rush to respond. Instead, they asked Zhou Heng to hold the fort for a moment while they conferred privately nearby. What do you think? He is level 1, yet has gained entry to the Black Bear Guild. He must be trustworthy. Besides, can a level 1 player really stir up much trouble? I believe this venture is worth pursuing. We could lend him the splendid bag from the resource vault. A single night's work should net us a tidy sum. That is a bag of splendid quality. If the guild leader finds out, we could be in serious trouble. The risk seems considerable. What risk is there? He has already joined the guild and will be personally vetted by the guild leader. Otherwise, with our fragmented guild system, anyone could gain entry. Moreover, the drop rate for silver coins has inexplicably diminished. If we don't seize the opportunity now, we may be left empty-handed. I say, fortune favors the bold. Let us take the plunge. Lending him the splendid bag, we could claim 70% of the profits. Even if all the luminescent grass is level 1. That is still 99 by 99 at 10 copper coins per plant. That amounts to 9801. Do you have any idea what 70% of that would yield? And that is just one trip. Imagine if we made several. 9801 multiplied by 10 is 98,010. Converted to silver coins, that equates to 98 silver coins. And 70% of that is 68. 6 silver coins. Such returns are exceedingly substantial for us. Very well then, let's lend him the splendid bag and make a few rounds. We may even see a glimmer of gold. Greed can drive individuals to madness. Upon finalizing their agreement, the two decided to take a gamble. Soon, they returned to the entrance, producing the resplendent backpack to trade with Zhou Heng. Brother, this backpack is temporarily loaned to you. However, you must return it to the resource pool when the time comes. Understood? They stated sternly, their gaze fixed intently on Zhou Heng. The moment any hint of greed flickered in his eyes, they would swiftly apprehend him and reclaim the resplendent backpack. Zhou Heng suppressed the overwhelming joy within, donning a facade of earnest delight. Rest assured, esteemed brothers, I would not dare entertain even the slightest notion regarding such a high-grade item. My sole intention is to profit. He assured them, you need not worry. That area is quite secure. Simply await my harvest. Observing that the young man exhibited no signs of abnormality, the two seasoned players relaxed their vigilance. Indeed, how could a newly registered player hope to evade the discerning eyes of these experienced veterans? Yet, despite their meticulous calculations, they could never have anticipated that Zhou Heng was a reincarnated soul, possessing the wisdom of 2 lifetimes. Setting aside the youth of this life, he had certainly endured his fair share of struggles in his previous existence. With the resplendent backpack in hand, Zhou Heng refrained from inspecting its attributes. Maintaining a calm demeanor amidst the urgency, he turned back every few steps, nodding in acknowledgement to the two gatekeepers, gradually distancing himself from their sight until he vanished completely. Far from the resource area of the Black Bear Guild, Zhou Heng could not suppress a light chuckle. He was eager to discover the true caliber of this resplendent quality backpack. Chapter 7. A Frenzied Harvest. A feast for novices. Brilliant backpack level. 10 quality. Brilliant slots. 99 capacity. 99 with 99 slots, each accommodating up to 99 items. This marvelous creation can hold a staggering total of 801 resources. This outcome far exceeds Zhou Heng's expectations. Initially, he envisioned a modest backpack with merely 20 slots and a capacity of 20. Yet, to his astonishment, by simply offering a Huanghe brand cigarette, he acquired a brilliant grade backpack with 99 slots and a capacity of 99. What he once believed to be a considerable gamble now seemed trivial. Indeed, there are always greater heights to ascend. Zhou Heng couldn't help but chuckle lightly. Once this backpack found its way into his possession, there would be no turning back. It would serve him well in the boundless, infinite world for an extended period. Next, he needed to lie in wait until 2 o'clock in the morning. Contemplating, Zhou Heng glanced at his attribute panel. In the span of 2 hours, he had only regained 2 points of magic power, without a sufficient supply from magic regeneration. It would be a long time before his 60 points of magic reached full capacity. Finding a relatively comfortable spot to conceal himself, he soon marked the passage of time as it approached 2 o'clock. The moment of truth was near. The bounty he could reap would depend on the effectiveness of those attacking the Black Bear Guild. Timing himself accurately, Zhou Heng set off towards the Black Bear Guild's resource outpost. According to the fate prompt, he had merely half an hour, and deducting the time required for the round trip, he would realistically have only 15 to 20 minutes to act. If he was swift and nimble, he could undoubtedly harvest a substantial amount of resources. At 1:58 a.m., Zhou Heng arrived at the Black Bear Guild's resource outpost, only to find it brightly lit, with faint sounds of laughter echoing from within, suggesting they had discovered something extraordinary. Remaining motionless, he concealed himself in a patch of grass, holding his breath as he awaited the unfolding events. Meanwhile, in the unseen depths of darkness, 3 figures clad in pitch-black robes appeared upon the branches. The Black Bear Guild's rapid expansion across the vast Soccer's empire within a century was not without reason. However, they had failed to anticipate that everything was under their control. Let us act. We have only half an hour before the powerful players of the Black Bear Guild arrive. We must secure our prize. The leader of the 3 robed figures said, casting a sidelong glance at Zhou Heng hidden in the grass, a faint smile gracing his lips. Who would have thought there would be a reserve from our organization? Quite bold, indeed, but so be it. Suddenly, a fierce wind howled through the Black Bear Guild's resource outpost. Who goes there? Damn it, an enemy attack. Who are you? Why are you assaulting our Black Bear Guild? Do you not fear the wrath of our higher-ups? Zhou Heng remained unaware of the commotion within the Black Bear Guild's resource outpost, but from a distance, he could hear the furious shouts of the Black Bear leader. Soon after, the air was filled with the sounds of flames, water, and the howling wind. The opportunity had arrived. Zhou Heng's eyes sparkled with determination as he leaned against the resource station of the Black Bear Guild. Seizing the opportunity while the guild members were engrossed in battle, he deftly slipped into the depths of the resource station. You have entered the Black Bear Guild Resource Vault. Identity verification in progress. You are a member of the Black Bear Guild. You have received a temporary guild mission. Protect the resources of the Black Bear Guild from infringement, and transfer resources from the Guild's resource points as much as possible. Mission reward. For every resource worth 1 silver coin saved, you will receive 1 copper coin. The funds will be credited instantly and will take effect upon storage in your backpack. Zhou Heng was momentarily taken aback. He had witnessed the distribution of wealth before, but never in such an astonishing manner. With the ability to store items in his resplendent backpack, he pondered how much he could amass during this venture. He was uncertain of the exact amount, but he realized that each fleeting second spent deliberating translated into lost riches. His gaze swept across the Black Bear Guild resource vault, and his attention was immediately drawn to the innermost area, where 3 items were held aloft. Without pausing to examine them, he rushed forward and stored the 3 items in his resplendent backpack. You have stored the skill, Raging Waves. You have stored the weapon, Solar Bow, Fake. You have stored an unknown item, Ceramic Fragment. You have stored resources valued at 3 gold coins. Reward, 3 silver coins. Gazing at the instant reward of 3 silver coins, Zhou Heng struggled to contain his elation and continued to scavenge for resources beneficial to him. You have stored resources, Small Blue Potion X 1000. You have stored resources, Small Mana Recovery Potion X 5000. You have stored resources valued at over 150,000 copper coins. Reward, 150 copper coins, with 1,000 copper coins equating to 1 silver coin and 1,000 silver coins equating to 1 gold coin. Zhou Heng was puzzled by the disparity in rewards but cared little, as the acquisition of resources was his primary concern. The sum of money was insignificant compared to the bounty he had collected. Zhou Heng's backpack had 9,801 slots available. After deducting the 6,000 slots occupied by the mana recovery potions and the initial 3 items, he still had room for 3,798 more slots of resources. However, as he prepared to continue gathering, he instinctively glanced at the time and realized that he had already spent over 20 minutes inside. If he persisted, he would surely be unable to escape in time. With no hesitation, Zhou Heng decisively abandoned the prospect of filling the remaining 3,798 slots and swiftly made his way out of the Black Bear Guild resource station. Just moments after he departed, the formidable Black Bear charged into the resource station, discovering the 3 items missing from the innermost area, and roared in fury. Damn it! Damn it! The resources I painstakingly harvested, who could it be? One day, I shall make you pay for this, sort of light. Zhou Heng hastened to the blazing fountain, and, upon confirming that no one was in pursuit, he finally felt secure enough to inspect the treasures within his backpack. Raging Waves Quality. Complex consumes 50 points of mana to summon a water elemental that unleashes a wave attack in the forward direction, dealing damage with a magic coefficient of x2. 0. Waves. Height 2 meters with 5 meters. Cooling. 15 seconds. Learning Condition 1. Water Mage. Learning Condition 2. General Level Water Attribute Reduction of 100. Learning Condition 3. Complex Level. Thoroughly read the Water Wave Codex 3 times. The higher the quality of the skill, the greater the difficulty of learning it. This was a lesson Zhou Heng had long ago absorbed from his textbooks. Yet, he was unprepared for the sheer challenge presented by merely a skill book of complex quality, not to mention the requisite 100 points of water attribute reduction. Zhou Heng recalled that the Water Wave Codex was located in Glimmer City, one of the 9 major cities of the Sakar's empire, and required a substantial amount of contribution points. In other words, to master this skill, one must not only meet the necessary water attribute reduction, but also gather contributions in Glimmer City. For Zhou Heng at this moment, this skill was tantamount to unattainable. His gaze naturally shifted to the second item. Chapter 8. The Unknown Ceramic Fragment Sun God Bow. Imitation. Level 10 Quality. Good. A replica of the Sun God Bow from the Sakas Empire. Attack 30. Enchantment 1. Inflicts a burning effect, dealing 10 fire damage per second. Enchantment 2. Insect Attraction. Significantly draws insects. Enchantment 3. Generates a physical arrow every 2 seconds. Equipment requirement. Minimum attack of 10 points. Zhou Heng's expression brightened. This bow had neither class nor level requirements, merely necessitating a minimum attack of 10 points for usage. Without hesitation, Zhou Heng equipped the Sun God Bow, Imitation. Instantly, his attack soared from 16 to 32 to an astonishing 46 to 92. At level 1, with a physical attack cap of 92, this was a remarkable concept. Though Zhou Heng did not fully grasp it, he understood that his forthcoming journey of leveling up would be significantly expedited. Next, he turned his attention to the Unknown Ceramic Fragment. Unknown Ceramic Fragment Quality. Unknown, it appears to be merely a shard from an ordinary broken ceramic piece. If sold, perhaps an unsuspecting child might offer a high price of 1 copper coin. The unknown is often deemed the most worthy of preservation. This sentiment occasionally graces the pages of textbooks. Zhou Heng promptly secured the ceramic fragment, placing it in the last slot of his dazzling backpack. Having completed these tasks, Zhou Heng embarked on his endeavor to upgrade his skills. Armed with 1,000 small mana potions and 5,000 small health potions, he was resolute that he could evolve the skill Raging Inferno. Without delay, Zhou Heng consumed a small health potion, activated his flame gloves, and began absorbing the blazing fire. You absorb blazing fire. Flame gloves undergo transformation. Transformation failed. You absorb blazing fire. Flame gloves undergo transformation. Transformation failed. Observing the repeated notifications on his retina, Zhou Heng remained undeterred, continuously absorbing the blazing fire. Soon, daylight broke, and the flame gloves finally transformed. You absorb blazing fire. The flame gloves have evolved autonomously. You have acquired flame gloves. Simple. Flame gloves quality. Simple consumes 3 mana points to envelop both hands in a layer of fiery substance, nullifying fire elemental damage less than 20 points. Lasts for 10 seconds. After that, it continues to consume 1/3 of a second. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Learning requirement. None. Gazing at the enhanced skill of the flame gloves, Zhou Heng chose not to pursue further absorption for evolution. His health was nearly depleted. He needed to return to Little Bird Town to purchase sufficient health potions. Otherwise, he feared his first death might be squandered within the blazing fountain. After spending a little over a quarter of an hour, Zhou Heng returned to Little Bird Town and immediately overheard players bustling in conversation. Have you heard? Last night, the Black Bear Guild was attacked, apparently by members of the Sword of Light. I've heard my cousin mention that faction. They have recently emerged in various regions and have yet to be covered in textbooks. The information you possess appears to be outdated. The latest news reveals that the vice president of the Black Bear Guild, known as Black Bear Ba, has been incensed and has decreed an investigation into the theft of 3 precious artifacts and a dazzling backpack. Had I known, I would have indulged in thievery myself last night, considering that many mechanisms of the guild have already been lost, making it virtually impossible to ascertain the perpetrator. Is there even a need for an investigation? It is undoubtedly the case that the individuals from the Sword of Light have casually made off with them. Although the guild has experienced a significant loss of authority, the guild log still retains some utility. I have heard whispers that it indicates these resources were taken by guild members. Black Bear Ba has been awaiting the culprits to voluntarily surrender the items, but now, having received no such compliance, he is compelled to initiate a thorough investigation. Zhou Heng was en route to the general store when he overheard the discussions among players, a smirk unconsciously gracing his lips. The loss of guild authority has fostered numerous theories, among which 2 are particularly noteworthy. One posits that the Changsheng family has been eradicated, thus rendering the guild incomplete. The other suggests that the heart of the guild is its very essence. Without it, the guild's myriad functionalities cannot be activated. Yet its whereabouts remain a mystery. It is precisely due to the substantial erosion of guild authority that they are unable to scrutinize the actions of their members through the guild log, which emboldens Zhou Heng to exploit the Black Bear Guild's resources with impunity. While it is indeed possible for the investigation to trace back to him, it would likely occur after the deep-water gelatinous worm has darkened, leaving the future state of affairs uncertain. Perhaps by then, the Black Bear Guild will find itself too preoccupied to pursue him. Moreover, he possesses fate hints. Should he reach a critical juncture, he is confident that fate will provide him with a timely warning. With these thoughts in mind, Zhou Heng proceeded towards the general store. The proprietor was a voluptuous woman of graceful form, clad in a low-cut outfit, frequently propping her chin on the counter. "Young man, what do you need? The blue potions or the red ones? Or perhaps something else? As long as you can afford the price, dear sister here has everything you could want." The buxom woman purred enticingly as Zhou Heng approached. He did not spare her a glance, instead surveying the red potion display. "Sister, I would like 100 red potions, and I also have 3 silver coins. Might there be something available within that price range?" The voluptuous woman regarded him with surprise, a playful smile emerging as she giggled, causing her ample bosom to sway. "Oh my, young man, how impressive. You even possess silver coins. Then I shall fetch you something special." With that, she ducked beneath the counter and shortly returned with 100 red potions and a skill book. Experience book, general level skill. You players should be familiar with the market rate. 3 silver coins, a bargain indeed. The experience book differs from conventional online games, as it does not directly augment experience, but rather serves to enhance experience accumulation over time. This general-level experience book offers a maximum of an additional 10,000 experience points. At this quality, 3 silver coins is a standard market price. Just as Zhou Heng was about to speak and seize the skill book, a series of words suddenly appeared on his retina. Based on the foundational knowledge acquired from textbooks, you might believe your price remains unchanged. Little do you know, you have unwittingly entered scam. These 3 silver coins will significantly influence your forthcoming fate. Fate offers a hint. Fate hint 1. As the Sword of Light is raised high in the Empire of Sakurs, the currency system faces its initial impact. While it was once true that 1,000 copper coins could be exchanged for 1 silver coin, that reality belongs to the past. Presently, exchanging copper coins upwards has become exceedingly difficult, with black market prices soaring to 100,000 copper coins for 1 silver coin. Fate hint 2. Although general-level skill books are not rare, they are essential items. You might consider informing the market, exchanging 1 silver coin for a certain quantity of copper coins for purchasing purposes. The current market price stands at 0.000 copper coins. Chapter 9. Evolution. Wrath. Zhou Heng's pupils contracted. He pondered why the Black Bear Guild would only offer copper coins for the resources worth 150,000 copper coins, rather than silver coins. It seemed there was a hidden agenda at play. Zhou Heng was certain that the Black Bear Guild was aware of this. It was evident that the ceramic shards he had pilfered from the 3 items were anything but ordinary. His gaze fell upon the voluptuous woman, and with a smile, he remarked, "Sister, the current market price is not as you claim. For this common-level experience book, I shall offer no more than 5,000 copper coins." Zhou Heng believed the woman to be astute. Upon hearing his offer, she would undoubtedly grasp his intent. The voluptuous woman was taken aback by Zhou Heng's proposal. Remaining silent for quite some time, after a moment, she scrutinized him deeply. 5,000 is indeed the market price, but our bird town is rather remote, and transporting goods incurs costs. I shall set a firm price of 7,000 copper coins, fair and square. Zhou Heng did not engage further in haggling. Instead, he produced a silver coin and handed it over. "I am aware that the current black market price is 100,000 copper coins. I kindly request an exchange for copper coins." The voluptuous woman shot him a disdainful look and replied in a languid tone, "Young man, therein lies your error. The black market is the black market, while my establishment conducts legitimate business. Furthermore, there is no black market in Birdtown. If you genuinely wish to sell, I can offer a maximum of 50,000 copper coins. I cannot provide more." Though 50,000 copper coins was less than the 100,000 he had mentioned, the absence of a black market in Birdtown meant he could not leave this novice village. Thus, the exchange price of 50,000 met Zhou Heng's expectations, and he chose not to dispute it. "Very well, I accept this amount. It is a deal. Silver coin -1, copper coins 50,000, acquired skill experience book, copper coins -7,000, acquire health potions x100, gazing at the experience book now in his possession. Zhou Heng did not linger. He turned and departed with his resources. "Quite the clever little fellow," the voluptuous woman mused as she watched Zhou Heng vanish into the distance, lazily stretching and not bothering to turn around. "Old witch, that badge on him was given by you, was it not? He does not seem anxious to complete his tasks before nightfall tomorrow." A hoarse, elderly voice called from behind the general store. "Is that not preferable? It indicates he has discerned the implications of my words." The voluptuous woman supported her chin with her hand, leaning against the counter as she displayed her beauty for all to see. "Old witch, how often do the textbooks of those Blue Star players get updated?" "Captain, they are updated every 3 years. What a greedy bunch they are. Despite achieving immortality, they remain unwilling to empower the ordinary players. Perhaps this is why they have yet to complete the first expansion pack. Greed, at times, indeed constitutes original sin. Prepare yourself. I am eager to uncover the secrets lurking behind the scenes. A collection of worthless beings dares to covet the brilliance of our sword of light." Zhou Heng returned to the blazing fountain, embarking on a new round of gathering evolution. However, in contrast to yesterday, today saw a considerable influx of players, all of whom, like Zhou Heng, were there to collect blazing fire. Is this what blazing fire is? Quite impressive. Gathering it doesn't seem too arduous. Unfortunately, our supply of red potions is insufficient. Otherwise, we could delve deeper. I have ventured inside, where the health depletes more rapidly, unless one possesses substantial wealth. It is nearly impossible to endure. Never mind. We shall continue our collection here. Before tomorrow night, we must submit 1,000 units. Zhou Heng briefly scanned the surroundings, noting that the players range from level 3 to level 5, with those of level 1, like himself, nearly non-existent. Yet no one paid him any mind, after all. Players had come not to flaunt or provoke, but to farm resources and complete quests. Zhou Heng navigated through the crowd, advancing further into the depths. You were affected by the blazing fountain, health -1. In comparison to the periphery, the temperature in the depths was significantly higher. Nevertheless, Zhou Heng paid little heed, monitoring his health while wielding the flame gloves, commencing the absorption of blazing fire. You absorb blazing fire. The flame gloves undergo a transformation. Transformation failed. You absorb blazing fire. The flame gloves undergo a transformation. Transformation failed. You absorb blazing fire. The flame gloves undergo a transformation, and they evolve autonomously. You have obtained flame gloves. Simple. Flame gloves quality. Simple consumes 3 mana points, enveloping the hands in a layer of fiery substance, capable of negating fire elemental damage less than 25 points. Duration, 10 seconds. Thereafter, it continues to consume 4 mana per second. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Learning conditions. None. Each skill suffix may possess a maximum of 3+ signs, indicating that the flame gloves require only 1 evolution to attain a standard level skill. Continuing at this pace, Zhou Heng should be able to complete the evolution by tonight. He took a deep breath, suppressing the irritation of repeating the same action, and continued to absorb blazing fire. As night fell, around 3 in the morning, Zhou Heng successfully absorbed enough blazing fire to evolve the flame gloves into the standard level skill, Wrath of the Flame. Wrath of the Flame quality. Standard. Upon casting this skill, the user will be engulfed in a blaze of fury. Consumes 30 mana points. Attack speed 1. 0s. Movement speed 2. 0ms. Attack 5. Consumes 300 mana points. Attack speed 2. 0s. Movement speed 4. 0ms. Attack 20. Debuff. After the skill duration ends, health will decrease by 100 or 1,000 per second for 20 seconds. If health falls below 100 or 1,000, it will forcibly retain 1 point. Duration, 15 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Learning requirement. Upgrade via absorption of blazing fire with the flame gloves. An exceptional skill indeed. A smile crept across Zhou Heng's lips. Among the standard level skills he was aware of, this one was undoubtedly among the most formidable. It was even powerful enough for the user to disregard the lengthy 20-second side effects that followed. There is no denying the allure of an attack speed of 1,0s and a movement speed of 2,0ms. The Chronicles of the Academy document 5 attributes that are notoriously challenging to enhance: attack speed, movement speed, true damage reduction, holy damage reduction, and chaotic damage reduction. The difficulty of elevating attributes that can be compared with true damage reduction, holy damage reduction, and chaotic damage reduction is indeed formidable. Imagine, if you will, 2 players clashing in the wilderness, one possessing an attack speed of 1,0s and the other 2,0s. It is likely that the latter might strike before the former even has a chance to retaliate, and such an initial blow can often prove fatal. After mastering the skill of Wrath, Zhou Heng retrieved the skill book and experience tome. The experience tome, of ordinary quality, grants an additional 10 experience for every creature defeated, with a maximum of 10,000 experience points, 10,000. To ascend from level 1 to level 11, a player must accumulate a total of 166,600 experience points across 10 levels, as calculated by the series. 100,200, 300, 1000, 2000, 3010, 00020, 00030, 000 100, 000. This formula applies to every decade of levels, meaning that the absolute limit of experience that Zhou Heng is aware of in this boundless world is 166,600. Although this amount appears substantial, it is in fact quite manageable. With diligence, one can swiftly reach level 11. Closing the attribute panel, Zhou Heng's heart brimmed with anticipation. He yearned to discover how long it would take to attain level 10 using the techniques he had learned at the academy. In conjunction with the Divine Sun Bow, a mere replica. Ideally, he wished to reach level 10 before the darkened Black Bear Guild confronted the Abyssal Water Serpent. Chapter 10. The Changshang Family. You have discovered a new area, the Windy Prairie. Experience points 1. Alas, after more than 2 days of logging into the boundless world, Zhou Heng's experience points have finally surpassed the number 1. Standing at the entrance of the Windy Prairie, he gazed at the sign ahead, his expression somewhat grim. He was aware that the game had been operational for a decade, leading to a severe class stratification, yet he did not anticipate the extent of this rigidity. Signpost. Forward. New players should proceed straight ahead until the next signpost. Signpost. Right exclusive to the Changsheng family. Signpost. Left, slightly forward experience point for the Black Bear Guild. Signpost. Left, slightly back private area of Birdtown. Among the 4 directions, Only two pathways were truly viable. One could either vie with other new players for the respawn monsters, or join the Black Bear Guild to partake in their plundering activities. The former offered scant experience, and even that was pitiably low. The latter might require sacrificing 3 free revival opportunities. As Zhou Heng pondered his course of action, Destiny's prompts flickered before his eyes. The class stratification in the boundless world is becoming increasingly terrifying. You feel a sense of confusion and silence, but there is no need for concern. Destiny offers you guidance. Destiny Prompt 1. Blue Star cannot be killed or imprisoned in any form. Thus, you may unreservedly reveal your identity. However, you must acknowledge that the fearsome aspect of the Changshang family lies not only in their ancient longevity on Blue Star, but also in their formidable influence cultivated over millennia in the boundless world. You feel intimidated. Proceed to the new player base or the Black Bear Guild's territory, relying on time to gradually grow stronger. Destiny Prompt 2. Noble birth does not confer invincibility. The Changshang family is not invincible. Advance into the Changshang territory and confront their players directly. You are fortunate. There is only one player from the Changshang family in Birdtown, and she has yet to acquire the family supplies. You can slay her to obtain a class scroll for the ultra-long-range archer that synergizes with the great sun god's bow, Fake. Choosing this path will hasten your progress. Zhou Heng squinted, casting his gaze toward the Changshang area. The destiny prompt seemed to almost spoon-feed him the resources. Should he hesitate now? It would be a disservice to his identity as a transmigrator and the unique talent bestowed by the destiny prompts. The Changshang family, a formidable power looming over countless newcomers on Blue Star. It is not merely a family, but a vast collective of numerous Changshang families formed over millennia. They possess the highest-tier resources on Blue Star, reigning supreme through their longevity. In the boundless world, their relentless efforts over ages have allowed them to devour countless resources, rendering it exceedingly difficult for ordinary players to rise. Although many are still puzzled by how they managed to surpass various national authorities to become the number one, it is undeniable that they are an intimidating force. At this moment, Zhou Heng sought to evaluate the new players within this formidable faction. Without further hesitation, he strode forward. Venturing deeper into the Changshang exclusive area of the Windy Prairie, Zhou Heng soon encountered a flock of plump sheep. Wind sheep level, 5 attack, 7 to 14 magic, 0 to 0 health, 100 mana, 0 armor, 2 attack speed, 0, 8 movement speed, 1, 5 skills, horn charge. Bleeding. As Zhou Heng identified the attributes of the wind sheep, the creature became aware of him as well. It let out a bleat and charged forward with great force. Unperturbed, Zhou Heng drew his faux sun god bow and aimed at the wind sheep, releasing an arrow. Whoosh -72, a commendable amount of damage. Although it did not achieve a full critical hit, it certainly did not approach the lower limit of damage. Enraged by the arrow, the wind sheep bellowed and charged towards Zhou Heng with all its might. At that moment, the 18 years of diligent practice came into play. Despite a speed difference of 0.3 ms, Zhou Heng maintained his composure. With a relatively graceful sidestep, he narrowly evaded the wind sheep's horn charge. At this juncture, a new arrow was nocked, and Zhou Heng once more drew the faux sun god bow, aiming at the wind sheep and shooting again. Whoosh! The arrow struck the wind sheep's right eye with pinpoint accuracy, inflicting maximum damage. -90. In an instant, the wind sheep's health bar was depleted, and it collapsed lifelessly to the ground. You have slain the wind sheep, experience 50, one more, and he would level up. Zhou Heng approached to perform the standard MMORPG operation of looting the corpse. You have obtained 1 copper coin at that moment. 2 more wind sheep in the distance noticed the commotion and charged toward him. Zhou Heng wasted no time. He knocked his bow and utilized the archery skills he honed over years to effortlessly take down the 2 approaching wind sheep. You have slain the wind sheep. Experience 50. You have leveled up to level 2, attack 1, in the boundless world of endless possibilities. Leveling up did not yield free attribute points, but rather relied on sheer luck for randomness. Generally, attributes would be distributed among attack, magic, health, mana, and armor, with a stroke of luck potentially granting reductions in elemental resistances. As for attack speed and movement speed, dedicated researchers had conducted population surveys, revealing probabilities of merely 1 in 10,000, making enhancements through leveling exceedingly rare. This elucidates why attack speed and movement speed share the same table as true damage reduction, holy damage reduction, and chaotic damage reduction. You have slain the wind sheep. Experience 50 to ascend from level 2 to level 3. 200 experience points are required, meaning only 3 more wind sheep needed to be defeated to achieve this. After looting 2 copper coins, Zhou Heng ventured deeper into the wilderness. Before long, he encountered several more wind sheep. After a series of successful slaughters, Zhou Heng rapidly ascended to level 4. Transitioning from level 4 to level 7 would require not 600 points, but a staggering 6,000 points of experience. This level range necessitated a bit more time for grinding. Observing the consistent increases in his attack attribute, Zhou Heng felt quite satisfied. With just a bit more attack power, he would be able to dispatch the wind sheep in a single strike, provided he aimed for their eyes or other vital areas. As Zhou Heng prepared to seek out a new batch of wind sheep to level up, a slender figure appeared at the far end of the grassland. The wind began to howl, rustling the lush green grass. Zhou Heng squinted, his heart inexplicably racing. He fixed his gaze on the delicate silhouette slowly approaching him, remaining vigilant despite the possibility that she might be a woman. The Chongqing family and ordinary players from Blue Star were not of the same world. Soon, the figure drew closer, revealing a pure yet chilling young girl, of an age similar to Zhou Heng's. Unlike him, however, a faint golden lotus petal adorned her brow. Leave this place. The sun god Bao Fake is left behind. You have only 3 seconds. The girl's expression was icy, her tone colder than the frigid depths of the Nine Nether. She looked down at Zhou Heng with a disdainful glance, one hand grasping the bow while the other rested on the quiver at her back. It has been said by predecessors that the unequal distribution of wealth stems from the speed of information transmission. In that moment, this assertion was powerfully validated. No newly registered player from Blue Star could discern at a glance that the weapon in his hand was the Sun God Bao Fake. Yet, in the eyes of the exalted Chongqing players, this knowledge was merely an extracurricular lesson learned during their afternoon dessert time. There is also the possibility that the Black Bear Guild had prepared the Sun God Bao Fake specifically for her, with the intention of requiring certain trials to obtain it, thus perfectly aligning with the Chongqing family's nurturing method of cultivating skills. Chapter 11. Severing Eternity. Zhou Heng remained silent, opting instead to knock an arrow, responding to his opponent with decisive action. The girl maintained her unyielding demeanor, looking down upon him with a condescending air. She cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Heng, letting out a light laugh, and in an instant propelled herself forward. One hand gripped the bow, while the other swiftly drew an arrow from her quiver. With fluid grace, she drew, knocked, and released the arrow in one seamless motion, as if born of the heavens. At that very moment, Zhou Heng also pulled the Daylight Divine Bow Fake to its utmost tension, aiming an arrow at the girl. Yet in that fleeting second, her figure flickered and both arrows were unleashed. Zhou Heng felt the impact of her arrow, while his own missed its mark. -23. The damage coursed through Zhou Heng's shoulder, a testament to his evasive maneuvering that spared him from a more grievous wound. The moment the damage registered, Zhou Heng rolled backward, striving to create distance from the vanishing girl. However, just as he completed his evasive roll, he sensed a powerful gust approaching from behind, a palpable sense of pressure enveloping him. Zhou Heng grunted, forcefully thrusting the Daylight Divine Bow Fake backward. -17. As the damage surged from above his arm, Zhou Heng's limb was sent flying, immediately followed by the girl's lightning-fast kick. -20. -20. In mere moments, Zhou Heng's health plummeted. A total of 100 health points meant nothing in the face of a newly minted player from the Chongqing family. It was in that instant that Zhou Heng grasped the reason behind the widespread fear of the Chongqing lineage. Despite being new players themselves, the disparity in skill was utterly daunting. He had prided himself on being a top student, excelling in every subject and reaping scholarships with ease. Yet, such prowess paled in comparison to the effortless way the Chongqing family Heng's new player toyed with him, akin to an eagle toying with a chick. However, just as the girl prepared to deliver her third roundhouse kick, Zhou Heng took a deep breath and activated the skill Rage of Flames. Boom! Fiery flames erupted from Zhou Heng's body, and in the next moment, his attack speed surged to 1.0 movement speed to 2.0 ms, and attack power to 5. Observing his newfound attack speed of 2.0 and movement speed of 3.2 ms, Zhou Heng could hardly believe that he would be outmatched by a player from the Chongqing family who had just logged into the Boundless world. Even if she had access to resources from her family, it was improbable that she could have mastered skills like Rage of Flames so swiftly. If she had, then Zhou Heng would concede defeat today. With the enhancement of his speed and attack rate, the girl's attack speed became more discernible, hovering around 1.8 with her movement speed also commendable at approximately 2.0 ms. Leveraging such exceptional foundational attributes, players from the Chongqing family could indeed dominate and evolve effortlessly upon their initial entry into the game. Yet, against the current Zhou Heng, such advantages were insufficient. Zhou Heng grunted softly, delivering a swift kick to the girl's foot, then lunging forward unexpectedly, closing the distance between them in a flash. Pressing the daylight divine bow fake against her face. A fleeting expression of astonishment and perplexity crossed the girl's eyes before she spoke. How do you know of the skill Wrath of Flames? Such knowledge should not be found in textbooks. It belongs to the secrets of the Eternal Life family. How have you come to possess it? Even when confronted by a weapon of the caliber of the Sun God Bow fake, you remain unperturbed. The training and willpower within the Eternal Life family is indeed beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. A sharp glint flashed in Zhou Heng's eyes as he murmured to himself, unhesitatingly drawing his bow and releasing an arrow. -100. A standard damage indicator appeared above the girl's head. The moment the damage was inflicted, a phantom resurrection coin floated above her, a token of the revival opportunity granted to every newly initiated player by the Boundless Infinity. Clearly, his attack had annihilated her. However, this girl was indeed formidable. His damage should have been 108. A headshot would barely yield 100 points of physical damage. This indicated that the player from the Eternal Life family possessed a robust armor rating of 8. The girl glanced at the resurrection coin hovering in midair and then at Zhou Heng, her eyes betraying no sign of change. Players like Zhou Heng were not uncommon in the records of the Eternal Life family. They often believed they possessed an exceptional talent or advantageous start, thinking they could subdue the Eternal Life family and reshape the vast player system of Boundless Infinity. Yet as they progressed, they would despairingly discover that the Eternal Life family truly reigned as the kings within the player system of Boundless Infinity. Even the national systems of Blue Star countries would bow before them. At present, Zhou Heng appeared to the girl as a somewhat intriguing toy, awaiting her to torment and play with it. She transformed into light, on the verge of vanishing back to town. Suddenly, sensing something, her expression shifted slightly as she looked at the item that had fallen beneath her feet. Just as she was about to utter a word, her form completely turned into white light, dissipating upon the windswept plains. The girl's countenance changed subtly, and Zhou Heng, having lived 2 lives, perceptively noticed this. He approached the spot where the girl had perished and found a curled-up scroll resting upon the verdant grass. When a player is killed, if they possess a resurrection coin, they will randomly drop between 1 to 10 of their resources. If they lack such a coin, they die outright, dropping all their resources. From the girl's suddenly altered expression, combined with the earlier hints provided by fate, Zhou Heng deduced that this scroll was associated with the class of the long-distance archer, complementing the Sun God Bow fake. Contemplating this, Zhou Heng unfurled the scroll, and lines of text came into view. Long-distance archer, class transfer scroll, star rating. In the once vanquished Saycast Empire, there were archers renowned for their extraordinary long-range skills. These archers combined ancient archery with the might of technological prowess, creating the new class of long-distance archer. Attribute growth 100 additional attribute, growth 50 ultra long-distance vision. Under unobstructed conditions, your sight can extend up to 10 kilometers. Ultra long-distance shooting. Your arrow attack range is enhanced from 500 meters to 10 kilometers. Ultra long-distance tracking. When you lock onto an enemy, your attacks will relentlessly pursue them within the shooting range. Blood pump. Within 1 second, all attributes can be temporarily converted into attack magic. Subsequently, you will endure a weakness period lasting 30 seconds. All attributes revert to 1. Job requirements. Possess a level 10 renowned bow. Eligible. Career star rating. Each star amplifies the base attributes by 50, meaning upon leveling up, you randomly gain 1 point of attack. A 1-star career will enhance it by 50, equating to 0. 5 in attributes. Currently, the highest initial star rating documented in textbooks is 3 stars, which provides an additional attribute increase of 150. As for the ultra-long-distance archer, a profession that can further amplify attributes, it is deemed a rare vocation, exceedingly uncommon. Even Zhou Heng must concede that this profession is remarkably powerful, boasting not only 2 attribute growths, but also a formidable skill set. Such a vocation indeed allows him to advance swiftly. Contemplating this, he unhesitatingly opened the ultra-long-distance archer job transfer scroll and opted for the transition. To hesitate for even a second would be a disservice to this illustrious profession. Chapter 12. Great Change. The Emperor's Decapitation. Detected you possess the level 10 bow of the Great Sun God Fake. Do you wish to change your class to ultra-long-range archer? Zhou Heng unhesitatingly selected yes. Class change in progress. Class change successful. You have gained class enhancement attributes. 3 attack. You have gained additional class enhancement attributes. 1. 5 attack. After the class change, Zhou Heng's attributes remained unchanged, save for his attack power, which surged from a previous range of 19 to 38 to an impressive 23. 5 to 47. Coupled with the Great Sun God Bow Fake, his maximum damage reached an astonishing 106. If combined with the additional 5 points from Fury, the upper limit soared to a terrifying 116. Gazing ahead, Zhou Heng, empowered by the advantages of ultra-long-range vision, beheld a multitude of wind sheep within a 10-kilometer radius. Prior to his transformation into an ultra-long-range archer, he would have had to seek these wind sheep one by one. However, now he found himself needing to reposition, as he could effortlessly slay them with a simple draw of his bow, aided by his class's innate abilities. Indeed, in the mere instant of his class change, the formidable and terrifying prowess of the ultra-long-range archer was made manifest. Zhou Heng originally intended to elevate his level to 10 by tomorrow evening. Yet now he felt that reaching maximum experience at level 10 was well within his grasp. Aiming at a wind sheep, Zhou Heng drew his bow and unleashed an arrow, activating his class talent of ultra-long-range shooting and tracking. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air, arcing gracefully before striking true at the eye of a grazing wind sheep. Minus 104. The precise critical hit instantly obliterated the wind sheep, whose life points totaled 100. The creature fell stiffly, its eyes still expressing bewilderment at its sudden demise. How could it have perished while simply grazing? Leveraging the advantages of the ultra-long-range archer class, along with the Great Sun God Bow Fake, Zhou Heng rampaged through the desolate grasslands, effortlessly dispatching wild creatures. Meanwhile, in Little Bird Town, a resurrected maiden descended from the revival platform. The players milling about, witnessing this scene, were taken aback and instinctively recoiled 3 steps. Players from the Chongqing family were easily identifiable, as they bore a golden lotus petal mark on their foreheads upon logging in. Who killed her? Is there truly a player so formidable as to dare slay a member of the Chongqing family? This is significant, for members of the Chongqing family typically start at a higher level than us. To achieve a kill under such circumstances speaks volumes of one's talent. In such a rundown place as Little Bird Town, there exists such a master? How long do you suppose the one who defeated a Chongqing family player can survive? Hard to say. I'd wager 3 days at most. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the maiden remained oblivious. Her steps measured as she advanced towards the entrance of Little Bird Town. Miss, you have arrived. At the entrance of Little Bird Town, a group of 9 dismounted from their steeds, clad in imposing black scale armor and bearing a 2-meter-long standard greatsword on their backs. The leader approached the maiden first as she drew near. You have arrived late. It is already the fourth day, the girl murmured softly. Players of the Changsheng family enjoy numerous privileges, one of which allows them to exit the game early in the first round. Upon their initial login to the Boundless Expanse, they promptly withdraw, reporting their location to the family. Subsequently, family members deliver various resources by the evening of the second or third day, ensuring that players from the Changsheng family experience a fair development akin to ordinary players, while simultaneously possessing overwhelming resources and means to surpass them. This is a necessary trial for every player of the Changsheng family, whether it be a girl like her or others. Of course, had she not been slain by Zhou Heng, she could have sought the assistance of a skilled player to eliminate him. However, such an act would render her a pariah within her family, branded as a worthless individual. Milady, please forgive our negligence. The Saka's empire has undergone a coup. The young master is currently managing the affairs of the empire, and the connections between various regions have become increasingly unstable. Our arrival at this moment is the culmination of our utmost efforts. The leader of the black-armored warriors recounted the reasons for their tardiness in detail. The girl's eyes sparkled with realization. It appears that the 9th chapter of the first expansion is about to commence. Yes, milady, barring any unforeseen circumstances. The 9th chapter of the first expansion pertains to the Sword of Light. The girl nodded in acknowledgement, falling silent as she extended her hand. The leading black-armored warrior understood and retrieved several resources from his backpack, trading them with the girl. Milady, the young master hopes you will develop swiftly and assume the position of Lord in Frosty City. A glimmer of determination flickered in the girl's eyes. I understand. Return now. Yes. The 9-member black armor team arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, vanishing from the outskirts of Little Bird Town. The girl gazed at the resources nestled in her backpack, clutching a skill book tightly in her palm as she looked in the direction where Zhou Heng had slain her. I hope you refrain from using that job transfer scroll, otherwise, in a concealed angle. A hint of coldness and murderous intent flashed across the girl's exquisitely beautiful face. So, the items were stolen by Zhou Heng? Black Bear Ba observed the grim report from his subordinates with a terrifying scowl. He never anticipated that this mere fledgling would peck out his eye. He had intended to use Zhou Heng as a tool and discard him afterward, but instead, he suffered losses not only of the false sun god Bao and the resplendent backpack, but even the ceramic shards. In comparison, the loss of 3 silver coins seemed trivial. President, all members of the guild stationed in Little Bird Town have been scrutinized. Only Zhou Heng remains unchecked. Hence, it must be him, one subordinate lamented. To be honest, none of them, as subordinates, expected that a newly emerged player still at level 1 would dare to seize assets amidst the chaos. This transcends mere audacity. It demonstrates a complete disregard for the Black Bear Guild. Without a sense of guild camaraderie, this lad would never have had the opportunity to pilfer resources right under my nose. Go, find the individuals, and simultaneously send them a message to expedite their progress. The situation has changed. We must act by dawn tomorrow, Black Bear Ba ominously declared. The nearby players from the Black Bear Guild exchanged apprehensive glances. Why the haste? Wasn't it agreed upon to act the day after tomorrow? Black Bear Ba snorted dismissively. A message has arrived from the president. The imperial coup has transpired. The emperor's head was severed by the Sword of Light's wielder. The holy sword of hero King Kilina should have awakened. We must accelerate our pace, using Birdtown as a springboard to secure a foundation for our guild before the coup is fully realized. Chapter 9 of the first expansion is a contest we must engage in. As these words fell, the group inhaled sharply, their eyes shimmering with barely contained excitement. The Emperor's decapitation signified impending chaos within the vast Sakara's empire. This was an opportunity, a moment to rise and seize the chance to dominate the world. Soaring to unprecedented heights. Chapter 13, a high-stakes gamble destiny appears to favor you. Yet conceals trials so numerous that they are almost unbearable. Even with a commendable reservoir of knowledge, navigating through myriad changes proves exceedingly difficult. Destiny bestows upon you its hints. Hint 1. The profound heritage of the Changsheng family is beyond your comprehension. Just moments ago, The player you vanquished from the Chongqing family received a family subsidy and is on the cusp of soaring to new heights. Only 6 hours remain for you. Once they effectively utilize the new resources, even possessing a 2-star rare class will render you incapable of defeating them. Thus, you might contemplate a grand gamble, storm into Bird Town, and strike once more before the guards have a chance to react. Hint 2. Should your fortitude be lacking, you may wish to consider acquiring a dog collar to fasten around your neck, kneeling before that young lady in supplication for forgiveness. With her inherently cold and twisted disposition, you would undoubtedly become a tame dog. As nightfall descended, Zhou Heng received the portent from fate. Resources at this hour? He narrowed his gaze, perplexed. According to the knowledge gleaned in school, resources from the Chongqing family are typically delivered between the second and third day, never extending to this hour. He had presumed that the long-range archer was a resource granted by the opposing family. Yet it appears he had inadvertently gained an advantage by slaying them before they could access their family resources. However, why the delay until now? Zhou Heng murmured to himself. This was already the 4th evening since this group of players had logged into the infinite world, and logically, given the Chongqing family's foundation, they should not have waited until now to dispatch resources to Bird Town, even if it is a remote area. Suddenly, Zhou Heng recalled the soaring exchange rate of 100,000 copper coins, and a vague suspicion began to form. According to the progression of the expansion pack, the current status is at 100% during the Golden Age. As the saying goes, prosperity begets decline. Following the Golden Age comes the Empire's downfall. Thus, has the Sakara's empire encountered significant turmoil, affecting even the Chongqing family, a force that has endured for millennia? Contemplating this possibility, a glint ignited in Zhou Heng's eyes. The most perilous times herald the greatest opportunities. This signifies that ordinary individuals like him now have a chance to rise, particularly for someone endowed with the unique first-level talent of destiny hints. With astute maneuvering, he could rapidly develop beneath the oppression of the Chongqing family. It seems necessary to slay you once more. Reflecting on the sight of the Chongqing family's young lady, her head held high as she cast him a sidelong glance. A faint, cold smile crept on Zhou Heng's lips. He eagerly anticipated her expression when they next crossed paths. After a full day of grinding in the wild, Zhou Heng's level had ascended to 10, with experience at 5100,000. All attributes were randomly allocated to his attack, leaving him uncertain if this could be considered extreme fortune. From level 4 to level 10, he had gained a total of 6 levels, resulting in 6 additional points to his base attack. Considering the profession's extra 150 attribute boost, Zhou Heng's total attribute enhancement amounted to 15 points in attack. In other words, with the Divine Sun Bow, albeit a mere imitation, Zhou Heng's physical attack surged to a range of 68.5 to 137. Simultaneously, the spoils from vanquishing the Wind Sheep were quite bountiful, primarily due to his lightning-fast jungle farming speed. 1 skill book, along with 1,000 copper coins, 3 bronze armors, 6 bronze bracers, 1 pair of bronze trousers, and 7 bronze shoes were obtained. Bronze armor level, 5 quality, common defense, 2 movement speed, -0, 1 ms durability, 100 bronze bracers level, 5 quality, common defense, 1 durability, 100 bronze trousers level, 5 quality, common defense, 2 movement speed, -0, 1 ms durability, 100 bronze shoes level, 5 quality, common defense, 1 movement speed, -0, 1 ms durability, 100 indeed. The bronze armor is genuinely crafted for bronze. When adorned with the complete set, Zhou Heng's movement speed diminishes by 0.3 ms. Yet the advantage lies in the substantial increase in defense, granting him a total of 6 points of armor. With such armor, poorly equipped opponents might find it impossible to penetrate his defenses. Having gathered his resources, Zhou Heng returned to the town. "Brother, behold my bronze longsword," boasting an attack bonus of 6, a veritable early-game artifact. "What price would you offer?" He also sought to purchase small healing potions, welcoming all offers. "Brother, do you need assistance in leveling? I'm already at level 7 and can certainly carry you through." Along the streets of Little Bird Town, players had set up stalls, embarking on their entrepreneurial endeavors. Zhou Heng paused before one stall, crouching to inspect its wares. A flute and a statue caught his eye. Elegant ancient flute quality. Common this is a graceful ancient flute, seemingly harboring secrets unknown to others. Deep water serpent quality. Common this is a statue carved in the likeness of a deep water serpent, appearing to conceal untold mysteries. At first glance, these items seemed promising, perhaps even shrouded in hidden secrets. However, those who had diligently studied the game understood that the descriptions provided by item identification might not necessarily reflect the truth. For if an item is deliberately crafted, the information can be manipulated. A textbook example illustrated a wealthy high-level player who, captivated by a magnificent statue radiating golden light, purchased it without hesitation, believing it contained secrets from ancient expansions. 3 years later, it was revealed to be a masterful counterfeit, rendering him the subject of ridicule among many. Young brother, what do you think? Shall you acquire these remarkable items? They may even unveil the secrets they harbor. The stall owner, a middle-aged man emitting a faint glow, was evidently not his true self. Zhou Heng recalled that counterfeiters often possessed unique skills, such as illusions and treasure hunting. It seemed that this particular figure might be a con artist dispatched to Little Bird Town to amass wealth. Master, Zhou Heng was just about to inquire about the Changsheng family, hoping to glean some information regarding the young girl, when suddenly a fateful prompt appeared before his eyes. You have encountered an immensely powerful forger who is on the verge of completing the transition from level 100 to legendary status. Alas, he has crossed paths with you. Fate presents you with a suggestion. Fate Suggestion 1. As a formidable forger, his achievement in transitioning is to deceive 10,000 novice players. This was meant to be a test of endurance, yet you keenly discern that the seemingly counterfeit yet elegantly crafted ancient flute is, in truth, genuine. Seize it and alter your destiny. Fate Suggestion 2. Turn a blind eye to this matter, play the role of a good Samaritan, and assist him in accomplishing the transition from level 100 to level 101. Zhou Heng raised an eyebrow, glancing in surprise at the middle-aged vendor. He had not anticipated that this forger had already brushed against the threshold of legend. To be legendary entails reaching level 100, after which one must transcend to a higher tier once experience is maximized. Before reaching the 100th level, players share a relatively similar lifespan, typically around 120 to 180 years. However, should one break through to legendary status, their lifespan would be significantly extended, with even the least of legends rumored to boast a lifespan of 400 years. Chapter 14. The elegant ancient flute. Fate hinted that Zhou Heng would certainly not choose the 2-week-long option if he dared to offend the formidable Changsheng family. How could he possibly concern himself with a legendary forger on the brink of breaking through level 100? Thus, Zhou Heng continued from where he left off. Master, these 2 items appear quite appealing. I shall take them. How much do they cost? The forger rubbed his hands together, wearing a delighted expression. Young brother, you possess exquisite taste. These 2 items are undoubtedly worth far more than their price. You shall not regret this purchase. It is merely 500 copper coins each. Initially, Zhou Heng had anticipated a significantly higher price, but it became evident that the forger was eager to complete his leap achievement swiftly. This price was entirely within Zhou Heng's means. Very well, master, let us proceed with the transaction. You have obtained the elegant ancient flute. You have obtained the Deepwater Flood Dragon statue. Copper coins minus 1,000. Upon witnessing the sale, the forger burst into a cheerful laugh. Within just under 4 days, he had already defrauded 8,000 new players. With merely 2,000 more, he would accomplish his leap achievement and embark upon the legendary path. Just as the forger indulged in his dreams of the future, a prompt suddenly appeared on his retina. You have failed to defraud the 8,000th new player. The forger's leap to the legendary path has failed. Please reapply for the leap achievement to the legendary path on January 1st next year. May your legend be within reach. Boundless and eternal, immortal and indomitable. The forger stood frozen, disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at the message before him. How could a forger on the verge of legend be thwarted by a mere fledgling? How foolishly he had misjudged the situation. The elegant ancient flute and the deep-water flood dragon statue. At least one of them had to be genuine. Regaining his composure, the forger cast a glance at Zhou Heng, who was stowing away his items and preparing to leave. His expression darkened instantly. After a long silence, he let out a weary sigh. Alas, it seems I have misjudged. I cannot place the blame on a novice child. However, which is true, the elegant ancient flute or the deep-water flood dragon statue? Sigh. I wonder what sort of leap achievement I will randomly receive next year. Suppressing his inner turmoil, the forger reminded himself that he was no longer a low-level player. With the strength of level 100, slaying a mere level 10 novice, though indeed a massacre, would invoke the penalties for violating the rules. After all, if players of his caliber could indiscriminately destroy new players, the Chongqing family would have long since monopolized the boundless login zones. Eliminating Zhou Heng would only cost the latter a single free resurrection opportunity, whereas he would face a loss of at least 10 levels. How significant this loss was to others, he could not say, but he had toiled immensely to progress from level 91 to 100, especially in an era where wild monsters were exceedingly rare. He could not afford to bury those 10 levels due to a momentary lapse in judgment. As Zhou Heng gazed at the receding figure of the forger, he rose wearily and vanished into the streets of Birdtown. Was this elegant ancient flute truly a product of forgery? As he toyed with the exquisite instrument, drawing upon the discernment lessons learned at school, Zhou Heng increasingly felt that it was counterfeit. It appeared far too new, devoid of any vestige of antiquity. To be frank, had fate not hinted at its authenticity, he would have scarcely given it a second glance. After examining it for a while, without uncovering any clues, Zhou Heng finally stowed it away in his backpack, alongside the enigmatic ceramic shards. Upon arriving at the tavern in Birdtown, he found it bustling with players and various NPCs. The Black Bear Guild had issued a notice, officially placing a bounty of 30,000 copper coins on a newly emerged player named Zhou Heng. How peculiar it was for such a prominent guild to resort to copper coins for a bounty. Surely silver coins would have sufficed. Who knows? Perhaps others were simply overwhelmed by an excess of copper. Rather than concerning himself with Zhou Heng's resource plundering, I was more intrigued by which skilled individual had the audacity to send a member of the Longevity clan back to the resurrection point. I had heard whispers of this incident. Our town's sole member of the Longevity clan had indeed been returned to the resurrection point. Was it not possible that they had been slain by a wild creature? Such a notion surely indicated human involvement. Little girl, it is evident you have not studied diligently. A member of the Longevity clan cannot be felled by a wild beast. If this were to spread, trust me, they would be expelled from the clan in an instant. The Longevity clan, an ancient lineage that had endured for millennia, could not possibly be defeated by a wild creature upon mere logging in, especially in a remote place like Birdtown. In truth, none of you have grasped the crux of the matter. When a player from the Longevity clan is slain by another player, a scar appears upon their arm. Although the mechanism behind this phenomenon remains a mystery, the presence of a scar invariably indicates a player-induced death. One death results in one scar, 3 deaths yield 3 scars. So, is it truly the work of a player? Or could it have been a wild creature who possesses the audacity to slay a member of the Longevity clan, believing death to be a distant concern? Such formidable individuals tend to emerge periodically, underestimating their own abilities, yet they are nothing in the face of the powerful Longevity clan. Zhou Heng sat in a corner, sharing a table with the group, remaining silent as he attentively listened. The prevailing discourse revolved around the bounty placed on Zhou Heng by the Black Bear Guild and the slaying of the Longevity clan member. Yet he failed to procure the geographical coordinates he sought. An hour later, just as Zhou Heng deemed it unnecessary to linger any longer, a raucous shout from a drunken player echoed from afar. Tell me, if I were to loiter at the Bird Inn, serving as a lackey for that member of the Longevity clan, could I not attain the identity of a pretty boy? That member of the Longevity clan is truly stunning. As the words were spoken, the once boisterous tavern fell into a sudden hush, quickly followed by uproarious laughter. Brother, don't indulge in such fantasies. Your beard is nearly more luxuriant than my hair. Trust me, a beauty of that caliber would never cast an eye upon you. In the realm of the Chongqing family, only those possessing breathtaking looks or formidable power could capture their attention. In my opinion, the player who defeated her might stand a chance only by prostrating himself at the Little Bird Inn, begging like a dog. In the corner, Zhou Heng's eyes gleamed with insight, and a subtle smile graced his lips. Fortune favors the diligent. After an hour of listening to boastful chatter, he had finally gleaned the information he sought. The Little Bird Inn, a costly establishment run by NPCs, rarely attracts players who would be willing to squander their precious resources on lodging at this stage. Therefore, a visit to the Little Bird Inn guarantees a straightforward encounter with the individual in question. And once that individual is located, their resources. Chapter 15. The second kill of eternal life. The Bird Inn stands as a relatively luxurious establishment in the quaint bird town. At the entrance, a bronze bird with wings spread wide glimmers faintly under the soft glow of the lights. Welcome. How may I assist you today? The front desk is managed by a middle-aged woman, slightly plump, with a waxen complexion and a subtle air of melancholy etched across her brow. Despite her attempts at concealment, Zhou Heng perceives her underlying sorrow with remarkable acuity. In this boundless realm, players have long referred to the native inhabitants as NPCs, not out of disdain, but rather due to the habitual nature of gaming and the passage of countless years, which has rendered such terminology commonplace. However, if one were to genuinely regard these original residents as mere NPCs, it would lead to dire consequences. Excuse me, miss, I would like to book a room. May I inquire about the rates? Zhou Heng inquires with a smile, producing 1,000 copper coins from his bag and sliding them across the counter. Also, could you kindly inform me if there are any female players from the Chongqing family staying here? The woman instinctively hesitates to divulge information regarding the Chongqing family. But upon noticing the mountain of copper coins, she pauses, glances around to ensure no outsiders are present, and whispers, "Young man, why do you ask?" "Well, you see," Zhou Heng replies, "I consider myself quite handsome, standing over 180 centimeters tall. I thought I might try my luck in forging a connection with her. After all, as ordinary players, we find it exceedingly difficult to advance in this world." The woman nods, recognizing the validity of his remarks. In the current rigid class structure of the Saka's empire, resources are tightly controlled by the formidable players of the Chongqing family, leaving commoners and average players little opportunity for success. "Very well," she concedes, her demeanor softening. "There is indeed a girl from the Chongqing family staying here. She is exceptionally beautiful and resides in room 606 on the top floor." Zhou Heng's eyes glimmer with a spark of excitement as he smiles and pushes another 1,000 copper coins toward her. "Thank you kindly." With that, he forgoes booking a room and strides directly toward room 606. Within the softly lit confines of the inn, a young girl sits poised at the head of her pale blue bed, clutching a scroll that radiates a faint azure glow from her eyes. This is a complex skill book titled 10,000 June Thunder, which, when invoked, can summon a torrential strike of thunder within a 3-meter radius. Additionally, this skill possesses a passive effect. Should she be ambushed, it will automatically trigger, delivering a bolt of lightning to her assailants and momentarily hindering their attacks. Once mastered, this skill would provide her with a fundamental means of self-preservation, allowing her to dismiss the fear of surprise attacks. Thanks to her family's modifications, the arduous learning requirements have been eliminated. She need only invest time. The 10,000 June Thunder can be learned by studying intently for 6 hours. However, just as she immerses herself in the study of this formidable skill, an abrupt alert resonates, shattering her focus. Her eyes glinted with a fierce intensity as she rose to survey her surroundings. At that moment, a dull thud echoed from the doorway, followed by the splintering of the door, and Zhou Heng strode in with purpose. "It's you." The girl's pupils dilated in rare astonishment. She had contemplated numerous scenarios, yet never anticipated this outcome. As a distinguished member of the Chongqing family, she was confronted by an ordinary player, and judging by his aggressive demeanor, he appeared intent on her demise. But how could he have located her so swiftly and with such precision? A traitor? Her mind raced with possibilities. However, she recognized that this was not the moment for contemplation. She needed to flee. She was no fool. If he managed to find her in such a brief span, Especially while she was engrossed in mastering the Wanjun Thunder technique, it was inconceivable that he would act without a solid assurance of her elimination. He must have acquired the long-range archer class scroll from her drop and completed the class transition. Faced with the wrathful Zhou Heng, her chances of survival were already slim, let alone against the formidable long-range archer class. Without hesitation, she turned and leaped from the window beside her bed. The sound of shattering glass resonated as she executed a roll upon landing on the street outside the Little Bird Inn. Onlookers, bewildered, gasped in shock. What has happened? Why would someone jump from above? Their astonishment turned to fear as they recognized that the individual who had leaped was a member of the Chongqing family. What could possibly compel a Chongqing family player to leap from a building, and in such a dramatic fashion? Zhou Heng's expression darkened. The more decisive she was, the stronger his resolve to eliminate her became. Such a person, if allowed to grow, would undoubtedly pose a significant threat to his development. Furthermore, if he could not even handle this seemingly ordinary Chongqing family player, what hope did he have of confronting the Chongqing family head-on? He might as well throw himself against a wall. Immediately after the girl jumped from the high building, Zhou Heng drew his bow and aimed an arrow at her. Long-range tracking, activate. Whoosh! The arrow whistled through the air, hurtling towards her. The girl let out a muffled grunt as she retrieved a blood-like item from her backpack and swallowed a whole. In the next moment, her speed surged, darting away like lightning. Zhou Heng's expression hardened as he activated his rage, pursuing her relentlessly. Within a second, a new arrow formed, and he drew his bow once more, launching another shot. The girl cursed under her breath, "Damn it," and fled with all her might through Little Bird Town. The two raced through the streets, one in hot pursuit of the other. My heavens, am I seeing things? An ordinary player is chasing down a Chongqing family player to kill her? This can't be real, can it? I must be losing my mind, surely. This unprecedented spectacle left onlookers astounded. They had heard of ambushes and assassinations aimed at Chongqing family players, but never had they witnessed a public chase within the town. This is no longer merely the disdain of an individual player towards the Chongqing family. It reflects a complete disregard for the formidable reputation of the Chongqing clan. Whoosh! Zhou Heng unleashed another arrow, and within a mere 7 seconds, he had launched a total of 7 projectiles that pursued the girl through the air. As the arrows drew nearer, a flicker of anger surfaced on the girl's otherwise indifferent face. She had never anticipated such a humiliating predicament upon entering this boundless realm. Despite possessing her family's resources, she knew that in just 5 hours, she would have the upper hand over her opponent. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh! The girl found herself unable to flee as Zhou Heng's arrows caught up to her. 3 arrows pierced her skull, head, and chest, inflicting damage of 100, 80, and 60, respectively, successfully vanquishing her. You are formidable. I will remember you. Do not let me uncover the identity of those behind you, or else I will ensure that they find no escape from their fate. The girl transformed into a wraith, fixing her gaze intently on Zhou Heng, who approached with purposeful strides, her voice laced with menace. In her eyes, Zhou Heng, an ordinary player, could not possibly discern her movements. Thus, the only explanation was that someone had betrayed the Chongqing family, or perhaps it was a scheme orchestrated by adversaries among the Chongqing players. This matter could not simply be brushed aside. Zhou Heng remained silent, crouching down to extract the skill Wanjun Thunder from the girl's lifeless form. The girl's expression shifted dramatically upon realizing the gravity of the situation. Wanjun Thunder had been unleashed. Chapter 16. The True Passage of Time. Vast Thunderstorm. Revised. Quality. Complex cost. 100 mana. Unleashing a saturated thunder strike within a 3-meter radius, inflicting magical damage equivalent to 5 times the lightning attribute. When subjected to sudden attacks, such as assassination or ambush, this skill activates passively, consuming 20 mana to deal magical damage equal to 5 times the lightning attribute to the assailant while reducing their speed by 50 for 3 seconds. Duration, 3 seconds. Cooldown, 120 seconds. Learning requirement 1. If the learner belongs to the Chongqing family, they must study diligently for 6 hours. Learning requirement 2. If the learner does not belong to the Chongqing family, they must acquire 10 Thunderstrike Woods. Learning Requirement 3. If the learner does not belong to the Changsheng family, they must have a lightning attribute damage reduction of 20. Learning Requirement 4. If the learner does not belong to the Changsheng family, they must possess a magical attack of 20. Upon scrutinizing the intricate details of the skill, Zhou Heng shook his head and stored the skill book away. The disparity between ordinary players and those from the Changsheng family is subtly unveiled through such requirements. The conditions for mastering this skill, viewed from any angle, reveal a singular word: targeted. For those of the Changsheng lineage, a mere 6 hours of focused study suffices, while ordinary players are burdened not only with requisite lightning attribute reductions and magical attacks, but also with the exceedingly rare Thunderstrike wood. The attribute reduction and magical attack are manageable, yet the acquisition of Thunderstrike would prove to be quite a challenge. Zhou Heng recalled the knowledge gleaned from his textbooks. Such wood could only be found in areas enveloped by thunder, making it exceedingly scarce. In summary, regarding difficulty, the challenge of mastering this skill is no less formidable than navigating through a tempestuous sea. Nonetheless, he found solace in the fact that while he may not be able to learn it, neither could the Changsheng family maiden, inadvertently diminishing her prowess. Following this execution, there was little concern about her resurgence in the near future. After all, even if she sought to reclaim her family resources, a full day's time would be required. And within that day, he could advance further. However, just as Zhou Heng prepared to turn and leave, a gentle, aged laughter echoed from the other end of the alley. "Zhou Heng, I did not expect that in just 2 days of absence, you have grown to such an extent. You dare to slay a member of the Changsheng family. Very commendable." The speaker was none other than the elderly matron who had granted Zhou Heng a bounty of 15 attack, along with 60 points of health and mana. "Grandmother, what brings you here? We should leave swiftly." Zhou Heng was taken aback upon seeing the matron, yet he was acutely aware that this was not the time for conversation. He knew well that having committed murder within the town, the patrolling guards of Xiaoniao Town would inevitably be drawn to this location. At level 10, he stood no chance against the town's patrols. "Fear not, I have dealt with the patrols and those from the Black Bear Guild for you." The matron, stooping yet holding her head high, surveyed Zhou Heng. Initially, she had regarded this young man as promising, worthy of some cultivation. Yet now, it was evident that her judgment had been flawed. He was not merely a candidate for cultivation, but an ally. Let us set aside the matter of the counterfeit sun god, Bao pilfered from the Black Bear Guild. Merely the act of slaying the malignant Longxing family in broad daylight suffices to characterize the situation. "Follow me, dear child. I shall take you to a place," the old woman said with a gentle smile, turning to retrace her steps. Soon, Zhou Heng witnessed her tearing through the fabric of space, leaving behind a rift at the end of the alley. Noticing that the fate prompt had not been triggered, Zhou Heng hesitated no longer and followed the old woman into the spatial fissure. Within this rift lay an expansive, boundless sea of stars. As Zhou Heng set foot inside, he beheld countless celestial bodies streaking across the starry expanse. At the far end of this infinite ocean of stars stood a colossal sword. Its height and distance were indeterminate, yet from Zhou Heng's perspective, the sword appeared to be at least 10,000 meters in stature. This was the holy sword, the revered blade of the heroic King Kairena. The old woman, having appeared at Zhou Heng's side unbeknownst to him, gazed at the holy sword at the terminus of the starry sea, her voice tinged with melancholy. It is said that the heroic King Kairena wielded this very sword to sever the fates of the Saka's empire, obliterating the ancient empire from the annals of history. Alas, with the ensuing clash of power and technology, this sacred sword, a relic of ancient times, was shattered and vanished, leaving only an ephemeral shadow. "Zhou Heng, I entrust this emblem to you, hoping to witness your astuteness and ability to respond. Yet, it appears that such a hope may no longer be necessary. Would you care to join the Sword of Light, to add a glimmer named hope to this decaying empire? Fate turns at this moment. The remnants of ancient times ultimately find their way to you. Fate provides you with a prompt. Fate Prompt 1. Join the Sword of Light. Become a wielder within it. Slay the Saka's empire. Extinguish the Longxing family. And save the 300 billion citizens of the Saka's empire. Choosing this path will trigger the first expansion pack. Chapter 9 of the Ancient Ages, The Radiance of the Sword of Light. Fate Prompt 2. The Sword of Light embodies the will of heroic King Kyrena, aiming to annihilate the Saka's empire, whose aspirations may differ from your own. Refuse to join the Sword of Light. Seek your own destiny and uncover your truth. Choosing this path will unveil a new chapter in the expansion pack, allowing you to embark on Chapter 1 of the Ancient Ages, the True Era. Before his crossing, no one could resist the allure of turning a new page in the family lineage. Now, Zhou Heng too could not evade the temptation of the expansion pack offering a new chapter. Although he was uncertain why he could trigger this new chapter, he believed that the fate prompt would not deceive him. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Heng replied, "Grandmother, I wish to join the Sword of Light immediately, to become a wielder and add brilliance to hope. However, I kindly ask for a moment to consider. I believe I should gain a more thorough understanding of the Sword of Light." The old woman was momentarily taken aback. She turned her head to regard Zhou Heng deeply, honestly surprised by the unwavering resolve of this young lad. Being shrewd and experienced, she had encountered more figures than Zhou Heng had grains of rice consumed. From Zhou Heng's eyes, she discerned no inclination to join the Sword of Light. Nevertheless, she remained unconcerned. Every remarkable youth possesses their own thoughts. The Sword of Light never coerces. Moreover, having already beheaded the Emperor, the number of those desiring to join them is as countless as fish crossing a river. She merely hoped this young one would not come to regret today's decision in the future. "All right, grandmother understands. Think it over again, and as for the badge, I shall take it back for now." The old woman chuckled lightly, gesturing in the air, causing the luminous tree sword badge from Zhou Heng's backpack to soar forth and land in her palm. With the badge secured, the old woman did not linger, striding away from the boundless starry sea. No sooner had she departed than an unknown ceramic shard from Zhou Heng's backpack shot out, racing towards the holy sword at the far reaches of the boundless starry sea. Chapter 17. The Sword of the Sakist Emperor, Holy Sword. The unknown ceramic shard moved with a speed as swift as lightning, leaving Zhou Heng no time to react. In an instant, it transformed into a radiant stream and precisely embedded itself into the hilt of the Holy Sword. You have retrieved the fragment of the Holy Sword. Sakist Emperor's Sword Restoration Level 1-10,000. To discover that the Holy Sword is indeed the Sakist Emperor's sword is quite an astonishing revelation. Observing the transformation before him, Zhou Heng murmured thoughtfully. At that moment, a light and gentle voice resonated beside him. The Sakist Emperor's sword is a lethal weapon forged through the blood sacrifice of 900 billion human souls by Nayland Sakist, the Sakist Emperor. If the original progress had continued, this killing blade would only require another 100 billion blood sacrifices to reach its full potential, cleaving through the ancient epics and guiding the Sakist Empire toward a distant horizon. Alas, I have erred gravely. Zhou Heng's gaze sharpened as he turned toward the source of the voice. Before him stood an ethereal apparition, nearly indistinguishable in form. Yet he could barely make out that it was a woman. "Young man, what is your name?" The apparition inquired with a soft laugh. "Zhou Heng, Zhou for complete. Heng for eternal. A fine name indeed. Allow me to introduce myself. I am heroic King Kyrena." Though Zhou Heng had an inkling of her identity, the confirmation still startled him. "I am honored to meet the heroic king. You have witnessed the timeless hero, Kyrena in the Sea of Holy Swords. Attack permanently 50, health permanently 500, magic permanently 500, gazing at the abruptly enhanced attributes." Zhou Heng couldn't suppress a gasp of astonishment. No wonder the textbooks advised pursuing ancient epics and figures whenever possible. Merely a brief encounter could lead to a permanent boost in one's abilities? Do not be overly astonished. A few hundred points are trivial matters for those who possess vast resources within the immortal clans. Regrettably, I am left with only these remnants of power. Had I regained my former glory, your encounter with me would have granted you at least 100,000 in attributes. Heroic King Kyrena appeared to converse with Zhou Heng, yet her words were laced with her own reflections. As she spoke, her gaze wandered toward the holy sword at the edge of the Sea of Holy Swords. "Zhou Heng, I entrust these two things to you. Your destiny and future lie entirely within your grasp. Whether you carve a path to survival from this despair or ultimately become a stepping stone for the immortal clans, devoured by them, rests solely upon your choices. With that, the spectral figure of heroic King Kyrena dissipated, flowing like a stream of light into Zhou Heng's brow. You have received the gift of the heroic King Kylena. You have unlocked the first expansion, the Ancient Years, hidden chapters of True Time. True Time, 3510. The heroic King Kylena severed the fate of the Sakasht Empire, obliterating this ancient realm with a history spanning 10 millennia, using the divine sword of slaughter, the Sakasht Emperor's sword, Holy Sword. 20. In a world of clarity and justice restored, an unforeseen event led heroic King Kylena to uncover a truth far more complex than initially perceived. The divine sword of slaughter, the Sakasht Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, had claimed the lives of 900 billion beings, all from the imperial elite. 30. It turned out that the Sakasht Emperor, Nayland Sakasht, was not a tyrant, but a sovereign of restoration. In a fit of rage, heroic King Kylena battled the imperial elite of the Sakasht world. As the expansion, the Ancient Years progressed into the 4th chapter, the collapse of neutrinos, and the 5th chapter, the lament of mutual descent. 35. The heroic King Kylena entrusted the divine sword of slaughter, the Sakasht Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, to the boundless sea of stars, creating a celestial realm for the Holy Sword, awaiting the true wielder. You have obtained the divine sword of slaughter, the Sakasht Emperor's sword, Holy Sword. Sakasht Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, level 1 quality, timeless slaughter, 0-1000. Each kill of an equally ranked being increases attack by 1. Protection, 0-10,000. Each kill of an equally ranked being increases health by 10. Attack speed, 1. 0s movement speed, 2. 0ms durability. Upgrade, 110,000. As Zhou Heng gazed at the Sakasht Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, which had materialized in his hand from the vast sea of stars, he found himself momentarily speechless. He had merely made a fateful choice, yet the rewards were astonishing. Not only had he glimpsed the profound truths of the boundless Sakasht Empire, but he had also acquired the holy sword of the heroic King Kylena. If he could not ascend from this, he would feel unworthy of such an auspicious beginning. Slaughter and protection? Reflecting on the contents recorded in the hidden chapter of True Time, Zhou Heng felt that his education and history at school had been in vain. Who could have foreseen that the ancient history detailed in textbooks would conceal such intricate realities? With the Sakasht Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, fully solidified in his grasp, a sword sheath unexpectedly appeared at his waist. Zhou Heng sheathed the Sakasht Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, and hastily exited this enigmatic space. He did not wish for other members of the Radiant Sword to enter later, only to discover that the Holy Sword had vanished and question him without an explanation. As for why he did not clarify his identity and wield the Sakasht Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, to command the Radiant Sword, Zhou Heng's reasoning was straightforward. He could not ascertain whether the current Radiant Sword truly held the hope it professed. It was entirely possible that the Radiant Sword was also shrouded in ignorance. Moreover, delving deeper into conspiracy, it might be that the Radiant Sword had long been under the control of the Changshang family and the original noble families of the Sakasht Empire. Zhou Heng's suspicions were not unfounded. Otherwise, why would the heroic King Kylena only appear after the old woman had left? It is evident that, given the esteemed position of Hero King Kyrena in the heart of the Sword of Light, should he appear before the old crone, there exists at least a 90% probability that she would immediately pledge her allegiance to him. At that moment, with the aid of that enigmatic matron, he would undoubtedly expedite the process of transforming nothing into something. Clearly, the absence of Hero King Kyrena suggests that he harbors certain reservations. Upon departing from the boundless star sea and returning to the alleys of Little Bird Town, dawn had begun to break. Zhou Heng dared not linger, seizing the early light to hastily depart from Little Bird Town and make his way to the grasslands of wind. The wind sheep, without doubt, could not be slain. While it possesses experience, it fails to trigger the effects of the Sakasht Empire's sword, the Holy Sword. In other words, you must seek out level 10 wild beasts to vanquish. The only area outside Little Bird Town that harbors level 10 creatures is the Deepwater Cave. Although venturing there carries a significant risk of encountering players from the Black Bear Guild, he still has a full day before they initiate their offensive, providing him ample time to bolster his attack and health. By enhancing his offensive capabilities and vitality, he would not find himself entirely defenseless against the bounty placed upon him by the Black Bear Guild. Chapter 18. Level 30 Boss, Deepwater Serpent, Corrupted. How could there be so many players? As Zhou Heng approached the Deepwater Cave, he noticed a vast multitude of players converging towards this location. The least among them were players of level 5, while those of greater prowess had already reached level 10. Just like him. Of course, these were all newcomers. The absence of veteran players with their novice protection was even more astonishing, as clusters of players at levels 20, 30, and even 40 were visible. Zhou Heng furrowed his brow, cautiously blending into the throng of players. The boss was about to spawn, and he felt a twinge of anxiety. What was there to fear? It was merely a level 10 Deepwater Serpent, and with the formidable leader of the Black Bear Guild at the forefront, they could simply contribute their efforts. Do you think the Deepwater Serpent truly resembles what is described in the textbooks, with a dragon's head and a worm's body? Who can say? We are all merely newcomers, having arrived just 5 days ago. Look, it's President Black Bear and President Yang Kai. A voice called out, and Zhou Heng turned to see Black Bear standing behind a young man clad in a white tracksuit, hastening towards the entrance of the Deepwater Cave. Furthermore, Zhou Heng recognized a familiar face among the crowd of the Black Bear Guild, the young woman from the Changsheng family, whom he had vanquished twice. Look, it's a player from the Changsheng family. Is that a golden lotus on her forehead? Even more enigmatic and graceful than depicted in the textbooks. I have heard that this Changsheng player has been slain twice. I wonder who possesses such audacity to challenge even a Changsheng player. Who knows? Surely, it must be another formidable figure from the early stages. Leading the group was the young man in the white tracksuit, Yang Kai, as they approached the Deepwater Cave. Observing the dark cavern that abruptly emerged on the grassy plain, Yang Kai expressionlessly gestured to Black Bear. Understanding the cue, Black Bear looked to the members of the Black Bear Guild scattered around. In the next moment, a deluge of black water gel, extracted from black water grass, cascaded down. The instant the black water gel made contact with the water in the Deepwater Cave, it seemed to undergo a violent reaction, bubbling vigorously like boiling water. As all the black water gel poured into the cave, Black Bear turned to the Changsheng family girl beside him, nodding in acknowledgement. The Changsheng family girl, unfazed, retrieved a vial of thick green liquid tinged with yellow from her backpack, uncapped it, and poured its contents into the Deepwater Cave. With a deafening roar erupting from beneath the surface as the viscous green-yellow liquid met the water, a massive, white creature surged forth from the depths of the cave. Accompanied by a thundering impact, the colossal beast landed heavily on the grassy expanse. This was a peculiar creature, possessing a green dragon's head and a white worm-like body. Clearly, this was the level 10 boss of the Deepwater Cave, the Deepwater Serpent. At this moment, the Deepwater Serpent, with its crimson eyes and white body smeared with black water gel, howled at Zhou Heng and his companions while frantically writhing to shake off the clinging substance. As it struggled, the black viscous substance tightened its grip, almost as if it were a living entity, continuously spreading throughout the deep-water creature with each of its writhing movements. Zhou Heng speculated that once the black goo enveloped the entire body, it signified the creature's transformation into darkness. However, he pondered the rationale behind the Black Bear Guild's desire to corrupt a mere level 10 minor boss, and what role the Sword of Light played in this scenario. Previously, Zhou Heng had not delved deeply into these matters, as he was aligned with the Sword of Light, serving its interests. Now, however, he observed from a third-party perspective, as a mere bystander. Many questions remained beyond the grasp of a novice player like him, who had only been in this world for 5 days. As Zhou Heng contemplated whether to advance or retreat, the effect of fate unfolded. True darkness is about to descend. As a newly initiated player, you can never seize control of your destiny, particularly in this year of boundless and endless service that has persisted for 10,000 years. Fate offers you a warning. Fate warning 1. Leave the wind prairie and keep your distance. The level 50 battleground may hold abundant rewards, but the dangers far outweigh the benefits. Fate Warning 2. Wealth is sought through peril. To avoid countless obstacles in the future, one must seize a slender thread of hope and strive for greatness. The greatest secrets lie hidden within the player community, waiting for the right moment to strike, as they prepare to exploit the attributes of the Sacaster Emperor's Sword, Holy Sword. Flee? The notion of retreat was non-existent in Zhou Heng's lexicon. If such a term were present, he would not have sacrificed himself in a previous life to save a stranger child. Thus, he decided to take a risk. If he could enhance the attributes of the Sacaster Emperor's Sword, he would not hesitate to challenge even players or NPCs of level 20 or above. Armed with the insights of fate, Zhou Heng pressed his head down and cautiously followed the throng of players. At that moment, the black viscous substance completely enveloped the deep-water creature, turning its white and green body entirely black. Level 10 boss Deep-Water Creature Corrupted. Evolved to level 30. You have acquired the Birdtown Guardian quest. Quest description. For unknown reasons, the deep-water creature has turned dark and is set to engulf the entire Birdtown. All players of Birdtown are summoned to unite their strength and defeat the black viscous creature. Quest duration. Before the destruction of Birdtown. Quest reward. Based on contribution. Not only Zhou Heng, but all players were presented with the Birdtown Guardian quest. At this juncture, Black Bear Ba raised his arm and proclaimed, "Brothers, let us slay the black viscous creature. Our chance for victory has arrived. Fear not, for our Black Bear Guild will ensure your safety." With that, Black Bear Ba activated the group skill, Black Bear's Might. You gain the influence of Black Bear Ba's skill. Black Bear's Might. Health 50, temporary. Mana 50, temporary. Attack 3, temporary. Magic 3, temporary. Haha, as expected of the leader of the Black Bear Guild. This group buff is impressive. Brothers, charge forth. It is time to accumulate contributions. Allow me to take the lead. My attack power reaches an impressive 15 points. Surely sufficient to secure a position in the top 1. Don't be absurd, daring to present oneself with merely 15 points of attack. My prowess stands at a formidable 23 points. As he observed the multitude of players charging forward, Zhou Heng felt an inexplicable chill running down his spine. Instinctively, he directed his gaze towards the deep water dragon worm, corrupted, and activated his initial skill, identification. Simultaneously, the Sacaster Emperor's Sword, Holy Sword, at his waist quivered slightly. Empowered by the Sacaster Emperor's Sword, Holy Sword, you acquire complete information about your opponent. In an instant, all the details regarding the deep-water dragon worm, corrupted, materialized before Zhou Heng's eyes. Upon witnessing this, Zhou Heng was filled with terror. The Black Bear Guild. How dare they? Chapter 19. Danger lurks everywhere. Deep-water serpent, corrupted. Level 30 attack, 198 to 396 magic, 100 to 200 health, 100, 000, 100, 000 mana, 20, 000, 20, 000 armor, 30 attack speed, 1, 5s movement speed, 3, 0 ms acid rain. Summons a wave of acid rain, striking opponents within a 1,000 meter radius, inflicting magic x1. 0 water damage. Slaughter. New players slain by the deep-water serpent, corrupted, cannot be resurrected and face permanent death. Only resurrection coins are acknowledged. Growth. For each new player consumed, attack permanently increases by 1, health by 10, and mana by 10. Transcendence. Upon consuming 10, 000 new players, it evolves into the Blackwater Dragon, level 50 boss. Zhou Heng was not a fool. The moment he comprehended the detailed abilities of the deep-water serpent, corrupted, he grasped the entire scheme. The Black Bear Guild was not there to assist new players through the early stages. They were clearly intent on claiming the lives of the newcomers. Generally, a novice village harbors around 10,000 new players. However, in towns like Little Bird Town, the number of new players ranges from 30 to 50,000. In other words, if the Black Bear Guild succeeded in their plan, at least 1/3 of all new players present, including him, would perish. Destiny can be cruel. Though seemingly possessing infinite possibilities as a newcomer, fate is sealed the moment a birth point is determined. Yet, for those favored by destiny, there may still be a glimmer of hope. Destiny offers you a hint. Destiny Hint 1. Raise the sword of Sacaster, holy sword, high, proclaiming yourself the rightful hero King Kyrena, compelling the sword of light to appear and rewrite the fate of the thousands of players present. Destiny Hint 2. Expose the secrets of the Deepwater Serpent's attributes, inciting chaos to procure a sliver of hope for the players. Faced with the sudden hints of destiny, Zhou Heng unhesitatingly opted for the second suggestion. The second option could be executed prior to the first, and unless absolutely necessary. He wished to conceal his possession of the sword of Sacaster, holy sword. Cursed be this situation. How could this be possible? The boss possesses the skill of slaughter. Being killed by the boss would prevent the activation of the boundless reward for free resurrection, resulting in permanent consumption. Help me. I do not wish to die. Zhou Heng concealed himself amidst the crowd, feigning terror and wailing loudly. Instantly, new players surged towards the Deepwater Serpent, momentarily frozen in place. They still had opportunities for resurrection, and it was precisely this chance that led them to attempt to seize an advantage early on, accelerating their development. However, if they were slain by the Deepwater Serpent and could not trigger the free resurrection opportunity, they would truly meet their end here. After all, they were not facing a level 10 Deepwater Serpent, but rather a level 30 corrupted version. Observing the abruptly halted throng of players, the Deepwater Serpent, now tainted by darkness, could not afford to linger on trivialities. It let out a ferocious roar, swiftly unleashing a torrent of acidic rain. In an instant, numerous feeble players succumbed, vanishing into white light and returning to the resurrection platform. Witnessing this spectacle, a multitude of players dismissed Zhou Heng's warnings as mere hyperbole, convinced that resurrection was still within reach. Yet, in the next moment, countless players turned in horror towards Yang Kai, the president of the Black Bear Guild's branch in Little Bird Town, who stood beside an inexplicably positioned resurrection platform. President Yang, why is there a resurrection platform here? President Yang, please, do not jest with me. We do not wish to resurrect here. Yang Kai, clad in a wind-whipped white tracksuit, stood rigidly beside the platform, hands in pockets, coldly observing the newly minted players as if they were mere resources. At that moment, even the dimmest of the new players grasped the grim reality. Damn it, they intend to kill us, to use us as fodder. The urban legends were true, indeed. All of it is true. How could this be? Shouldn't the remnants of those rumors be mere jest? Why has it come to this? I do not wish to die. I do not want to die. Someone, save me. Anyone, please save me. Some of the newly arrived players, who had barely withstood a wave of acidic rain, attempted to flee, only to be engulfed by the approaching Deepwater Serpent. The sound of their bodies being crushed echoed, shattering the last flicker of hope among the new players. Those who logged into the infinite and boundless world would only trigger the visceral effects of reality when rendered unable to resurrect. In other words, those devoured by the serpent had truly perished, both in Blue Star and within the infinite and boundless world. No, I do not wish to die. I do not want to die. Run, flee. In the Little Bird Town grocery store, a statuesque and voluptuous woman stretched languidly. The beasts of the Black Bear Guild have indeed made their move. 1,000 vibrant compatriots from Blue Star. How could they bring themselves to do this? From the rear of the grocery store, an elderly woman, hunched with age, approached slowly. Human nature is eternally thus. There is no ultimate evil, only greater evils. After her words, another figure emerged from the back of the store. This man, bare-chested, with sinewy muscles glistening in a bronze hue, was robust and healthy. He bore a hefty 2-meter-long machete, striding confidently towards the voluptuous woman and the elderly lady. Why waste so many words? I shall handle this, Yang Kai. Leave Black Bear and that old fossil of a town mayor to you. However, before the man could make a move, the old mayor, leaning on a cane, approached calmly, blocking the trio's path. Long Knife, grant this old man a favor. Let this matter rest. After all, it is not the citizens of the Sokka's empire who are dying. Those players from Blue Star who log into another world. Death is simply death. The Long Knife, the muscle-bound man wielding the imposing machete, darkened his expression and sneered. Old man, if your daughter were in such a situation, I am certain you would rush even faster than I would. The old mayor chuckled nonchalantly. After all, It's not my daughter inside, is it? The voluptuous woman approached the long knife, extending her right hand to snap her fingers in the air. In the next moment, a resplendent black rose materialized between her fingers. Gracefully, she nestled the black rose between her ample bosom and gazed at the old mayor across from her, expressing a hint of regret. Mayor Tart, what promises have a Black Bear Guild, or perhaps the Changshang family, made to you that would compel you to act against your own conscience? Do you truly consider 1,000 vibrant lives to be utterly worthless? The old Mayor Tart responded with a light-hearted smile. Talis is barren, and they promised me that while they cure Talis, I would be granted 300 years of life. Chapter 20. The Soul, Hope, 3 Centuries. A life that rivals legends. A fleeting flicker of horror crossed the eyes of the corpulent woman. The Longevity family had been researching effective methods to extend life for a long time. If they could truly grant life, then in this world, in the countries of Blue Star, in the civil organizations of the Sakaz Empire, did they truly have any hope of vanquishing this genuine scourge of the world? Are you astonished? Observing the expression of the corpulent woman, a glimmer of fear flickered in Tart's eyes as he reminisced. When I first heard this news, I was even more shocked than you. The Longevity family, those invaders from Blue Star, have finally quantified life, manipulating it like numbers on a panel. I hesitated to agree, for that represented 10,000 vibrant new lives, yet they offered far too much. Thus, I implore you all to remain. As he spoke, Tart grasped his cane and struck the ground. In an instant, an infinite expanse of verdant vegetation surged forth from Tart, radiating wildly in all directions. The domain of the forest realm, unfurl. All mortals must face death, whether it weighs heavily like a mountain or lightly like a feather. The long blade-s expression was frigid as he positioned the massive cleaver against his forearm, gradually sliding it outward. With each inch he moved, the 2-meter cleaver grotesquely expanded by a tenth. By the time he had drawn the entire blade across his arm, the once 2-meter cleaver had inexplicably grown to 100 meters in length. Standing at 1 meter and 90, he anchored himself to the ground, gripping the blade with both hands, his gaze fixed intently on Tart. Old fool, 10,000 vibrant lives. The goddess of light shall not spare you, nor shall the light forgive you, and I, too, shall not show you mercy. With a roar, the long blade vanished from sight in an instant. The next moment, he reappeared at Tart's flank, the 100-meter cleaver descending upon Tart's neck with the force of a thunderclap. Fate is never merely an elevated concept. Who could foresee that in this fleeting moment, you would encounter a series of fateful decisions? Fate bestows a hint. Fate hint 1. You might believe that the sword of light will intervene, but the mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole lurks behind. Who could know that the retired Mayor Tart would possess the strength to confront 3 generals? The sword of light is hindered within Little Bird Town, with an expected time of arrival, 30 minutes. However, 30 minutes is ample time for you to be discovered by the Black Bear and the Longevity players, leaving you without a flicker of hope. You must make a decision. Perhaps plunging into the deep water cave may be your only true escape. Fate hint 2. Fate is never static. Raise your hands high, offering a tremendous force. Kneel in supplication, and seek the forgiveness of the young lady from the Longevity family. Should this esteemed lady grant you her pardon, the Black Bear Guild, covertly supported by the Longevity family, would certainly not allow you to become mere fodder. Of course, you must pray that this esteemed lady will indeed forgive you. As Zhou Heng pondered how to respond amidst the ranks of players, he felt a tremor within his heart upon seeing the reemergence of Fate's hint. He had not anticipated that an NPC of such formidable caliber as the old woman would be obstructed by the mayor of Little Bird Town. The sliding kneel is undoubtedly impossible. Thus, one must resort to the deep water cavern. Zhou Heng gazed towards the cavern, a flicker of brilliance igniting in his eyes. Brothers, we still possess a glimmer of hope. The deep water cavern is our sole salvation. Charge forth, my comrades. It was inconceivable for Zhou Heng to escape to the deep water cavern alone. He must lead everyone in, stirring the waters to enhance their chances of survival. As he raised his arm in a fervent call, Zhou Heng approached the mouth of the deep water cavern. When all eyes turned towards him, he plunged headlong into the tranquil waters, demonstrating the way for the others. It's him. The young lady from the Changshan family narrowed her eyes. A tempest of murderous intent swirling within. If she had a singular target for her wrath at this moment, it was undoubtedly Zhou Heng. Had it not been for him, she would never have allied with the Black Bear Guild for resources. Had it not been for him, she would have already departed from Bird Town, en route to Frost City to assume the role of Lord. To pursue or not to pursue. This fleeting thought barely crossed the mind of the Chongqing young lady before she resolutely made her decision. She dashed to the entrance of the deep water cavern, unabashedly diving in before the astonished gazes of the crowd. Yes, the deep water cavern is my chance for survival. Charge forth, brothers. Only the deep water cavern can save us. A multitude of newly initiated players soon realized the urgency and fled towards the cavern, plunging into its depths like a flood. Witnessing this, Black Bear Ba erupted in frustration. What are you all doing? Stop them. However, the sheer number of new players overwhelmed the members of the Black Bear Guild, who were unable to intercept them in time, as countless new players vanished into the deep water cavern. As nearly all the newly initiated players that had come to battle the boss delved into the cavern, Black Bear Ba's eyes widened in rage. For this day, he had toiled and planned for an entire month. Damn it, damn it. At that moment, he wished nothing more than to dismember the first player who had leaped into the deep water cavern. Had it not been for that individual, the situation would not have spiraled to such depths. Just then, the guild leader, Yang Kai, who had been silent until now, spoke up. Black Bear, go down there. The first to descend was Zhou Heng. Black Bear Ba's fury coalesced. What? It's him? I thought that voice sounded familiar. Had it not been for him seizing the Sun God Bao, the situation would not have escalated to this point. The Sun God Bao, fake, possessed a tremendous allure for creatures like the deep-water Jiao worm. Had he held the Sun God Bao fake, he could have adeptly managed the aggro of the corrupted deep-water Jiao worm, allowing the newly initiated players to be devoured without a trace of awareness. Yet all of this was thwarted by that accursed Zhou Heng, forcing them to resort to Plan B. Rest assured, guild leader, I shall rend Zhou Heng into pieces, even at the cost of losing levels. Black Bear Ba stormed towards the deep water cavern, his anger palpable. Yang Kai observed the unfolding events with a cold gaze, making no effort to hinder Black Bear Ba's entry into the cavern. After all the newcomers, including Black Bear, ventured deep into the submerged cave, the famished deep-water serpent, now corrupted, furiously surged into the cavern. Black Bear, do not hold me accountable. The true objective of the guild is not the level 50 deep-water serpent, but rather the level 60 deep-water serpent king. From the very beginning, you have been a crucial part of this plan. Rest assured, I shall take good care of your wife and daughter in Haishur. Go with peace of mind. With a sinister grin, Yang Kai approached the entrance of the submerged cave and retrieved a luminous white shroud from his backpack, enveloping the entire cave entrance. This shroud, bestowed upon their guild by the Changshan family, was known as the Dawn of Changshan. Although he was unaware of the reason behind such a name, its function was exceptionally unique. No player outside the Changshan family, regardless of their level not exceeding 51, could escape. In other words, among the players who entered the submerged cave, apart from the young woman of the Changshan family, none would be able to emerge. Chapter 21. Attack 300. Health 3000. You are affected by cold erosion, health -1. You are affected by cold erosion, health -1. Observing the incessant notifications of health deduction flashing across his retina, Zhou Heng swam with all his might, seeking a means to escape the depths of the water. Soon, he spotted the water surface, and in a moment of astonishment, he burst forth, landing upon a moderately sized patch of land. The deep water cave, it seemed, was not solely comprised of water. There were indeed caverns. You have discovered the deep water cave. Experience 10 points of experience, neither too little nor too much. As he stepped onto the surface of the deep water cave, a gentle breeze wafted from the expansive caverns ahead, prompting Zhou Heng to quicken his pace. After approximately 10 minutes of traversing, he finally reached the depths of the cave. Here lay a hidden meadow beneath the surface, which, by all accounts, should have been dim and devoid of light. Yet under the illumination of mysterious minerals at the cave's apex, the entire meadow glowed as brightly as day. Standing at the entrance of the meadow, With his extraordinary long-range vision, Zhou Heng clearly observed a multitude of level 10 wild creatures roaming within. Deep water serpent level, 10 attack, 31 to 62 magic, 0 to 0 health, 300 mana, 0 armor, 5 attack speed, 1, 5s movement speed, 1, 8 ms skills, feint attack, venomous bite. These level 10 wild creatures were precisely what Zhou Heng needed at this moment. With this batch of creatures, the Sakist Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, would receive excellent nourishment, significantly enhancing its attributes. If the quantity permitted, it would not be impossible to max out the attributes of the Sakist Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, right here. Should he achieve that, with an attack power of 1,000, even the Black Bear Tyrant would not be beyond his grasp. Let the hunting commence. Zhou Heng drew the Sakist Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, from his waist and charged into the meadow. The deep water serpents possessed commendable movement and attack speeds, but that was merely against ordinary players. With the Sakist Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, equipped, Zhou Heng's attack speed surged to 2.0s, and his movement speed reached 2.9 ms. This was still under the influence of his 4-piece bronze set. If he were to shed the bronze armor, his movement speed could soar to 3.2 ms. At this velocity, the deep water serpents became mere playthings, entirely inconsequential. As for the efficiency of his hunting, it was markedly improved. With a base attack power of 88, 5 to 177, he could dispatch a deep water serpent in a single second. Gripping his sword, Zhou Heng feigned ignorance of the deep water serpent, launching a flank attack. As it attempted a sneak assault, he executed 2 swift strikes within a heartbeat. -172. -172. Both strikes landed precisely on the serpent's vital points, delivering maximum physical damage. The terrifying blow instantly depleted the deep water serpent's health bar, resulting in its demise. You have slain a deep water serpent. Experience 100 copper coins to Sakist Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, absorbs power, kill count 1. Life preservation 10. Observing the increment of 1 point in attack power and 10 points in health, Zhou Heng could not suppress the smile that crept upon his lips. Although these attribute points are inherent to the Sacristan Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, as long as the blade remains in his possession, it undeniably enhances his capabilities. Setting a modest objective, he aims to eliminate every deep-water serpent in the vicinity. At this moment, experience points and copper coins have become secondary. The enhancement of the Sacristan Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, takes precedence. Transformed into a serpent slayer, Zhou Heng scours the grassland for deep-water serpents. You have slain a deep-water serpent. Experience 100 copper to Sacristan Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, absorbs power, kills 1. Protection 10. You have slain a deep-water serpent. Experience 100 copper to Sacristan Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, absorbs power, kills 1. Protection 10. As Zhou Heng continues to vanquish the deep-water serpents and elevate the attributes of the Sacristan Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, on the other side, a young lady from the Changsheng family enters the same area. Clutching a floating blue orb that flickers erratically, she directs it toward Zhou Heng's location. This is a guiding item. Various guiding items possess distinct effects. The blue orb in the young lady's hand is a special guiding item known as the Revenge Guide. After a player is slain, they can utilize the Revenge Guide to track the player who previously defeated them within a certain radius. Zhou Heng, this time, you shall be the one to perish. The Changsheng family girl, with a stern expression, strides purposefully toward the cavernous passage that stretches into the depths. Initially unaware of Zhou Heng's name, her plans were disrupted after he had defeated her twice, rendering many of her resources incompatible for use. In her desperation, she sought assistance from the Black Bear Guild, exchanging some of her resources with He Xiongba and Yang Kai. Through this interaction, she discovered the identity of the thief who had stolen the Day God Bao fake, and upon comparing their appearances, it became evident who her adversary was. Consequently, her interest in Zhou Heng continued to escalate. Now, she eagerly anticipates their third encounter. This time, she wields 3 formidable powers. First, a special passive skill, Fortitude, enhanced by the Changsheng family, which grants immunity to all physical damage below 100 points. Second, a unique fruit cultivated by the Changshan family, the swift fruit, which permanently increases movement speed by 1.0 ms. Third, Wrath of Flames. Zhou Heng's ability to kill her is largely attributed to his wrath combined with his long-range archer class. Yet if he cannot penetrate her defenses, she will always have the advantage at equal speeds. Thus, she has no reason to believe she will be defeated in this battle. Following Zhou Heng's direction, the Changshan family girl moves like a shooting star, swiftly vanishing from sight. You have slain a deep-water serpent. Experience 100. Copper 2. Sacristan Emperor's Sword, Holy Sword, absorbs power, kills 1. Protection 10, with the latest notification. A smile spreads across Zhou Heng's face as the last deep-water serpent on the grassland falls beneath his sword. The attributes of the Sacristan Emperor's Sword, Holy Sword, reach an even higher value. Killing 300, 1000, protecting 3,000, 10,000 under the enhancement of all attributes. Zhou Heng, equipped with the Sacristan Emperor's Sword, Holy Sword, boasts an attack power ranging from 388.5 to 777, while his health has surged to an impressive 3590. This figure does not stem from any disdain for the young woman of the Changshan family. Even if she were to appear before him at this moment, he could stand still and allow her to strike. It would still require an inordinate amount of time for her to succeed. It can be said that from this moment onward, in terms of strength, he and the young woman of the Changshan family are no longer contenders of the same caliber. Zhou Heng surveyed his surroundings, utilizing his extraordinary long-range vision to seek out any remaining foes. However, he did not spot a single deep-water serpent. Instead, he observed the young woman of the Changshan family racing towards him along the path he had taken. The guidance of revenge? Zhou Heng's gaze sharpened as he focused on the guidance of revenge held in the hands of the young woman from the Changshan family. The reason players from the Changshan family cannot be easily slain is not solely due to the immense difficulty of defeating them, but also because they possess ample means to trace the identities of those who attempt to kill members of their family. Among these, the guidance of revenge is one of the most well-known items. It is precisely because of this item that many players who wish to covertly eliminate members of the Changshan family think twice. Chapter 22. Triple Kill. Zhou Heng had contemplated the possibility that his adversary might locate him using the artifact, yet he never anticipated that they would act so swiftly, merely waiting a single night before making their move. However, this urgency only underscored the formidable nature of the Changshan family players. It is worth noting that the players cultivated by the Changshan family are seldom the frivolous scions of wealthy families. Rather, each one who enters the boundless world is astute and ruthless. Thus, the fact that his opponent dared to confront him after just one night indicated they were well prepared. Had he not possessed the Sacristan Emperor's Sword, Holy Sword, he might have found himself at a genuine disadvantage. Nevertheless, if the opponent intended to offer him equipment, he would not refuse the chance to acquire an additional piece from a Changshan family player as spoils. With this thought in mind, Zhou Heng devised a plan. Switching his weapon to the Great Sun God Bow, Fake, he aimed at the Changshan family girl and released an arrow. Whoosh! The arrow tore through the fabric of space, hurtling towards the girl's right eye at an astonishing speed. The Changshan family girl sensed the danger, her pupils contracting as she turned to face the incoming projectile. Rather than evade, she raised her hand to grasp the arrow. Bang! The arrow struck the palm of the Changshan family girl, inflicting not a shred of damage. Zhou Heng observed the scene with narrowed eyes. The depth of the Changshan family's heritage was indeed beyond what ordinary players could contend with. In just one night, they had managed to withstand his physical attack of 118.5. This implied that their damage resistance had exceeded 118.5 within that brief span. Zhou Heng, this time, you cannot escape. I will slay you thrice, and upon the fourth encounter, I shall find you and revel in your despair as you howl in terror. The Changshan family girl discarded the arrow onto the grassland, clutching the reins of vengeance as she strode purposefully toward Zhou Heng. As she approached, she spoke, of course, I am quite intrigued by your talents. Reveal to me your abilities and the identity of the one guiding you from the shadows. In light of your commendable appearance, I might allow you to remain in my harem as my consort. You have but one chance to speak before I reach you. Her voice was as cold as their first encounter, yet this time it carried a hint of mockery and derision. Zhou Heng stood approximately 100 meters from the girl, and upon hearing her words, he could not help but let a smile play upon his lips. The disparity in information was indeed a coveted asset. With a Changsheng family girl aware of the attributes of his Sakist Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, she would likely refrain from making such absurd statements. Remaining in the harem as a consort, playing such games, does her family even know? He stowed the great sun god bow, fake, and switched to the Sakist Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, striding towards the Changsheng family girl. He was eager to see if she could withstand his formidable physical attack, ranging from 388.5 to 777. Should she endure it, he would concede defeat today. However, the absence of a fate prompt indicated that she bore no chance of overcoming him. The young lady of the Changsheng family, upon receiving no response, furrowed her brow as she glanced at the glowing guide of vengeance between her fingers, noticing its blue light intensifying. This indicated that the distance between her and Zhou Heng was diminishing. In the past, she would not have thought much of it, but now, having been slain twice, she had grown considerably more cautious. Observing her immunity to arrows, yet still failing to create distance between them, it was evident that Zhou Heng possessed some unknown confidence. Could it be that the power he displayed last night was not his full strength? With her armor rating of 25, the young lady of the Changsheng family pondered for a moment before deciding to engage in battle. Regardless of whether Zhou Heng had concealed his true abilities, she would not waver. Firstly, she was a member of the illustrious Changsheng family of Blue Star. Secondly, the Changsheng family feared no one. They would confront even the likes of the Emperor of Sakas with unwavering resolve, let alone a mere novice player. Neither party retreated, striding boldly towards one another. Soon, they met in the center of the small meadow within the Deepwater Cave. The young lady of the Changsheng family held the guide of vengeance in one hand and her bow, an arrow in the other, regarding Zhou Heng with a cold demeanor. Zhou Heng, wielding the sacred sword of the Saka's emperor, met her gaze with equal coolness. Without uttering a word, they unleashed their fury. Attack speed, 10s. Movement speed, 20ms. Attack speed, 20s. Movement speed, 40ms. Attack, 20. The young lady of the Changsheng family could only activate her Fury of Flames with 30 mana, while Zhou Heng unleashed his with a formidable 300 mana. Immediately after invoking her fury, she decisively shattered the Guide of Vengeance in her hand, drawing her bow to aim for Zhou Heng's forehead. Having been slain once up close by him, she intended to let him experience the sensation of being shot at point-blank range by an arrow. However, to Zhou Heng, her movements appeared excruciatingly slow, akin to a tortoise's crawl. Without hesitation, he swung the sacred sword of the Saka's emperor with an unexpected swiftness, severing her neck. With a sickening sound, the young lady's head and body parted ways, her form falling in a parabolic arc onto the meadow below. As she rolled, the fierce determination in her eyes transformed into confusion, ultimately giving way to terror and bewilderment. She should still have had one free revival opportunity. She also possessed 10 revival coins gifted by her brother. Why had the revival not been triggered? This was unreasonable. Not only was she bewildered, but Zhou Heng was equally taken aback. In a scenario where the opponent had revival coins, the Boundless World's judgment should merely have emptied their health bar. And it was inconceivable that a player could be decapitated while still possessing a chance to revive. This, how could it be? What have you done? For the first time, fear flickered in the young lady's eyes, her voice no longer lofty, trembling with anxiety and trepidation. It merely deprived your Longsheng family of the privilege to wield the resurrection coin. As for this ability, has not your Longsheng family meticulously chronicled it at all times? A faint luminescence emanated from the sword of the Emperor Sakashtar, the Holy Sword, coalescing before the maiden of the Longsheng family into a slender silhouette. The young lady of the Longsheng family stared wide-eyed, her gaze filled with disbelief as she beheld the apparition before her. How is this possible? You should have perished completely. Hero King. Kalen. She attempted to articulate her thoughts, yet found her mind severely deprived of oxygen. helplessly watching her consciousness descend into oblivion, ultimately succumbing to an endless silence. The player of the Longsheng family, an unnamed maiden, met her demise. Chapter 23. Terrifying Gains. Is she dead? Zhou Heng approached the head of the girl from the Changsheng family, his astonishment palpable. Indeed, I possess certain abilities that can obstruct the connection between players and their chances of resurrection. My demise is inextricably linked to this power, the heroic King Kairina remarked, a hint of contemplation in her voice. I had thought that once you entrusted it to me, it would dissipate entirely, Zhou Heng mused, weighing the Sakasite Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, in his hand, his gaze flickering. The heroic King Kairina chuckled softly. I have merged with the Sakasite Emperor's sword, Holy Sword. The only ability I can retain is this one. Truth be told, had it not been for your confrontation with the players of the Changsheng family, I would not have appeared so swiftly. Ah, Changsheng, who does not covet it? Yet, who among those who have encountered it has not succumbed to madness? Zhou Heng fell into silence. When it came to the boundless expanse of this world, his knowledge was primarily confined to the pages of textbooks. Beyond that, he could only describe his understanding as utterly devoid of clarity. Thus, he found himself unable to respond to the words of heroic King Kairina. Destiny is fraught with peril. One must remain vigilant at all times to navigate through this nebulous and profound journey of fate. Destiny grants you a warning. Destiny Warning 1. No individual can be truly trusted, even if that person is the once exalted heroic King Kairina, revered by countless others. Destiny Warning 2. Uphold a respectful view of the notion that human nature is fundamentally good, especially towards this former heroic king. The glimmer in Zhou Heng's eyes deepened. The abrupt warnings from fate seemed to validate his inner suspicions. It appeared that heroic King Kairina was not as wholly devoted to the light as the legend suggested. This warning likely pertained to the slaying of the Changsheng family members. Perhaps, after eliminating players of the Changsheng family, one could circumvent the resurrection mechanism to gain something of value. Yet, such secrets were beyond the grasp of a mere level 10 player like him. Nevertheless, since fate had issued a warning, it was imperative to remain cautious. After the demise of the Changsheng family girl, heroic King Kairina faded away. Zhou Heng sheathed the Sakasite Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, and began to inspect the spoils of her death. Such a true demise would undoubtedly yield all resources. Anything she carried would be released. Furthermore, if fortune favored him, some special quests might manifest in the form of pages, although the probability of this occurring was low. Approximately 30. The items dropped by the Changsheng family girl were abundant and exceedingly rare. The first thing that caught his eye was a scroll. City Lord's Token Quality. National Order, Special, Sakasite Empire Order. Henceforth, Su Ling assumes the position of City Lord of Frosty City, overseeing all affairs therein. What does disparity mean? This is the very essence of disparity. While ordinary players toil tirelessly for mere copper coins by slaying wild beasts, the players of the Changsheng family are already seizing control of various cities with their scrolls in hand. In Frost City, Zhou Heng possessed limited knowledge, having encountered a brief mention in textbooks, as it is classified as a tertiary stronghold of the Sakhar's Empire. Within the Sakhar's Empire, cities are categorized into 5 tiers: villages, towns, tertiary strongholds, secondary strongholds, and primary strongholds. By evaluating the national framework, a secondary stronghold typically represents the largest city within a region, while a tertiary stronghold denotes a relatively prosperous city within the corresponding area. As for primary strongholds, they encompass several significant cities within the national framework. Is this the true essence of the Changsheng family? Indeed, it is formidable. Gazing at the city lord's decree in his hand, Zhou Heng murmured to himself. Had he not acquired the unique talent of fate's guidance? Had he not triumphed over his adversary 3 times with the developmental pace of the Changsheng family players? Su Ling would likely have departed from Little Bird Town, officially taking over Frost City by now. Fate presents numerous choices. Each choice signifies the advent of new challenges. Fate grants you insights. Fate Insight 1. Carry the decree issued by the Sakhar's Empire. Assume your position and take control of Frost City overseeing all city affairs. However, you must also bear the wrath of the Changsheng family, as your actions will thoroughly enrage them. Fate Insight 2. Seek a suitable black market to trade this hot potato for a handsome reward. Yet correspondingly, you must endure the prying eyes of the black market. After perusing the Fate Insights, Zhou Heng quietly stowed away the city lord's decree. This document must remain concealed. Neither Fate Insight 1 nor Insight 2 is suitable for his current situation. This item requires a careful and measured approach. Zhou Heng then turned his attention to the second item that had dropped upon death, a scroll of all-element attribute reduction. Quality good. Upon use, it grants 50 all-element attribute reduction. Usage requirement: slay 1,000 level 10 monsters. The terrifying prowess of the Changsheng family was once again underscored. Zhou Heng was certain that such a scroll, offering a substantial reduction of 50 points across all elemental attributes, would be unattainable for ordinary players in the early stages. They would likely not even know how to acquire it. With such resources in play, the chasm between players of the Changsheng family and ordinary players only widens, akin to the disparity between the glow of fluorescence and the brilliance of the moon. Without hesitation, Zhou Heng employed the scroll of all-element attribute reduction, triggering the corresponding kill quest. Zhou Heng then surveyed the remaining resources: 10 resurrection coins, 3 gold coins, and 3,000 silver coins. According to prior information, those 3,000 silver coins alone were sufficient to exchange for 300 million copper coins, not to mention the gold coins, whose exchange value remained unknown at present. It could be stated that the monetary gains alone would afford Zhou Heng a prolonged period of indulgence. What is this? A 30 probability, and I actually triggered it? Zhou Heng opened the task scroll he had picked up. The ambition of the Black Bear, quest description: eliminate the Black Bear Tyrant, level 50, and assist the Abyssal Serpent, corrupted, in devouring to evolve into the Abyssal Dragon King. Quest duration: none. Quest reward: Thunder Elixir, brilliant. Prerequisite: to think that the Black Bear Tyrant is merely a pawn. Zhou Heng's eyes widened in astonishment, clearly taken aback by this revelation. Frankly, during his 4 days of exploration in the boundless world, he had witnessed the depths of treachery and deceit, yet he never anticipated that the level 50 Black Bear Tyrant would also be ensnared in such machinations. It remains uncertain whether the Black Bear Tyrant is aware of this predicament. He speculated that the Black Bear Tyrant likely remains oblivious, as that individual hardly appeared to be one willing to sacrifice himself for the guild. If the Black Bear Tyrant is indeed unaware, perhaps there is an opportunity for me to devise a plan. Zhou Heng's gaze flickered, and a subtle notion began to form within him. As the adage goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Despite a minor grievance between himself and the Black Bear Tyrant, he believed that, in the face of such critical matters, the Black Bear Tyrant would be the more rational of the two. Chapter 24. Attack 600, Health 6,000 beneath the task scroll. Zhou Heng discovered the reward for the prerequisite quest, the Thunder Potion. Thunder Potion quality: brilliant when cast forward, it paralyzes all units of level 60 or below. Duration: 60 seconds with the task scroll and the brilliant Thunder Potion in hand. Zhou Heng felt empowered not only to persuade the Black Bear Overlord, but also to claim his rightful share from the Black Bear Overlord and the Black Bear Guild. Safeguarding the brilliant Thunder Potion, Zhou Heng continued his exploration of the deep water cavern. His primary objective remained finding an exit while simultaneously leveling up by hunting 10 wild monsters, aiming to enhance the Sacred Sword of Sicasters and achieve a 50 reduction in elemental damage. As Zhou Heng ventured deeper into the cavern, the deep water serpents voraciously feasted within other tunnels. The deep water cavern offered hope for survival. It was not a sanctuary for all. The slow would inevitably become the deep water serpent's next meal. Some overly clever players believed that drawing the serpents into the cavern and then committing suicide would spare them from their wrath. However, upon death, they quickly revived at Yang Kai's resurrection platform, only to be cast back into the depths of despair by members of the Black Bear Guild. Indeed, new players found themselves with no retreat. They faced a grim choice: perish in the belly of the deep water serpent or endure the relentless struggle to become one of the few escapees. This scenario perfectly encapsulated a timeless adage. In an infinite and boundless world, the law of the jungle prevails. Only through utmost caution can one hope for a slender chance of survival. Previously, countless newcomers had scoffed at this notion, believing that the vastness of the world allowed anyone to be the protagonist. Yet now, their singular desire was to survive, to endure in this brutal battle royale against 30,000 newly minted players. You have slain a deep-water serpent. Experience 100. Copper 2. Sacred Sword of Sarcasters draws power. Kills 1. Protection 10. You have slain a deep-water serpent. Experience 100. Copper 2. Sacred Sword of Sarcasters draws power. Kills 1. Protection 10. As Zhou Heng penetrated further into the deep-water cavern, he dispatched an additional 300 deep-water serpents, bringing the enhancement of the Sacred Sword of Sarcasters to a total of 606,000. With his current strength, he felt capable of confronting the deep-water serpents, corrupted, head-on. Thus, the question arose, to battle or to farm? Zhou Heng's gaze sharpened as he awaited the moment of decision. Destiny is not always passive. In significant choices, it can often shape the course of fate. Do you wish to slay the deep-water serpent, corrupted, to reduce the slaughter? Destiny offers you a hint. Destiny Hint 1. Wielding the Sacred Sword of Sarcasters and utilizing various combat techniques learned in school, confront the deep-water serpent directly. Your winning rate shall ascend to a perfect 100%, devoid of any lingering apprehensions, and might even trigger extraordinary events. Destiny Hint 2. In the present moment, your actions may lead others to label you as overly benevolent, yet for the sake of survival, one must tread cautiously. You navigate the wilds with great care, preparing to act before your compassion is fully spent. Upon perceiving the destiny hint upon his retina, Zhou Heng's countenance grew grave. Given the gravity of the hint, should he still opt for Destiny Hint 2, it would indeed be indefensible. Thus, let's engage in battle. Zhou Heng prided himself not on his benevolence. Yet if he possessed the power to thwart the deep-water serpents, corrupted, continued slaughters, why should he allow his fellow human beings to suffer? These individuals were of no consequence to him now. Yet who could assure him that they would not become allies in his confrontation with the Chongqing family in the future? Lost in contemplation, Zhou Heng accelerated deeper into the labyrinth, intent on locating the fork in the road to trace the whereabouts of the deep-water serpent, corrupted. An hour later, he finally arrived at the junction. No sooner had he reached it than he was assaulted by a pungent stench of urine, wafting from the far end of the fork and permeating the depths, refusing to dissipate. Zhou Heng's expression darkened. It was evident that the foul odor stemmed from the desperate excretions of newly initiated players caught between life and death. By the looks of it, they must be ahead. Zhou Heng hastened towards the source of the repugnant aroma. Yet, instead of encountering the novice players and the deep-water serpent corrupted, he stumbled upon someone he least expected, Heiyunba. Sensing someone barreling towards him from behind, Heiyunba turned. Upon seeing Zhou Heng, his eyes widened in disbelief, radiating a fierce and menacing glare. Zhou Heng, I have searched high and low for you. I had pondered where to seek you, yet here you are, presenting yourself on a silver platter. What a stroke of fortune. With that, Heiyunba lunged forward with astonishing speed, aiming to seize Zhou Heng. Remaining unperturbed, Zhou Heng raised his hand and tossed a scroll. I believe you might want to take a look at this before you attempt to end my life. Heiyunba snatched the scroll, his brow furrowing as he scrutinized Zhou Heng, and without hesitation, he unfurled it. Upon reading, the fierce glint in Heiyunba's eyes transformed into incredulity. He stared intently at the task scroll in his grasp, attempting to validate its authenticity with his level 50 experience. However, such an item could not be forged. It was undoubtedly dropped by a slain player. Yet therein lay the dilemma. If the task inscribed upon the scroll were genuine, then few within the Heiyun Guild branch would be privy to it. After all, their esteemed vice president had been a pawn in a scheme, and the other branch members were scarcely qualified to know. Thus, the only holders of this task were Yang Kai, the branch leader, and Su Ling, a player from the Chongqing family who had unexpectedly appeared the previous night. Zhou Heng could not eliminate Yang Kai, for that individual was stationed at the entrance of the deep-water cave. This implied that Zhou Heng had slain the Chongqing family player, Su Ling. If this hypothesis were accurate, the ramifications would be even more terrifying. Due to the nature of this task scroll, it will only drop upon the player's genuine demise. If his conjecture holds true, it signifies that Zhou Heng has utterly eradicated Su Ling, a member of the Chongqing clan. Is it conceivable for an ordinary novice player to annihilate a player from the Chongqing clan who possesses at least 10 chances of resurrection? In an instant, He Xiongba contemplated numerous thoughts. His gaze towards Zhou Heng transformed from disdain to profound apprehension. Zhou Heng, you are even more formidable than I had imagined. She is the second young lady of the Su family in the Chongqing clan. If you have slain her, you cannot conceal it for long. He Xiongba candidly articulated his suspicions, returning the task scroll to Zhou Heng while speaking in a grave tone. Generally, players from the Chongqing clan withdraw from the Boundless world within a month after acquiring resources, leaving you with only 26 days. Once this period elapses, the Su family will undoubtedly conduct a thorough investigation in Birdtown, at which point your identity will be completely exposed. Do not underestimate the capabilities of the Chongqing clan. Zhou Heng surmised that He Xiongba might deduce Su Ling's demise from the task scroll, yet he did not anticipate that such reasoning would occur in a mere moment. If He Xiongba is not deceiving him, then he indeed has merely 26 days left at most. Should any member of the Su family come searching, it would be impossible to remain hidden for that duration. All right, I understand. Thank you. No need to thank me. I should be the one expressing gratitude. He Xiongba remarked, his face filled with animosity. He had dedicated countless efforts to the Black Bear Guild, earning not only merit but also enduring hardships. Yet, what did the Black Bear Guild do? They treated him as mere fodder to nourish the Deepwater Dragon, enabling its evolution into a level 60 Deepwater Dragon King. Chapter 25. Soloing the level 30 boss. What are your thoughts? Zhou Heng inquired, his voice low. He Xiongba's expression turned fierce. If they are unkind, then I shall not be merciful. Zhou Heng, you're showing me this for a reason. You intend for us to join forces, correct? Hand me the Thunder Potion, and I assure you I will slay that beast, Yang Kai. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Heng shook his head. I cannot give you the Thunder Potion. You are far too reckless. Furthermore, since Yang Kai has included you in his calculations, he must possess sufficient confidence to handle unexpected scenarios. It is wise for us to deliberate further on this matter. He Xiongba fell into silence. Though reluctant to admit it, Zhou Heng demonstrated a level of composure and steadiness far beyond his own. Given that Yang Kai had accounted for this formidable level 50 individual, he undoubtedly had the means to respond to unforeseen circumstances. It was possible that the creature was not merely a level 51, fifth transition, but rather a level 60, fifth transition. You may be right, but the Thunder Potion is of no use in your hands. The attributes recorded in the guide are not something you have returned to your instructor, have you? You are only level 10. You cannot intervene in the battle between Yang Kai and me. A confident smile graced Zhou Heng's lips. My strength is far more complex than it appears. Here is the plan. Barring any unforeseen events, the Deepwater Serpent, corrupted, lies ahead. Once I have dispatched it, we can discuss our next steps in greater detail. He Xiongba observed Zhou Heng's demeanor closely, his gaze sharpening. The fact that Zhou Heng had been capable of eliminating Su Ling, the second daughter of the Chongqing Su family, spoke volumes of his exceptional abilities. However, was it not somewhat audacious to confront the level 30 Deepwater Serpent directly at this stage? From level 1 to level 11, one randomly gains 1 point of attributes per level, totaling 10 points. From level 11 to level 21, one gains 5 points per level, totaling 50 points. From level 21 to level 31, one gains 10 points per level, totaling 100 points. In other words, even if Zhou Heng were at level 30, with a total of 160 random attributes, it would still be a daunting task to contend with the Deepwater Serpent, corrupted, alone. Soloing at level 10 is quite difficult. He Xiongba remarked after a prolonged silence. Very well, I shall witness your prowess. I have been tracking the Deepwater Serpent, corrupted. Follow me. We shall enter the tunnel just ahead on the right. Leading Zhou Heng, He Xiongba swiftly turned into a spacious tunnel. The stench of urine was overwhelming, and distant cries could be heard echoing through the air. No, please, I don't want to die, someone help me. The sounds of anguish mingled with the crunching of flesh, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Zhou Heng's expression hardened as he raced toward the source of the sound, drawing forth the Saka's Terrace Emperor Sword, Holy Sword, as his speed surged. He Xiongba followed closely, noting Zhou Heng's sudden acceleration to a remarkable pace of 3.0 ms. As a rare and difficult speed to achieve, how had he managed to reach such a level at merely level 10? Was it due to some extraordinary fortune, or was it the influence of that sword? As the black bear pondered, Zhou Heng rushed towards the source of the sound. The deep water larva, drenched in blood, was voraciously devouring a still unfinished player. Nearby, 3 novice players huddled in a corner, terrified, repeatedly pleading, "Don't kill me. Don't kill me." A glint of determination flickered in Zhou Heng's eyes. In the next moment, wielding the Seikast Emperor's sword, a holy blade, he lunged from behind towards the deep water larva. With a piercing sound, the creature, now darkened, registered a damage of -658. 5 at its wound. The black bear stood bewildered, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. A level 10 novice player, having logged into this boundless world for just over 4 days, dealt such damage with a single strike. The deep water larva, feeling the sting, turned its wrathful gaze towards the source of the pain, only to find a diminutive biped. Enraged, it twisted its worm-like body and unleashed a swift tail sweep. Zhou Heng swiftly removed his bronze armor, executed a roll, and deftly evaded the larva's assault. In retaliation, he performed a spinning sword strike, inflicting another -658. 5 damage upon the creature's wound. The deep water larva roared in fury, conjuring a storm above, releasing a rain of acid. -100. Fortunately, the larva's ability to devour novice players only augmented its physical attack, not its magic. Had it been otherwise, the acid rain would have wrought far greater devastation. Ignoring the corrosive downpour, Zhou Heng maximized his agility, continuously dealing damage while keeping the deep water larva at bay. -658. 5. -658. 5. -658. 5. The injured larva sought an opportunity for counterattack. Yet, as the battle wore on, it realized its movement speed and attack speed paled in comparison to Zhou Heng's. Even with a staggering 100,000 health points, it could not withstand the relentless assault of 658. 5 damage per strike. Flee! Flee! The instinct to survive roared within the larva. With a furious cry, it lashed out at the cave's stone walls, using the chaos to escape. Escape? Where could it possibly flee? Zhou Heng, gripping the Seikast Emperor's sword, spoke with icy resolve. Having the capacity to slay this beast, he would not allow it to continue its rampage against humanity. Relentlessly pursuing the deep water larva, Zhou Heng struck it down with fervor. After approximately 100 strikes, he discerned the creature's attack patterns and began to target its weaknesses. -1,347. A thrust pierced the larva's eye, delivering a critical blow. Seizing the momentum, Zhou Heng swiftly dispatched the boss, which the novice players could hardly contend with. You have slain the level 30 boss, deep water larva, darkened. Experience 300. You have not obtained the first transition certificate. Your level cannot exceed 10. Is it truly over? The black bear stood aside, astonished, watching the entire scene unfold. He had anticipated that slaying the deep water larva, darkened, would necessitate his assistance. Yet throughout the encounter, he had no opportunity to intervene, neither to contribute damage nor to prevent its escape. Zhou Heng, you surpass my expectations in strength. It is no wonder you dare to take the lead and vanquish the eternal players. I believe we can indeed collaborate. The black bear tyrant approached Zhou Heng, gazing wistfully at the loot strewn across the ground. Zhou Heng merely smiled, offering no response, as he bent to collect the deep water, darkened drops. 3 items lay before him: 10 silver coins, a Jiao horn bow, and a weathered parchment scroll. Jiao horn bow level, 30 quality. Superior forged from the yet-to-be fully evolved Jiao horn attack. 130 enchantments. 1. Inflicts corrosive damage upon attack, dealing 10 dark attribute damage per second for 5 seconds upon hitting the target. 2. Increases final damage by 1 for every 100 meters the arrow travels. up to a maximum enhancement of 100 physical damage. 3. Negates 1 equipment requirement. Equipment requirement. Level 25 due to the 3rd enchantment. This bow, originally requiring level 25 for equipping, no longer has a level prerequisite. Such equipment is exceedingly rare within the boundless expanse of the world. Even if Zhou Heng chooses not to utilize it in the future, it can still fetch a handsome price. Carefully storing the Jiaohorn bow, Zhou Heng turned his attention to the final item, the weathered parchment scroll. Chapter 26. Attack 1000, Life 10,000 Experimental Log. I have merged with the darkness. I have succeeded. I have become a formidable dark mage, wielding the essence of shadows. Light is destined for annihilation. We are the sovereigns of this realm. Plans have shifted. The Great Abyss has postponed its assault, and I have received orders to cultivate the Deepwater Dragon King. Cultivating the Deepwater Dragon King is no easy task. 5 years have passed, and despite exhausting all my methods, I have not succeeded. Members of the Changshan family sought me out, and I acquired the techniques for nurturing the Deepwater Dragon King. Who would have imagined that this level 60 boss requires the life force of players for its cultivation? This may be difficult for the newcomers from another world to accept, but as a native NPC, what is there that I cannot accept? The experiment commenced. Yet the success rate remains a mere 60. The new players are increasingly difficult to deceive. I must devise new strategies to enhance the yield of the Deepwater Dragon King. The Changshan family brought encouraging news. The Black Bear Guild has become one of the vital nutrients, allowing my plans to unfold more effectively. The aura of darkness draws ever closer. I can sense it. The great Lord of the Abyss is poised to descend upon the Sokka's empire. We are on the verge of ruling this empire. The log contains substantial details, yet it bears no signature, leaving Zhou Heng unable to ascertain who is clandestinely cultivating the Deepwater Dragon King. However, according to the hints from Changshan player Su Ling's quest and the ominous signs of fate, all clues point to one individual, the mayor of Birdtown. Zhou Heng presented the experimental log to Black Bear Ba, awaiting his response. Initially curious, Black Bear Ba wondered what this new item warranted his attention. Yet upon reading, his expression darkened. The information revealed in the log indicates that only one individual in Birdtown fits the criteria, Mayor Tate. So, what do you propose we do next? Zhou Heng posed the question to Black Bear Ba. As a newcomer, he had yet to fully comprehend many of the systems in this vast, boundless world. Despite having studied for 3 years, his experience paled in comparison to Black Bear Ba, who had ascended from level 1 to level 50. His suggestions might be cautious, but they would not necessarily be comprehensive. Holding the experimental log, Black Bear Ba remained silent for a full 5 minutes before responding in a grave tone. The situation is even more complex than I anticipated. I need additional time to clarify the circumstances. Keep this with you. Once I have untangled the situation and devised a response, I will contact you. With that, Black Bear Ba handed Zhou Heng a walkie-talkie. For now, focus on your development. We shall maintain some level of communication. Black Bear Ba departed, seemingly at a loss for a viable strategy. Zhou Heng gazed at the walkie-talkie, silently stowing it away before resuming his search for level 10 wild monsters. The foes are formidable, far beyond his current capacity to confront. While Black Bear Ba appeared to be an ally, no one could guarantee that, when the time came for battle, they would remain in the same camp. Therefore, strengthening his abilities became imperative. Half an hour later, Zhou Heng arrived at a completely new cave, where grassy plains and deep water snakes were abundant. The sheer number was staggering, at least 300. This is wonderful. A smile crept across Zhou Heng's face as he unsheathed the Sakasite Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, and strode toward the horde of creatures. Hiss, hiss, hissed the deep water snakes. Upon detecting Zhou Heng's intrusion into their territory, launched an immediate attack without hesitation. As night fell, Zhou Heng surveyed the battlefield littered with the carcasses of deep water snakes, grinning as he opened the panel for the Sakasite Emperor's sword, Holy Sword. Sakasite Emperor's sword, Holy Sword. Level 1 quality. Ancient kill count. 1000 1000. Each kill of an equal level creature increases attack by 1. Protect count. 10,000 10,000. Each kill of an equal level creature increases health by 10. Attack speed. 1. 0 S movement speed. 2. 0 ms durability. Upgrade. 1 10,000 after a full day of relentless combat. Zhou Heng had finally maxed out the attributes of this legendary holy sword. Equipped with the Sakasite Emperor Sword, Holy Sword, his physical attack surged to a terrifying 1088. 5 to 2,177. In terms of attack attributes, he was already on par with players of level 41 or higher, that is, those who had undergone their fourth advancement. If one were to consider his health attributes, Zhou Heng theoretically possessed the capability to contend with a level 50 Black Bear Tyrant. However, this was merely theoretical. The disparity between his current level and that of a player like the Black Bear Tyrant, in terms of experience in practical combat, was not to be overlooked, let alone the significant differences in skill sets. Although Zhou Heng was unaware of the strength of skills possessed by players of the Black Bear Tyrant's caliber. Based on textbook knowledge, typical level 50 players usually had complex skill sets, with the more formidable ones even possessing obscure, profound skills. Thus, evaluating a player's strength solely based on attributes is exceedingly biased and imprudent. Nevertheless, even without directly challenging the might of the Black Bear Tyrant in a sudden situation, he should still possess a degree of self-preservation capability when combined with his Wrath of Fire ability. Yet, he felt still too weak. Given a bit more time, I am certain I will grow even stronger. Tightening his grip on the Sakasite Emperor Sword, Holy Sword, Zhou Heng prepared to continue hunting. Although he had already reached level 10 max, he was just one quest away from his first class advancement, yet despite his extensive grinding, he had yet to obtain the class advancement scroll. Therefore, Zhou Heng's primary objective remained focused on amassing elemental resistance. Enhancing this would bolster his defenses against magical attacks considerably. Lost in thought, Zhou Heng ventured deeper into the depths of the water cave. By the late hours of the night, he had lost track of his whereabouts and found himself in a vast cavern. The cave was circular in shape, with each opening leading to a seemingly bottomless tunnel. At the center of the cavern lay a mound of dry, withered grass, reminiscent of a nest belonging to some creature. After circling the various openings, Zhou Heng discovered that only one tunnel was ventilated. Following the breezy passage, he quickened his pace, soon delving into the profound depths of the tunnel. This is a dead end. However, intriguingly, at the terminus lies a fissure. The fissure emanates a flickering violet glow, both mysterious and profound. Deep water dragon larvae nest. Level 10 unique secret realm. Upon discerning the nature of the fissure, Zhou Heng could not suppress his laughter. This deep water dragon larvae nest, if all goes as anticipated, is the breeding ground mentioned in the experimental log. In other words, it harbors a multitude of level 10 deep water dragon larvae. The only uncertainty lies in whether their numbers exceed 10,000. Should they fall short of this figure, his comprehensive elemental attribute mitigation may not be sufficient to be realized today. Contemplating this, Zhou Heng stepped into the fissure, entering the unique instance of the deep water dragon larvae nest. Chapter 27. The will to transcend upon entering the lair of the deep water dragon larvae. A straight and unbroken stone path came into view. Following the path to its terminus revealed an immense breeding ground beneath. Through Zhou Heng's extraordinary long-range vision, he discerned a multitude of deep water dragon larvae writhing within the breeding ground, with an initial estimate exceeding 10,000. Although his accumulated experience offered little practical benefit, this quantity was sufficient for him to enhance his elemental resistance. He directed an appraisal at the deep water dragon larvae. Deep water dragon larvae level, 10 attack, 37 to 74 magic, 21 to 42 health, 10, 0, 0, 0, 10, 0, 0, 0 mana, 2, 0, 0, 0, 2, 0, 0, 0 armor, 10 attack speed, 1, 3s movement speed, 2, 0 ms acid rain. Unleashes a wave of acid rain, striking all within a 100-meter radius, inflicting water attribute damage equal to magic x1. 0. Spit. Expels a glob of viscous saliva forward, dealing physical damage equal to attack x2. 0. The level 10 deep water dragon larvae were formidable adversaries for an average novice player. Attempting to solo such creatures at this stage would be exceedingly challenging. Not to mention the area of effect attacks. Even their movement speed posed a significant threat. Without skills or equipment to enhance speed, how could one contend with them? Drawing forth the Sakacete Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, Zhou Heng leapt from the end of the path. Despite the overwhelming number of deep water dragon larvae, his health stood at a robust 10,000, coupled with his superior movement speed. Thus, he felt no trepidation as he plunged into the throng of dragon larvae. Meanwhile, in the sky city of the Blue Star Xia Kingdom, Black Bear Ba knelt, addressing Su Ming, who sat in a wheelchair, a handkerchief pressed to his mouth and nose. After a brief cough, he removed it to reveal it stained with blood. Black Bear Ba, what brings you here? He queried, his voice hoarse. Black Bear Ba knelt on both knees, bowing respectfully. Young Master Su, Miss Ling has perished. Su Ming's hand froze mid-air, the handkerchief slipping from his grasp as he struggled to contain a violent fit of coughing. When he finally subdued the urge, the once white cloth was now saturated with blood. He remained silent for a moment before handing the handkerchief to a nearby maid and spoke with a grave tone. How did she die? Is the information accurate? Tell me everything you know. Black Bear Ba, unable to meet his gaze, recounted how he had journeyed to Little Bird Town, how he had been discarded as bait for the deep water dragon larvae, and how Zhou Heng had slain Su Ling. So, my sister was killed by that newcomer Zhou Heng? Su Ming asked, his tone icy. Indeed, young master. I witnessed the task scroll left behind after Miss Ling's demise. As you know, such items only drop upon our true death. The vast hall fell into an eerie silence, the sound of a pin dropping audible. Su Ming lightly tapped the armrest of his wheelchair, and after a prolonged pause, he spoke with a deep sense of resolve. I shall send someone to Little Bird Town at once. Your sole task is to ensure Zhou Heng remains calm. Do not allow him to escape. Accomplishing this task will grant you access to the upper echelons of the Black Bear Guild, liberating you from the status of a mere pawn. A radiant expression of joy illuminated the face of Black Bear Ba as he repeatedly bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you, young Master Su. Rest assured, I shall keep Zhou Heng in Little Bird Town, awaiting your commands. Su Ming accepted a new handkerchief, succumbing once more to a fit of violent coughing. Cough, cough. Go now, do not let me down. Black Bear Ba dared not linger, hastily affirming his obedience before scurrying away. Su Ming reclined in his wheelchair, lost in contemplation as he gazed out at the breathtaking sky visible through the floor-to-ceiling windows. He had not anticipated that merely 4 days apart would result in the tragic demise of his playful and endearing sister, who had so affectionately called him brother. Lingya, go in peace. As for Zhou Heng, I shall ensure he finds no solace in life nor death. With that, Su Ming closed his eyes, vanishing abruptly from the hall. The tides of fate are ever in flux, varying from individual to individual, shaped by their choices. Your intellect and composure are indeed essential for traversing the eternal, yet your experiences remain limited, leading you to approach situations with bias. Fate's warning. You may believe that Black Bear Ba would align himself with you, yet your understanding of the terrifying Longxing family is woefully inadequate. Black Bear Ba has chosen the most prudent path, submitting to Longxing, beseeching for survival. He has succeeded, while you have exposed yourself. You must vacate Little Bird Town post-haste. For once members of the Longxing Su family arrive, even your 13 chances of resurrection will avail you nothing. Fate's in sight too, as the saying goes. A fall into a pit brings wisdom. Your experiences as a newcomer have been understandably tumultuous. If you do not wish to flee Little Bird Town, perhaps you might consider venturing deep into the Abyssal Serpent's secret realm, playing the elegant ancient flute acquired from a level 100 forger. This may be your sole means of confronting the imminent danger. Zhou Heng had just retrieved a first-turn certificate dropped by the slain Abyssal Serpent when his pupils involuntarily contracted. The warnings of fate would not mislead him. This signified that during the brief time he had parted from Black Bear Ba, the latter had returned to the realities of the Longxing Su family. Clenching the first-turn certificate in his palm, Zhou Heng remained silent for a full quarter of an hour. Those familiar with him would recognize this as his customary moment of introspection. This incident, indeed, stemmed from my insufficient consideration, failing to weigh the situation from Black Bear Ba's perspective. Were I in his position, kneeling before the Longxing family to exchange my life for the removal of my pawn status would undoubtedly be the most suitable choice. The circumstances had escalated to this point because Zhou Heng had yet to fully adapt to the rules of this boundless virtual realm. In his interactions with Black Bear Ba, he had unwittingly carried over experiences from his peaceful past, leading him to assume that since Black Bear Ba had become a pawn, he would certainly align with him in devising an escape plan. Yet, he had forgotten that this world is not the tranquil era of his former life, but rather an epoch where individuals are willing to sacrifice everything for longevity and higher levels within this gaming universe. Zhou Heng took a deep breath, striving to quell the tumult of his emotions as he directed his gaze toward the depths of the Abyssal Serpent's secret realm. Fate hints that within the depths of the Abyssal Serpent's secret realm lies a method of resolution. It must indeed exist. What he needs to do is swiftly eradicate the Abyssal Serpents, while simultaneously enhancing the elemental attributes to their maximum as he ventures deeper. Reclaiming his focus, Zhou Heng gazed at the first transition certificate in his hand and crushed it without hesitation. Detection of first transition certificate. Detection of class existence. You have obtained first transition qualification. Please select one achievement from the following to complete. Upon completion, you will break through level 10 and ascend to level 11. First transition achievements. Achievement of Mighty Power. Slay 1,000 level 10 monsters. Achievement of Tenacious Will. Slay 100,000 level 10 monsters. Achievement of Boundless Wilderness. Slay 1,000 level 10 monsters. Achievement of Transcendent Power. Defeat a level 20 player in an elevated challenge. Achievement of Transcendent Might. Defeat a level 30 player in an elevated challenge. Achievement of Transcendent Will. Defeat a level 40 player in an elevated challenge. Chapter 28. The Mysterious Statue upon transitioning to the 9th and even legendary job classes. Players rely heavily on the achievement system. The spectrum of achievement difficulty varies significantly. For instance, a relatively simple task such as slaying 1,000 level 10 monsters is a far cry from the formidable challenge of surpassing one's own will, which necessitates defeating a level 40 foe while at level 10. The disparity in difficulty is akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. However, the more arduous the achievement, the greater the rewards upon its completion. Firstly, the drop rate of monsters increases subtly in accordance with the difficulty of the achievements, a principle long validated by the eons of online gaming. Secondly, there exists a heightened probability of enhancing a profession's star rating. As previously mentioned, the natural star rating cap is 3 stars, but there exist higher tiers, 4, 5, and even 9 stars. To transcend the 3-star threshold, one must rely on achievement progression. In other words, the more challenging the achievement, the higher the likelihood of increasing the profession's star rating. Zhou Heng contemplated the 6 levels of achievement difficulty, patiently awaiting the inevitable. As predicted, a fateful prompt emerged before his eyes. The simplicity or complexity of your achievements will directly influence the ultimate destination of your fate. You must carve out a favorable path for your future. Destiny offers you guidance. Destiny Prompt 1. If you aspire to attain a future beyond the reach of ordinary mortals and to glimpse eternity, only the highest achievement progression is suited for you. Choose it, and you shall undoubtedly prevail. Destiny Prompt 2. Choose any number from 1 to 5. With your prowess, you will assuredly accomplish it with ease. Merely a matter of time. However, is it truly necessary? From the outset, Zhou Heng had resolved to strive for the achievement of surpassing will, and now, fortified by the dual assurance of destiny's prompts, he harbored no reservations and decisively chose the path of surpassing will. You have chosen the achievement of surpassing will. When you slay a level 40 player, you will undergo your first job transition. The next step was to defeat a level 40 player. He closed the job transition quest and, observing the dwindling numbers of deep water scourges before him, Zhou Heng took a deep breath and plunged into the frenzy of monster hunting. Meanwhile, Black Bear Tyrant logged into the boundless world. Still ensconced within the depths of the water cave, he immediately attempted to contact Zhou Heng via intercom, but found himself unable to reach him. After several attempts, Black Bear Tyrant's expression darkened. Could that fellow have discovered something? No, that is impossible. He is merely a fledgling player, incapable of grasping the full complexities of this vast realm. Thus, he must be engrossed in monster hunting, forgetting to check his inventory. After a moment of contemplation, Black Bear Tyrant resolved to take extra precautions. While attempting to reach Zhou Heng, he began to explore the depths of the cave, hoping to locate his companions swiftly. Time slipped by, and dawn broke on the 5th day. After an entire night of searching, Black Bear Tyrant still could not connect with Zhou Heng. His countenance grim and nearly on the verge of despair. "My lord, Zhou Heng must still be in the water cave. There are no other exits. Trust me, I will surely make contact with him." "Very well, my lord. Upon your arrival, proceed directly into the water cave." Hanging up the communication, the black bear was filled with an expression of utter disbelief. He was aware that the Changsheng Su family would take ruthless measures against Zhou Heng, yet he never anticipated the extent of their severity, dispatching a level 70 sealing master. A sealing master, endowed with skills and talents intrinsically linked to sealing, is a pivotal profession within powerful factions, akin to a nuclear deterrent that must be safeguarded. Their intervention often entails sealing off specific areas, rendering skills and equipment unusable, among other debilitating effects. "Zhou Heng, where on earth are you? Damn it, could it be that he has truly fled? If that were the case, I would be doomed." An unmistakable urgency creased Black Bear's brow as he hastened his search, intermittently attempting to reach Zhou Heng via his intercom. Within the depths of the deep water serpent's secret realm, Zhou Heng severed the final head of a deep water serpent, achieving a complete extermination. Throughout the entire secret realm, he had vanquished a total of 15,000 deep water serpents, yielding him 100 first-tier certificates, excluding those already utilized, and several pieces of ordinary and fine level 10 equipment, in addition to over 9,000 copper coins. Considering his previous gains, Zhou Heng now possessed 3 gold coins, 3,002 silver coins, and 50,000 copper coins. You have completed the challenge. Defeated 1,000 level 10 monsters 1,000. All elemental attribute reduction activated. Water attribute reduction, 50 fire attribute reduction, 50 wind attribute reduction, 50 thunder attribute reduction, 50 ice attribute reduction, 50 wood attribute reduction, 50 light attribute reduction, 50 dark attribute reduction, 50 observing the sudden surge, to 50 in all elemental attribute reductions. Zhou Heng couldn't suppress a smile. With this 50-point reduction, it seemed that many magical attacks would likely prove ineffective against him. Next, he would pursue the elegant ancient flute mentioned in the destiny prompt. With the elegant ancient flute in hand, Zhou Heng strode deeper into the secret realm of the deep water serpents. This journey lasted a full quarter of an hour. Upon reaching the end of the realm, he finally discerned its uniqueness. Before him stood a colossal statue, approximately 6 meters in height. The reason it was deemed colossal was that the statue was seated. It depicted a man whose full visage remained obscured. He had long hair, cascading to a garden behind him, partially shrouding his face, with a flute poised at his lips, as if in the act of playing. As Zhou Heng examined the statue, the elegant ancient flute in his grasp suddenly emitted a faint glow and began to tremble slightly. In the next moment, the flute slipped from his control, floating toward the statue's own flute, and astonishingly replaced the stone flute, resting at the statue's lips, producing a soft, muted sound. Soon, the gentle sound transformed into an elegant melody that reverberated throughout the deep water serpent's secret realm. The flute's notes were melodious and profound, imbued with an indescribable sense of lingering nostalgia. In the rapture of the flute's music, Zhou Heng forgot the relentless pursuit of the Changsheng family and the anxious black bear, entering a state of transcendence. At the age of merely 40, the level 70 sealer, Wang Lu, appeared strikingly handsome, adorned in a finely crafted crimson robe. He approached the black bear tyrant, his gaze icy and unwavering. The black bear tyrant trembled beneath his imposing presence. Despite being level 50, he felt an overwhelming dread when faced with such a rare profession as a sealer, fearing that a single misstep could lead to his demise. "Forgive me, my lord." Zhou Heng seems to have sensed something, as he has not been connecting through the intercom. Wang Lu cast a disdainful glance at the intercom in the black bear tyrant's hand, a flicker of contempt crossing his eyes. It was no wonder he could only serve as vice president in such a remote location. Such devices were beneath even a dog. Very well, allow me to take charge. You should remain here obediently. With that, under the terrified gaze of the black bear tyrant, Wang Lu unleashed a beam of light, sealing him within a luminous box in the palm of his hand. Tossing the sealed box into his backpack, Wang Lu retrieved a flag and planted it firmly at his feet. Name, Zhou Heng. Exploration location, Deep Water Cave. Activate. In the next instant, the flag radiated a soft glow, dispersing countless light elemental sprites that spread out from the flag's center, illuminating the entire deep water cave. Chapter 29. The Sublime and Elegant Duel Arena. You listen to the melodious flute of an ancient hero. Magic 500, magic value 10,000. The flute sound abruptly ceased, and countless streams of light converged upon the elegant ancient flute. Then, with a resounding pop, a statue 6 meters tall shattered into pieces. The elegant ancient flute returned to Zhou Heng's hands, but this time, its attributes had transformed. Elegant ancient flute quality, inferior sublime, and elegant fighting spirit. When playing any flute tune, no one can attack you during the performance. After the tune concludes, both parties engage in a sublime and elegant duel. Revival mechanisms are ignored. The victor survives while the vanquished perishes. Inferior flute tune. During the sublime and elegant duel, the level attributes of both combatants are influenced by the quality of the elegant ancient flute. Current level, 1. Equipable items, 1. Fleeting. The inferior elegant ancient flute cannot sustain its efficacy for extended periods. Cooldown time, 6 months. Upon reviewing the effects of the elegant ancient flute, Zhou Heng finally comprehended why fate had prompted him to choose it. Indeed, only this skill could afford him a glimmer of hope in confronting figures like the Black Bear Tyrant. Who could have imagined that a mere flute purchased at the roadside possessed such extraordinary capabilities? Yet, what exactly constituted the ancient heroes? Such knowledge was conspicuously absent from textbooks. Throughout his 3 years in high school, Zhou Heng had absorbed a wealth of information, yet not a single fragment concerning ancient heroes had surfaced. Either the compilers of textbooks were oblivious to such matters, or the national system and the Changshan family had selectively concealed this information. Regardless of the reason, Zhou Heng felt an instinctive conviction that the secrets behind the boundless world were inextricably linked to the ancient heroes. Safeguarding the elegant ancient flute, Zhou Heng directed his gaze towards the intercom. He now possessed the means to contact the Black Bear Tyrant. However, before he could act, a fate prompt once again materialized upon his retina. Fate is mysterious and ever-changing. Your adversary has instantaneously shifted from the Black Bear Tyrant to a level 70 sealer. Fate grants you an enhancement. Fate Prompt 1. The formidable sealer has located your position. Your time is running short. Immediately play any flute tune, ensuring your survival before commencing the performance. Fate Prompt 2. Arrogant and complacent, you may choose to await the encounter with your foe before playing. Of course, you might find yourself unable to produce a tune. A level 70 sealer? Zhou Heng's pupils constricted, and he involuntarily inhaled deeply. High-level players faced significant penalties for slaying newcomers, penalties that escalated dramatically with increasing levels. A level 70 player, especially a sealer, was willing to risk substantial penalties to eliminate a novice like him. This indicated the immense power wielded by the Changshan family Su clan. However, this is no longer the time of vulnerability. I'm no longer the easy prey I once was. Gazing at the elegant ancient flute in his possession, Zhou Heng resolutely constructed a mound of earth, seated himself, and began to play the flute tune. Fortunately, in this world, students must dabble in various fields. In this lifetime, I have not mastered many flute compositions, yet I am content with any piece of flute music. Accompanied by the patriotic melody of the Summer Kingdom, a figure emerged from the rift in space. Is this where people vanish? A unique secret realm of level 10. Indeed, a stroke of luck for this young man. A flicker of cold light flashed in Wang Lu's eyes as he resolutely stepped into the Abyssal Water Serpent Realm. You have entered the Abyssal Water Serpent Realm. Following the path taken by Zhou Heng, Wang Lu eventually reached the end of the road. Standing at its conclusion, he gazed upon the vast cultivation arena. his eyes immediately locking onto Zhou Heng, who sat atop a mound, playing the flute. Is this the patriotic melody of the Summer Kingdom? The patriotic melody is the official score of the Summer Kingdom, its tune resounding and grand, aimed at promoting an indomitable spirit. What is this young man up to? A frown creased Wang Lu's brow, an unsettling premonition taking root in his mind. Descending from the end of the path, he took a step forward, and in the next instant, with a whoosh, he appeared before Zhou Heng. Assessing Zhou Heng, a glimmer of appreciation flashed in Wang Lu's eyes. For one so young to have prompted the heir of the Changshan family's Su clan to personally order his capture, he must have accomplished something earth-shattering unbeknownst to Wang Lu. Zhou Heng, come with me, Wang Lu declared, reaching out to grasp Zhou Heng. With his strength, subduing a level 10 brat would be effortless. However, just as he was about to seize Zhou Heng, his sealing technique was repelled. This, Wang Lu's pupils constricted, his foreboding feeling intensifying. Before he could comprehend the situation, lines of text suddenly flashed across his retina. You are listening to the flute music. The effect of noble and elegant combat spirit is activated, generating noble and elegant dual arena. A colossal luminous barrier radiated from Zhou Heng, swiftly enveloping both him and Wang Lu. What is this? As a level 70 elite player, it was Wang Lu's first encounter with such a phenomenon. Anxiety surged within him as he attempted to deploy his sealing technique once more, directing his attack towards Zhou Heng. You can no longer harm the enemy before the noble and elegant dual arena is established. Noble and elegant dual arena generation complete. Inferior flute music effect activated. Your level has been reduced to level 1, retrieving your level 1 attributes. You may retain one weapon suitable for level 1 use. Wang Lu's pupils dilated, a chilling sensation overwhelming him. His level had dropped to 1, and he could only keep a weapon suitable for level 1. Yet he was a level 70 sealer, who would retain a weapon for level 1 use. Wang Lu glanced at his attributes panel. True name, Wang Lu level, 1 attack, 2 to 4 magic, 0 to 0 health, 30-30 mana, 30-30 armor, 0 attack speed, 1. 0 S movement speed, 1. 2 ms water resistance, 0 fire resistance, 0 wind resistance, 0 thunder resistance, 0 ice resistance, 0 wood resistance, 0 light resistance, 0 dark resistance, 0 experience, 0 100 seal mastery, A when casting sealing skills. Success rate 20. Level judgment 3 upon observing the attributes of his level 1 status. Wang Lu was drenched in cold sweat. However, what truly instilled terror within him was the section beneath the attributes, where the resurrection coin was disabled. This indicated that this was no ordinary duel arena, but one where life and death could be determined. It was a matter of survival or demise. In a state of panic, Wang Lu hastily rummaged through his backpack to ascertain whether he possessed any usable items. Fortune smiled upon him. Nestled within his backpack lay a wooden staff, a level 20 weapon that disregarded level restrictions, boasting 60 attack and 500 health points. Instantly, a surge of confidence coursed through him. He cast his gaze towards the distant figure of Zhou Heng, grasping the air as the wooden staff materialized in his hand. At that moment, Zhou Heng also opened his eyes, turning his attention towards Wang Lu, slowly drawing the sword from his waist. "Senior, I've been waiting for you for quite some time." Chapter 30. Instant kill. Wang Lu's expression turned cold, his silence betraying no mockery. With a decisive motion, he channeled all his skills to their utmost limit, hurling himself toward Zhou Heng. Zhou Heng remained utterly immobile, positioning the sacrificial emperor's sword, holy sword, before him, his eyes radiating a piercing, frosty glare. Rage consumed him. Magic minus 300. Attack speed 2. 0s. Movement speed 4. 0 ms. Attack 20. Flames erupted from Zhou Heng, followed by a swift glimmer of cold light, culminating in a splatter of blood. As Wang Lu executed his striking maneuver, he stood rigid, eyes wide open, disbelief etched across his face. Consumed by fury. You. What are you? This movement speed, this attack speed. I cannot accept this. After struggling to reach level 70 max, why? Wang Lu's eyes brimmed with reluctance as he attempted to turn and gaze at Zhou Heng, the one who had just slain him in an instant. Yet, his body betrayed him, succumbing to the bloodshed as he collapsed helplessly. This is a perfect, noble, and elegant duel. Congratulations to player Zhou Heng for his victory. You have obtained all resources of the defeated. With this notification, Wang Lu, the level 70 sealer, burst forth in a shower of resources scattered across the ground. 30 million copper coins, 1 skill book, 3 blank sheets of paper, 1 robe, 2 resurrection coins. Zhou Heng meticulously counted the resources dropped upon Wang Lu's demise. Majestic golden body. Quality. Simple true damage reduction, 100 learning requirement 1. Consume 100 silver crystals learning requirement 2. Defeat units exceeding your level by 10. Is this the skill system of a level 70 powerhouse? It commences with the legendary true damage system. Zhou Heng was unaware of what silver crystals were, but knowing the learning requirements meant he would find a way to achieve them. Regardless, this 100 true damage reduction must be acquired. Comprehensive development is essential to navigate the boundless world ahead. Zhou Heng turned his attention to the second dropped item. Blank paper quality. Ordinary, this appeared to be nothing more than a simple, unwritten sheet of paper. The 3 sheets were separate, devoid of any utility beyond their blankness. Yet, Zhou Heng could not fathom that a level 70 sealer would carry 3 worthless sheets. Determined to remain cautious, Zhou Heng resolved to keep them within his illustrious backpack. However, the next moment, a notification startled him. You cannot place the blank paper into your backpack. You require more than 10,000 slots to store it. Zhou Heng's pupils constricted as he gazed at the 3 sheets in his hand, instantly comprehending their true worth. Each sheet necessitated an allocation of 10,000 slots. Far from being mere ordinary paper, they undoubtedly concealed significant secrets. Carefully securing the 3 sheets close to him, Zhou Heng picked up the robe. Crimson robe level, 40 quality, radiant. This robe, forged from scarlet fabric, is the favorite of countless mages. Sealing coefficient, 10 enchantment 1. Mana recovery 1s enchantment 2. Mana 30,000 equipment requirement. Level 40. This exquisite robe of brilliance is indeed remarkable, yet regrettably, it cannot be worn. Aside from these drops, there lies a bag beside it, which is presumably the one used by Wang Lu during his lifetime. The bag boasts a capacity of 99 by 99, identical to the one he utilized. However, unlike his bag, every compartment of this one is brimming with resources. A particular substance known as moon deer grass. Moon deer grass quality. Rare blooms under moonlight, attracting moonlight deers. Zhou Heng speculates that this must have been Wang Lu's preparation for a task related to the moonlight deers, hence the vast collection of moon deer grass. Alas, the defeat of Wang Lu yielded no pertinent quests. Otherwise, he would have been eager to see if he could accept one. Upon completing the identification of all items, Zhou Heng checked his first transition quest. You have completed the achievement. Will to surpass. You have slain the level 70 sealer. Wang Lu, erasure. You have exceeded the achievement. Will to surpass. Monster drops, permanent 10. Long-range archer promoted to 3 stars. Long-range archer promoted to 4 stars. You have leveled up to level 11. The drop rate has been directly quantified. His profession has even soared to 4 stars. Zhou Heng was elated. A 4-star profession is undoubtedly incomparable to a 2-star one. With great anticipation, he opened his profession panel. Long-range archer star rating. Attribute growth 300, additional attribute growth 200, long-range vision. Your sight can extend up to 30 kilometers under unobstructed conditions. Long-range shooting. Your arrow's attack range increases from 500 meters to 30 kilometers. Long-range tracking. When you lock onto an enemy, your attacks will perpetually pursue them within the shooting range. Blood pump. Within 1 second, all attributes can be temporarily converted into attack magic. Subsequently, a prolonged weakness period of 30 seconds ensues. All attributes revert to 1. Archer's cultivation. You will no longer require arrows. All of nature shall serve as your ammunition. Compared to the 2-star rating, the 4-star designation offers Zhou Heng an abundance of surprises. The enhancements in both long-range vision and shooting are tremendously significant. However, what truly delights Zhou Heng is the increase in attribute growth from the original 150 to 500. This implies that he can now acquire an additional 350 in base attributes. From level 1 to level 11, there are a total of 10 enhancements, yielding 10 random attributes. The additional 350 attribute points translate into 35 random attributes. Soon enough, as these 350 attribute points are allocated, Zhou Heng's overall attributes experience a qualitative leap. True name, Zhou Heng. Level 11 attack, 123. 5 to 247 magic, 500-1000 health, 590 mana, 105660 armor, 0 attack speed, 1, 0 s movement speed, 1, 2 ms water resistance, 50 fire resistance, 50 wind resistance, 50 thunder resistance, 50 ice resistance, 50 wood resistance, 50 light resistance, 50 dark resistance, 50 experience, 0-100. Experience can only be gained by defeating level 11 opponents. Fate hint. Unique when faced with a choice of destiny. Fate will provide tangible hints. These are Zhou Heng's base attributes without any equipment. In terms of attack and health, he may not compare to the developed players of the Chongqing family, but when considering his magic and mana values, Zhou Heng believes he can easily overpower opponents of the same level from the Chongqing family. Currently, what he lacks is a skill or equipment for mana regeneration, along with the corresponding skill set. Of course, if we factor in the various attributes of the 4-star class long-range archer, Zhou Heng's physical output capabilities are indeed remarkable. Not to mention, the infinite arrows that come with the archer's inherent training are sufficient for him to unleash the full potential of the Jiao Bao. Next, he will depart from Bird Town to Frost City. However, it remains uncertain whether this journey will be safe. P.S. Volume 1. First transition. The will to surpass has been completed. Please proceed to Volume 2. Second transition. The Radiance of Frost. Chapter 31. 7 days. As Zhou Heng's thoughts settled, a fate prompt appeared. Fate often toys with the souls in anguish. A slight misstep could lead to irrevocable ruin. Fate prompt 1. You cannot leave the deep water cave. It is shrouded, and only those of level 51 or higher may exit. You might consider logging off to return to reality, awaiting a turning point in fate. Estimated countdown, 7 o'clock, 00. Fate prompt 2. Hidden deep within the secret realm of the deep water worms. Pray that the mayor of Birdtown does not take out his ire on you for your actions. The entrance had been completely sealed. It seemed that logging off was the only option. Generally, new players logging into the Boundless world would log off on the 7th day to report back to school for safety. Given the current situation, Zhou Heng could not gamble on whether the mayor of Birdtown would take offense. Logging off and waiting 7 days was the optimal solution. Although it would squander a week, as long as he could escape the Deepwater Cave, he was certain he could survive the pursuit of the Chongqing family with the assistance of Fate's guidance. With this in mind, Zhou Heng promptly logged off. You're about to log off. Detecting your environment. You're in a safe zone, and you're about to log out of the Boundless world. Zhou Heng opened his eyes to find himself back in the classroom. The young homeroom teacher gazed at him in surprise. Zhou Heng was the top student in his class, and the teacher held high hopes for him. However, it was only the 5th day, and he had logged out of the Boundless world, suggesting he had encountered some misfortunes. Was the issue severe? Should the teacher log into the Boundless world to assist him? The young homeroom teacher, Yu Tong, kindly inquired. Zhou Heng took a deep breath, stood, and respectfully replied, Mr. Yu, there's no need. It's just a minor inconvenience that I can manage, though I may need to rest for a few days. Yu Tong scrutinized Zhou Heng for a moment. For some reason, he felt that this student had changed significantly, becoming more composed and reserved than before. Very well, then take the time to rest. If you truly cannot resolve it, do come to me. My abilities are still considerable, and I can lend you a hand. He was willing to extend his support to Zhou Heng. After all, students of such maturity and composure at this age were rare, and perhaps he could one day aid the nation of Xia. Thank you, Mr. Yu. I shall take my leave now. Zhou Heng politely bid farewell and turned to exit the classroom. This departure marked his complete graduation from high school, making him an independent player in the Boundless world. As previously mentioned, Zhou Heng had arrived in this world as an infant, found and taken in. Thus, his home in this world was an orphanage named the Warmth Orphanage. Director, I have returned, Zhou Heng exclaimed upon entering the Warmth Orphanage, seeking out the head of the orphanage, Qi Xinian. She was an elderly woman, frail and emaciated, her cheeks lined with wrinkles resembling crumpled bacon, cascading down to her lips. Nevertheless, this could not obscure the compassion and care reflected in Qi Xinyan's eyes. Ah, is Yu Xiaoing back so soon? Wasn't your return scheduled for the day after tomorrow? Qi Xinyang, upon noticing Zhou Heng's entrance, set aside her knitting and gestured for him to approach. Grandma, I encountered some troubles in the boundless world, hence my early return. Zhou Heng took a seat close to Qi Xinyang, his tone imbued with deep respect. He held a genuine admiration for this matriarch of the orphanage. According to his recollections, she had overseen the warm orphanage for over 2 centuries, transforming from a youthful, radiant woman into her current venerable state. Once, someone had inquired of Qi Xinyang whether it was worth dedicating oneself to an orphanage. Her response was unequivocal. It was worth it. She could not stand idly by while so many infants, born recklessly due to prolonged lifespans, faced a bleak existence. She was willing to devote her life to this cause. Faced with danger, are you? Then you must strive diligently. While Grandma can assist you temporarily, such aid cannot last a lifetime. Hence, almost ultimately rest upon your own shoulders. Qi Xinyang affectionately ruffled Zhou Heng's hair, her gaze filled with nostalgia. It was a stormy night when she had returned from the boundless world, discovering a wailing Zhou Heng abandoned by a roadside refuse bin. Unlike other forsaken children, although Zhou Heng was but a babe, he was distinctly different. He was clad in adult garments, his small form entirely concealed beneath a shirt. Thus, she felt an unusual concern for this atypical child. Alas, apart from his peculiar attire at the time of his discovery, he bore no other differences. Most children who left her orphanage had matured and composed demeanors. I understand, Grandma. I will handle it myself. Zhou Heng had no intention of divulging his circumstances to Qi Xinyang, despite her being a legendary figure, rumored to be a transcendent player for over 2 centuries. Yet, even a legendary player would stand no chance against the Changsheng family, a formidable power that had existed since the inception of the boundless world. With one having endured for 200 years and the other for 10,000, how could one contend? Thus, he deemed it best to manage this matter independently. Very well, then. Take some rest and adjust your mindset. All right, Grandma. After bidding farewell to Qi Xinyang, Zhou Heng returned to his modest abode within the warm orphanage. Though small, roughly equivalent to a 30-square-meter studio apartment from his past life, it was well-equipped and exuded a warm ambience. Zhou Heng intended to spend the next 7 days here, cherishing time with the children of the orphanage and the esteemed matriarch. On the morning of the 6th day, a new sealing master stood within the breeding grounds of the deep-water dragon worm's secret realm. With both hands, he forcefully tore at the fabric of space. And in the next instant, a perfectly square light box fell to the ground. The sealing master swiftly grasped the box and crushed it without hesitation. With a sharp crack, the black bear fell from the light box. The sealing master grasped the creature by its throat, lifting it effortlessly. "Where's my brother Wang Lu?" he demanded. The newcomer was none other than Wang Lu's elder brother, Wang Heng. The black bear appeared utterly bewildered, its memories frozen at the moment of being sealed by Wang Lu. I do not know. I was sealed by that level 70 sealing master, and then you released me." Wang Heng regarded the black bear with a cold gaze, ascertaining that the creature was not jesting. Without hesitation, he snapped its neck, sending it back to the city. "I can sense my brother's presence here. He is likely dead." Wang Heng's voice was frigid as he turned to the silent Yang Kai behind him. "Tell me, how could a player of no more than level 10, a recent high school graduate, possibly have slain my brother, who was a formidable level 70? Chapter 32. A swift 87 seconds. Yang Kai's expression was equally grim. He had not anticipated that the cultivation of a deep-water dragon king would incite such a multitude of upheavals. Setting aside the disappearance of the Longsheng family's Miss Su Ling, the mere vanishing of a level 70 sealing master would suffice to create considerable turmoil. "I apologize, but I am unaware. My primary duty is to safeguard the resurrection platform," while simultaneously preventing the Black Bear faction from discovering any issues and fleeing. Wang Heng's demeanor was ferocious as he grasped Yang Kai's neck, applying continuous pressure. Accompanied by the blood deduction notification, Yang Kai's health rapidly dwindled. Were it not for your service to the Longsheng Su family, I would obliterate your existence without hesitation. Return to the resurrection platform. Having dispatched Yang Kai, Wang Heng commenced a thorough search of the Deepwater Cave. 3 days passed, yet Wang Heng discovered nothing. Instead, he encountered Mayor Tart of Bird Town within the depths of the cave. After vanquishing the Elder of the Radiant Sword and others, Tart had rushed to investigate upon hearing of the anomalies within the Deepwater Cave. However, upon arrival, his fury was incensed by what he beheld. Not only had his joint venture with the Black Bear Guild to cultivate the Deepwater Dragon King failed, but his breeding grounds for the Deepwater Worms had also vanished. You are Wang Heng, are you not? Answer me. Where are my Deepwater Worms? Do you have any idea how much effort I expended to cultivate them? Tart leaned heavily on his staff, his expression dark as he glared at Wang Heng. Wang Heng's mood was equally dismal. Seeing a mere level 50 wretch audaciously yell at him, his eyes narrowed as he prepared to retaliate. Yet in the next moment, his sealing technique was thwarted by Tart's domain, the Forest of Worlds. I have slain level 80 sealing masters before. Youngster, I merely wish to ascertain who has slain my Deepwater Worms. Of course, you may also attempt to provoke this old fellow. Tart's eyelids lowered slightly, glimmers of cold light piercing from the depths of his gaze. Wang Heng's heart skipped a beat. Inexplicably, he sensed a terrifying aura emanating from this NPC. After a prolonged silence, Wang Heng finally spoke. I do not know, but my brother has come here in pursuit of a newcomer named Zhou Heng. They may have engaged in a confrontation within the Deepwater Worms domain. My brother is level 70. It is quite plausible that he was slain by this newcomer. I cannot fathom the reasons behind this, but if you, sir, possess any insight, I would be most grateful if you could share it. A flicker of astonishment crossed Tart's eyes. Zhou Heng, the very one you nominated for the Black Bear Guild? Upon this realization, Tart's expression remained unchanged as he replied. Had I known, I would have informed you. However, for a newcomer to slay a level 70 player, unless you are deranged, it is utterly preposterous to assert such a thing. With that, Tart turned and vanished into the shadows of the Deepwater Cave. The statue had disappeared, entwined with the ancient hero system. Zhou Heng, in all likelihood, could not have slain a level 70 sealing master as a newcomer. Thus, he must have unlocked a quest related to the ancient heroes. Thus, Tart traversed the darkness of the Deepwater Cave, unable to restrain the manic joy that danced at the corners of his mouth. Zhou Heng, he must capture him. Once he ensnares his quarry, he shall unlock the ancient hero system and unveil the truth predating the establishment of the Sakashtar Empire. Zhou Heng, where art thou? Reveal thyself swiftly. Do not prolong this search for the aged. 3 days have passed, making it a total of 7. Zhou Heng inhaled deeply, seated at the head of his bed, envisioning the boundless world, logging into the infinite world. Logging into the infinite world. Welcome back to the infinite world. Zhou Heng opened his eyes, discovering he remained in the same position as when he logged out. At that moment, Destiny's alerts surged forth like a tidal wave. At the instant you logged into the infinite world, Fate surged forth. Fate offers you a warning. Fate warning 1. Mayor Tart of Birdtown casts his gaze upon you from 10 kilometers away. You have been exposed. An 80-level sealer senses your presence from 8 kilometers away. You have only 87 seconds left to survive this terrifying predicament. Heed the guidance of fate, self-terminate immediately, and resurrect in town. Fate warning 2. Remain in place, await. Zhou Heng's pupils constricted. After reading the first warning, his hair stood on end. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew his dragon horn bow and swiftly depleted his 590 health points. You have taken your own life. Free resurrection attempts -1. You are about to return town. You have consumed 12 seconds. Only 75 seconds remain. Fate offers you guidance. Just as Zhou Heng awakened from the resurrection platform, a faint arrow of light, visible only to him, burst forth from his being, darting towards the teleportation array in Birdtown. He dared not linger for even a moment, equipping the Sakashtar Imperial Sword, Holy Blade. Activating the skill Wrath of the Flames, and pursuing the arrow with all his might. In that direction, Tart, positioned 7 kilometers away, noted Zhou Heng's location, his countenance shifting dramatically. The reason he had left measures in the deep water cave was primarily to guard against Zhou Heng logging out of their world. Although his suspicion proved correct, was the outcome slightly off? Typically, players logging into the infinite world would return to town at a leisurely pace. Why then this sudden return? At this stage, players should not have access to teleportation scrolls. Not only Zhou Heng, but even the Chongqing family could not breach the rules of the infinite world. In other words, Zhou Heng's abrupt return to town could only imply a self-inflicted demise. Yet, why would he choose to return in such a manner? There should no longer be danger within the deep water cave. Or could it be that he sensed something amiss? Tart's expression darkened to an extreme. He could not allow the ancient hero system to slip from under his nose. He had to intercept Zhou Heng before he departed from Bird Town, especially since the teleportation point led to Frost City. A dense aura of darkness enveloped Tart, and in the next moment his speed surged, dashing towards Bird Town like a streak of lightning. Meanwhile, Wang Heng gazed at the luminous screen in his hand, a chilling glint flickering in his eyes. Initially, he had harbored doubts regarding Zhou Heng's ability to slay his brother, but now a faint belief was beginning to take root. The maneuver exhibited by Zhou Heng was unequivocally beyond that of an ordinary novice player. Rarely would a player, upon freshly logging into the boundless world, opt to commit suicide to return to the city, and judging by his trajectory, he was clearly heading straight for the teleportation point. Evidently, Zhou Heng had completed his first advancement and gained the right to utilize the teleportation array. Zhou Heng, whether or not you are the one who murdered my brother, you must provide me with an explanation. With resolute strides, Wang Heng too surged forth at a remarkable pace towards Bird Town. Chapter 33. The Frost Parade Countdown. 50 seconds. The fury within Zhou Heng began its cooldown, and his health diminished visibly at a rate of -100. Countdown. 40 seconds. In the distance, he glimpsed the shimmering teleportation array. Upon reaching it, he could transport himself to Frost City, a Tier 3 stronghold. Countdown. 30 seconds. As Zhou Heng approached the array, he felt the vast yet gentle power emanating from it. At that moment, his fury had fully cooled down. Without hesitation, Zhou Heng activated his fury once more, augmenting his speed to an impressive 6.2 ms with the aid of the sacred sword, Sakarster. Such velocity, within the boundless world, was undoubtedly unparalleled among players of the same caliber. Countdown. 20 seconds. Zhou Heng dashed into the teleportation array's vicinity, where the grand array radiated a majestic light, as if eternally existent, exuding the might of transportation. 3 kilometers away, Tart observed Zhou Heng reach the entrance of the array, his eyes widening in rage. He was determined to prevent Zhou Heng from entering Frost City, a place he could not access himself. Zhou Heng, halt! Tart bellowed, disregarding the use of dark powers in Bird Town. An unending tide of darkness surged into him, transforming into a colossal black tentacle over 10 meters in diameter, which disregarded the defenses of Bird Town and surged towards the teleportation array. Nearby, Wang Heng, situated nearly 2 kilometers away, witnessed the massive black tentacle intruding into Bird Town, his pupils constricting sharply. He realized that someone capable of silencing his brother could not possibly be an ordinary individual. The old man, whom he had encountered once, possessed such terrifying abilities that even he might not withstand this attack. Yet, the more formidable the adversary, the more concerned he became for Zhou Heng. Whether it was the task from the Chongqing family or the strange urgency of the old man, it all indicated that Zhou Heng harbored a significant secret. Wang Heng scoffed, conjuring a sphere of light in his hand with a swift motion before hurling it towards the black tentacle. Seal, he commanded, diving towards the teleportation array. Tart, feeling the immense resistance from the tentacle, quickly locked onto Wang Heng. Damn you, I should have eliminated you then. Do you even comprehend your actions? Tart cheated. An even more terrifying darkness swirling around him. Wang Heng, ignoring Tart entirely, continued to unleash sealing spheres around himself, plummeting with unfaltering speed. Countdown. 5 seconds. Zhou Heng surged into the teleportation array, initiating the transfer to Frost City. At that moment, countless tendrils of darkness streamed towards him, threatening to ensnare him. In a flash, Wang Heng arrived, radiating brilliant light, shielding Zhou Heng from Tart's dark onslaught. Countdown, 0 seconds. You have successfully survived. The fate prompt concludes here. As the teleportation array activated, Zhou Heng and Wang Heng were transported together to Frost City. Tart stood in the void, his gaze fixed on the vanishing figure of Zhou Heng, his eyes burning crimson, his expression twisted in a demonic rage. Cursed! 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 Why must they thwart me? Why must they impede my path? In a frenzy, Tart became consumed by madness. A torrent of darkness cascading from him. In the blink of an eye, his level surged from 50 to 60, and then from 60 to 70. Thus, Tart's level soared to a maximum of 100. Ha ha, Little Bird Town, I shall bring ruin upon you. Tart cackled maniacally, allowing the darkness to pour forth. In an instant, Little Bird Town was engulfed by shadows. You have successfully escaped Little Bird Town, yet the true danger remains unresolved. The enemy still lurks. Destiny offers you guidance. Destiny Hint 1. Ignore the blinding light of the teleportation and proceed to the right. You shall evade the pursuit of the Sealing Master. Destiny Hint 2. Ignore the dazzling light of the teleportation and proceed to the left. You shall evade the pursuit of the Sealing Master. A spark of clarity flickered in Zhou Heng's eyes. To be honest, this was the first time he had encountered such feasible guidance. The question arose, left or right? Zhou Heng decisively abandoned contemplation, trusting his instincts. The blinding light of the teleportation would last merely a second upon completion, and that fleeting moment granted him the opportunity to act. He swiftly turned right and advanced with purpose. Before long, Zhou Heng found himself amidst a throng of people, clearly having plunged into the crowd. As the blinding light dissipated, he realized he stood in an endless sea of humanity. Where had the city lord vanished? Come forth and provide an explanation. Damn it, the influx of players from other worlds into Arasaka's empire has already hindered our development. And now this? Answer us. Why does 1 silver coin necessitate 300,000 copper coins for exchange? Following the emperor's beheading, prices have skyrocketed again. We demand an explanation from the city lord. Otherwise, what use do our copper coins serve? We require stable prices. Frost City must establish a consistent currency exchange rate. Countless NPCs alongside players were swept up in this grand procession. As the blinding light before Wang Heng faded, he opened his eyes to seek Zhou Heng, only to find his expression darken in dismay. Since the emperor's execution, prices had indeed continued to plummet, particularly the exchange rate of silver coins to copper coins, which had escalated from the original 1,001, 100,000, ultimately reaching a staggering 300,000. Yet, despite such inflation, Frost City ought not to have erupted in such a monumental uprising. Gazing upon the densely packed, seemingly endless procession, Wang Heng was tempted to unleash his skills to seal them all. However, he understood that he could not. For the Frost Code that suppressed Frost City was not to be trifled with. Otherwise, how could that elder, steeped in darkness, possibly remain merely on the other side of the teleportation array? After searching for a considerable time, noticing the absence of Zhou Heng, Wang Heng could only suppress his inner resentment and depart from the area. Zhou Heng, concealed within the crowd, not only joined the throng in their fervent cheers, but also remained vigilant of his surroundings. He witnessed Wang Heng soar into the sky, vanishing into the distance. Yet, he chose to remain, uncertain whether his adversary had genuinely left or was lying in wait. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to follow the parade until its conclusion. 6 hours later, in the afternoon under the blazing sun, Wang Heng reappeared above the parade. Upon realizing that Zhou Heng was still nowhere to be found, he finally relinquished his search and turned away. Even as his opponent vanished completely, Zhou Heng maintained his wariness. One could never be certain if this was yet another of Wang Heng's schemes. Resolute in his determination, Zhou Heng continued to accompany the parade, intending to depart only when the procession concluded. As anticipated, Wang Heng appeared 2 more times, and after confirming Zhou Heng's absence, he reluctantly departed. Meanwhile, as dusk fell, the parade, having marched throughout the night, discovered that no one had emerged to respond, and their collective anger reached its zenith. Chapter 34. The Lifespan Contract. Where is everyone? Where's the city lord? Was it not announced that the new city lord has taken office? I recall it was a member of the Changshan family, specifically from the Su clan. Su clan, we beseech you for clarity. When shall we stabilize the currency system? My current earnings cannot even be exchanged for a single silver coin. Do I not desire to level up or enchant items? Sukunan, come forth and provide us with an explanation. Countless NPCs and players congregated before the City Lord's mansion in Frostfall City. This magnificent edifice, entirely forged from ice, boasted flying eaves and bracket sets, exuding a classical beauty reminiscent of ancient summer dynasties. Yet, curiously, above this grand structure, there hovered a book the size of a residence, glistening with crystalline brilliance. Upon identification, one could discern the fundamental information of this tome. It was the legendary Frostfall Codex, the very foundation upon which Frostfall City stood strong at the borders of the Sokka's empire, ranking as a level 3 main city. The City Lord's mansion made no attempt to respond. It appeared that in the eyes of the mansion, these NPCs were mere remnants of a futureless existence. After all, most were at levels ranging from 30 to 60, with not a single 6 transition to surpass level 61. And they had yet to even enter the ranks of higher players. What right did they have to condemn the level 3 main city-s governance? Eventually, the commotion would subside on its own. However, at that moment, the Frostfall Codex suddenly radiated a brilliant light, cascading like thousands of willows. Soon after, a quest emerged, accessible to all units within Frostfall City. Level 3 main city quest, the Dark Stray Dog Unleashed. Quest description. For reasons unknown, the mayor of Little Bird Town, Tart, has succumbed to darkness, attempting to obliterate the Frostfall City territory of the Sokka's empire. He was gravely wounded by an assault from the Frostfall Codex and fled. Quest requirements. Capture the fleeing Mayor Tart within 100 days. Quest restrictions. Levels 11 to 30. Quest rewards. Observe the true text of the Frostfall Codex. Receive a random ice-type skill complex. The sudden emergence of the main city quest caught all the protesting NPCs and players off guard. What? The mayor of Little Bird Town has succumbed to darkness? Once again, it is the dark faction, those ravenous devils that devour without leaving bones. Surely, Little Bird Town must be safe. Could it be that many have perished? Fear not, for the intervention of the Frostfall Codex signifies that Little Bird Town should be unharmed. What else is there to say? The Chongqing family dares not show their face. Remaining here serves no purpose. It is far better to seek out Tart. This is an opportunity to observe the true text of the Frostfall Codex. Rumor has it that merely witnessing the original text can significantly enhance ice attribute resistance. Let us go, for Tart, having been severely injured by the Frostfall Codex, must still be nearby Little Bird Town. We still have a chance. The hastily assembled crowd came and went with equal swiftness. Soon, Zhou Heng found himself seated in a quaint tavern amidst the throng. While the main city quest was undoubtedly enticing, what sort of NPC was Tart? Others may be unaware, but as a first-hand experiencer, he was certainly familiar with him. The tendrils, intermingled with dark energy, were vividly etched in his mind. Could such a character, even if severely wounded by the Frost Codex, truly be something that mere players and NPCs could contend with? Delving deeper into contemplation, one might ponder the possibility that the Frost Codex had not indeed incapacitated Tart, and that the current display was merely a ruse to lure him in. Initially, Zhou Heng found it perplexing why he, a novice player who had only just undergone his first transition, was being targeted. In the vast expanse of the Sakara's empire, he was akin to an insignificant ant, easily crushed at whim. However, clarity dawned upon him. This must be connected to the statue deep within the abyssal worm's secret realm. An ancient hero, perhaps. What kind of system could compel a dark-themed NPC to take such an interest? Zhou Heng quietly selected some items, satisfying his hunger before plotting his next course of action. Half an hour later, having satiated his desires, he rose to leave. Yet at that moment, a woman's voice of desperation pierced the air. "Wuga, I beg you. Please help me achieve an accomplishment. I've been stuck at the third transition for 10 years. He turned to see a woman of pleasing appearance and graceful figure, her hair unkempt and her face drawn, kneeling on the ground, repeatedly bowing before a robust man. Zhou Heng narrowed his eyes and sat down once more. A level 33rd transition should be easily attainable with simpler quests. There must be some compelling reason behind her predicament. The man, referred to as Wuga, kicked the woman away. Get lost. Do you think I don't need experience? Do you have any idea how difficult it is to find a level 30 wild beast now? Even if I beseech the heavens, I might not be able to gather enough of the same level beasts for your accomplishment. The woman, having been thrown aside, crawled back with desperation etched on her face. Wuga, please. I could do anything. Just help me break through the third transition. Her voice grew frantic, her eyes reflecting madness and fear. Wuga's gaze turned cold, and he seized her by the neck, lifting her effortlessly. Did you use a lifespan contract behind my back? Are you on the brink of death? Upon hearing the words lifespan contract, the terror in the woman's eyes became uncontainable, and she wailed in despair. Wuga, I have only 1 year left to live. I must break through the third transition. I have no time left. With a thunderous crash, she was unceremoniously thrown out of the tavern. Wuga, his face a mask of fury, stood silently for a moment before tossing down money for the meal and vanishing into the shadows of the small establishment. The tavern owner, witnessing the scene, remained unfazed as the woman sat at the door, gazing at the sky, her sobs echoing through the night. Zhou Heng silently observed everything around him. He realized that his understanding of the vast and boundless world was still woefully inadequate. The concept of the lifespan contract was entirely foreign to him before he heard of it. Indeed, such matters were not mentioned in any textbooks. He poured 2 glasses of fine wine, filling the one beside him for the kindly uncle, and inquired softly, "Uncle, may I ask what this lifespan contract entails?" The uncle, a genuine foreigner and seemingly a player, responded with curiosity, "Which country do you hail from, young man?" "From the Xia Kingdom," Zhou Heng replied. "A novice player, I presume?" The uncle continued. "Indeed," Zhou Heng affirmed. "Impressive. To reach Frost City in such a short time, without being from a longevity family, suggests you possess remarkable innate talent." The foreign friend, noticing Zhou Heng's potential, grew increasingly animated as he elaborated. The lifespan contract, as its name suggests, is a pact wherein one trades their lifespan for resources. Some claim that a deity, known as the Lord of Lifespan, stands behind this contract. Others argue that it is a scheme devised by the longevity families to harvest the lifespans of ordinary players and even NPCs. After all, legends only have a lifespan of 400 years, while the longevity families have existed for millennia. Without some extraordinary means, who would believe them? Truth be told, that woman is rather pitiable, burdened with abysmal talent. Without a lifespan contract, she would scarcely reach level 30, let alone achieve a second-class advancement. The foreign friend became increasingly animated, pulling a business card from his bag and handing it to Zhou Heng. "Young man, being new here, you may be unaware of the world after the first advancement. Present this card at the entrance to the secret realm in the outskirts of Frost City. It will grant you access to the realm once." Chapter 35. The Secret Realm of Starry Remnants. Zhou Heng accepted the business card, and upon inspection, his eyes narrowed slightly. The card granted access to the secret realm of Starry Remnants, albeit of poor quality. With this card, one could enter the realm once without any consumption. Though the text was sparse, it conveyed substantial information. "Uncle, this card appears quite valuable, but I trust there are no strings attached," Zhou Heng suggested, his tone laced with implication. The foreign gentleman regarded Zhou Heng with a penetrating gaze, then burst into hearty laughter. "Well done, my boy. I hold great expectations for your future. But indeed, you need not offer anything in return. Consider this a gift from your uncle for a modest level 13 minor realm. Take this opportunity to experience the chill of Frost City." As the foreigner rose, he donned a hat that materialized from the void and flashed Zhou Heng a warm smile before vanishing into the small tavern. Zhou Heng lowered his gaze once more to scrutinize the card, his thoughts flickering. In light of the earlier conversation between the player and the woman, the potential dynamics of the player's system post-transformation might deviate significantly from his understanding. A thought, both reasonable and unexpected, surged within him. Perhaps, after the transformation, various wild monsters had been monopolized. Ordinary players seeking to level up would have no choice but to cater to the more formidable players or the Chongqing family. The more he contemplated, the more convinced he became of his hypothesis. Without further hesitation, he stowed away the card and turned towards the outer district of Frost City. Outer district of Frost City, a realm for level 25 elite players, with entry fees split 50-50 and profit margins at 10 to 90. Those desiring advancement were welcome to negotiate prices. The Chongqing family beckoned attractive women and handsome men, inviting all who sought a brighter future, be they player or NPC. The Radiant Association sought new members, requiring only a glimpse at one's attributes. As long as one held sound moral principles, admission was guaranteed. The Kaiser Divine Court welcomed members, prioritizing attractive individuals, regardless of their NPC or player status. The expansive outer district resembled a grand marketplace, bustling with vendors, hawkers, and even those peddling their entire day's worth of labor. As Zhou Heng meandered through the crowd, he resolved one thing. His assumptions were indeed correct. Wild monsters were predominantly monopolized. This was no longer the gaming approach he had once known, exiting the city, grinding monsters, leveling up, acquiring equipment, then returning to repeat the cycle. In the current Frost City, players who had undergone transformation had three potential paths for leveling up. Firstly, they could depart from the Frost City area to explore other regions, yet the outcomes would likely mirror those of Frost City, as the plundering of resources was not confined to this locale. Secondly, they could leave the territory of the Saka's empire and venture into the unknown depths of mountains, deserts, vast seas, or even the heavenly cloud seas, risking their lives for a chance at a brighter future. Thirdly, they might choose to work for others, saving money to access paid realms. However, the notion of working was out of the question. In his past life, he toiled endlessly, living as little more than a beast of burden. Now, granted a second chance, and armed with the precious hint of destiny, he was determined to carve out his own path. Following the throngs of people, Zhou Heng arrived at the entrance to the secret realms within the outer district. Here, 6 realms awaited, arranged from left to right, from the most affordable to the most expensive. Zhou Heng was about to enter the Starry Ruins, the first and least expensive secret realm, priced at 3 silver coins per entry. This cost could hardly be described as cheap. It was exorbitantly high, not to mention the current collapse of the currency system, where 1 silver coin was worth a staggering 300,000 copper coins, even in a time of stable prices. It was still a hefty sum of 5,000 copper coins. A wild creature had only a slim chance of dropping copper coins, and accumulating 5,000 coins was a task that required relentless grinding. Moreover, upon entering Frost City, wild creatures had become monopolized, leaving players with no choice but to toil away, relying on their meager, monthly wages to level up. Frankly, if it weren't for the tangible visibility of his character panel and the ability to log in and out of the game, he might have doubted whether he was indeed playing an online game. How many would enter? The Guardian of the Starry Ruins was an NPC with a sharp face and a rather unsightly appearance. He glanced at Zhou Heng and, with an air of indifference, said, "1 person, 5 silver coins. If you can pay, step inside. If not, kindly leave." Without further deliberation, Zhou Heng produced his entry card for the Starry Ruins and handed it over. The NPC inspected the card briefly before accepting it. "You may enter. Starry Ruins level, 11 to 20 capacity, 1 to 6. Would you like to enter the Starry Ruins?" Without hesitation, Zhou Heng selected yes. As a blinding light enveloped him, he swiftly vanished from the entrance. Zhou Heng opened his eyes to a realm of profound silence amidst the starry void. In the distance, countless stars twinkled faintly, while before him lay a chaotic array of technological debris. There were exoskeleton mechs, remnants of interstellar warships, and an assortment of strikingly impressive starry mecha remnants. His 3 years of high school education had mentioned that the infinite world not only housed various professions, but also bore the technological relics of unknown eras. The myriad scientific advancements that benefited humanity on Blue Star were primarily inspired by the technological artifacts discovered in the Boundless Realms. Had it not been for the unbounded online game transforming the life and death circumstances of Blue Star, a world war driven by technology would have erupted long ago, fueled by the knowledge gleaned from the infinite world. The scientific prowess of the infinite world was not easily accessible. Many aspects were absent from textbooks, and players could only glean knowledge of scientific power from the ancient Chapter 4 of the expansion, the Neutrino Descent Canon. According to records, in the ancient Chapter 4, the ancient machine gods controlled by the Saka's empire awakened from ancient ruins, serving as the primary force against the heroic King Kyrena. As for more, that was all Zhou Heng could ascertain for now. Destiny always appears when needed. You, as well as others, are no exception. Destiny grants you a hint. Destiny Hint 1. The vast starry ruins may seem like a mere secret realm for levels 11 to 20, yet it harbors secrets within. Proceed to the right. There, you may find what you seek. Fate Hint 2. Life inevitably presents choices. Meanwhile, to your left, a woman on the verge of altering the course of history finds herself in a life and death predicament. A mere gesture from you could shift the tides of destiny. Faced with such a fate, what will your choice be? Zhou Heng raised an eyebrow, glancing with surprise to his left. He held little regard for women at this moment. Presently, he confronted the Changsheng family, entangled in a likely interminable conflict. Engaging with a woman now seemed fraught with peril. Not only could it complicate matters with the specter of love, but the assassins from the Changsheng family posed a threat neither he nor she could endure. Thus, it would be prudent to refrain from causing harm to others. However, if merely extending a hand could alter the historical trajectory, such an endeavor appeared worthwhile. With this thought, Zhou Heng activated his ultra-long-range vision, quickly identifying the woman surrounded by 2 men and 2 women awaiting rescue. Through this enhanced perception, he discerned that the encircled woman was unlike any ordinary female. Her hair and brows were entirely snow-white, reminiscent of a tragic soul afflicted by leukemia. Yet, in contrast to the pitiable patient, her silvery locks emanated a faint, ethereal glow, imparting a sense of the divine. Is this the woman capable of influencing the course of history? Zhou Heng pondered briefly before resolutely taking action. He was eager to discover what benefits this woman could bestow upon him, and whether her influence would align with his aspirations. Chapter 36. The frigid frost. Zhou Heng opened his palm, revealing the Jiao bow nestled there. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew the bowstring and, utilizing his innate archer abilities, unleashed a flurry of arrows aimed at the 2 men and 2 women encircling the woman. To ensure success, he bestowed 10 arrows upon each adversary. Given his current physical prowess, ordinary players below level 20 would undoubtedly falter against his onslaught. After releasing 40 arrows, Zhou Heng ceased his actions and ventured further right. His reluctance to interfere excessively stemmed from a simple reason. The ominous omen delivered by fate indicated a crucial turning point. It suggested that if he refrained from intervening, the woman would meet her demise, yet his involvement could alter her fate. Thus, his sole purpose was to eliminate those 4 threats without further entanglement. As for anything else, it bore no significance to him. Following the volley of arrows, he needed only to wait patiently for destiny to unfold, hoping to reshape history. Should he succeed, it would be a boon. Hand over the item. It is not yours to possess. Kyrena, you have no choice. Do not force us to kill you. You have no resurrection coins left. If you die again, it will be your true end. The silver-haired woman, encircled by the 4, bit her lip, her expression one of distress. She clutched the silver coin tightly in her hand, a treasure salvaged from the cosmic wreckage. This item was crucial for her escape. Otherwise, her grandmother's illness would remain untreatable. Noticing Kylena's hesitation, the 4 exchanged glances and discerned the malevolence in each other's eyes. In times past, a single silver coin would have sufficed to incite such aggression, but now, its value had soared dramatically, elevating the silver coin's worth in comparison to copper coins. It was vital to note that a silver coin could now be exchanged for 300,000 copper coins. How could they allow such a prize to slip away? It appears you are courting death. If you seek your end, do not expect us to show you mercy. As the 4 prepared to strike Kyrena, arrows whistled ominously from a distance. Startled, they swiftly attempted to evade. Yet, Regardless of their maneuvers, the arrows unfailingly pursued them. Damn it, what is this? When did arrows start to curve? This sensation. Curse it, this must be the long-range archer's innate talent. Long-distance tracking. There is a long-range archer in this realm. Flee. I have but one resurrection coin left. You still have a resurrection coin. I do not. With 4 successive, anguished cries, one man and one woman dissolved into light, vanishing from the realm, while the remaining pair met with utter obliteration. Am I saved? Kylina gazed at the spoils left behind by the fallen, a flicker of disbelief gracing her features. As she surveyed her surroundings, she discerned no one attacking from the periphery, yet she understood the nature of such prowess. For her grandmother had taught her well. A long-range archer? Thank you. Kylina remained oblivious to the identity of her savior. After bowing in gratitude to her surroundings, she collected the belongings of the deceased couple, which amounted to 3,000 copper coins and a rudimentary tome on light elemental skills. With her possessions secured, Kylina ventured deeper to the left, driven by her purpose for amassing wealth. She sought the innermost depths of the interstellar wreckage. Her grandmother had urged her to visit this location, claiming it held something essential for her. Despite her confusion and the myriad of memories she had forgotten, she held an unwavering belief that her grandmother would not deceive her. Thus, she pressed onward. Hand over all the money you have. As Zhou Heng traversed approximately 30 kilometers through the interstellar wreckage, a group emerged from behind the debris. Clad in gray-black suits, they numbered 6, 4 men and 2 women. At the forefront stood a burly man wielding a wrench, his face adorned with a mocking grin directed at Zhou Heng, his eyes glinting with derision. Zhou Heng narrowed his gaze, realizing he had encountered robbers within the secret realm. He rested his hand on the hilt of his Sakaset Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, and spoke evenly. Gentlemen, the expenses incurred to enter this secret realm have been considerable. It is unnecessary to escalate matters to such extremes. Initially taken aback, the 6 soon erupted into raucous laughter, pointing at Zhou Heng. A newcomer, no doubt. Who else would utter such audacious words? One of the men, evidently the leader, toyed with the wrench in his hand and addressed Zhou Heng. Listen here, kid. Since you're new, I won't press the issue too hard. Allow me to enlighten you. Any resources scavenged by players within the interstellar secret realm must be surrendered upon encountering members of our Radiant Association. The only thing you can take away from this wreckage is the experience gained from slaying monsters. Understand? Zhou Heng's expression darkened. Having paid 5 silver coins to enter a realm designated for levels 11 to 20, the prospect of leaving with nothing but experience was not merely unreasonable. It was outright robbery. Furthermore, during his 30-kilometer journey, he had yet to encounter a single wild monster. Radiant Association? May I inquire if your organization is backed by the Chongqing family? Zhou Heng surmised that a mere Radiant Association lacked the authority to plunder players' wealth so brazenly, indicating that a powerful force lurked behind them. Quite astute of you, the burly man replied, a smirk playing on his lips. Indeed, we are backed by the Chongqing family. Otherwise, we would not dare to extract resources so recklessly. It has been decreed that any technological resources scavenged within the interstellar wreckage cannot be retained. As for the silver coins you've gathered, you understand, they constitute our compensation. The burly man approached Zhou Heng, clapping a hand on his shoulder before extending his palm in a clear gesture for payment. The implication was unmistakable. He was fully aware of the situation, and it was time to pay up. With a swift sound of a blade unsheathing, a chilling gleam flashed past. The burly man barely had time to react before Zhou Heng severed his head with a single stroke. As the head flew away, the remaining 5 individuals' pupils constricted, and they swiftly converged upon Zhou Heng. Despite their level 20 status, they were not to be underestimated. However, Zhou Heng was faster, with a movement speed of 2 ms and an attack speed of 0 s, combined with the formidable power bestowed by the Sakaset Emperor's sword, a holy weapon. These worthless minions were utterly outmatched. In a flurry of 5 strikes, the 5 opponents could not even unleash their skills before their heads rolled, their lives extinguished. 6 individuals. Not a single resurrection token to be found. So, is this what that foreign friend referred to as coldness? as Zhou Heng collected the loot from the six. He couldn't help but sigh. Who would have imagined that in this era of online gaming, players would be deprived of even a chance to resurrect? Where could one seek justice for such a fate? Back in school, the teachers often spoke of class stagnation and developmental difficulties, but at that time, it felt rather abstract. Now, having logged into this boundless world, the suffocating sensation of class rigidity had grown ever more palpable. What is this? After gathering all the drops from the five, Zhou Heng discovered something unusual among the sixth individual's loot. He picked it up and cast an identification spell. Chapter 37. Fusion Core, Fragment, Fusion Core, Fragment Quality, Luminous Life, -200-hour life limit, 100-day, permanent, attack speed, 0s movement speed, 0ms armor, 100 upgrade, 100. Upon consuming the core, my fate is no longer dictated by the heavens. Once equipped, it cannot be removed except by extraordinary means. Zhou Heng's pupils constricted in disbelief as he gazed at the equipment in his hands. This was indeed a piece of equipment that inflicted permanent health loss, deducting 200 life points every hour, which amounted to a staggering 4,800 life points lost in a single day. Although the cost was substantial, the potential rewards were equally rich, offering a permanent daily increase of 100 life points. One should not underestimate this daily increment. Over time, it could yield an immensely formidable enhancement. What's more, this was merely a fragment of the equipment. If it were to be fully restored, how much more could it elevate the life limit each day? Zhou Heng dared not dwell on such thoughts, for his experience was still insufficient. However, one thing was clear. Could he withstand the loss of life points once this enigmatic piece of equipment was donned? After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Heng unhesitatingly swallowed the fusion core. You have consumed the fusion core. You are merging with this equipment. The fusion core merges with your heart. Equipment successfully equipped with the successful integration of the fusion core. Zhou Heng's attack speed surged from 10s to 30s, and his movement speed escalated from 2ms to 2ms. Such a level of enhancement was not something that could be easily balanced by mere attributes. Despite the peril of losing 4,800 life points daily, Zhou Heng deemed it worthwhile. As long as the Sakashtar Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, remained in his grasp, he could endure for 2 days. Coupled with healing potions, he believed he could offset the losses. The sole concern was the necessity for an abundance of healing potions, yet with over 30 million copper coins at his disposal, resources would not be an issue. With these thoughts in mind, Zhou Heng threw a few punches, swiftly adapting to his newfound attack and movement speeds. However, at that moment, a cacophony of creaking sounds erupted from all directions. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a horde of mechanical canine monsters converging towards him. Mechanical Wraith Hound level, 15 attack, 57 to 114 magic, 0 to 0 durability, 10,000 magic power, 0 armor, 20 attack speed, 8s movement speed, 5ms skills, laser eyes, cutting blade. In contrast to living beings, these mechanical entities possessed no health points. Instead, they were characterized by their durability. Furthermore, their armor was alarmingly high. With 20 points of physical protection, it would require considerable strategy for an average player to breach their defenses. 10, 100, 1,000. Soon, the area surrounding Zhou Heng was teeming with a multitude of mechanical wraithhounds. Their dim mechanical eyes glowed with an inexplicable red light, scanning Zhou Heng incessantly. Zhou Heng drew the Sakashite Emperor's sword, an illustrious blade, unflinching and resolute in the face of his adversary. A resounding thud echoed as the nearest mechanical hound lunged at him, its piercing lasers emanating from its mechanical eyes, moving with such swiftness that Zhou Heng could scarcely evade. -57. In that fleeting moment of assault, Zhou Heng unleashed the formidable attack speed granted by his fusion core equipment. He struck 4 times within a single second, sending the 2 mechanical hounds that followed the first hurtling away. The mechanical hounds boasted durability reaching 10,000. Thus, Zhou Heng knew that vanquishing them would require a modicum of time. Soon, he succeeded in dispatching 1 mechanical hound. You have slain a level 15 mechanical hound. Experience 50. At level 15, these creatures afforded 50 experience points to first transformation players, while non-first transformation players would gain a bounty of 150 experience points, all following a tenfold calculation. The mechanical hounds continued their relentless assault, undeterred by the fall of their comrade. Minus 57. Minus 1,103. 5. Minus 57. Minus 1,103. 5. Zhou Heng engaged in a fierce exchange with the mechanical hounds, trading blows hundreds of times. You have leveled up to level 12. Randomly increased health by 50. 4-star class effect activated. Additional health increased by 250. You have leveled up to level 13. Randomly increased health by 50. 4-star class effect activated. Additional health increased by 250. Zhou Heng's level surged upward, swiftly rising from level 11 to level 16. A remarkable increase of 5 levels. Perhaps fortune favored him, for all 5 attribute enhancements following his first transformation were allocated to health, bestowing upon him a substantial increase of 1,500 health points. This augmentation was a delightful surprise, especially as health had become his most pressing concern. Give it to me. It is mine. As Zhou Heng consumed health potions to maintain his vitality, a low, gravelly bass resonated from the depths of the interstellar wreckage, a sound not of human origin. In the next instant, a colossal mechanical hand emerged from the remnants of the starship debris, pressing against the shattered remains as it slowly coalesced into form. Behold the Crosa's Mecha Wreck, boss, level, 20 attack, 120 to 240 magic, 0 to 0 durability, 100, 0, 0, 100, 0, 0, 0 mana, 0, 0 armor, 100 attack speed, 2, 0s movement speed, 3, 0m s skill. Endless repair in stark contrast to the level 15 mechanical hounds. The level 20 boss, Crosa's Mecha Wreck, was a fearsome foe indeed. Without delving into other attributes, the mere presence of 100 physical defense was sufficient to dissuade any typical level 20 player. Such a boss, lacking targeted, specialized tactics, would render even area attacks dubious in effectiveness, unless they were delivered by a battalion of mages. However, should mages engage, the surrounding mechanical hounds would likely pose a considerable challenge to contend with. The maximum limit for the Interstellar Debris Secret Realm is a 6-person team. Such a group must contend with both the mechanical hounds and the remnants of the Corrosa mechs, which significantly heightens the challenge. However, it is unfortunate for them that they encounter Zhou Heng. Equipped with the Sakastra Emperor's Sword, Holy Sword, Zhou Heng possesses a physical attack power ranging from 1123, 5 to 2247. Even after accounting for a reduction of 100 due to armor, he can still inflict explosive damage exceeding 1,000, coupled with an attack speed of 4, 0s and a movement speed of 7, 2 ms. Single-handedly facing a boss of the caliber of the Corrosa mech remnants poses no difficulty for him. Zhou Heng positioned the sword before him, his eyes gleaming with a fierce and resolute light. In the next moment, disregarding the surrounding mechanical hounds, he launched his first charge towards the Corrosa mech remnants. Chapter 38. The Eternal Corrosa, give it to me. That belongs to me, not you, human. The remnants of the Corrosa mech roared in fury as colossal mechanical fists descended from the heavens, accompanied by a myriad of debris raining down with formidable speed and lethal impact. Yet, Zhou Heng remained unperturbed. To him, the Corrosa mech's remains were merely a child's toy, standing only a couple of stories high against his formidable attack and movement speed. Minus 1,023. 5. Minus 1,023. 5. Minus 1,023. 5. Minus 1,023. 5. Zhou Heng unleashed 4 strikes per second, dealing damage that was nothing short of a deluge. However, at that moment, an unexpected occurrence transpired. A 1,000 healing floated above the mech's head. Presumably, the skill Endless Repair had activated, either yielding a 1,000th ratio of healing or a constant recovery of 1,000. Any ordinary player facing such a resilient boss with substantial healing would surely succumb to despair. Unfortunately for the mech, its opponent was Zhou Heng, the man who struck 4 times a second. With a healing deduction of 1,000 per second, Zhou Heng's damage per second stood at 3094. In other words, against the Krosa mech's 100,000 health points, he would require merely 32 seconds to vanquish it. Of course, this was under ideal circumstances, without accounting for movement time or the recovery animation after sheathing his sword. Thus, Zhou Heng estimated that this boss could survive in his grasp for no longer than a minute. The Krosa mech, devoid of pain, paid no heed to Zhou Heng's relentless assault, repeatedly echoing its demand. "Give it to me. It is mine." Zhou Heng, not lacking in intelligence, realized the entity coveted the fusion core he possessed, a divine artifact capable of permanently enhancing vitality. Only a fool would relinquish such a treasure. Therefore, he resolved to eliminate it. With each strike, as the last vestige of health evaporated, the massive Krosa mech shattered, scattering debris across the ground. You have slain the level 20 boss. Krosa mech remains. Experience 500. Boss level experience is formidable. 1 is worth more than 5. Upon the demise of the Krosa mech, it dropped nothing but a fateful omen. Destiny begins to unfold. Countless perils surge in the shadows, and you are about to face a choice. Destiny offers you a hint. Destiny hint 1. As the saying goes, pulling one hair affects the whole body. That white-haired woman is in pursuit of her exclusive item. The entire interstellar wreckage secret realm is on the verge of vanishing, and at this moment, countless Krosa mech remnants are awakening. You may attempt to endure for 5 minutes, granting that white-haired woman the time she seeks. If you choose this course of action, the probability of altering history will increase by 80. Destiny hint 2. Your prowess is indeed formidable, yet confronting an unknown number of Krosa mech remnants, you still lack sufficient means to cope. Perhaps you should consider retreating. Should you depart, then nothing will transpire. An 80 probability? That is practically tantamount to a certainty of altering history, is it not? Who is that woman, truly? Zhou Heng glanced towards the direction of the earlier figure, resolutely brandishing the Sakasite Emperor's sword. The probability of altering history stood at 80%. Any individual with a modicum of sense would not forsake such a hint. Thus, enduring for 5 minutes was the challenge he must confront. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated from the depths of the interstellar wreckage, and in the next instant, a colossal cherry blossom materialized above the debris. Kailina, you are mistaken. That is certainly not the future you aspire to. Both you and I are merely pawns, insignificant yet capable of altering fate. This final strike shall be delivered by me. Neutrino. Abyss Cannon. The screen displayed what appeared to be an ancient documentary. The 4th chapter detailing the eternal roar of the ancient mechanical deities Neutrino Abyss Cannon. As the radiant light emitted from the cannon burst forth from the screen, the entire interstellar wreckage began to tremble violently. Kailina knelt before an immense, indistinct mechanical wall, cautiously extracting a sphere of light from a small aperture. Detecting master, clone, Kailina, ancient mechanisms eternal Krosa attempting to power on. Powering on failed. Countdown 300s, 299, 298, 297, 296. I'm not dead. I still exist. I've always been here. Nothing can shatter me. I am. Within the secret realm of the interstellar wreckage, a multitude of identical and echoing voices emanated from all directions, followed by the visible manifestation of colossal Krosa mech remnants, each towering 5 meters, coalescing from the debris. Fusion core, my fusion core. Give it to me. Give it to me. The Krosa mech remnants gazed down at their chests, where brilliance should have radiated, yet now lay in darkness. Their dim mechanical eyes glowed faintly with red light, and they roared towards Zhou Heng's location. The Krosa mech remnants, originally destined for Kailina, surged towards Zhou Heng as if summoned by fate. Get out of the way. A mere human dares to impede me? Some players, who had painstakingly saved to enter and grind monsters, were swatted away by the Krosa mech remnants, crashing heavily in the distance. My heavens, what on earth is happening? Isn't the interstellar wreckage merely a small realm for levels 11 to 20? How could such a turn of events occur? Who can I ask about this? These mechanical creatures are all bosses, utterly unassailable. Good grief. With a physical resistance of 100 points? If I strike it, it may not even lose health. and I might end up injuring myself. Should we consider staying? Perhaps we still have a chance to seize some resources. You can stay if you wish, but I have no revival coins. I'm out of here. A multitude of players fled the interstellar wreckage, daring not to linger. The remnants of the Krozar mech bosses, with their attributes and numbers, are enough to send shivers down one's spine at the mere sight. As Zhou Heng gazes upon the multitude of towering Krozar mech remains, his hand trembles uncontrollably around his sword, not out of fear, but from exhilaration. Each of these bosses yields a staggering 500 experience points. Vanquishing them all would propel him directly to level 20, the maximum. Give it to me. It is my treasure. It belongs to me. Hand it over, human. It ought to be mine. The three Krozar mech bosses closing in on Zhou Heng were the first to launch an attack. Yet, in Zhou Heng's eyes, these mechanical adversaries, with an attack speed of 2.0 per second and a movement speed of 3.0 meters per second, appeared as sluggish as turtles, devoid of any challenge. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Heng swung his sword towards the Krozar mech remnants, resolute in his determination to claim this immense bounty of experience. Chapter 39, Surge. Level 20 max, minus 1,023. 5. Minus 1,023. 5. Minus 1,023. 5. The Sakastra Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, collided with the remains of the Krozar mech boss, unleashing a deluge of damage. Soon, a Krozar mech boss lay defeated at Zhou Heng's feet. You have slain the level 20 boss Krozar mech. Experience 500, witnessing the surge in experience. A smile crept upon Zhou Heng's lips. Give it to me. Give it to me. Behind him, a massive swarm of Krozar mech remains boss surged toward Zhou Heng, their colossal forms casting shadows that obscured the sun, instilling fear with just a glance. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Heng resolved to attempt multi-target combat, a skill every player in the Boundless world must master, as no one could guarantee they would not face overwhelming odds in the future. Thus, under favorable conditions, it was best to practice such combat proficiency. Engaging with three Krozar mech remains boss simultaneously, Zhou Heng utilized his incredible speed to evade their attacks, while learning to convert this level of combat experience into his own. Minus 1,023. 5. Minus 1,023. 5. Minus 1,023. 5. You have slain the level 20 boss Krozar mech. Experience 500. You have slain the level 20 boss Krozar mech. Experience 500. 5-minute countdown. 120s. A 5-minute time limit appeared on Zhou Heng's retina, yet he remained undistracted, fully focused on dispatching the monsters. 5-minute countdown. 100s. 5-minute countdown. 80s. 5-minute countdown. 30s. Zhou Heng raced against time, fervently defeating monsters, and finally advanced from level 16 to level 17. The random attributes and the 500 bonus from his class still fell randomly on his health. Thus, from level 11 to level 17, Zhou Heng had increased his health by a total of 1,800. Meanwhile, at Kailina's location, she had lost consciousness, her body sprawled against the mechanical wall's breach. A sphere of light half-lodged in her heart. Detecting host, clone, Kailina, the ancient machine god, eternal Krozar, attempts to power on again, power on failed. Countdown 300s, 299, 298, 297. Fate is often unyielding. 5 minutes have elapsed. Yet the situation has not improved. Fate offers you a hint. Fate hint 1. Continue aiding the white-haired woman, eradicate the Krozar mech remains boss, and secure time for her to obtain exclusive items. Fate hint 2. Fate hint 1 may very well be the best guidance. Zhou Heng chuckled softly, surprised that Fate's hints could manifest in such a manner. Was this not equivalent to a directive? However, such a prompt aligned perfectly with his intentions. He had yet to satiate his appetite for conquest, and advancing a level would merely squander the entry card bestowed by the foreign friend. Zhou Heng commenced his second 5-minute endurance challenge. At this moment, the Krotha's mecha remnants, boss, became increasingly agitated. Give it to me. That belongs to me. Mine. The Krotha's mecha remnants, boss, roared furiously, surging towards Zhou Heng like a tempest. Zhou Heng snorted disdainfully, aware that he could not withstand such a formidable onslaught head-on. Though his health appeared substantial, it was insufficient against the sheer number of foes at this level. He began to dance around them, employing his superior speed to gradually whittle down the boss's health. You have slain level 20 boss Crotha's Mecha Remnants. Experience 500. You have slain level 20 boss Crotha's Mecha Remnants. Experience 500. You have slain level 20 boss Crotha's Mecha Remnants. Experience 500. As Zhou Heng engaged in combat with the Crotha's Mecha Remnants boss, he grew increasingly adept at handling multiple adversaries, sensing a burgeoning mastery within him. Soon, 5 minutes elapsed, and the fate prompt sounded once more, reiterating the same message. Continue to endure for another 5 minutes. This indicated that the silver-haired woman had once again failed in her pursuit of the specialized martial weapon. Nevertheless, this turn of events was fortuitous, granting him ample time to level up. Otherwise, given the current state of Frost City, it remained uncertain how much time and effort would be required for him to reach level 20 max. Zhou Heng embarked on his third round of 5-minute endurance. You have slain level 20 boss Crotha's Mecha Remnants. Experience 500. You have leveled up to level 18. Randomly increased health by 50. 4-star career effect activated. Additional health increased by 250. Zhou Heng lost track of time as he triggered the fate prompt numerous times. Finally, after dispatching yet another Crotha's Mecha Remnants boss, he achieved level 20 max. At last it is complete. Now, only the second transition certificate remains. Gazing at the multitude of Crotha's Mecha Remnants boss that had perished beneath the sacred sword of the Sakashed Emperor, Zhou Heng felt a twinge of regret. While the experience from this boss was substantial, it yielded no loot, not a single second transition certificate, nor even a worthless skill book. Yet, upon reflection, it was understandable. For these bosses were composed of various mechanical remnants from star-level debris, and to refer to them as mechanical life forms would be an overstatement. As he continued his grind, Zhou Heng surmised that the Crotha's Mecha Remnants must possess a central entity, for it was the existence of this entity that allowed these remnants to coalesce from the myriad of interstellar debris. Initially, Zhou Heng had not discerned the whereabouts of this central entity, but after this extensive grind, it became apparent to any astute observer. After all, the transformation of such a vast expanse of Crotha's mech debris into a rampaging boss is undoubtedly intricately connected to its very essence. Coupled with the exclusive mention of the silver-haired woman and the hints of fate, if his conjecture holds true, then the woman seeks the core of the Crotha's mech amidst the interstellar remnants. Has she not yet succeeded? I have already reached the maximum. Further attempts would be meaningless. It was as though he heard the distant murmurs of the cosmos, and the luminous orb that could never merge with Kylina's heart suddenly paused, radiating a brilliant light. Successfully analyzing clone. Kylina, DNA authentication in progress. Soul factor compatibility in progress. Constructing magical element corridor. Initiating connection to the Boundless Endless online game. Accompanied by the cold, mechanical voice, the orb finally melded into Kylina's heart. In that instant, the colossal mechanical wall began to tremble, and as the tremors intensified, Kylina herself began to levitate, swiftly being drawn into the breach. As Kylina delved deeper into the chasm, the immense mechanical wall commenced to siphon material from all directions. Chapter 40. Imperial Annoncement. Do not. I am the subject. Crotha's. You are not the subject. I am. I refuse to be absorbed. I refuse to be absorbed. Countless Crotha's mech remnants, poised to assault Zhou Heng, seemed to sense something and frantically clutched their heads, wailing in despair. Some even crushed their own mechanical skulls, kneeling and incessantly pounding the ground in anguish. Yet, no matter how these Crotha's mech remnants howled in rebellion, their bodies appeared to be summoned, converging towards a distant point. Zhou Heng stood atop the wreckage of a starship, gazing into the vastness where all the Crotha's mech remnants were gathering. Before him loomed a colossal mech, its size and form initially indistinct, but the radiant glow emanating from it signified that this was no ordinary machine. Soon, Zhou Heng discerned the general appearance of the assembled mech. With eyes of resplendent golden machinery, angular metallic features, and a pair of colossal luminescent wings extending from its back, it exuded an aura of magnificent authority. You witness the eternal resurrection of the ancient mechanical deity, Croesus, health points 100,000. In an instant, Zhou Heng's health points surge from a mere 3,590 to an astonishing 103,590. This increase left even Zhou Heng, wielding the Sakastra Imperial Sword, the Holy Sword, utterly astonished. This was indeed the eternal Croesus, a terrifying entity as expected. With such an extraordinary health pool, the daily deduction from the fusion core was no longer a concern. There was simply no need, for his vitality was immense. Under Zhou Heng's gaze, the eternal Croesus fully materialized. Its eyes radiated golden brilliance, and its hands reached toward the heavens of the starry wreckage, forcefully pulling apart as a thunderous crack echoed. With a resounding boom, Zhou Heng received a notification. The starry wreckage secret realm has been destroyed. You have been forcibly removed from the starry wreckage secret realm. A flash of white light enveloped him as he was transported back to the entrance of the realm. Above the city of Frostbane, a colossal mech loomed, casting a shadow over the land, its immense radiant wings showering countless specks of light. Surveying the entirety of Frostbane from its lofty perch. Look to the sky. That is, the legendary mech? My goodness. Is this a technological relic from the ancient era before the founding of the Sakastra Empire? Why does a mech appear in Frostbane? Wasn't this technology monopolized by the Chongqing family? Indeed, I heard that the official Summer Kingdom had none of these. Only the Chongqing family possessed such marvels. Countless players and NPCs gazed upwards, transfixed by the eternal Croesus suspended in the void. At that moment, the eternal Croesus extended its enormous mechanical hand towards the sky above Frostbane, grasping at the air. In the next instant, streams of information flooded into its database. It turned out that at this moment, the economy of the Sakastra Empire was collapsing. It turned out that the Chongqing family still held all power. What difference does this outcome bear from years past? Kyrina, you were ultimately mistaken. The eternal Crozar whispered softly, its mechanical eyes gleaming as they scanned Frost City. Swiftly locating the human it sought, Zhou Heng. The clone known as Kylina was unaware of who had rescued her, yet as an ancient mechanical deity, it was far from ignorant. However, the eternal Crozar's gaze narrowed slightly as it fixated on the long sword at Zhou Heng's waist. While others might fail to recognize the blade, it knew all too well the Sakasht Emperor's sword, a weapon that had claimed countless lives. Acquiring the Sakasht Emperor's sword and saving my master. What an intriguing young human. The eternal Crozar murmured, directing its attention toward the Lord's manor of Frost City. Within the grand hall of the manor, a central chamber hosted a magnificent throne constructed from 4 massive ivory-white pillars. At its heart sat a pure white, intricately designed seat, upon which an elderly man reclined. His beard trailed upon the ground, and he leaned upon a cane, his eyes gently closed as if in a feigned slumber. Yet to the discerning eye, he appeared to be a man on the brink of death. Above his head floated a large, crimson numeral, 999, his level. This should not be. Where has the issue arisen? Given our control over the stellar remnants, it should have been impossible for a clone to resurrect without my knowledge. The elder slowly opened his eyes, revealing a mixture of bitterness and reluctance. He had held his post in Frost City for over a century, waiting for the emergence of the eternal Crozar's master, one who could alter the course of history. When the Chongqing family activated the eternal Crozar, they promptly erased the master. Later, due to unforeseen circumstances, the master was taken away for genetic reasons. To prevent the clone from returning to the eternal Crozar, the Chongqing family had dispatched him to oversee the stellar remnants. He had prepared 2 contingencies. First, he allowed the ruthless faction under his command to scour the stellar remnants ceaselessly, ensuring no one could extract anything from within. Second, he placed numerous Crozar mech programs within the stellar remnants, ready to obliterate any clone attempting to activate the eternal Crozar before they could achieve fusion. Logically, these 2 strategies were interlinked. Even the most skilled individuals lurking in the shadows should have struggled to succeed under such circumstances. Yet, against all odds, they had triumphed. The elder lifted his gaze to the eternal Crozar, suspended in the air, gradually rising to his feet. It seems that this old body of mine may meet its end here today. I can only hope that my family arrives swiftly. As he spoke, he took a step forward with his cane, and in the next moment, he vanished from the Lord's manor of Frost City. Above Frost City, the eternal Crozar grasped the Elder's level 999 head, its eyes radiating golden light, and with a resounding crunch, it crushed the skull. As blood rained down upon Frost City, a powerful voice echoed throughout the surroundings. The old dynasty has perished, and a new one shall arise. Since you lack the ability to return to the ancient ways, allow me to take your place. As the words fell, the ears of all NPCs and players within the Saku's empire were filled with Saku's empire announcement. The old dynasty has perished, and a new one shall arise. Due to special circumstances, the 9th chapter of the expansion Ancient Times, titled The Radiance of the Sword of Light, has been altered to invite eternal life to death. The imperial announcement, repeated thrice, jolted countless players and NPCs who were engrossed in monster hunting, flirting, or engaging in side quests back to reality. All NPCs and players gazed in disbelief at their boundless system logs. Wasn't the 9th chapter of the expansion Ancient Times marked with a question mark? How could it have transformed from the radiance of the Sword of Light to invite eternal life to death? Moreover, was invite eternal life to death a serious proclamation that referred to a formidable force that has stood for millennia without being vanquished? Chapter 41. Choice of Factions. An urgent mission has been issued in Frost City. Frostwatch, the ancient mechanical deity, the eternal Crozar, has resurrected from annihilation, seeking to subvert the legitimacy of the Saka's empire. Please protect Frost City from the relentless onslaught of the eternal Crozar. Mission rewards, contingent upon contribution. The resource repository of Frost City is now accessible to all units within Frost City. The Frost Codex is now available to all units within Frost City. It is imperative to safeguard Frost City, as the Imperial announcement reverberated. Players and NPCs within Frost City were collectively engulfed by an urgent mission. With expressions of horror, they turned their gazes once more to the sky, where blood rained down, overshadowing the presence of the ancient mechanical deity, the eternal Crozar. In its stead stood an immense metallic gate. This gate loomed at the cardinal directions, east, west, south, and north, approximately 100 kilometers from Frost City. Towering at 30 meters, it glimmered under the moonlight with a chilling metallic sheen. All players held their breath, fixated on the towering metallic gate, including Zhou Heng. Something seemed poised to emerge from within. Soon, from each of the 4 cardinal gates, a colossal mechanical being, each standing 30 meters tall, emerged. Vast Guardian, Axe Wielder, level 70 attack, 20,000, 40,000 magic, 0 durability, 10,000, 00010, 000 magic power, 0 armor, 3, 200 attack speed, 5, 0s movement speed, 15 ms skills, Guardian Steel Seal, Regenerative Shell, Plasma 36 axes. This was unmistakably a level 70 mechanical boss. The Vast Guardian, Axe Wielder, wielded a gigantic steel axe exceeding 100 meters in length, raising it high with fervor. The old dynasty has perished. A new era must arise. Why should you humans continue to serve Sakas? Eternal suffering, chaos reigning. The populace in despair. Abandon your Saka's nationality and join us. Ascend to divinity through machinery. The path of legend awaits your choice. You have triggered the Ancient Era Expansion Pack. Chapter 9. The Choice of Factions. Choose Faction 1. Renounce your Saka's empire nationality and join the Vastar Nation under the Eternal Crozar, becoming a 9th-ranked citizen of the Vastar Nation. Choose Faction 2. Retain your Saka's empire nationality and, as a citizen of the Saka's empire, confront the Eternal Crozar. What? An endless MMORPG features faction warfare? I have long harbored disdain for the Changsheng family. This time, I stand with the Eternal Crozar. A vast star nation? A celestial realm, perhaps? Should I truly switch factions? The infinite and endless world differs significantly from other MMORPGs. It is an expansive universe where, due to issues of class stratification and resource allocation, Ordinary players no longer possess the nearly limitless opportunities for resurrection. Thus, this faction war, where a momentary lapse could result in death, demands serious contemplation. Zhou Heng lowered his gaze, contemplating whether to join the vast stellar nation led by the eternal Crosa. For reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable depth to this expansive realm. At that moment, a message from fate resonated within him. Fate often manifests when one is faced with choices, extending countless paths from each decision. A moment's carelessness could lead to irretrievable ruin. The first portent of fate revealed. Renounce your citizenship of the Saka's empire and join the grander stellar nation led by the eternal Crosa. However, aligning with them at this juncture may not be wise. A crisis looms. The second portent suggested, retain your citizenship of the Saka's empire. And with the impending support from the Changshang family, you may successfully repel the assault from the stellar nation. Choosing this path could yield substantial rewards. Zhou Heng's gaze flickered briefly before he resolved to maintain his Saka's empire citizenship. The notion of substantial rewards as indicated by fate could not be taken lightly. Coupled with the warning from the first portent, he found no justification for choosing the alternative. You have retained your citizenship of the Saka's empire, echoed the voice of fate. Prepare yourself to withstand the impending mechanical onslaught. The elite guards of the stellar nation, the Axemen, had waited long, only to find not a single human had renounced their allegiance to the Saka's empire nor opposed the tyranny of the Chongqing family. Their mechanical tones dripped with mockery. It appears you have made your choice. The old dynasty has perished. Let the new arise. Elite guards of the stellar nation, charge forth. Today we seize Han Huang. Tomorrow we conquer Han Yu. And the day after, we shall take the imperial capital. At the sound of the Axemen's rallying cry, countless elite guards surged forth from the colossal mechanical gates, launching an assault on Han Huang City. All players and NPCs below the third transition retreated, while those above the third transition responded to the call to stand against the invasion of the stellar nation. Yu Ming, the president of the Radiant Association stationed at Han Huang City, raised his arm in fervent encouragement. This was a prime opportunity to demonstrate loyalty before the Chongqing family. If he could skillfully manage the situation and await the arrival of the true high-tier players from the Chongqing family, he would undoubtedly be rewarded handsomely. Not only, but Bolok, the head of the Caesar Divine Court branch also stationed in Han Huang City, began to gather players and NPCs, resisting the onslaught of the elite guards while simultaneously requesting revival coins from the city. In such a high-stakes defense, without revival coins, the enemy would continue to pour in. For everyone they lost, it would indeed be a permanent loss. Thus, securing these revival coins was imperative. As for their distribution, that would be at his discretion as the Lord. Zhou Heng, swept along with the tide of first transition players, was driven to the vicinity of the city lord's mansion. A portly youth, adorned with a lotus petal on his forehead, surveyed Zhou Heng and the other first transition and non-first transition players from a lofty platform. Who would have thought that you lot, of such lowly caliber, might still possess some utility? Those in the front, deliver the resources from the Han Huang City repository to the front lines. Listen closely. If anyone dares to hoard even a morsel of resources for themselves, I shall ensure their suffering is beyond measure. The corpulent youth kicked the rear of a female NPC standing at the front, bellowing, "What are you dawdling for? Get in there and start moving the goods." The onlookers felt a surge of indignation but remained silent, for she belonged to the illustrious Chongqing family. Zhou Heng rested his hand on the Sacaster Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, contemplating whether to slay this Chongshang family player right here. With the slaying effect of the Sacaster Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, this rotund figure was as good as doomed. However, his considerations were not solely about the potential retribution from the Chongqing family, but rather whether he would inadvertently strengthen the hidden Kyrena within the Sacaster Emperor's sword, Holy Sword. Fate had already offered him a warning, and Zhou Heng always kept a wary eye on the concealed Kyrena within the sword. Chapter 42. Unrestrained as the moments of contemplation passed, a few individuals soon approached Zhou Heng. At that moment, the Sakasite Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, began to tremble slightly. What is this? Zhou Heng focused his gaze upon the Sakasite Emperor's sword, noticing that it only quivered faintly, devoid of any other anomalies, such as the appearance of Kyrina, engaging him in conversation. Next, with the shout of the rotund youth. The person before Zhou Heng was unceremoniously kicked into the Frost City Resource Repository, and it was now his turn. Zhou Heng stepped forward, maintaining a dignified composure as he regarded the youth. The stout youth cast a surprised glance at Zhou Heng, feeling an odd familiarity, as if he had encountered him before. However, after pondering for a while, he could not recall where he had seen him. "What is your name?" The chubby youth scrutinized Zhou Heng from head to toe, his tone condescending. With his hand resting on the Sakasite Emperor's sword, Zhou Heng allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. Zhou Heng. He believed that upon uttering his name, the youth would recognize him. To his disappointment, the rotund youth merely responded with a casual "oh" before gesturing for him to enter. This nonchalance left Zhou Heng momentarily bewildered. It had been a week since he had slain Su Ling, and by now, news of his deeds should have circulated among the players of the Changshan clan. Therefore, had the Su family concealed the information? Or was the Changshan clan not as united as it appeared? Lost in thought, Zhou Heng entered the Frost City Resource Repository. The sight of the densely packed resources within evoked a sensation akin to Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden. It was overwhelmingly abundant. He picked up a vial of potion nearby. Inferior radiant potion quality. Fine effect. After consumption, light attribute reduction 100 for 6 hours. What a splendid item. Ignoring the bewildered and shocked expressions of those around him, Zhou Heng downed the inferior radiant potion in one gulp. You have consumed the inferior radiant potion, absorbing. Estimated time, 6 o'clock. Estimated light attribute reduction increase. 100 not bad, especially in terms of flavor. Satisfied, Zhou Heng tossed aside the empty vial and reached for another one nearby. Inferior dark potion quality. Fine effect. After consumption, dark attribute reduction 100 for 6 hours. A worthy counterpart to the inferior radiant potion, Zhou Heng did not hesitate to consume eagerly. What are you doing? Are you out of your mind? This is the Frost City Resource Repository, controlled by the Su family of the Changshan clan. If you are discovered, you are finished. The speaker was a freckled girl, roughly Zhou Heng's age, clearly a newcomer to the game. You say the Frost City Resource Repository is controlled by the Changshan clan's Su family? Then who is that fat guy outside? Zhou Heng inquired in a hushed tone. The freckled girl glanced around, ensuring no one was watching, and whispered, "His name is Su Hai. I've heard rumors that he is the most prominent young master of the Su family side branch, quite lecherous. If you have a beautiful partner, be sure to take caution." Su Hai. Zhou Heng displayed a peculiar expression. The name indeed aligned with the proclivity for indulgence. However, a question arose. As the eldest scion of the esteemed Su family's primary collateral branch, he ought to be aware of Su Ling's demise. Was it that he had not seen the news, or had he simply forgotten it entirely? Zhou Heng considered this possibility significant, yet he refrained from overthinking, prioritizing the resources within this repository over the triviality of such matters. Were it not for the limitations of his inventory, he would have eagerly emptied the entire place. Beside the inferior dark potions lay several vials, which Zhou Heng meticulously examined. To his delight, they were potions corresponding to various elemental attributes. How could he possibly let slip such an opportunity to enhance his attributes? Without hesitation, he began to consume the assorted resources. You have consumed the inferior water-enhancing potion, absorbing. Estimated time, 6 o'clock. Projected water attribute reduction, 100. You have consumed the inferior fire-enhancing potion, absorbing. Estimated time, 6 o'clock. Projected fire attribute reduction, 100. As Zhou Heng not only disregarded her warnings, but escalated his reckless behavior, the freckled girl was left utterly astonished. Was he truly unafraid of death? Should other players, or NPCs eager to curry favor with the Changshan family discover this, he would not merely face death, but would be unlikely to emerge unscathed. Are you seeking your own demise? Cease this reckless consumption. Su Hai has a sister who delights in manipulating men. Should you be caught, your life will be irrevocably ruined. Zhou Heng, however, paid no heed to the freckled girl's admonitions and continued unabated. Soon, he stumbled upon a new treasure, the Pegasus cigarettes. Quality, resplendent, crafted from the blood of the unicorn Pegasus, and infused with heavenly licorice. These special cigarettes bestow remarkable benefits. Each puff grants a permanent increase of 100 to attack and magic, along with a permanent boost of 1,000 to health and mana. Upon finishing a box, 20 cigarettes. 1s attack speed permanently increases by 1. 0s, and movement speed by 1. 0ms. Note: each individual may consume a maximum of 1 box. An absolute treasure. Even if Zhou Heng was not a smoker, he could not resist such an extraordinary enhancement, particularly with the added benefits to attack and movement speed. These Pegasus cigarettes were of such caliber that even the mightiest would not deter him from indulging. Without a moment's hesitation, he tore open the box, ignited one, and took a deep drag. The Pegasus cigarettes boasted a delightful flavor, with a hint of sweetness, reminiscent of honey. You are inhaling the Pegasus cigarettes. Permanent attack 10. Magic 10. Health 100. Mana 100. Observing the burning state of the cigarette, Zhou Heng estimated that with another 10 notifications, he would have consumed the entire stick. The freckled girl, worried about being implicated, had already distanced herself. Witnessing Zhou Heng's increasingly audacious actions, she couldn't help but grimace in disbelief. Was this individual genuinely skilled, or was he merely reckless, believing that a slight chance of revival rendered him invincible? As the freckled girl pondered, a first transformation man beside Zhou Heng questioned the scent of smoke, suspiciously sniffing the air. Is it the aroma of Tianma cigarettes? The man was astounded to discover that only the Chongshang family had the privilege to indulge in these specially designated cigarettes. His expression shifted to one of elation upon realizing that a player not affiliated with the Chongshang family was smoking Tianma cigarettes within the resource vault controlled by the Su family of the Chongqing clan. If he reported this, a delighted Chongqing player might reward him with a few silver coins. Someone here is trespassing. Before the first transformation man could finish his sentence, a chilling glint silenced him. In an instant, he was transformed into light and vanished from the resource vault. If one desires to report, they should do so outside. This incessant chatter is quite bothersome. Zhou Heng sheathed his sword, took a drag from the cigarette, and exhaled a plume of smoke. Indeed, there's a certain thrill to indulging in this vice. Chapter 43. 1563 vs 10W. In the distance, the freckled girl, who was constantly observing Zhou Heng, felt her jaw nearly drop in astonishment. This fellow was undeniably insane. Not only did he wantonly pillage resources within the treasury of Frost City, but he also resorted to murder. Was he so eager to hasten his own demise? Unbeknownst to the freckled girl, Zhou Heng's gaze was fixed on a nearby scroll. Common grade skill advancement scroll. Upon usage, it guarantees the advancement of a common grade skill. With this artifact in hand, his skill Raging Inferno could ascend from a common level to a complex level. What kind of enhancement would that entail? Without hesitation, Zhou Heng activated the common grade skill advancement scroll. With a chime, Raging Inferno was elevated to a complex level. Raging Inferno quality. Complex. Upon casting this skill, 1's entire being will be engulfed in searing rage. Consumption: 300 mana points. Attack speed 2. 0s. Movement speed 4. 0ms. Attack 20. Consumption: 3,000 mana points. Attack speed 3. 0s. Movement speed 6. 0ms. Attack 200 debuff. After the skill duration ends, health will be deducted at a rate of minus 1,000 10,000 per second for 20 seconds. If health falls below 1,000 10,000, it will be forcibly retained at 1 point. Duration: 15 seconds. Cooldown: 30 seconds. Upon advancing to the complex level, the duration and cooldown remained unchanged. However, the consumption surged dramatically. With Zhou Heng's current mana pool, he could unleash the 3,000 mana point mode. This meant that once he expended 3,000 mana to ignite Raging Inferno, combined with the Seicast Emperor's Sword, Holy Sword, his attack speed could soar to an intimidating 7. 0s, while his movement speed could reach an astonishing 13. 2ms. Such extraordinary speed and agility were merely 1.8ms less than that of the Vasgardian Berserker boss, while his attack speed surpassed it. This stark comparison illuminated Zhou Heng's formidable and terrifying prowess. It is worth noting that he had only just reached level 20 max and had yet to undergo a class transition, while the Vastguardian Berserker boss was a level 70 behemoth. What? Someone is plundering resources within our Changsheng Su family's treasury? I shall see who is so eager for death. After Zhou Heng utilized the common grade skill advancement scroll, an enraged voice echoed from outside the treasury. Belonging to Su Hai of the Changsheng family, he never imagined that within his own territory, someone would dare to provoke the Su family. Su Hai, with his prominent belly, strode into the treasury and soon spotted Zhou Heng, guided by the fallen player's indication. Is it this brat? Su Hai frowned slightly, feeling an unsettling familiarity with this individual, yet unable to recall when they had crossed paths. Stop! What are you doing? Since when did you worthless scum dare to act against the Changsheng family? Believing that a long-lived player had perished in the realm of Frost City was inconsequential to Su Hai. Regardless of his thoughts, with his level 30 max prowess, he could effortlessly dominate these ordinary players. To him, Zhou Heng was merely a fledgling player, overconfident in his own talent, believing himself to be invincible. As the news of a long-lived player's demise in Frost City crossed his mind, a sudden recollection surged forth. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Zhou Heng in the distance, exclaiming in shock. Su Hai was known for his lascivious nature, a fact well recognized among the denizens of Frost City. After all, as a long-lived player from an unremarkable family, indulgence in pleasure was his only truth. However, this did not imply he was devoid of wit. Despite his carefree demeanor and penchant for bullying ordinary players, he wielded the formidable reputation of his long-lived family as a shield. Any encounter with a robust individual immune to their antics would swiftly bring his arrogance to ruin, especially when that individual possessed the means to obliterate them entirely. And by sheer coincidence, that robust individual was Zhou Heng. How? Had he recognized me? Zhou Heng inquired, resting his right hand on the hilt of his sacred sword, Sakhasit, while casually strolling towards Su Hai with his left hand tucked in his pocket. Flee! Su Hai uttered not a word, his demeanor starkly contrasting with his earlier frivolity. In that moment, he exuded a chilling calmness. Without hesitation, he activated his skill, Inferno Wrath, and dashed towards the resource depot's exit. Oof. Now you wish to escape. Do you believe you can? Zhou Heng, without employing Inferno Wrath, effortlessly matched Su Hai's pace with his own speed of 7.2 ms. What? Such speed? How is that possible? Su Hai's mind was engulfed in shock and dread as he witnessed Zhou Heng closing the gap. His opponent had not even used Inferno Wrath, and being at level 20 max, he was 10 levels and 1 achievement leap below Su Hai, yet this disparity in levels was astonishingly bridged. With a grim expression, Su Hai swiftly turned and hurled various vials towards Zhou Heng. You are afflicted by water elemental corruption, speed -1. 0 ms, temporary. You are afflicted by fire elemental corruption, health -100s, temporary. You are afflicted by physical attribute corruption, armor -500, temporary, current armor -500. Observing the myriad of afflictions upon himself, Zhou Heng could not help but marvel. Such resources he had not encountered in the depot, yet his adversary had managed to produce a plethora. Gazing at his -500 armor, he realized that should Su Hai merely graze him, he would lose health even before witnessing the damage. One opportunity. Seizing the moment when Zhou Heng appeared momentarily stunned, Su Hai believed he had found an opening to attack. He abruptly pivoted, drawing a massive sword aimed at Zhou Heng's neck. Though he lacked the privileges enjoyed by the direct descendant Su Ling in resource acquisition, he was nonetheless a skilled player who had clawed his way to level 30 max in this boundless world. Having seized the opportunity, he could not allow it to slip away. In comparison to ordinary players, his physical attack reached a terrifying range of 134 to 268, nearly doubling that of a typical level 30 max player. Moreover, his talent is a B-grade critical strike aimed at vital points, which allows him to double his damage upon landing a critical hit. He targeted Zhou Heng's neck, and based on the maximum attack limit, this strike could inflict a staggering 768 points of damage. With the critical strike taken into account, this blow could potentially deal an astounding 1536 points of damage. He was confident that Zhou Heng would not withstand it, as the latter had previously managed to eliminate Su family's direct descendant, Su Ling, indicating a focus on high offense and low defense. Such players typically possess formidable attack power, but frail health. With this strike, victory seemed assured. However, when the damage of 1536 floated above Zhou Heng's head, Su Hai was left in a state of shock. This level of damage is something a typical level 20 max player could not possibly endure. Why was the opponent? Chapter 44. The Frosted Treasury. Zhou Heng observed the 1536 points of damage that appeared above him, his gaze momentarily fixating on Su Hai, reaching level 30 maxed out. It was no surprise that he could inflict such considerable damage. After all, he was a player from the Chongqing family. Were it not for his witnessing the hero, King Kairna, and the resurrection of the ancient mechanical deity, he would have feared that a single strike would have drained his life force. He also reminded himself of the necessity of having dispatched Su Ling earlier. Otherwise, given the developmental trajectory of the Chongqing family at this juncture, he might indeed have been unable to vanquish her. After all, if a mere side branch of the Chongqing family could deal 1536 points of damage, how potent could a direct descendant like Su Ling be? You, Zhou Heng, we could sit down and discuss this. There is no need to escalate the situation to such an embarrassing degree, is there? Su Hai discarded his weapon onto the ground, raised his hands to his head, and, disregarding the astonished and perplexed gazes of those surrounding him, knelt before Zhou Heng. As a player of the Chongqing family, Su Hai possessed his own sense of pride. It is difficult to bow down when one has been elevated for so long. He had faced many ordinary players who dared to provoke him, but due to the presence of revival coins, he could not afford to relent. He even relished the opportunity to engage with them, for he had countless chances, whereas they had only one. However, the adversary he faced this time was unlike any before. Reports from his family indicated that Zhou Heng, who had slain Su Ling, appeared to possess the ability to eliminate players outright, bypassing the revival mechanism. This signified that this battle would determine a definitive outcome. Either his opponent would live, or he would. Had that strike left his opponent severely wounded, he might have been able to mockingly encourage them. But when that single blow failed to even rattle their health bar, how was he to proceed? Thus, capitulation became the only viable option. Even Su Hai dared not gamble with death. How is this possible? From a distance, the freckled girl watched in astonishment. The once lofty and imperious player from the Chongqing family was now kneeling before an ordinary player. Even the mightiest of the official powers from Xia country could not compel these individuals to surrender in such a manner. Seeing Su Hai humiliated, Zhou Heng let out a light scoff, pressing the blade of his sword against Su Hai's neck. Stand up and lead me to the true treasury of the resource depot. I trust you know the way. Zhou Heng refrained from executing him on the spot, fully aware that should he slay Su Hai, the assembled players would no longer be restrained, and he would be left vulnerable to having the resources he sought snatched away. Thus, Su Hai was to remain alive for a while longer, at least until Zhou Heng acquired the genuine treasures hidden within the Frosted City's resource depot. Understand. Su Hai cautiously rose to his feet, a glimmer of something inscrutable shining in his eyes. Brother Zhou, our Frosted City is indeed home to some magnificent treasures. You have come at just the right time. Allow me to guide you to the finest treasures. They will undoubtedly catch your interest. Su Hai referred to him as Brother Zhou, as if they shared a close camaraderie. Zhou Heng was uncertain about Su Hai's intentions, yet he remained untroubled by any potential deceit, reassured by his fate hints. As long as the offerings are to my satisfaction, I may grant you a reprieve, he declared, secretly adding a thought of deceit to himself. Upon hearing this, a broader smile spread across Su Hai's plump face. Very well. I trust that Brother Zhou is a man of his word. Let us venture deeper. There are numerous treasures, and I shall point them out one by one. Zhou Heng nodded, guiding Su Hai deeper into the resource vault with his sword at the ready. Brother Zhou, this is a valuable item. It is a specialty of our Frosty City, ice crystal. Upon ingestion, it gradually bestows ice attribute resistance for a month, enhancing it by 1,000 points. Zhou Heng picked up the ice crystal Su Hai mentioned. Indeed, as the latter had asserted, A single consumption would yield a 1,000-point increase in ice attribute resistance after a month. Sometimes, manifestations are subtle, leading to one's own demise in an unguarded moment. Your shallow understanding has triggered a fate hint. Fate hint 1. While consuming the ice crystal offers significant benefits, it conceals an unknown secret. Anyone who consumes the ice crystal must endure a permanent loss of 10,000 life points. A mere 1,000 points of ice attribute resistance is not so easily acquired. Fate hint 2. Your life points are substantial. Perhaps you could consider trading 10,000 life points for 1,000 points of ice attribute resistance. Upon receiving these fate hints, a profession immediately surfaced in Zhou Heng's mind: the counterfeiter. The ice crystal was authentic, yet the information revealed had been deliberately truncated, omitting the crucial detail of the permanent deduction of 10,000 life points. This knowledge was likely exclusive to the Changshan family, and an ordinary player, such as himself, could easily find himself in catastrophic peril with a single misstep. After all, ordinary players do not possess abundant opportunities for resurrection. Silently, Zhou Heng stored the ice crystal and continued to pressure Zhou Heng to delve deeper into the vault. Soon, they halted before a massive silver door. "Brother Zhou, the true treasure of Frosty City's resource vault lies within," Zhou Heng uttered cautiously, his excitement palpable, though he managed to conceal it well enough for Zhou Heng to notice. "What lies inside?" Zhou Heng pressed his sword down slightly, feeling the chill at his throat. Zhou Heng hurriedly smiled. "Brother Zhou, it is undoubtedly a prized possession. My knowledge is limited, but I've heard from elders of my family that it is associated with something ancient, a statue of a man playing a flute." "A statue of a flutist? An ancient hero?" Zhou Heng's lips curled into a smile. Could this be the unexpected boon hinted at during the faction selection? If it indeed pertains to an ancient hero, this discovery would be akin to finding a rare treasure without the slightest effort. Leaving aside other potential gains, the elegance of the ancient flute alone would bestow upon him a confidence that the Sakasite Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, could not rival. After all, when compared to the potentially perilous Sakastar Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, the current elegant and ancient flute poses no issues whatsoever. "I am quite intrigued by the statue you mentioned. Unveil it," Zhou Heng commanded sternly. Upon noticing Zhou Heng's interest, Zhou Heng rubbed his hands together and said, "Brother Zhou, just watch me. I assure you I will reveal it for you." However, this sword, Zhou Heng gestured towards the Sakastar Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, resting at his neck, feeling an inexplicable sense of dread as it lay there. Zhou Heng smirked, setting the Sakastar Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, down. No sooner had he done so than Zhou Heng exclaimed, "Move." Suddenly, without allowing Zhou Heng to finish his sentence, his head detached from his body and rolled heavily to the side. Zhou Heng's eyes widened in terror and disbelief. "Your attack speed, how is this possible? At this level, my mother will avenge me." Zhou Heng did not spare a glance at the fallen Zhou Heng, calmly sheathing his sword. He had anticipated this move. Did they truly believe his 4.0 attacks per second were mere child's play? Chapter 45. Farewell to the statue. The items dropped by Zhou Heng were quite peculiar. 1,000 silver coins, 12 pairs of women's panties in pink, 12 in red, and 12 in purple. A veritable plethora of feminine undergarments revealed the undeniable truth. The freckled girl was not exaggerating. This individual was indeed quite lecherous. Having pocketed the solitary 1,000 silver coins, Zhou Heng scrutinized the towering silver gate before him, which stood at least 30 meters high. He refrained from immediate action, sensing that, based on Zhou Heng's earlier reaction, there must be some special mechanism in place. He awaited a cue from fate. However, after a prolonged silence, fate offered no guidance. Instead, a voice emerged from behind him. "It is wise not to open it." This door was forged by a powerful blacksmith of level 100, and only a member of the Changshan family, the Su clan, can unlock it. Turning to the source of the voice, Zhou Heng recognized the freckled girl who had previously warned him. "Do you possess a solution?" Zhou Heng inquired, examining her closely. Despite her youthful demeanor and innocent gaze, he could not shake the feeling that it was merely a fade. With the wisdom of 2 lifetimes, he perceived an unquenchable fire burning deep within her eyes. "My name is Su Lanlan," the freckled girl said with a playful wink, her smile bright. Zhou Heng paused momentarily, then a thought struck him, causing him to narrow his eyes slightly. "Are you at odds with the Changshan family, the Su clan?" Su Lanlan rubbed her nose and nodded emphatically. "Correct, but there is no reward for that answer." Zhou Heng regarded her intently, finally grasping why fate had not provided any hints. The one who could unlock the door stood right before him. "What do you require?" he asked succinctly, confident she would understand his intent. Su Lanlan gazed at the silver door, pondering deeply as if reaching a final decision. With a mischievous smile, she declared, "I seek a token from within. The City Lord's decree of Hanzhuang City. With it, I can lay claim to the city as my own. My talent necessitates a stronghold to be fully realized. Furthermore, should you indeed slay Su Ling, I desire the City Lord's document you possess." "Insufficient. Merely opening a door does not equate to such a transaction," Zhou Heng countered. Su Lanlan appeared to have anticipated this, retrieving a piece of white paper from her pocket and tossing it to Zhou Heng. "This is the only item my mother left me before her demise. She said it contains the ultimate truth about the Changshan family's schemes and soccers. It is unique, too large for a standard backpack, so you must handle it with care." As he caught the paper, Zhou Heng's gaze sharpened. He recognized it immediately. He had 3 additional sheets of the same kind. If the truth was as Su Lanlan claimed, this paper represented a vital clue that must be unraveled. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Heng nodded. "Upon opening the door, I shall give you the City Lord's document, and you may take the token." With the terms of their agreement settled, Su Lanlan exhaled in relief and cautiously approached the silver gate. Yet, rather than rushing to open it, she gestured for Zhou Heng to step back by a meter. Following her request, Zhou Heng complied, and Su Lanlan commanded, "Now act." A flurry of silver arrows surged forth from the void, halting mere inches from Su Lanlan. These were invisible projectiles, terrifying in their nature. A single arrow could inflict a staggering 100,000 points of true damage. Without sufficient power or the backing of the Su family, one could not withstand such a level of harm. While explaining this to Zhou Heng, Su Lanlan positioned herself in the very center of the silver door, knocking thrice. And after a total of 21 knocks, the door creaked open slowly. "You're safe to enter now." Su Lanlan stepped forward with Zhou Heng following closely behind, and together they ventured into the true treasury of Frost City. Within the vault lay only 2 items, supported by alabaster stone pillars. One was a token, presumably the City Lord's decree that Su Lanlan sought, and the other was a skill book. This skill book was a possession that every direct descendant of the Changshan family would possess. Originally, it had been prepared by the Su family for the second young miss, Su Ling, but after her untimely demise at your hands, it awaited collection by the higher-ups of the Su family. As a mere collateral branch, I held no claim to such a treasure. Truth be told, had you not slain Su Hai and lent a hand, I would have done everything in my power to seize this valuable item from you." Su Lanlan cast a glance at the skill book, her expression revealing her dissatisfaction. Zhou Heng, filled with curiosity, picked up the skill book and proceeded to appraise it. Empire's fortune quality, unknown experience gain, 10 permanent upon learning this. One could perceive the Empire's fortune of the Saka's empire and utilize their own imperial luck to enhance various endeavors, including but not limited to forging, alchemy, and mining. Learning requirement: none indeed. It was a rare and invaluable treasure. No one could refuse such a permanent boost to experience gain, not to mention its true potential in enhancing the probability of various tasks. Once Zhou Heng acquired the Empire's fortune, he tossed the City Lord's document to Su Lanlan. With the document in hand, a broader smile graced Su Lanlan's delicate features. She nodded in gratitude to Zhou Heng, saying, "Thank you. You must leave here quickly. No later than 30 minutes. Reinforcements from the Su family will arrive. Su Hai may not know you, but the other experts in the family certainly do." Zhou Heng cast a glance deeper into the treasury, remaining silent as he waved his hand dismissively and strode further inside. Zhou Heng. The innocence and radiance that adorned Su Lanlan's face vanished, replaced by an unprecedented gravity. She tightened her grip on the City Lord's token and document. casting one last deep gaze at Zhou Heng before turning to exit the treasury. From this moment forward, she could no longer be the sheltered girl, blissfully unaware of the dangers surrounding her. Zhou Heng hastened to the farthest reaches of the Frost Treasury, soon spotting the flute-playing statue as described by Zhou Heng. In contrast to the one he had discovered in the depths of the Water Serpent's secret realm, this statue was even more grandiose, towering at a magnificent 30 meters, precisely reaching the height limit of the treasury. Upon reaching the end of the statue and gazing upward from below, Zhou Heng could faintly discern the features of the man's visage. However, due to the obstruction of hair, only a portion of his face was visible. Yet even so, Zhou Heng could perceive a hint of compassion emanating from the statue's eyes. Drawing from his previous experience, Zhou Heng navigated this encounter with greater ease. Allowing his instincts to guide him, he retrieved an elegant, ancient flute from his backpack and extended it forward. In a swift moment, the graceful flute trembled as he had anticipated, then floated towards the towering 30-meter statue, settling into the designated stone flute, merging seamlessly with it. Accompanied by a soft luminescence emanating from the flute, a melody unlike any he had heard before began to soar through the air. This new tune was deep and protracted, as if recounting a tragic epic long forgotten by mankind. Immersed in the haunting notes, Zhou Heng felt the weight of the melody enveloping him. Suddenly, a glimmer of light burst forth from the center of his forehead, and to his astonishment, he found himself transported back to the realm of reality. Gazing around at the familiar surroundings of his beloved doghouse, he was momentarily bewildered. He had not exited the boundless world. How could this be? At that moment, he sensed an anomaly before him. Focusing his gaze, he discovered a shadowy figure standing directly in front of him. Chapter 46. This generation is lacking. The figure before Zhou Heng was more solid than any he had previously encountered, aside from the obscured facial features. Other details were relatively clear. It was a man with long hair cascading past his knees, clad in an indeterminate style of loose robes, holding a long flute. One hand resting in front of him while the other was tucked behind his back. Has it been 10,000 years? It seems your generation of players is rather lacking, the figure remarked, casting a languid smile at Zhou Heng. He rested the luminescent flute upon Zhou Heng's shoulder, stifling any attempt Zhou Heng made to rise. Sit still, here. There are no formalities. I have little time to spare, so I will impart 3 vital pieces of wisdom. First, you have only the final millennium to achieve your goals. If you cannot meet the designated objectives after 11,000 years of operation, you shall be forsaken and cast away, and you will suffer greatly. Second, safeguard my flute and seek out the statues I have left behind as diligently as possible. Third, for your achievements, opt for the highest difficulty whenever feasible. With that, the figure withdrew his flute and dissipated entirely into the realms of Blue Star. As Zhou Heng watched the figure vanish, his gaze flickered, and an overwhelming shock surged within him. In his 18 years of existence in this world, he had never heard of NPCs from the Boundless online game being able to log into Blue Star. Was this an anomaly, or had NPCs always possessed the ability to access Blue Star, their existence simply erased from memory? Moreover, could players truly only return their lifespan to Blue Star? Zhou Heng had never contemplated this matter before, but now he found himself laden with skepticism. Through the window, he gazed at the distant sky islands that symbolized eternal life, an involuntary chill creeping over him. The complexities of Blue Star were certainly far more profound than what he had superficially comprehended. Shaking his head to dispel the disquieting thoughts, Zhou Heng steeled himself and envisioned the Boundless online game, initiating the login process. Accompanied by the sound of the login prompt, Zhou Heng found himself back in the treasury of Frost City. As the flute's melody faded, a colossal statue measuring 30 meters shattered in response, and the elegant ancient flute returned gracefully to Zhou Heng's hand, accompanied by a notification. You have listened to the melodious flute of the ancient hero. Magic 5000. Magic power 100000. In an instant, Zhou Heng's magic surged from 500 to 5,500, and his magic power reached a level commensurate with life itself, totaling 110560. 110560. Such a magnitude of magic and power devoid of any magical skills, would be met with disbelief from Zhou Heng if recounted by another. It appeared that the immediate priority was to learn a magical skill. Zhou Heng turned his attention to the elegant ancient flute, which had undergone a transformation following its recent performance. Elegant ancient flute quality, inferior noble and graceful spirit. While playing any flute piece, you cannot be attacked. Upon completion, a noble and elegant duel ensues between both parties. Ignores resurrection mechanisms. The victor lives and the vanquished perishes. Inferior flute melody. During the noble and elegant duel, the levels and attributes of both combatants are influenced by the quality of the elegant ancient flute. Current level 1. Equipable items 1. You may equip one additional item compared to your opponent. Noble and compassionate gentle breeze. Playing a gentle melody on the flute can restrict all enemies who hear its sound to a level cap of -10. The modeled effect has no impact on this attribute. Modeled. An inferior yet elegant ancient flute cannot maintain its efficacy for an extended period. Cooldown time 3 months. The model duration is reduced by 3 months, yet remains lengthy. Relying on this skill set to vanquish foes during the cooldown phase is far less effective than employing the noble and compassionate gentle breeze. Levels 1 to 11. Randomly gain 1 attribute point per level, totaling 10 points. Levels 11 to 21. Randomly gain 5 attribute points per level, totaling 50 points. Levels 21 to 31. Randomly gain 10 attribute points per level, totaling 100 points. Levels 31 to 41. Randomly gain 100 attribute points per level, totaling 1,000 points. Levels 41 to 51. Randomly gain 500 attribute points per level, totaling 5,000 points. Levels 51 to 61. Randomly gain 1,000 attribute points per level, totaling 10,000 points. Levels 61 to 71. Randomly gain 10,000 attribute points per level, totaling 100,000 points. According to this leveling method, Zhou Heng's current health and mana are already comparable to that of a level 61 player, although there is some disparity in attack power. When combined with the Sakast Emperor's Sword, Holy Sword, he can contend with ordinary players ranging from levels 31 to 51, as not everyone can allocate random attributes to their attack. If he were to pair this with the extraordinary long-range archer class talent, Blood Pump, he could transform his offensive capability to a staggering degree. Zhou Heng calculated his attack post-Blood Pump application, reaching a terrifying total of 21,123. 5. Not accounting for the base attack of the Sakast Emperor's Sword, Holy Sword. This attack, while impressive, still falls short of the ability to eliminate an ordinary level 70 player instantaneously. Moreover, this assessment only pertains to regular players. Against formidable celebrity players or experts from the Changxing family, this attribute remains inadequate. Zhou Heng's momentary elation dissipated as he reflected. It is rumored that once a player from the Changxing family fully develops, their base attributes can be 2 to 10 times greater than those of an ordinary player. While his attributes may seem astonishing compared to those of a level 20 player, he must confront opponents who are truly exceptional. Thus, it is clear that he is still too weak. As Zhou Heng absorbed the enchanting flute melody on the other side, Su Lanlan had also completed her dominion over Frost City. Clutching the City Lord's charter, she stood atop the City Lord's mansion, beside the Frost Codex, scrutinizing her attribute panel. Real name, Su Lanlan level, 10 attack, 9 to 18 magic, 0 to 0 health, 270 mana, 110 armor, 1 attack speed, 1, 0 S movement speed, 1, 2 ms water resistance, 0 fire resistance, 0 wind resistance, 0 lightning resistance, 0 ice resistance, 0 wood resistance, 0 light resistance, 0 dark resistance, 0 experience, 0 100, 000 Frost Lord, SSS. This talent effect activates upon becoming the Lord of Frost City, Lord's authority, for each human unit present within the main city. Gain 1, temporary, to attack and magic, and 10, temporary, to health and mana. Endless Ice. While within Frost City, health regeneration increases by 20s, and mana regeneration increases by 20s. Frost Throne. Once seated upon the Frost Throne, one cannot descend. Vision expands with the size of the city. Sound propagates with the city's magnitude. Movement is dictated by the city's dimensions. Armor X, 10,000 X city level. Winter is coming. Summon frost and snow to blanket your controlled area, inflicting ice elemental damage at a rate of city level X own, level X, 100 to all units not belonging to Frost City each second. Mother, I shall soon fulfill your dying wish. No matter the cost, I will ensure that the Zhou family, those ravenous beasts, pay dearly, even if that price is death. Su Lan Lan is unlike Zhou Heng. She is merely a newly minted player on the cusp of adulthood. Were it not for inheriting her mother's talents, she would not stand here today. It seems as though fate has guided her to seize Frost City at this juncture and has bestowed upon her the opportunity for vengeance. In the face of the vast Star Kingdom's assault, the Zhou family will undoubtedly dispatch their elite players, among whom will surely be the one responsible for her mother's demise, the charming and dashing Su Changwan, a scion of the Zhou family known for his penchant for trifling with women. Chapter 47. The greater the storm, the pricier the fish. Chong Huan. Be serious. I have a nagging feeling that something is amiss. In the rugged mountains bordering the Frost City of the Saka's empire, Su Luyu, wielding a formidable bow, stood atop a peak alongside Su Changhuan. Her gaze wandered towards the distant Frost City, her thoughts a tempest of unease. Su Changhuan, strikingly handsome with captivating eyes that had ensnared countless hearts, raised an eyebrow in surprise. Luyu, your instincts have always been remarkably accurate. Could it be that we are on the brink of calamity? I have brought along a full complement of 2,000 revival tokens. Clutching her bow, Su Luyu pondered briefly before shaking her head. We shouldn't face death, but there may be adversaries within Frost City of whom we are unaware. In any case, it is prudent to exercise caution. Su Changhuan, his thoughts drifting to the enchanting NPCs of Frost City, couldn't help but smirk with a hint of mischief. Fear not. I have everything under control. With that, his gaze caught two beams of colorful light streaking overhead, and a glimmer of resolve shone in his eyes. It appears that the elders of our clan are making their move. We must hasten our journey to Frost City. Indeed, let us proceed with urgency, replied Su Luyu, propelling herself forward with grace towards Frost City. This one is excellent. I shall take it, and this one seems decent. I will keep it. Zhou Heng tirelessly scavenged the resources within the Frost Resource Depot, particularly fixated on the red potions, determined not to overlook a single vial. At present, he lacked any effective healing passive, and these potions were his sole means of countering the health deductions inflicted by the fusion core. Before long, Zhou Heng amassed 1,000 intermediate red potions. Compared to the minor red potions, these intermediate ones offered enhanced efficacy, capable of restoring 1,000 health points, 300 points instantly, and the remaining 700 points gradually over time. This quantity was sufficient to replenish 1,000,000 health points. And considering the fusion core's hourly deduction of approximately 200 points, this 1,000,000 health would sustain him for 233 days. Such a span of time would grant him ample opportunity to devise a more effective strategy. Having stowed the 1,000 intermediate red potions in his backpack, Zhou Heng continued his search, only to soon encounter an unsettling anomaly. Preoccupied with gathering valuable items, he had neglected to seek the second-tier certification. Upon revisiting, he found the vast Frost Resource Depot conspicuously devoid of any second-tier certificates. Not only was there a lack of the coveted second-tier certification, but also absent were the first, third, and even the higher-tier certifications. None could be found. Zhou Heng's expression darkened as he pieced together the implications. It seemed the Changsheng family had systematically constrained the progression and advancement of ordinary players. Firstly, they restricted monster spawns. Secondly, they maintained stringent control over the distribution of second-tier certifications, effectively establishing their dominance in the region. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Heng resolved to search for any suitable items. But at that moment, a fate prompt materialized before him. Fortune is capricious. The large intestine wraps the small intestine. Some matters remain impervious to your actions. Destiny offers you a hint. Destiny Hint 1. Depart from Frost City without glancing back. and flee towards the west. This place is on the verge of becoming a true battlefield, where casualties may reach the hundreds of thousands. A moment's carelessness could lead to your complete demise here. Destiny Hint 2. As the saying goes, the greater the tempest, the more valuable the fish. In the impending Frost War, a genuine battle is about to unfold, and you still possess a glimmer of opportunity. Head towards the Lord's Manor and, in 10 minutes, play the elegant ancient flute. Fortune shall arrive unbidden. A glimmer of determination shone in Zhou Heng's eyes. Escape was no longer an option. With his current attributes and professional skills, complemented by the elegant ancient flute and the Sakast Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, he felt capable of confronting formidable foes, provided they were not excessively overwhelming. Furthermore, the hints from Destiny spoke of opportunity, indicating no risk of death. To forego such an opportunity would surely be a display of cowardice. Thus, Zhou Heng surveyed his surroundings, seeking any equipment that could enhance his attack speed and movement speed. For him at this moment, attack power and health were secondary. It was the swiftness of assault and mobility that would empower him to triumph over higher-level players. Fortune smiled upon him as the Frost resource pool finally yielded 3 pieces of equipment that increased his attack or movement speed: a pair of gauntlets, a pair of cloud boots, and a hat. Skyward Cloud Gauntlets level 40 quality, superior attack speed 1. 0s durability 100 requirement, level 40 usage requirement, level -20 Skyward Cloud Boots level 40 quality, superior movement speed 1. 0ms durability 100 requirement, level 40 usage requirement, level -20 Skyward Cloud Hat level 1 quality, radiant attack speed 10 movement speed 10 Skyward Curse, cannot equip if over level 50 requirement. These 3 pieces of equipment appear to form a coherent set, all beginning with Skyward. Regrettably, these are the only 3 items located within the Frost resource pool. Upon adorning the Skyward Cloud Gauntlets, Skyward Cloud Boots, and Skyward Cloud Hat, while wielding the Sakast Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, his attack speed soared to 5s, and his movement speed reached an impressive 9.02 ms. Although this represented only a modest 20 increase, it was a significant enhancement for the otherwise challenging to improve attributes of speed. With such formidable strength at his disposal, Zhou Heng no longer harbored fears regarding the enemies ahead. Instead, he was filled with a spirited resolve. Emerging from the Frost resource pool, he gazed towards the distant Lord's Manor of Frost City, with a cacophony of countless players and NPCs defending the city echoed behind him. To be honest, he was quite eager to ascend the walls and observe the scene, but the time was not yet ripe. He had more pressing matters to attend to, for the hints of destiny would not deceive him. 5 minutes later, Zhou Heng arrived at the Lord's Manor, which was already deserted, devoid of even a single guard. As all capable defenders had been summoned to the walls to protect Frost City, Zhou Heng found a splendid ice mound to seat himself upon. Retrieving a pack of Tiamat cigarettes from his backpack, he lit one for himself, inhaling leisurely. With 5 minutes remaining until the fateful announcement, he certainly could not allow such an opportunity to enhance his prowess to slip away. 5 minutes was ample time for him to finish a second Tiamat cigarette. As he exhaled tendrils of smoke, Zhou Heng received a notification of permanent enhancement. Attack 100, Magic 100, Life 1000, Mana 1000. Including the first cigarette, he had already gained a total of 200 in attack, 200 in magic, 2000 in life, and 2000 in mana. Upon completing the second cigarette, the time reached the 10-minute mark indicated by the destiny prompt. Without further hesitation, he produced an elegant ancient flute, resting it against his lips, and resumed playing the national anthem of the Summer Kingdom. Accompanied by the stirring and spirited melody of the flute, a figure slowly approached from a distance. Chapter 48. Level 20 versus Level 60. As Su Luyu and Su Chonghuan entered the inner city of Frost City, they were ambushed, and the assailant was none other than Su Lan, a distant relative of the Su family. Su Luyu possessed limited knowledge about Su Lan, only aware that she was the result of an indiscretion by Su Chonghuan's father during a drunken revelry. This half-sister was not favored by Su Chonghuan's branch of the family and was ultimately relegated to the fringes of the Su clan provided with only a meager livelihood. Later, due to certain events, Su Changhuan personally executed her. Su Luyu had no inclination to involve herself in the fraternal conflict between these half-siblings. Her sole purpose in Frost City was to seize the Hall of the City Lord. Although the elder of level 999 had passed away, he remained a senior member of their family, and his legacy could not be allowed to fall into obscurity. However, upon reaching the main entrance of Frost City, she came to an abrupt halt. Zhou Heng, Su Luyu's pupils constricted, and her grip on the massive bow tightened slightly. The ineffectual and unambitious Su Hai momentarily failed to recall who Zhou Heng was. Yet as a seasoned task runner, she could not have overlooked significant events within the clan. The murder of Su Ling seemed to have left Su Ming, the prominent heir of the direct line, unfazed. But the live capture order issued against Zhou Heng indicated his deep-seated rage. Thus, upon encountering Zhou Heng, her vigilance heightened immediately. She was a level 70 player from an esteemed family, while Zhou Heng, according to her appraisal, was merely at level 20. The implications of a level 20 ordinary player playing a flute before her, a level 70 player from a prestigious lineage, were clear to her. The other party bore no fear of her, and perhaps was even waiting for her arrival. "Are you waiting for me?" Su Luyu murmured hoarsely after a moment of silence, her massive bow instinctively raising. Zhou Heng did not respond, lost in his own world as he played the March of the Summer Kingdom. This melody, typically invigorating and uplifting, resonated in her ears now like a funeral toll, heralding death. She could not allow him to finish. She could not allow him to finish. A primal instinct within Su Luyu urged her, warning that something dire would transpire if Zhou Heng completed his performance. With her gaze sharpened, she resolved to heed her intuition. Without hesitation, she twisted the massive bow, alternating her movements. Her right hand, which had been gripping the bow, drew back to string it, while her left foot swiftly lifted to kick the bow outward. In that simultaneous push and pull, the massive bow was drawn taut. As the bowstring tightened, an ethereal arrow materialized between the bow's limbs, glistening with a chilling aura. Just at that moment, the flute music abruptly ceased, and a notification flashed before her eyes. As the melodic sound of the flute resonated, an unknown force began to exert its influence. The notification that appeared shocked Su Luyu as she realized her attributes were gradually regressing, swiftly reverting to the level of 60. What does it mean to be at level 60? Typically, players at this level possess a total attribute of 15,160, even though she belonged to the Changshang family. Benefiting from their lineage and profession, her base attributes were still 5 times greater than those of an ordinary player. Nevertheless, this still paled in comparison to level 70 attributes. It is essential to note that from levels 61 to 71, each level grants a random attribute increase of 10,000, rendering each subsequent tier significantly stronger than the previous several. Su Luyu level 60 profession, Great Bow Archer, attack 50 to 100 magic, 13,000-26,000 health, 900,002, 900,000 mana, 200,000 armor, 3,000 attack speed, 1,000 movement speed, 7,000 water resistance, 2,000 fire resistance, 2,000 wind resistance, 2,000 lightning resistance, 2,000 ice resistance, 4,000 wood resistance, 1,500 light resistance, 600 dark resistance, 600 experience, 100, 000 with the arrow mastery S trait. Choosing the archer profession ensures a constant attack speed of 10s. For every increment of 10s in attack speed, damage increases by 10, and movement speed also rises by 10. With every 10,000 attacks, health permanently increases by 100. Each successful hit on an enemy grants a layer of arrow mastery mark, and 3 consecutive hits will trigger an explosion, inflicting 2 of the target's maximum health as true damage. Observing her drastically diminished attributes, Su Liyue's expression turned grim. Her talent, while classified as S rank among the numerous talents, was not particularly impressive. Thus, prior to reaching the 7th transition, her primary focus had been on enhancing her health. Compared to Su Changhuan, who was also at level 60, her attributes were relatively weak. Her true potential would only manifest between levels 65 and 70, where she possessed a myriad of skills and techniques. Gazing at the few skills left unlocked, a fierce glint ignited in Su Yuyue's eyes. She released the bowstring, launching the arrow she had been drawing. As the noble and compassionate gentle effect activated, Zhou Heng stood up, watching the incoming arrow. Without hesitation, he drew his Jiao horn bow, pulling back the string, and in the instant Su Luyue released her arrow, he aimed and shot in return. Bang! The arrows collided in the void, Zhou Heng's arrow proving as fragile as paper, utterly unable to withstand the impact. Yet, instead of panicking, Zhou Heng swiftly drew his bow, unleashing the maximum attack speed of his equipped long sky cloud bracers. An astonishing attack speed of 4. For S, he released 4 arrows in a flash. Su Luyue did not dodge nor evade, instead bracing herself against Zhou Heng's arrows. -0, -0, -0. Seeing that Zhou Heng's attacks could not breach her defenses, her unease began to dissipate slightly. Is it not somewhat naive to attempt to vanquish a level 60 adversary with mere level 20 tactics? When she lifted her gaze toward Zhou Heng, intending to mock him, her pupils abruptly contracted, disbelief flooding her eyes as she beheld the damage hovering above his head. Her bow, an instrument of arcane craftsmanship, dealt ice elemental damage. Each arrow unleashed could trigger her passive ability, Frost Freeze, inflicting a 50 reduction in movement speed for a duration of 3 seconds, while also delivering an additional 20 magical damage. With a magical attack range of 13,000 to 26,000, although this particular arrow fell short of a critical hit, merely reaching the lower limit, the activation of her passive ability indicated that her actual damage should amount to 15,600. Furthermore, her attack speed stood at 6.0 attacks per second, and with the enhancement from her talent, Eternal Archer, the damage could increase by an additional 50. In essence, this arrow should have inflicted 23,400 points of ice damage upon Zhou Heng. The damage that floated above Zhou Heng's head read 23,350, suggesting that his ice damage mitigation was a mere 50. However, the crux of the matter lies not in this calculation. Rather, it is the perplexing fact that her arrow, capable of delivering 23,400 points of ice damage, left him unscathed and standing. Is this truly the vitality one would expect from a level 20 player? Chapter 49. 1 Arrow 41,537. Observing his drastically reduced movement speed, Zhou Heng silently counted in his mind. After 123 seconds, his speed was restored. This indicated that the opponent's basic attacks were accompanied by a slowing effect lasting 3 seconds. Zhou Heng's decision to bravely endure this arrow stemmed from 2 considerations. First, he possessed a resurrection coin, rendering a single death inconsequential, as the opponent surely lacked the means to eliminate him beyond that. Otherwise, a fate prompt would have appeared. Second, he seized this opportunity to gauge the opponent's damage output and firing speed. As a diligent student, the knowledge accumulated over 3 years of high school now found its application in this moment. The opponent wielded a colossal bow, boasting extraordinary firing power. To evade such a level of assault, they needed to maintain a distance of at least 500 meters, while his movement speed had to reach 8.0 ms. Coincidentally, his speed exceeded 8.0 ms, signifying his capability to kite Su Luyu, a player from the Changshang family who had been reduced to level 60. Naturally, the opponent might possess further strategies, but one must take things step by step. Haste would yield no results. Seizing the moment while Su Luyu was momentarily dazed, Zhou Heng decisively switched his gear to the Seikast Emperor's Sword, Holy Sword, causing his speed to surge to 9.02 ms as he fled into the distance. As she witnessed Zhou Heng escaping while consuming potions, Su Luyu found herself momentarily taken aback. At level 20, with an exceptionally robust health pool, and possessing an unknown means to diminish player levels that bypassed the resurrection mechanism, all signs pointed to Zhou Heng harboring a significant secret. You cannot escape, Zhou Heng. Su Luyu's gaze turned icy. She was determined to uncover the secret he possessed. With her array of debuff skills, Zhou Heng was akin to a turtle in a jar, awaiting her decisive strike. She retrieved a ball of black and white flames from her inventory and crushed it, aiming at Zhou Heng's location. You have used entangling flames. You and player Zhou Heng will share location for the next 30 days upon seeing the prompt. Zhou Heng's gaze sharpened slightly. Although he was not concerned about the exposure of his position, it was evident that the Chongqing family possessed methods for tracking players. He felt fortunate that only the Chongqing family had access to such abilities. If a level 80 sealer were involved, his escape would not be so easily achieved. Zhou Heng sprinted ahead while Su Luyu pursued from behind, the two of them racing over several kilometers. Soon, Su Luyu recognized a troubling issue. As a former level 70 player, now reduced to level 60 within the Chongqing family, how could she fail to catch up with an ordinary player of level 20? Watching the distance between them increase, her expression darkened ominously. With a lower level, thick health, and an attack speed of at least 4.0 or higher, now even her movement speed was inferior to his base level. If this continued, how could she effectively deploy her array of debuff skills and items? A sense of foreboding washed over Su Luyu. Her instincts warned her that she could not allow the distance between herself and Zhou Heng to widen too much, or she would face dire consequences. As she contemplated, Su Luyu resolutely activated the Longsheng clan's signature skill, Wrath of the Inferno. This skill, classified as obscure level, consumed 30,000 mana, enhancing her attack speed by 4.0 movement speed by 8.0 ms, and attack power by 2000. In an instant, her movement speed surged from 7.0 ms to 15.0 ms. With such velocity, she was convinced that Zhou Heng could not possibly distance himself from her. However, under this terrifying acceleration, an astonishing turn of events unfolded. He too activated Wrath of the Inferno. This skill was not supposed to be accessible to mere players like him. Was it? Suddenly, the speed disparity that had existed between them evaporated, with both moving at 15.0 ms and 15.62 ms respectively. She cannot gain on him, not at all. As the effects of Wrath of the Inferno entered its cooldown, the gap between their speeds widened once more. Watching her health dwindle gradually, Su Luyu's expression darkened to an extreme. She entertained the same dreadful possibility as Su Ling. Someone had betrayed the clan, leaking the skill that enhanced attack and movement speed to ordinary players. Damned! What on earth was this fellow up to? Why did it seem as though he was specifically countering her? The agitation within Su Luyu intensified, despite possessing a debuff skill. She found herself unable to even graze the hem of her opponent's garment. How was she to fight like this? An ominous premonition loomed over her. Zhou Heng observed everything from behind. As the effects of Wrath of the Inferno were about to conclude, he unequipped the Seikast Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, in favor of the Jiao Horn Bow, although his speed would drastically decrease in that instant. His long-range archer talents enabled him to unleash explosive damage. With the blood pump activated, Zhou Heng converted his entire life and mana pool into physical attack power, retaining but a single drop of health. Thanks to the final second of Wrath of the Inferno, even after switching from the Seikast Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, Zhou Heng's attack speed remained at 6.0 s. This indicated that within the 1-second duration of blood pump, he would unleash 6 arrows dealing 22,268, 5 damage each. The sheer magnitude of this damage sent a chill down Zhou Heng's spine. What could a level 60 Su Luyu possibly do to withstand it? As the 6 arrows were loosed in succession, Su Luyu, upon seeing the incoming projectiles, adopted a frigid demeanor and pressed forward without flinching. Thud! An arrow pierced through Su Luyu's forehead, dealing a staggering 537 points of physical damage in the wake of her astonished gaze. In that moment, she was rendered speechless. What had she just witnessed? A level 20 player had dealt 537 points of physical damage with a single arrow. Her armor boasted a formidable 3,000 defense. Calculating this, the blow must have been a critical hit of 537 damage, with a minimum threshold of 22,268. 5. Panic surged through Su Luiyue as she had no time to ponder further. Spotting 5 more arrows hurtling toward her, she instinctively twisted her body. As a player of the Longshan clan, her training far surpassed that of an ordinary player like Zhou Heng. What seemed to Zhou Heng an almost impossible maneuver to evade. Su Luiyue managed to dodge, feeling the arrows graze past the gaps in her chest. As Su Luiyue believed she had evaded the strike, a piercing sound echoed from behind her once more. Turning her head, she beheld 5 arrows that had somehow retraced their path. What? When did arrows acquire the ability to curve? This was a level 20. No, it was an ultra-long-range archer. Su Luiyue's mind raced, quickly pinpointing a class that could track from the moment of transition. The 2-star special class, ultra-long-range archer. Gritting her teeth, she realized evasion was futile. She retrieved a vial from her backpack, drinking its contents while ignoring the oncoming arrows, and sprinted towards Zhou Heng with all her might. She had no other skills or potions to temporarily enhance her speed. In truth, she possessed only one taboo skill, a power independent of the typical skill framework. This type of skill bore only one characteristic. Its use would entail severe side effects and a permanent, random reduction in attribute caps, making its use a last resort. 30 seconds later, as she watched the arrows hurtling toward her once again, a flicker of ferocity crossed Su Luiyue's exquisite face. She had already missed the optimal opportunity to eliminate Zhou Heng. Had she known of his extraordinary speed, attack velocity, health, and physical output, she would have ensured he never escaped her grasp within 300 meters. Within that range, she could have unleashed various debilitating potions combined with Frost's slowing effect, effortlessly securing his demise. Alas, it seemed as though invisible hands were toying with her, causing her to forfeit her golden opportunity. Observing the hint of panic in Su Luiyue's gaze, Zhou Heng's lips curled into a slight smirk. While he did not dismiss the possibility that her behavior was deliberate, he was determined to maintain his composure and not be swayed by greed. Today, he was resolute in his intent to secure her defeat. Chapter 50. The Might of Thunder. The two adversaries engaged in a relentless pursuit, with Zhou Heng meticulously maintaining a strategic distance from Su Luiyue. Every 30 seconds, he unleashed a powerful blood pump, augmenting his already formidable physical damage to gradually deplete Su Luiyue's health. In the boundless expanse of the game world, once the two parties commenced their duel, the visibility of each other's health bars became apparent. Su Luiyue's health appeared rather limited. Yet upon inflicting damage in the tens of thousands, it became evident that her health bar only trembled slightly. Though Zhou Heng could not ascertain the precise value of her health bar, he estimated it to be no less than 2 million. It was evident that a player from the Changshan family was indeed formidable. At level 60, possessing over 2 million health points was no small feat. This implied that almost 200,000 attribute points contributed to her health, a figure that would be beyond the wildest dreams of an ordinary player. Zhou Heng's arrows were unfailingly accurate, for once they were set to track, there was no cessation. Thus, every 30 seconds, he dealt a minimum of 22,268, 5 points of physical damage, accumulating a total of 133,611 with 6 arrows. Based on the estimated 2 million health points, he would require 15 intervals of 30 seconds, which amounted to approximately 8 minutes. While some might argue that 8 minutes is brief, this was merely an ideal estimation for the time required to secure a kill at 200 health points. The realities of their battle would also involve terrain considerations, health regeneration, and the duration of hits, leading Zhou Heng to predict that this confrontation would last at least half an hour. Minus 22,268. 5. Minus 22,268. 5. Minus 22,268. 5. As damage figures exceeding 10,000 floated before her, Su Luiyue consumed a health potion, observing in despair that her recovery could not keep pace with the relentless drain on her health. A profound sense of regret enveloped her. Had she been more decisive from the outset, had she kept Zhou Heng close, had she not chosen to become a giant bow archer, his arrows would have never found their mark. With her keen reflexes, she could have effortlessly negated his attacks. However, as a giant bow archer, Her attack speed was a constant one, 0 seconds per arrow, allowing her to intercept but a single projectile, while the remaining 5 arrows would still rain down devastating damage upon her. This could not continue. Su Yue's gaze fell upon a gray skill, its suffix marked as forbidden, a glimmer of hope in her dire situation. This was her final resort. The forbidden skill, blood burn and life burn. Not yet. I must be patient. I still have a chance. Seeing the terrifying permanent reduction associated with blood burn and life burn, Su Luiwe decisively retreated into the city of Frost City, utilizing the urban structures in hopes of finding an opportunity to turn the tide against Zhou Heng. Watching Su Luiwe flee into the city, Zhou Heng's lips curled into a slight smile. Truth be told, had she not opted for the 30-day location sharing, even with his extensive range of vision, it would have been challenging to pinpoint her in the bustling Frost City. Yet, the irony lay in the fact that she had unwittingly shared her location with him, which meant that combined with his terrifying long-range visibility, Su Luiwe had nowhere to hide. As a flurry of arrows were released, Su Luiwe's expression darkened significantly. She should never have used the entangling flames to share her location with Zhou Heng. Who could have foreseen that the very tools designed by their Chongqing players to toy with ordinary players would one day be turned against her? Observing the absence of any tangible harm on her, yet feeling the immense humiliation of a -0 damage, Su Luiwe realized that she had no choice but to reveal her trump card. There was no alternative. Against any other player, she could simply choose to be killed and resurrect back in town. However, her opponent was Zhou Heng, a player capable of bypassing the resurrection mechanism to eliminate her. And she dare not take that risk. With a deep breath, a hint of crimson hue emerged around Su Luiwe, and she activated her recently cooled-down skill, Wrath of Flames. Instantly, the flames, intertwined with the vivid red of the forbidden skill, coalesced into a swirling mass of gray-black gas, enveloping her entirely and bestowing her with unparalleled strength and speed. Blood and life activated. Life limit -100, 000. Magic limit -100, 000. Attack limit -500. Magic power limit -300. Health restored to 1. Magic power restored to 1. Movement speed 20 ms. Attack speed 10. 0s. Duration 12s. Weakness period 3 days. As she beheld the deductions from her attributes, a flicker of pain crossed Su Yue's eyes. Though the permanent reduction was not significantly high, it was still enough to cause her distress. All of this, she realized, was due to the person in the distance. She glanced at Zhou Heng, a fierce, murderous intent flashing in her gaze, and without hesitation, she charged towards him. With a muffled thud, Su Luiwe, shrouded in the gray-black gas, surged forward like a demon from the abyss, at a speed so astonishing that even Zhou Heng could barely comprehend it. What is this? Zhou Heng's heart skipped a beat upon witnessing Su Luiwe barreling towards him with unfathomable velocity. His immediate instinct was to flee. Yet perhaps due to the momentary lapse in his heartbeat, he found himself oddly composed. If Su Luiwe had the capability to utilize such a tremendous speed-enhancing skill, why had she not employed it sooner? It was clear that this skill came with terrifying costs, possibly a forbidden skill merely mentioned in textbooks. If the skill Su Luiwe unleashed was indeed forbidden, then her current health must be at 1, as such skills demand the sacrifice of all power for a final blow. In an instant, Zhou Heng's thoughts raced, piecing together much of the situation. Seeing that Su Luiwe, unable to secure a simple kill, had resorted to employing a forbidden skill out of desperation, she hoped to crush him with her terrifying speed. From their previous combat, it was evident that her attacking range extended approximately 300 meters. Thus, if he remained within that distance, death awaited him. But alas, Su Luiwe was met with Zhou Heng himself. Internally, Zhou Heng silently acknowledged this, extending his hand to reveal a thunder potion, which he cast forward, incapacitating all entities of level 60 or below. This item would spell doom for Su Luiwe. Noticing that Zhou Heng not only refrained from fleeing but stood his ground, Su Luiwe felt a tinge of confusion. Nevertheless, she had no choice but to act, compelled to eliminate Zhou Heng at all costs. If she delayed any longer, it would undoubtedly be her demise. As she closed in on Zhou Heng, unleashing a barrage of debilitating potions and skills, she saw him raise his hand, tossing something in her direction. With a crash, that object shattered. Under the influence of the Thunder Potion, you find yourself paralyzed with a countdown of 59 seconds. Su Luiyue gazes at Zhou Heng, her eyes wide with disbelief. How could he possibly possess resources of such magnitude? Suddenly, a thought strikes her, twisting her expression into one of sheer malice. Is it Su Ling? That wretched core player who had only logged in for the 4th day before meeting her demise. How dare she wield such power? As Zhou Heng approaches her, his movement speed reduced to a mere 0 ms, and his attack speed dwindling to 1 s. Su Luiyue feels an invisible grip tightening around her throat, suffocating her. She fixates on the sword he slowly draws from his waist, an instinctual cry echoing within her. Flee. Flee. That strike will be fatal. Zhou Heng, we harbor no significant enmity. It is merely you and that core player Su Ling. We could collaborate. With my assistance from the shadows, I assure you could evade the relentless pursuit of your family. Su Luiyue attempts to bargain for her life. But before she can finish her plea, she feels her body rise higher, culminating in a faint thud as she realizes her head has been severed from her body. Is this a method to bypass the resurrection mechanism and eliminate Su Ling? Caution has led me to lose my sanity. I should have perished beneath your arrow. You concealed your intentions so deeply. That task is now yours. Core player. I cannot survive. Do not harbor any illusions. Su Luiyue's eyes remain wide open, her death unyielding. Chapter 51. The name of Zhou Heng gazing at the multitude of silver coins erupted from the demise of Su Luiyue. Zhou Heng stood in contemplation for a considerable time. The adversaries might exceeded his wildest imaginings, had it not been for his exceptional speed and explosive abilities. Coupled with the fortuitous acquisition of the Thunder Elixir in the early stages, he would have been utterly incapable of vanquishing Su Luiyue. Setting aside other considerations, the forbidden skill employed by his opponent, such a sudden surge in velocity, if every member of the Eternal Life family were to attain such prowess, how would he ever contend with them? In this moment, Zhou Heng began to grasp why the players who once opposed the Eternal Life family had ultimately faded into obscurity or vanished entirely. In the face of players from the Eternal Life family, if one could not initially accelerate their development at an extraordinary pace, the prospect of victory was utterly non-existent. The control wielded by players from the Eternal Life family over the vast, boundless online world was even more astonishing than he had anticipated. I am not yet strong enough. I must grow even stronger, Zhou Heng mused, clenching his fists as he squatted down to collect the spoils from Su Luiyue's demise. Just as he noticed an abundance of silver coins strewn across the ground, a clear and melodious voice resonated in his ears, and lines of special text appeared before his eyes. Announcement from the Saka's Empire. Congratulations to player Zhou Heng for slaying level 70 Eternal Life family player Su Luiyue at level 20. Progress for the Ancient Era Expansion, Chapter 9. A Call to Eternal Life 0.05. Reward for player Zhou Heng. Attack 1000, Magic 1000, Health 10,000. Mana 10,000. Reward for player Zhou Heng. Complex Skill Learning Exemption Scroll, X1. Reward for player Zhou Heng. 1 million contribution points to the vast Star Kingdom. First achievement. Announcement from the Saka's Empire. Congratulations to player Zhou Heng for slaying level 70 player Su Luiyue at level 20. Progress for the Ancient Era Expansion, Chapter 9. A Call to Eternal Life 0.05. The announcement reverberated 9 times, leaving all players and NPCs in a state of shock, unable to regain their composure. What they just heard, a level 20 player, Zhou Heng, had single-handedly defeated a level 70 player from the Eternal Life family? Was this truly possible? When had a level 20 player been capable of slaying a level 70 member of the Eternal Life family? They were, after all, players of the Eternal Life family. Above the celestial dome of Frosty City, the Eternal Crozar abruptly halted his assault, his mighty arms shaking as he threw back his head in laughter, his metallic gaze sweeping across the boundless sky. Fate had finally aligned with him. The parasitic creatures of the Eternal Life family, feeding off players and empires, deserved to be utterly eradicated. Once the initial blow was struck, countless heroic warriors would ascend to challenge the towering presence of the Eternal Life family. Opposite the Eternal Crozar stood two elderly men clad in golden robes, their forms stooped and their lengthy white beards trailing down to their trousers. Ordinarily, such attire and demeanor would exude an aura of ancient grandeur. Yet at that moment, the expressions on the faces of the two elders were anything but joyful. They bore an unsettling look of dread. If an ordinary player were to slay a member of the Chongqing family, it would pose no issue. After all, this colossal collective of interests is not comprised solely of formidable warriors. Within the ranks of ordinary players, there will inevitably be a few exceptional talents who rise unexpectedly. However, a level 20 player defeating a level 70 member of the Chongqing family constitutes a significant problem. This incident creates a misleading impression among all ordinary players on the Blue Star that Chongqing family members are not invincible. If someone at level 20 can triumph over a level 70 opponent, why cannot they? This is merely the ripple effect within the player base. One must not overlook that such an announcement from an empire is directed towards all players and NPCs alike, indicating that the multitude of NPCs within the Sokka's empire will also become agitated. Crosa, this announcement alters little. Instead, it is you who must realize that if we can extinguish you once, we can do so countless times thereafter. The vast stellar nation has long since been obliterated in the annals of history. Why persist in your futile struggle? Serve the Chongqing family and seek the boundless and infinite, for therein lies the truth. In the face of the two golden-robed elders of the Chongqing family urging surrender, the eternal Crosa offered no response. His radiant wings bursting forth with dazzling particles, soaring past the golden-robed elders towards Frost City. The two elders gaped in disbelief, exclaiming in anger as they unleashed their skills against the eternal Crosa. Boom! The entire Frost City quaked violently. The earth began to rend, and structures started to collapse. Zhou Heng scarcely had time to glance at the 1 million contribution points awarded to him by the Imperial announcement. He swiftly gathered the death drops scattered on the ground while evading the falling debris, searching for an escape route. Fortune is fickle, faced with boundless calamities. One can often feel remarkably small and helpless. Destiny provides a hint. Destiny Hint 1. Proceed eastward. The ancient mechanical deity, the eternal Crosa, does not typically slay ordinary players and NPCs. Outside the eastern city gate lies a path that offers a chance to escape this vortex, provided you can discern it. After all, luck is also a facet of strength. Destiny Hint 2. The battles in the skies above, belonging to an unknown system, are growing increasingly terrifying. Even the slightest residual force is enough to cause the once mighty level 3 main city of Sokka's to fall. Yet, the greater the peril, the richer the opportunities. Perhaps you might gamble once more by heading westward. Upon perceiving the retinal hints of fate, Zhou Heng instinctively charged westward. Escape seemed impossible. Not to mention the unknown number of revival coins he possessed, the sheer power displayed by Su Luiyue was sufficient motivation for him to risk acquiring more resources. If there had been any possibility of negotiating life and death with the Chongqing family before, that avenue was now closed following the Imperial announcement. The notion of a level 20 player defeating a level 70 opponent sent his blood surging. How could that ravenous pack of the Chongqing family not harbor a profound hatred for him? As Zhou Heng advanced towards the west, he examined the spoils from his defeat of Su Luiyue. Revival coins 2,000, silver coins 360,000, copper coin 0, and 20 bottles of large deceleration potions with a 50 reduction in speed. A vial containing a special potion, its efficacy forcibly reduced to a mere movement speed of 1. 0 ms, is classified as a level 60 item. Additionally, there exists a unique arena-type artifact, alongside a scroll that appears to bear no resemblance to a quest for the forfeiture of loot. The enormous bow, aptly named the Dragon Bow, is subjected to Zhou Heng's meticulous appraisal. Dragon Bow level, 70 quality, rare crafted from the bones of dragons. This formidable weapon boasts a magical enhancement of 2,000. Enchantment 1. Transforms attacks into ice elemental damage. Enchantment 2. For every additional second of charging, Damage increases by 100, with a maximum enhancement of 1000. Enchantment 3. Attacks cannot be hindered or halted by resistances below level 40 before reaching their target. Enchantment 4. Equipment requirement. Level 60. Required level 70. This bow is undeniably terrifying, not only due to the impressive effects of its fourth enchantment, but also because of its staggering potential for a 1000 increase in charged damage. Should Zhou Heng charge for 10 seconds, he could indeed be eliminated by a single arrow. However, this amplification comes with a notable vulnerability. If the enemy retreats, landing a shot becomes exceedingly difficult. Ironically, this flaw is perfectly countered by a marksman skilled in long-range combat, rendering him the most suitable wielder of the Dragon Bow. With the Dragon Bow stowed away, Zhou Heng turns his attention to the quest scroll. Chapter 52, The Great Copper of the World Task. Exchange as many silver coins for copper coins as possible. Reward: equitable exchange based on the quantity of copper coins acquired. Zhou Heng's pupils constricted, disbelief washing over him as he gazed at the task in his hands. If the task, the Great Copper of the World, were indeed genuine, it would imply that the Changsheng family had deliberately devalued the exchange rate of copper coins for silver coins, allowing them to amass copper coins at a remarkably low price. Initially, Zhou Heng had presumed that the currency system between silver and copper coins was merely disordered. However, it now appeared that numerous clandestine secrets lay beneath the surface. In that instant, he finally comprehended why the level 70 sealer he had slain possessed such an abundance of copper coins. It was likely that he had received some insider information prompting him to convert silver coins into copper coins. What then were the Changsheng family truly plotting? What did the Great Copper of the World signify? Zhou Heng recalled the concept of universal harmony, yet based on the current demeanor of the Changsheng family, it seemed utterly implausible that they could lead players towards such an ideal. Therefore, there must be hidden intricacies unknown to the ordinary player. His avenues for acquiring information were still far too limited. Silently stowing away the task, the Great Copper of the World, along with 360,000 silver coins, Zhou Heng proceeded to inspect the remaining items in his possession. Large deceleration potion, X 20 quality, exquisite when thrown. It inflicts a -50 movement speed effect on enemies. Maximum reduction of 20, 0 ms. Cage deceleration potion, X 1 quality, rare when thrown. It forcibly reduces the movement speed of targets at or below level 60 to 1, 0 ms. Indomitable arena quality, exquisite following ancient arena rules. Once activated, both parties enter into an arena battle, complete with a resurrection platform, ensuring a fight to the finish. Casting requirements. 1. Both parties must maintain stable relative positions. 2. Chanting duration of 60 seconds is required. 3. The user's level must not exceed the sum of both parties' levels divided by 2. Skill retention applies. Upon appraising all the loot, Zhou Heng could not help but acknowledge the plethora of valuable items possessed by the players of the Changsheng family. Setting aside the aforementioned deceleration potions, the indomitable arena alone held immense value for him, provided he met the activation conditions. He could bypass the Sakarst Emperor's Sword, Holy Sword, to eliminate players from the Changsheng family. The only uncertainty lay in whether this item was consumable or permanent. Cautiously securing the indomitable arena, Zhou Heng surged forward at full speed towards the west. Suddenly, he felt a warmth emanating from his chest. Looking down, he was astonished to see a faint glow radiating from his torso. Alarmed, he quickly opened his personal attributes panel. Instantly, he identified the skill that had changed, the Fortune of the Empire. Lines of small text materialized upon his retina. You have slain the player Zhou Heng of the Changsheng family, and you have extracted a strand of fortune from the Sakist Empire. Fortune value 0, 0, 0, 1. Current fortune value 0, 0, 1. You have satisfied the feedback regulations of the Empire's fortune system and have obtained a fragment of data from the ancient Sakist Empire database. Ancient Era Data Progression 2. True Era Progress 37. You have vanquished a player from the Changsheng family, acquiring the Changsheng task, World of Great Copper, as a vast net enveloping the Sakist Empire gradually unfolds. Zhou Heng's eyes sparkled with intensity. He had not anticipated that the Empire's fortune could not only enhance experience acquisition speed and improve probabilities, but could also yield resources from the Sockist database. Notably, the prompt mentioned Sockist rather than Sockist, which raises the question, does this imply that the once mighty Sockist Empire has not been entirely obliterated? Zhou Heng pondered extensively, yet the information gleaned was ultimately scant. The increase of merely 2 in true era progression was insufficient to extrapolate the broader picture from limited data. He required further information. Zhou Heng continued westward when suddenly he discerned something. With the advantage of his terrifying 30-kilometer vision, he easily beheld the distant scene. Su Lanlan knelt on the ground, her head bowed, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, a massive knight's lance piercing her chest, blood flowing profusely. Such a scenario typically signified the depletion of resurrection coins, leaving no chance for revival. Thus, Su Lanlan was destined to perish. The dashing, handsome youth who had driven the lance through Su Lanlan was approximately 178 centimeters tall, a few centimeters shorter than Zhou Heng. The two engaged in conversation, the specifics of which Zhou Heng could not comprehend due to his lack of fluency in the spoken language. The fate prompt had not offered any indications. Thus, was this the abundant opportunity previously alluded to? Zhou Heng's expression darkened as he equipped the Sockist Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, and surged towards Su Lanlan at a speed of 9.02 ms. Some might argue that a speed of 9.02 ms is merely that of a sprinter on Blue Star. Yet one must not forget that this is a constant speed, not a fleeting burst. How long could a human maintain such velocity in the realm of Blue Star? In the boundless and infinite world, however, once this speed was attained, as long as he remained unscathed, sustaining a constant speed for a century would pose no challenge. Boom! The tremors of Frost City intensified, fissures tearing through the surface. Zhou Heng barely managed to avoid stumbling into one, his agile form executing an urgent leap over the crevice, maintaining his steady pace of 9.02 ms as he charged forward. As the distance narrowed, the scene before Zhou Heng transformed. The debonair youth withdrew the knight's lance from Su Lanlan's chest, blood gushing forth and staining the ground a vivid crimson. The brilliance in Su Lanlan's eyes visibly faded as she reached out, attempting to grasp the hem of her opponent's garment. Yet, he gracefully retreated, a devilish smirk adorning his face as he watched her helplessly collapse to the ground. He then crouched down, fixing his gaze upon Su Lanlan, casually uttering a few words. Zhou Heng discerned the shape of his lips, seemingly forming the word sister, revealing that this dashing young man was indeed Su Lanlan's brother, indicating a familial connection. 1,000 meters, 800 meters, 600 meters, 400 meters. Approaching closer, Su Changhuan spat at Su Lanlan, seizing her chin to lift her bloodied, pallid visage. This daughter, an unexpected offspring of his father, was a mystery he found difficult to comprehend. Through his father's influence, he had ascended from the ranks of the ordinary to become part of the Su family's collateral line, a remarkable honor. Yet, he now found himself entangled in a deadly struggle with a deceased outsider's daughter. My sister, your vision is ultimately too narrow. Entering the Su family should have afforded you a realm of your own, but alas, you have chosen the wrong path. Just as Su Changhuan prepared to extinguish Su Lanlan's final breath, he suddenly sensed something amiss and looked up towards Zhou Heng's direction. Zhou Heng, how could he be here? If it were any other ordinary player, even facing the level 70 Su Luiwe with his level 20, he would remain unfazed, for they possessed resurrection coins that made true annihilation a rarity. However, if this individual were Zhou Heng, he had to tread carefully. In the presence of this man, resurrection coins held no power, and a single misstep could lead to irreversible doom. Su Changhuan, unwilling to face death, reflected on the 701 women he had encountered thus far, still won 299 short of his goal of 10,000. As long as the green hills remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. The best strategy was to retreat. Without hesitation, Su Changhuan abandoned Su Lanlan and turned to flee into the distance. Chapter 53. The radiance of frost upon witnessing the sudden retreat of Su Changhuan, A flicker of astonishment crossed Sue Lamlin's pale visage. She attempted to turn and gaze at her back, only to discover that she was rendered immobile. You are affected by dark elemental toxins. Health minus 1,000. You have no resurrection coins. Please restore your health as much as possible, or you shall perish. The endless world log incessantly provided notifications, yet Su Lanlan remained oblivious, her gaze fixed intently on the retreating figure of Su Changhuan. How she longed to bring an end to the life of the one who had so ruthlessly slain her mother. But alas, she found herself powerless. The opponent's strength was far more terrifying than she had ever anticipated. Are you all right? Zhou Heng arrived, closing the distance in 3 swift strides before halting before Su Lanlan. He reached into his pocket and produced a resurrection coin, offering it to her. Upon recognizing Zhou Heng as the newcomer, Su Lanlan's sense of resentment dissipated, replaced by an uncontrollable joy. Trembling, she grasped his hand, her voice barely a whisper. Help me. Kill him. Su Changhuan, I'll lend you my last ounce of strength. As for resurrection, it is futile. I have invoked forbidden powers. Furthermore, I harbor no attachment to this world any longer. Now, I entrust it to you. You have only 30 minutes remaining, please. Avenge me and my mother. As Su Lanlan thrust the resurrection coin back into Zhou Heng's hand, 3 items materialized in her grasp, which she pressed firmly into his palm. You have received a gift from Su Lanlan. You have obtained a Frost Lord SSS fragmented, valid for 30 minutes. You have acquired the second transition certificate. You have gained a forbidden skill, a glimmer of hope, with the items transferred to Zhou Heng. A smile graced Su Lanlan's lips as her arm fell heavily to the floor. Gazing at the 4 items in his possession, Zhou Heng remained silent for several moments before gently closing Su Lanlan's eyes. Though he could not claim to have any profound affection for this girl with whom he had only crossed paths twice, he couldn't help but reflect on the tragic reality. While young girls in his hometown were still nestled in the comfort of their parents, here lay a girl who would never awaken again. Was it this world's fault, or the Longsheng family's, or perhaps the fault of this vast and boundless online game? Zhou Heng found himself uncertain. All he knew was that within his capabilities, there were certain actions he could and must undertake. Frost Lord SSS, fragmented, attack 300. 000 health 50, 000 mana 50, 000 attack speed 5, 0s movement speed 8, 0ms health regeneration, 2s mana regeneration, 2s skill, fragmented, skill, fragmented, Frost Throne. Sitting upon the Frost Throne, you shall be unable to descend. Your vision expands with the size of the main city. Your voice resonates with its magnitude, and your movements are dictated by its dimensions. Therefore, I can only retain these basic attributes for 30 minutes. A cold glint ignited in Zhou Heng's eyes as he resolutely shattered the luminous sphere, assimilating the powers belonging to the Frost Lord's talents. In an instant, his foundational attributes surged correspondingly. Simultaneously, he gazed upon the forbidden skill, a glimmer of hope. A glimmer of hope, quality. Forbidden consumes all of one's life force, disregarding resurrection mechanisms, to seize a final opportunity in battle. It allows for a one conversion of all attributes into attack or magic, retaining 1 health point and 1 magic point, rendering 1 immune to reductions from non-forbidden skills for 10 seconds. Attack speed and movement speed are both increased by 50. Should victory be attained after 10 seconds, 1 enters a weakened state for 3 days. Should defeat occur, annihilation is inevitable. This upon reading about the forbidden skill, the glimmer of hope, even Zhou Heng, well aware of the terror such skills invoke, could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. Once the skill is unleashed, there are but 2 outcomes, either triumph or demise. It truly embodies a glimmer of hope. Yet, he found this skill appealing. Coupled with the unique talent of destiny insight, he believed this skill would bestow upon him a wealth of unforeseen fortune. Next, he would initiate the achievement leap, and then vanquish Su Changhuan. Zhou Heng took a deep breath, banishing hesitation, and activated the second transfer certificate in his hand. Second transfer certificate detected. Class presence detected. You have obtained second transfer eligibility. Please select one achievement to complete from the following upon completion. Break through level 20 and ascend to level 21. Second transfer achievements. Achievement: The Power of Resilience. Slay 1,000 level 20 monsters. Achievement: The Indomitable Strength. Slay 100,000 level 20 monsters. Achievement: The Vast Ambition. Slay 1,000 level 20 monsters. Achievement: The Exquisite Radiance. Slay a level 30 player of a higher tier once. Achievement: The Transcendent Radiance. Slay a level 40 player of a higher tier once. Achievement: The Eternal Radiance. Slay a level 50 player of a higher tier once. Achievement: The Frosty Radiance. Special: Slay Su Changhuan. Zhou Heng did not afford the Destiny Insight any opportunity to react. He decisively chose the most challenging achievement, the Frosty Radiance. You have activated the achievement, Frosty Radiance Special. Please slay the Eternal Life Family player. Su Changhuan. Zhou Heng swiftly interred Su Lanlan and lifted his gaze towards the direction Su Changhuan had departed. Within the expansive 30-kilometer field of vision, the opponent's movements were laid bare. Judging by the speed of their retreat, they moved with remarkable swiftness, at least 15,000 ms. If paired with the fervor of battle, truth be told, Zhou Heng lacked the confidence to pursue. Yet that was in the past. Now he possessed the temporary talent of Frost Lord. Whether Su Changhuan began at a speed of 20,000 ms or even 30,000 ms, he remained unperturbed. For under the Frost Lord skill, the Frost Throne, he effectively commanded the Frost City, able to change positions at will. With a whoosh, a fierce gust of wind accompanied by violent tremors swept in from afar, causing Zhou Heng's garments to flutter. He lingered no longer and gradually descended towards the void below. As he settled into a seated position, a throne of translucent frost materialized, elegantly and steadily cradling him aloft. As Zhou Heng took his seat upon the Frost Throne, his vision expanded infinitely, swiftly encompassing the vast expanse of Frost City. He focused on Su Changhuan, who vanished in the blink of an eye. Su Changhuan sought refuge in an unoccupied inn, lighting a Pegasus cigarette to calm his nerves. Su Lanlan employed the forbidden skill, a ray of hope, knowing full well she was doomed, although she might provide Zhou Heng with some informational assistance. The notion of locating him amidst the sprawling intricacies of Frost City was undoubtedly a fool's errand. Unless the other party possessed an exceedingly rare item capable of retrieving targets by merely inputting their names, such an endeavor was futile. However, even a seasoned expert like Zhou Heng, at level 70, lacked such an item, and it was even less likely for Su Lanlan to possess it. Thus, Zhou Heng would remain unable to find him. Zhou Heng, how many secrets do you conceal? What manner of entity can circumvent the resurrection mechanism to slay a player? Su Changhuan murmured softly as he took a drag from his cigarette. In the next moment, a chilling voice echoed in his ear. If you wish to know, why not try it for yourself? Su Changhuan turned toward the source of the voice, only to behold Zhou Heng seated upon the Frost Throne, his expression icy as he regarded him, causing Su Changhuan's hair to stand on end. Chapter 54. Unyielding domination without a moment's hesitation, Su Changhuan unleashed his skill, Inferno Rage. Propelling himself away with fervor, his movement speed soared to an astonishing 23,000 ms, combining his base speed of 15,000 ms with the 8,000 ms granted by the obscure level skill. Had it not been for the damage sustained during his fierce battle with that wretched Su Lanlan, his velocity could have reached a remarkable 28,000 ms. Nevertheless, even at 23,000 ms, he darted forth like a leopard, swiftly vanishing amidst the structures of Frost City. Alas, the adversary he encountered was Zhou Heng, the wielder of the Frost Lord. Though he could not fathom why Su Changhuan was unfamiliar with this particular skill, the outcome was one he welcomed. The only matter that remained was to ascertain the depth of Su Changhuan's health and the remaining reserves of his skills. As he observed Su Changhuan's retreat, Zhou Heng executed a blink, reappearing directly before him. This time, armed with the dragon bow, he aimed and loosed an arrow at Su Changhuan. The sight of the dragon bow sent a shiver through Su Changhuan's heart. It had been scarcely 20 minutes since he parted ways with Su Liuye, and in that brief span, his opponent had amassed over 2,000 resurrection coins to slay her. In contrast, after his encounter with the vile Su Lanlan, he was left with fewer than 500 coins. If even Su Liuye, with her 2,000 coins, could not withstand the onslaught, how could he, with merely 500, hope to endure? Moreover, he recognized the frost throne beneath Zhou Heng, a manifestation of Su Lanlan's talent, although he could not comprehend how she had managed to bestow her abilities upon another. The current situation was far from desirable. Zhou Heng appeared to possess a skill that allowed for instantaneous teleportation, lacking any cooldown, a dismal revelation for Su Changhuan. Abruptly, Su Changhuan veered into an alleyway and opened his attributes panel. Su Changhuan level, 70 class, Plague Master, attack, 0-0 magic, 230, 000-460, 000 health, 2, 000, 0002, 000 mana, 3, 000-0003, 000 armor, 0 attack speed, 1, 0s movement speed, 15, 0ms water resistance, 2500 fire resistance, 2500 wind resistance, 2500 lightning resistance, 2500 ice resistance, 2500 wood resistance, 2500 light resistance, 2500 darkness resistance, 2500 experience, 0, 100, 000 buff enhancement. S enhances the effects of applied buffs, increasing detrimental effects on enemies by 100. Toxic armor consumes a portion of mana to conjure a dark elemental armor equivalent to double the magic value as shield strength. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Abyssal toxin flow consumes a certain amount of mana to envelop the body in dark elemental toxins, inflicting elemental damage of 0. 6 times magic per second on enemies. Cooldown, none. Deadly poison dominion consumes a significant amount of mana, multiplying health and mana by 10, dealing dark elemental damage of 1. 2 times magic per second to all poison units. Cooldown, 1 day. Damage immunity, consuming a certain amount of health points. It grants immunity against a single instance of physical or magical damage. The cooldown period is 3 minutes. Observing the magical and life energy attributes. Their combined total exceeds 500,000. In comparison to an ordinary player at level 70, this represents a staggering 5-fold disparity. Yet, despite such a significant difference in attributes, Zhou Heng still induces an uncontrollable sweat on his palms. There is no denying that Zhou Heng is not to be assessed through conventional lenses. As Zhou Heng once again flickered into proximity, Su Changhuan felt a tingling sensation at the back of his head. In such a convoluted terrain, does his teleportation possess no cooldown whatsoever? What hidden skills did that vixen Su Lanlan utilize during their confrontation? Noticing Zhou Heng's dragon bow rapidly charging, with 2 glowing orbs illuminating its surface, Su Changhuan realized that this was the magical enhancement feature of the dragon bow, indicating 2 successful charges. It became evident that teleportation did not interfere with the charging assessment of the dragon bow. In other words, once Zhou Heng completed his charge, he would unleash an unknown attack power amplified by staggering 1,000. Could his 2 million health withstand such an onslaught? Su Changhuan dared not hesitate. He opened his mouth and exhaled a dense green mist, subsequently casting his toxic armor upon himself. Under the augmentation of his innate enhancements, his temporary armor reached a terrifying 1,040,000. Although this temporary armor did not benefit from his inherent damage reduction, it was sufficient to absorb 1,040,000 damage. This level of damage mitigation could be employed every 30 seconds. You are affected by abyssal toxic flow. Health, 276,000, witnessing the sudden depletion of 276,000 health points. Zhou Heng could not help but gasp in shock. At this rate of damage per second, even with the temporary 50 million health granted by Frostlord, he would not endure for long. It was no wonder that Su Lanlan ultimately met her demise against Su Changhuan. Such a high level of toxic damage is indeed formidable. However, this system is countered by his ultra-long-range shooting capabilities. Zhou Heng drew back the dragon bow, maximally amplifying the 1,000 damage increase. and released an arrow towards Su Changhuan. With acute perception, Su Changhuan quickly locked onto the incoming arrow, executing a graceful maneuver to slip into another alley. Just as he believed he had skillfully evaded the projectile, he was horrified to discover that the arrow had curved back towards him. In an instant, he deduced the implications, his expression darkening as if he had consumed something vile, prompting him to hasten his escape through the alley. 3 minutes later, as he witnessed the arrow penetrate his chest, inflicting a critical hit of 140,000 damage, Su Changhuan regarded Zhou Heng, who had teleported directly in front of him, with grave concern. He had discerned 2 critical facts from this encounter. First, Zhou Heng's magical attack hovered around 307,700, likely indicating his profession as an ultra-long-range shooter, coupled with the complete visibility of Frost City. Otherwise, given Su Changhuan's agility, it would have been impossible for such a long-range arrow to strike him accurately in such a confined space. The situation had escalated into a dire predicament. Upon awakening at the revival point, Su Changhuan found himself surrounded by a multitude of players who had perished on the city wall. This cohort of players paused in astonishment at the sight of Su Changhuan, a member of the Changsheng family, resurrecting before their eyes. In the realm of the Changsheng family, one cannot help but wonder how a player could unexpectedly find themselves at the resurrection altar. Was it truly the relentless guards of the vast star nation that brought about such demise? As curiosity, astonishment, and contemplation washed over the players, contemplating whether to approach and forge a connection, suddenly, a flicker of white appeared. Su Changhuan's expression shifted dramatically as he dashed towards the crowd, shouting fervently, "Zhou Heng, do you truly wish to pursue an unending feud with the illustrious Su family? It is not too late to relent. I can advocate for you within my family, even ensuring your acceptance as a member of the Changsheng Su clan." Zhou Heng remained unfazed, acutely aware that the other's intentions were not to recruit him, but rather a desperate realization of his impending doom. He did not ignore Su Changhuan's plea. Instead, he gathered his strength while pursuing. The 1,000 damage was overwhelmingly high, capable of obliterating anyone in an instant. He needed to gauge his opponent's health to maintain a sliver of life, all while preparing to execute a lethal strike with the Sakaside Emperor's sword, the Holy Blade. Zhou Heng? Is that the Zhou Heng announced by the Empire? The surrounding players gasped in disbelief, their gazes drawn to the frost throne in the sky. In the fleeting moment of Zhou Heng's disappearance, they caught a glimpse of a strikingly handsome young man, exuding an air of cold confidence. Chapter 55. The world acknowledges my name. A swift arrow pierced through Su Changhuan's shoulder blade with pinpoint accuracy, inflicting a staggering 276.93 points of ice element damage. Upon witnessing this damage, Su Changhuan's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. With Zhou Heng's teleportation combined with the power of the fully charged Dragon Bow, it was evident that he could easily annihilate him. In such circumstances, the only recourse was to rapidly deplete Su Changhuan's resurrection coins to secure his demise. However, Zhou Heng's actions starkly contradicted this scenario. Su Changhuan surmised that his adversary was probing his lifeline, perhaps preparing to employ some method to forcibly eliminate him. This led him to deduce 2 potential realities. First, the power inherited from Su Lanlan possessed a temporal limitation, compelling Zhou Heng to act swiftly. Second, the means by which Zhou Heng intended to slay him necessitated leaving him with a sliver of health, as any outright kill would bypass the resurrection mechanism. With these possibilities etched firmly in his mind, Su Changhuan's expression twisted into a fierce snarl. He had to buy himself time. Otherwise, if the current pace persisted, only death awaited him. He was not ready to perish. He had yet to fully explore this vast, boundless world. From his bag, Su Changhuan retrieved a vial of pale blue potion and gulped it down. You have consumed the Starlight Vision Potion. Your attack and life attributes are permanently reduced by 10, regardless of future enhancements. This reduction will remain. You gain a permanent godlike perspective, current range, 10 kilometers. The Starlight Vision Potion was a rare concoction unearthed from the ancient ruins of the Vastar Kingdom, rumored to be used by powerful mecha operators. Consuming it without meeting certain physical criteria could result in conditions like Su Changhuan's, whereby both attack and health were permanently diminished. In a sense, this was akin to a forbidden skill. In contrast to Zhou Heng's exceptionally long-range vision, this godlike perspective allowed for a 360 view without blind spots. With such clarity, Su Changhuan's movements were no longer hindered by the impressions of Frost City. The skills honed over years by the Changxing family were unleashed at this moment. He darted through the narrow alleys like a majestic eagle. Zhou Heng sat upon the Frost Throne, observing everything with keen eyes. His knowledge paled in comparison to that of the Changxing family players. Although the potion Su Changhuan consumed appeared ordinary, it was undoubtedly not a trivial elixir. Otherwise, it would not have transformed him from a headless fly into a soaring eagle so abruptly. He speculated that the potion must have granted Su Changhuan a vision akin to his own. Nevertheless, all this was in vain. At this juncture, Zhou Heng had roughly gauged Su Changhuan's health line. While the shield's precise value remained unknown, the total was approximately 3 million. This indicated that Su Changhuan's health had dwindled to a mere 300,000 to 500,000. With this health pool, Zhou Heng deemed further probing unnecessary. His base physical attack stood at 323. 5, augmented by the Frost Lord's temporary attack boost of 300,000, resulting in a staggering total of 323. 5 attack power, coupled with a precise critical strike. Su Changhuan's health of under 300,000 to 500,000 was ripe for an instantaneous kill. Zhou Heng switched his weapon, replacing the dragon bow with the Seicast Empire King's sword, the Holy Sword. Su Changhuan, possessing a near-divine perspective, felt a surge of unease within as he witnessed Zhou Heng's sudden change. Damn it, is that sword? It must be that sword. He has already achieved the feat of severing my lifeline. What more do I have left to use? I cannot die. I absolutely cannot. Su Changhuan's expression twisted in rage as he frantically scanned his skill panel and inventory. However, against the reckless Su Lianlan, even his powerful skills were on cooldown. His most potent poison skill required a full day to recharge, and the shorter ones would not be available for at least half an hour. Yet, it had only been 4 or 5 minutes since he encountered Zhou Heng and was slain. How can I escape? What can I use to flee? Su Changhuan's eyes bulged with fury, bloodshot and desperate, as he dedicated all his energy to his brain, trying to find a glimmer of hope in this dire situation. However, instead of a path to salvation, he felt a chilling gust of wind approaching from the side. No, Zhou Heng, you cannot kill me. I am from the Changxing family, Su. With a sickening sound, Su Changhuan's eyes widened in horror as he beheld his own head severed from his body. Spinning through the air before ultimately falling lifelessly to the ground, blood spilling forth in a gruesome arc. I cannot accept this. What is that sword of yours? I do not wish to die. I do not want to die. I was so close to achieving my goal of slaying 10,000. Su Changhuan's gaze fixated desperately on the nearby structure, filled with a doomed resolve. Announcement from the Seicast Empire. Congratulations to player Zhou Heng for slaying the level 70 player Su Changhuan at level 20. Progress for the Ancient Era expansion's 9th chapter, the Changshang family's demise 0.0501. Rewards for player Zhou Heng. Attack 1,000, Magic 1,000, Health 10,000. Mana 10,000. Reward. Complex Skill Learning Exemption Scroll X1. Reward. Vast Nation Contribution Points 800. 000. Second Honor. Announcement from the Seicast Empire. Congratulations to player Zhou Heng for slaying the level 70 player Su Changhuan at level 20. Progress for the Ancient Era expansion's 9th chapter, the Changshang family's demise 0.0501. The Imperial announcement echoed 3 times, with less than 20 minutes since the last. Players and NPCs alike raised their heads in shock, gazing around in disbelief. Who exactly is Zhou Heng? How is it possible that he has already slain the Changshang family twice in such a short span? My goodness, this Zhou Heng is terrifying. To defeat a level 70 player at level 20 once is already outrageous, but to do it twice in such a brief interval? Are we ordinary players witnessing the emergence of a true deity? Such a high-level imperial announcement typically grants rewards only once. Why is it that the same individual receives such accolades again? 1,000 in attack and magic, 10,000 in health and mana. Does this imply that by slaying a member of the Changshang family just once, one can acquire such bountiful attributes? In the past, countless individuals suffered under the oppression of the Changshang family, daring not to voice their anger. However, now, if one can vanquish a player from the Changshang family to obtain an impressive increase of 1,000 in attack magic and 10,000 in life force, they feel that the future may indeed warrant a gamble with their lives. At this moment, countless players and NPCs secretly sowed the seed named Slay Changsheng in their hearts. Above the Frost City, amidst the clouds, the eternal Crozar, having heard the imperial announcement of the renewed slaying of the Changshang family, laughed more recklessly. Surrounding it, starlight flickered, as if some formidable power was converging upon it. This was the power of the ancient Chapter 9, Slay Changsheng, for ultimately this chapter was initiated by it. As the starlight coalesced, the eternal Crozar gleamed ever brighter, akin to radiant brilliance. Now, shall the two of you flee? The golden eyes of the eternal Crozar sparkled with intensity as it regarded the two elderly figures clad in golden robes. The two elders exchanged a glance, their expressions grim. With the progress of Chapter 9, Slay Changsheng reaching 0.1, the power of the eternal Crozar surged, indicating that their capabilities could no longer contend with one another. Without a moment's hesitation, the two transformed into beams of golden light, hastening towards the imperial capital of the Saka's empire. Flee? Can you escape? I am the entity you refer to as the ancient mechanical deity. In the presence of my restored power, what means do you possess to escape? The eternal Crozar laughed heartily, its silver and gold-hued mechanical hand reaching out into the void. In the next instant, its mechanical arm vanished from one side of space and reappeared on the other, followed by two anguished cries as golden blood rained down upon the heights of Frost City. You are nourished by the unknown golden blood rain, attack 1,000, magic 1,000, health 10,000, mana 10,000. This enhancement was not limited to Zhou Heng. All players and NPCs within Frost City benefited from it. Zhou Heng gazed towards the heavens, utilizing his extraordinary long-range vision to lock onto the eternal Crozar above the clouds. The moment he cast his gaze, the eternal Crozar met his eyes. In the next second, the eternal Crozar nodded at Zhou Heng, unfurling its immense wings of light, unleashing countless streams of blazing energy upon the entirety of Frost City. Subsequently, a notification resonated in the ears of all players. Frost City announcement. Effective immediately, all players in Frost City will be forcibly logged out. Frost City will undergo construction for approximately 3 weeks. The Frost City announcement echoed 3 times. Zhou Heng, not daring to hesitate, seized the death drop of Su Changhuan from the ground and transformed into a beam of white light, vanishing within Frost City. P.S. Volume 2, Second Transition. The Radiance of Frost is complete. Please proceed to Volume 3, Third Transition. The Greed of Longevity. Chapter 56. The game has just begun. Zhou Heng opened his eyes to find himself back in the cozy orphanage. Gazing at his warm little nook, he shook his head, casting aside the endless virtual adventures, and stepped outside. The night was deep. The moon hung high in the sky, and within the tranquil courtyard of the orphanage, the silence was palpable, only broken by the gentle rustle of the breeze. As Zhou Heng entered the yard, he felt an unexpected surge of energy, devoid of any drowsiness. He picked up a broom and, under the moonlight, began to engage in a playful mimicry of 3 people. For the following 3 days, he embraced the role of the caretaker, attending to the children in the orphanage. On the 4th day, as noon approached, Zhou Heng was playing a game of eagle-catching chicks with the children when a small girl, rushed in, her face a mask of panic. "Brother Heng, something terrible has happened. The Longsheng family, the bad guys are here." Zhou Heng paused, setting down his role as the eagle, and lifted the frightened 5-year-old into his arms, glancing towards the entrance of the orphanage. He was aware that the Su family from the Longshan clan would come looking for him, but he had not anticipated their arrival would be so swift. He could not deny the formidable power wielded by the Longshan family, whether in the Boundless Realm or in the real world. He did not believe he was the only Zhou Heng in the entire Summer Kingdom capable of being found so quickly. It was likely that only the official authorities or the extraordinary Longshan family could achieve this. Under the blazing sun nearing noon, two bodyguards clad in black approached, escorting a pale, handsome young man. As the young man crossed the threshold of the orphanage, his gaze locked onto Zhou Heng, a fierce glint of malice flickering in his eyes. Soon, with the assistance of the black-clad bodyguards, the young man stood before Zhou Heng. He produced a handkerchief, coughed up blood, and introduced himself. "You may not know me yet. Allow me to introduce myself. Su Ming, brother of Su Ling, my most cherished sister." Zhou Heng calmly set Yi down, signaling her to take the other children for lunch. Once they had left, Zhou Heng scrutinized Su Ming, a slight smile curling at his lips. "I have heard that when the Longshan family travels, we ordinary folk are expected to kneel in reverence. Why is it that your two burly bodyguards do not compel me to do so?" A flicker of coldness flashed in Su Ming's eyes, quickly concealed as he chuckled softly. "Such superficial matters do not concern us. After all, this level of humiliation pales in comparison to what can be achieved in the Boundless Realm. Zhou Heng, you are an astute individual. Would you be interested in marrying into the Su family? If you agree, we can overlook the deaths of my sister and Su Changwan." Zhou Heng found amusement in this proposition. "Do you genuinely believe that? Or do you take me for a fool?" A fleeting shadow of rage crossed Su Ming's pale visage, which finally showed a hint of change. "You know, I am currently overwhelmed with the desire to bury you alive in a cement mixer." Zhou Heng pulled over a plastic stool and sat down casually, hands tucked into his pockets, gazing calmly at Su Ming. "Come now. I have long wished to experience what it feels like to be encased in a cement tomb. It is merely a matter of 3 weeks. I shall regard it as a test of my own resolve." Zhou Heng understood that the other party was aware of his presence and that he would remain in reality for approximately 3 weeks. However, this was not the reason for his trepidation. Within the boundless and infinite realm of online gaming, life in Blue Star cannot be extinguished by any means. This implies that even if Su Ming were to encase him in a container sealed with cement, it would only serve to restrict his movements during this session. Upon his next return, the rules of this limitless world would restore him to the periphery. Thus, while such actions may be irksome, they are merely a source of amusement when it comes to the notion of extinguishing life. Su Ming coughed a few times, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. "It seems you do not have long to live." Observing the pus and blood on the handkerchief, Zhou Heng could not help but curtail a smile. The ability to affect oneself through the infinite world must stem from an exceedingly advanced curse-type skill, something he had encountered in his studies. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Su Ming lifted his gaze to meet Zhou Heng's eyes. The latter's presence demanded a reciprocal acknowledgement, leading them to engage in a silent exchange for a full minute. "You are even more astute and daring than I had anticipated. Indeed, one worthy of defeating a level 70 player at level 20. It is no injustice that Ling Er met her demise by your hand." Su Ming deemed further dialogue unnecessary and signaled to the black-clad bodyguard beside him. The two shared an understanding, pushing Su Ming's wheelchair towards the orphanage's exit. As Su Ming was wheeled out of the orphanage, a voice floated back to him. "You would do well to live healthfully. Our game has only just commenced." As Zhou Heng gazed up at the starship ascending into the sky, he turned back toward the comforting orphanage, illuminated by LED lights. The disparity between the Changshan family and himself was as vast as the colossal starship compared to the humble LED lights before him, a chasm as deep as a celestial divide. "Brother Heng, are you all right?" Grandma said one must not oppose the Changshan family. "Brother Heng, we don't want you to die." "Woo-woo." Yi dashed out, clutching Zhou Heng's pant leg, her tears cascading like spring rain. Zhou Heng smiled, ruffling Yi's hair, wiping her tears away as he lifted her up, speaking softly and gently. "It's all right. Brother is quite capable. The Changshan family, though formidable, is not invincible." As he rocked Yi in his embrace, soothing her into a peaceful slumber, he gazed towards the capital of Xia country. There lay the only force capable of countering the Chongqing family. He pondered whether his actions within the boundless world would galvanize the official forces of Xia to launch a concerted assault against the Chongqing family. Even if that were not the case, he held faith that he could plant the seeds of resistance within everyone's hearts, awaiting the moment when those seeds would sprout, thus striking down the malevolent dragon that loomed over Xia. The girl truly is. After placing Yaya back on the bed, Zhou Heng chuckled and shook his head before stepping out to tend to the other mischievous children. As time swiftly passed, he found himself at the 1-month mark of awakening the wisdom from his past life. On the first day of the new month, after organizing some matters within the orphanage, he attempted once more to log into the boundless realm. As he envisioned the infinite expanse, Zhou Heng transformed into light, vanishing from his humble abode. You are logging into the online game, Boundless Infinity. Welcome back. Boundless Infinity welcomes you, wishing you to discover the infinite, trace the endless, and seek the profound truth of boundlessness. Chapter 57. The Wailing of the Tempest. Upon logging in, Zhou Heng scarcely had the opportunity to ascertain his location before a deluge of notifications flooded his retina. You have slain level 70 player Su Changhuan of the Everlasting Clan. You have completed the second transition achievement, the Radiance of Frost Leap, Special. Monsters drop a permanent 10. Long-range archer promoted to 5 stars. Attack speed 2. 0s. Movement speed 4. 0ms. You have leveled up to level 21. With the completion of the second transition, a smile involuntarily graced Zhou Heng's lips. He promptly accessed his personal panel to examine the 5-star class of Long-range Archer. Long-range Archer, class transition scroll, star rating. In the once dominant Sakist Empire, archers were renowned for their unparalleled long-range capabilities. They fused the ancient art of archery with the might of technology, birthing the innovative class of long-range archer. Attribute growth 400, additional attribute growth 300, long-range vision. Your sight can extend up to 50 kilometers under unobstructed conditions. Long-range shooting. Your arrow attack range is elevated from 200 to 500 meters to 80 to 800 kilometers. Long-range tracking. When you lock onto an enemy, your attacks will perpetually pursue them within your shooting range. Blood pump. Within 2 seconds, all attributes can be temporarily converted into attack magic. Thereafter, you will enter a prolonged 29-second period of weakness. All attributes revert to 1. Archer Zen. You will no longer require arrows. All elements of nature shall serve as your arrows. In comparison to the 4-star long-range archer, the enhancements are monumental. However, no new class skills have been acquired. Zhou Heng speculated that perhaps ascending to a 6-star class would unlock entirely new abilities, with an additional 200 increase in attributes. Zhou Heng received 2 increments of 10 attributes each from levels 1 to 21, culminating in a total of 120 random attribute points, all allocated to his health. To be candid, with his current health, such an increase of 1,200 points seemed somewhat trivial. Nevertheless, every little bit contributes. Over time, it will surely accumulate to significant enhancement. Zhou Heng opened his personal panel, and at this moment his attributes had undergone substantial transformation. True name, Zhou Heng level, 21 attack, 3323. 5 to 6,647 magic, 8,700 to 17,400 health. 1367901 36790 mana. 152560 154560 armor. 0 attack speed. 3. 0s movement speed. 5. 2ms water resistance. 150 fire resistance. 150 wind resistance. 150 lightning resistance. 150 ice resistance. 150 wood resistance. 150 light resistance. 150 darkness resistance. 150 experience. 100 fateful hint. Unique when faced with a choice of destiny. Fate will provide you with substantial guidance. This reflects his most fundamental attributes without any additives. A stark contrast to his status merely a month prior upon his initial entry into the realm. The protection period for newly inducted players lasts 3 months. Ideally, this time should allow them to focus on their development. However, due to the incident in Birdtown and the relentless attention of the ancient Chongqing family, Zhou Heng feels that his novice protection is virtually non-existent. He He has reached a point where his enemies can disregard the consequences and strike without hesitation. Closing his attributes panel, Zhou Heng surveyed his surroundings and realized his location had changed. He had concluded the assassination of Su Changhuan in a narrow alleyway and had logged out from that very spot. Yet now, before him lay a grand thoroughfare constructed entirely of silvery metallic material, stretching to the horizon until it culminated in a colossal mechanical metropolis. On either side of this majestic avenue stood rows of iron sentinels, who saluted in unison as Zhou Heng glanced their way. The robot nearest to him boldly proclaimed, "Esteemed human monarch, the Frost Mechanical City's 99th Legion has awaited your arrival for some time. Please proceed along this central thoroughfare to the vast hall." The vast hall, as mentioned by the mechanical being, would likely be the grand city at the end of the thoroughfare. "Very well, I understand. Thank you," Zhou Heng replied, setting forth along the expansive main path toward the vast hall. Countless players cast their gazes upon him from either side. "Look, someone stands on the central thoroughfare," exclaimed one. "Goodness, we would be threatened with guns if we approach this road. How does he dare?" Another speculated, "Could this be Zhou Heng, the one who has slain members of the Changxing family twice? What a handsome young man. Who says ordinary players lack prowess?" Someone remarked, "He must be heading to the vast hall, right? Do you think this great figure will lead us against the Changxing family? Let us observe for now. The abilities of the Changxing are beyond what we ordinary players can confront." As the murmurs faded, Zhou Heng continued on his way, unaware of how long he had walked until he finally reached the entrance of the vast hall. It was a truly magnificent steel fortress, gleaming with splendor. The midday sun illuminated the metallic walls, casting a mesmerizing silver glow that sent shivers down one's spine. Creaking open, the colossal doors, each towering at least 300 meters, revealed a carpet of rich crimson laid within. As Zhou Heng walked along the carpet, he noted the orderly steel guards on either side, the towering silver-white columns rising over 1,000 meters, and the infinite starry dome above. At the end of the carpet stood 3 metal thrones, arranged in descending order of height, with the first throne being the tallest and the third the shortest. The foremost throne loomed high, exuding an indescribable sense of sanctity, while the second throne, slightly lower, bore a feminine rose-red hue. The third throne was occupied by the eternal Crosa. Approaching, Zhou Heng realized he was nearly the size of Crosa's toe. Upon noticing Zhou Heng, the eternal Crosa's golden eyes sparkled with brilliance. "Young friend of the human race, I have awaited your arrival for quite some time." Zhou Heng took a deep breath, calming his emotions before respectfully addressing, "Zhou Heng, it is an honor to meet the eternal Crosa." The eternal Crosa replied with a gentle smile, "There is no need for such formality. I possess no future, yet you are endowed with an infinite unknown ahead of you. The purpose of summoning you here is threefold." Zhou Heng gazed up at the eternal Crosa, remaining silent and awaiting further elaboration. The eternal Crosa nodded slightly, pleased with Zhou Heng's demeanor during their meeting. For he was indeed a player from Blue Star, wielding a rank 20 against the formidable rank 70. "Let me be succinct," the eternal Crosa continued. "Firstly, you may wish to consider utilizing your 1.8 million contribution points to acquire items of value, as what lies ahead will be far more complex than you anticipate. Secondly, I require you to journey to the wailing winds of despair. Since the wasteful Emperor Sokka's was beheaded by the Sword of Light, the issues surrounding lifespan contracts have become increasingly dire. In the wailing winds of despair, over 1 million original residents of Sokka's are suffering from this contractual persecution. I hope you can assist me in uncovering the fates of these lifespan contracts. Thirdly, during my efforts to consolidate Frost City, I discovered 2 intriguing artifacts that I believe you will find useful." Upon finishing, the eternal Crosa conjured 2 ceramic-like fragments into Zhou Heng's hands. While others might not recognize their significance, he certainly did. These were fragments of the sword of the Sokka's emperor, the Holy Sword. The fact that the eternal Crosa entrusted them to him implied an awareness of his possession of the sword of the Sokka's emperor. However, it was only natural. As such a mechanical deity, which had once faced the heroic King Kalena, would be able to discern its identity. Just as Zhou Heng was about to express his gratitude, a fate prompt materialized upon his retina. Fate evolves with the unfolding circumstances, New opportunities have arisen. Perhaps you should seize them. Fate Prompt 1. Reject the eternal Crosa. It will not bear animosity towards you for such a minor matter. Proceed according to your own desires and aspirations, pursuing your unique future, though this path is fraught with uncertainty. Fate Prompt 2. Accept the task of the wailing winds of despair and make haste to investigate the conspiracies behind the lifespan contracts. This will mark a new beginning, although it may entail some unpleasant experiences. Fate Prompt 3. Accept the task of the wailing winds of despair, yet delay your journey, indulging in merriment and allowing the winds to guide you, potentially yielding unexpected rewards. Zhou Heng was taken aback by the three distinct paths presented by fate, signifying that all were viable, albeit with varied experiences. After a moment of contemplation, he clasped his hands in gratitude towards the eternal Crosa, stating, "Thank you, eternal Crosa, for your generous gifts. I am willing to venture into the wailing winds of despair to seek the truth." The eternal Crosa nodded in acknowledgement. This endeavor carries significant risks, but I trust you will navigate through them. If you find yourself unable to manage such challenges, it may be prudent to reconcile with the Changshan clan sooner rather than later. Speaking thus, the eternal Crosa pointed towards the vast void, and the grand marketplace of the stellar nation materialized upon the retina. Chapter 58. The calm before the storm. The vast Star Kingdom's treasure vault. Star Kingdom flag. Replica. Quality. Radiant. It is rumored that one can find a key to one of the treasure vaults of the vast Star Kingdom. Exchange. 15 million. Contribution points. Starlight vision. Potion. Quality. Exquisite upon consumption. One randomly acquires a skill from a godlike perspective of the earth. Requirements. Attack greater than 1 million or health greater than 10 million. Drawback. If the consumption criteria are not met and one forces usage. A permanent reduction of 10 in acquired attributes. Constant. Exchange. 10 million. Contribution points. General relativity. Infinite backpack. Replica. Quality. Resplendent. All resources below radiant quality can be infinitely stored without occupying backpack slots. Slots. 99 by 99 enchanting 1. Capable of devouring the lowest radiant quality backpack resources for uninterrupted upgrading evolution. Exchange. 10 million. Contribution points. Plasma shield quality. Radiant once deployed. All skills of players below level 51 become ineffective until energy is depleted. Exchange. 1 million. Contribution points. As Zhou Heng perused the offerings, he discovered an abundance of treasures. Yet what captivated him most was the general relativity infinite backpack. He was uncertain of its utility to others, but for him, it held unparalleled significance. Eternal Crosa, I desire the general relativity infinite backpack. I lack sufficient contribution points. Might I inquire about the possibility of credit or an installment plan? Zhou Heng, undeterred by fate's silence, resolved to take matters into his own hands. Success or failure would be addressed in due course. Eternal Crosa gazed down at Zhou Heng, contemplating for an extended moment, before conjuring a book of ordinary size from the void and casting it towards him. The General Relativity Infinite Backpack was once the possession of the monarch of the vast Star Kingdom. As long as the resources are not of ancient quality, they can be infinitely stored. In times past, the vastness of the Star Kingdom could nearly be contained within this very backpack. Henceforth, you owe the vast Star Kingdom 2 million contribution points. Should you accomplish the task the Whale of the Tempest, it shall count as 2 million contribution points towards your debt. Zhou Heng, astonished by the book he held, mused on the casualness of such a sci-fi backpack. Was it truly a backpack, given that he received a mere book? Were it not for the identification result proclaiming it as the General Relativity Infinite Backpack replica, he might have questioned whether he possessed a book or a backpack. Yet, with this item in hand, his prestige soared. Upon unfolding the General Relativity Infinite Backpack replica, all his resources surged into it, including the various resources dropped by Su Changhuan. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Heng began to inventory these assets. The resources dropped by Su Changhuan were plentiful: 500,000 silver coins, and similarly 0 copper coins, indicating he had come equipped for the Grand Copper task. Beyond these, there was nothing left. It remained uncertain whether they had been depleted during Su Lanlin's life and death struggle or if they had never existed at all. Upon the demise of Su Changhuan, only 3 resources remained: a resplendent level backpack identical to the one owned by Su Luiyue, a dozen boxes of Tiamat cigarettes, and a peculiar statue of a bald woman. The statue was odd, with indistinct facial features, and curiously, the garment on its chest appeared to have been worn away, revealing a hint of patina. Zhou Heng harbored suspicions that Su Changhuan had engaged in some unspeakable act regarding this statue. The appraisal of the statue determined it to be an ordinary female figure of inferior quality, with no further anomalies. Zhou Heng found it hard to believe that Su Changhuan would develop an infatuation for a sculpture lacking in clarity. There must be some hidden truths he was unaware of. After thoroughly examining Su Changhuan's dropped items, Zhou Heng placed the 3 resplendent level backpacks he possessed into the General Relativity Infinite Backpack, Imitation. General Relativity Infinite Backpack, Imitation, consumed resplendent level backpack X1. Space begins to expand, current expansion rate, to General Relativity Infinite Backpack. Following the consumption of 3 resplendent level backpacks, the expansion rate of the General Relativity Infinite Backpack, Imitation, reached 30. In other words, he needed to consume 7 more resplendent level backpacks to induce a meaningful evolution in the General Relativity Infinite Backpack, Imitation. Grateful for the eternal Crosa and the wailing winds, Zhou Heng resolved to exert his utmost effort. With a respectful fist salute towards the eternal Crosa, he took his leave. The eternal Crosa spoke in a serene and composed tone. "Go forth. I await your good news." Zhou Heng did not linger, bidding farewell to the eternal Crosa as he departed the Iron Giant city. At that moment, a steel vanguard approached, leading a mechanical steed, and saluted Zhou Heng. "Your Grace." Zhou Heng, the journey through the wailing winds is long and devoid of teleportation arrays. This fusion warhorse may prove beneficial for you. It consumes energy, and as you possess a fusion core, you can connect to this fusion warhorse by expending 10,000 life points for each recharge. As the fusion warhorse was brought closer, Zhou Heng was instantly captivated. A pure technological marvel, the fusion warhorse resembled a steed from a sci-fi realm, particularly with its imposing horn, which shimmered in a unique gold and silver hue, exuding an air of ruthless dominance under the sunlight. Fusion Warhorse level: 1 attack, 1000 to 2000 magic, 0 to 0 durability, 100, 000, 100, 000 energy, 100 armor, 1000 attack speed, 0 S movement speed, 0 MS upgrade, 100. Self-repair. Can continuously self-repair using the fusion core after being destroyed. 1 energy allows for full speed travel of 1 kilometer. Hence, 100 energy would equate to 100 kilometers. According to the Steel Vanguard, the consumption of 100 life points could be exchanged for 1 energy. After assessing his own life points and glancing at the red potions in his backpack, Zhou Heng realized he needed to devise a method to acquire a passive healing skill. Otherwise, with such a rate of life point consumption, he feared his supply of potions would prove insufficient. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the eternal Crosa, the magnificent steed, which I hold in great esteem. Zhou Heng led the fusion warhorse, which emitted a couple of realistic snorts. Upon mounting, Zhou Heng advanced towards the Howling Winds. The Frost Mechanical City lies 1,200 kilometers from the Howling Winds. In other words, he merely needs to replenish the fusion warhorse's energy 12 times to reach his destination. At a speed of 20 ms, the journey of 1,200 kilometers would take only 7 hours. As Zhou Heng departed from the Frost Mechanical City, within the Iron Giant City, an elderly woman leaned on her cane and approached the feet of the eternal Crosa. "Have you infused Kalina's clone with Kalina's genes?" "Why?" inquired the eternal Crosa, remaining utterly still. The old woman tapped her cane and chuckled softly, saying, "I wish to reforge the Sokka's Emperor's sword, the Holy Sword. The child wields the dark, while we possess the light. After all, only 1,000 years remain. Should Blue Star fail, we shall perish as well. Such a terror is beyond the endurance of our fallen star nations." The eternal Crosa fell into a contemplative silence, and, after a long while, its voice resonated softly, then let the storm come with even greater ferocity. Chapter 59. The Unexpected Encounter in a Dense Forest. 600 kilometers from the Frost Machinery City, Zhou Heng reclined upon his fusion steed, propping his feet up and sipping from a red bottle as he occasionally indulged in a Tiamat cigarette. This journey had spanned a full 10 days. During this time, through the fusion core and the Tiamat cigarettes, Zhou Heng had amassed a total of 1,800 in attack, 1,800 in magic, and a permanent increase of 19,000 in life and 18,000 in mana. Each player was limited to 1 box of Tiamat cigarettes. Further consumption would yield no additional attributes. Therefore, with the completion of an entire box, Zhou Heng's attack speed and movement speed were enhanced by an impressive 1.0s and 1.0ms simultaneously. The 2 extra ceramic shards procured from the Eternal Crosses were successfully melded into the Sicaster Emperor's Sword, Holy Sword. Compared to the original Sicaster Emperor's Sword, Holy Sword, the lethality was augmented to 1,000, 3,000, while the protective capabilities surged to 10,000, 30,000. Initially, Zhou Heng had intended to slay some level 21 monsters to allow the newly upgraded Sicaster Emperor's Sword, Holy Sword, to taste blood. However, to his surprise, after 10 days of travel, he had encountered predominantly level 11 and below creatures, with very few exceeding that threshold. He pondered whether this scarcity was due to the geographical location near the borders of the Saka's empire, or if the Changsheng family had eradicated the monsters in this region. If the situation persisted within hundreds of kilometers, both novice players and the emerging NPCs would find themselves devoid of places to level up and enhance their skills. The constraints of level progression were far more severe than he had anticipated. Suddenly, the fusion steed came to an abrupt halt, as if obstructed by an unseen force. Zhou Heng sat up and peered ahead, discovering a ragged, hunched old man lying on the ground, his face marred with dirt and blood. Just as he prepared to dismount and assist the man, a fate notification materialized before his eyes after 10 days of absence. Countless fates intertwine, resembling a dark forest, where only through utmost caution and prudence can one survive and emerge from such profound shadows. Fate offers you a revelation. Fate Revelation 1. Assist this seemingly harmless old man, and you shall attain a sense of inner fulfillment, for a good education has taught you thus. However, you shall also invite unfathomable misfortune, as the terrors of your enemies far exceed your imagination. Fate Revelation 2. As Tart, who seeks to obliterate Bird Town, has been severely wounded and forced to retreat under the overwhelming assault of the Frost Codex. He now encounters you in search of a chance for restoration. Within you lies the ancient hero system he yearns for. Perhaps you could play a magnificent melody on your flute, allowing him to experience the essence of true power. Zhou Heng hesitated momentarily in his descent. He had considered many possibilities, but had never anticipated that the old man blocking his path would be none other than Tart, the mayor of Birdtown. His knowledge of the man was limited. He was aware only that Tart had been transformed into a boss that could strategize against levels 11 to 30 under the onslaught of the Frost Codex. Could this be a case of serendipity, where he stumbled upon an opportunity without even seeking it? The man had come to him unbidden. Zhou Heng dismounted gracefully and approached the unconscious elder, assisting him to his feet. "Dear sir, are you all right? How did you end up like this?" Zhou Heng showcased his commendable acting skills. Tart, playing along, coughed softly. "I am terribly thirsty. Do you have anything to drink?" Zhou Heng feigned urgency, retrieving several blue bottles from his backpack and offering them. "Esteemed elder, this is all I have, the blue bottles. Will they suffice?" Tart coughed once more, attempting a smile he believed to be kind, only to pour the contents of the blue bottle down his throat. He had thought he would never encounter Zhou Heng again. After all, with such extraordinary strength, after a year or two of development, he might truly find himself unable to compete, let alone extract ancient hero information from him. Yet, fortune smiled upon him, allowing their paths to cross on the road, leading to the howling winds of despair. "Would you mind if I played a tune?" Zhou Heng elegantly produced an ancient flute from his bag, performing a graceful flourish. Tart's heart raced as he fixated on the exquisite flute. He knew well the type of statue Zhou Heng had shattered. It had clutched a flute, which made him particularly wary. However, upon inspecting the instrument, he realized it was merely an ordinary flute. Recalling his own disguise, he reassured himself that Zhou Heng could not possibly discern the truth in such a short span of time. Perhaps he had been overly cautious. Presently, he was activating the unyielding arena, a device that would ensure Zhou Heng could not escape. In merely 60 seconds, he would have Zhou Heng entirely at his mercy. Not at all, not at all, Tart grinned, revealing his yellowed teeth, resembling a rustic farmer. Zhou Heng smiled, nodded in agreement, and, without further ado, sat beside Tart, playing the melodious Eagle Catches Chicks, a brief yet enchanting piece, clearly holding back a bit of his prowess. As Tart listened to Zhou Heng's performance, he feigned drinking from the blue bottle to numb Zhou Heng, while secretly continuing to activate the unyielding arena. Soon, the 60 seconds elapsed, and the effects of the arena took hold. You have been affected by the unyielding arena. You have entered the unyielding arena. You must abide by the ancient arena rules. Once the arena battle commences, a resurrection platform is provided. Death is not an option. With the effects of the unyielding arena activated, Tart abruptly sat up, laughing heartily. Zhou Heng, you are mine now. Did you ever anticipate I possessed such a trump card? However, as he laughed, he sensed something amiss. Zhou Heng remained serenely seated, continuing to play his flute, as if foreseeing this very moment. A chill ran down Tart's spine, and an ominous premonition washed over him. Without hesitation, he lunged towards Zhou Heng's neck. In the blink of an eye, as Zhou Heng's flute melody concluded, the noble and compassionate effects were unleashed. As you are enraptured by the melodious sound of the flute, an unknown force influences you, temporarily lowering your level by 10. Your attributes and skills retain their values at level 21. Tart's pupils constricted sharply. Before he could even access his attributes, he acutely sensed a terrifying decline in both his movement speed and attack speed. Originally, his attack speed was around 8.0 per second, but at this moment, it had plummeted to a mere 1.5 per second, reminiscent of his attack speed upon achieving level 21 after his second-class advancement. Thus, all of his attributes reverted to the level 21 standard. This enigmatic power that directly rewinds time, Chapter 60. The vessel of lifespan Tate gazed at Zhou Heng, his eyes filled with disbelief and horror. He realized he had made a grave miscalculation. The other party had detected him from the very beginning. All the talk of an old man and the offer to play him a tune were merely deceptions. He should have prevented the performance from reaching its conclusion, extinguishing even the most unlikely possibilities in their infancy. Instinctively, Tate produced an object identical to the unyielding arena, though its aura was markedly different, hoping to shatter it. This was the unyielding exemption arena, a countermeasure belonging to the unyielding arena. If he could break it, he would free himself from its grasp. However, just as he was about to crush the object, a chilling flash of sword light swept across his neck. Minus 12,207. A staggering physical damage of 12,207 instantly drained Tate's health bar. He yearned to destroy the unyielding exemption arena, yet it was beyond his reach. Helplessly witnessing the severance of his head from his body, you have slain the mayor of Little Bird Town, Tate. Under the influence of the unyielding arena, the opponent is about to resurrect. As he beheld the mayor of Little Bird Town, Tate, dissipating into white light only to coalesce once more, Zhou Heng glanced at the Sakastra Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, in his hand. To his astonishment, slaying Tate had not bypassed the resurrection mechanism, leading to an outright elimination. Was it possible that the Sakastra Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, was effective solely against the Changsheng family, serving as their exclusive weapon? The white light of Tate's resurrection began to materialize directly opposite Zhou Heng, but he would not grant Tate the opportunity to crush that object. Though he was unaware of its nature, he was well acquainted with the unyielding arena, having one of his own. Once such an item was activated, it signified a relentless struggle to the death. Under these circumstances, he could not afford to allow even the slightest chance for his adversary to turn the tide. Upon Tate's revival, he had no opportunity to shatter the item, nor even to utter a threat, as damage of 12,207 once again floated above him. Tate's eyes widened, his hands clutching Zhou Heng's shoulder tightly, words left unspoken as he transformed into white light once more. Zhou Heng observed everything with calm detachment. As the resurrection light dissipated, he struck down again. With a critical damage of 12,247, Tate's meager 40 armor was utterly inadequate. Thus, Zhou Heng's blade fell repeatedly. Initially, Tate sought a glimmer of hope for a breakthrough, for he still possessed 300 resurrection coins pillaged over the past month. However, as Zhou Heng's decisive strikes continued, his anxiety deepened. In that moment, he regretted ever listening to Zhou Heng's flute. Had he chosen to attack the instant Zhou Heng approached, his level 70 attributes would assuredly have overwhelmed his opponent, as evidenced by the latter's attacks. With a critical damage of only 12,247, such a level of harm could not slay a level 70 Changshan family player, let alone a typical level 60 player. Therefore, the ability to reverse slay a level 70 Changshan family player at level 20 stemmed solely from the flute obtained from his statue. This was indisputable. The more Tate pondered, the more despairing he became, feeling as though all his schemes had merely served to adorn Zhou Heng's victory. Soon, his resurrection coins were entirely depleted. Accompanied by a flash of white light, he watched helplessly as his head and neck were severed. You were, decisively, a step behind, a continual misstep. Nevertheless, I shall await you below. Immortality is terrifying. You are certainly no match for me. Tart's eyes widened in death. His form did not dissolve into light as Su Changhuan and the others had, but instead transformed into a cloud of darkness, most of which dissipated into the ether, while a small fraction surged into Zhou Heng's brow with such swiftness that he had no chance to react. You have slain the mayor of Little Bird Town. Tart, you have been cursed by darkness. Your location has been locked. Death drops have been plundered by darkness. Wild monster drop rate 20 effect activated. You have plundered 3 items from death drops, gazing at the items that fell from the void. Zhou Heng narrowed his eyes slightly. He did not immediately retrieve the drops, but instead opened his attribute panel to examine the Dark Curse buff. Dark Curse, a special power unique to darkness. All entities affiliated with the Dark Association can view your coordinates on the world map. The Dark Association, unsurprisingly, stands in opposition to the Sword of Light. However, according to the fate hint provided upon encountering the Sword of Light, it suggested that the Sword of Light may not be entirely virtuous, nor is the Dark Association as nefarious as it appears. The scant information Zhou Heng had received was insufficient for a definitive judgment. Closing the attribute panel, Zhou Heng crouched down to collect the 3 distinctive death drops from Mayor Tart of Little Bird Town. Dark Assistance, one-time item, quality, inferior, an item akin to a forbidden artifact, extracted from pure darkness. Attack 50 magic 50 health recovery, 2 mana recovery, 2 duration. 3s dash. Debuff. Upon use, there's an 80 chance of falling into madness, a 19 chance of succumbing to frenzy, and a 1 chance of retaining sanity. Usage requirement. None. The first item that came to his attention was quite extraordinary, directly amplifying both attack and magic by 50, while also providing a 2 recovery of health and mana. Though modest, this could prove invaluable in specific circumstances. The sole caution was the debuff effect. While the precise nature of a 99 chance of madness and frenzy remained unclear, Zhou Heng certainly wished to avoid such an experience. The second death drop was relatively mundane. Yet upon identification, even with the numerous Longsheng family players he had slain, Zhou Heng could not help but fixate on it. Shroud of the Dead quality. Legendary at first glance, it appeared to be merely an ordinary shroud, but according to certain clues, it might belong to an ancient hero. A legendary item, it surpassed even the quality of the Sakarst Emperor's sword, Holy Sword. Although it currently served no purpose, Zhou Heng firmly believed that one day in the future, he would undoubtedly find use for this shroud. Carefully placing the shroud into the bottom of his broadly relative infinite bag, imitation, Zhou Heng turned his attention to the final death drop. In contrast to the previous 2 items, this one is strikingly peculiar. It is a green glass jar, adorned with a smiling visage on its front, exuding warmth and amiability. Inside, there lies approximately 1/7 of a green liquid. Adhering to the principle that dark-themed NPCs do not yield ordinary items, Zhou Heng proceeded with caution and, upon appraisal, discovered that the item was indeed extraordinary. Lifespan container quality, resplendent lifespan capacity, 1,299.99. This is a vessel designed to harbor life essence, constructed from a unique material, endowing it with remarkable properties. However, the precise nature of these properties remains shrouded in mystery. Following Zhou Heng's analysis of the lifespan container, a fateful prompt abruptly appeared on his retina. Chapter 61. The Master of Lifespan. The dark prologue draws ever closer, and action is imperative. Fate offers you hints. Hint 1. Under the meticulous manipulation of the Everlasting Clan, in conjunction with 3 specific resources, the Breath of the Storm, the Testimony of Exile, and the Azure Cloud Dew, you may expend the lifespan contained within the vessel to boundlessly augment your own longevity. However, such an endeavor bears a grave cost. You must endure the decay of your own body. Hint 2. Yet, unbeknownst to the masses within the true upper echelons of the Everlasting Clan, genuine longevity is never reliant on external artifacts. The so-called specific resources and combinations are but a ruse of the Master of Lifespan, a mockery of humanity. To earn the Master's authentic recognition and genuinely extend your life, one must embody strength. You might contemplate opening the vessel of lifespan and undertake the longevity trial designated by the Master. Such secrets exist? Zhou Heng narrowed his gaze, then, without hesitation, opened the vessel of lifespan, consuming the verdant liquid within that contained a lifespan of 200 years. You have consumed the essence of lifespan. Lifespan 10 years. You have activated the lifespan attribute. Your increase in lifespan has caught the attention of the Master of Lifespan, who gazes upon you from the boundless depths humanity. A voice, deep yet tinged with disdain, resounded in Zhou Heng's mind. Do you also yearn for longevity? If so, I shall grant you the longevity trial. As the green essence of lifespan was wholly consumed, a wave of verdant ripples enveloped Zhou Heng, swirling around him before coalescing into a pattern resembling green vines on the back of his right hand. You have acquired the longevity trial, the weight of lifespan, trial requirements. In the wailing winds, where the contracts of the Everlasting Clan run rampant, devoid of reverence for life, you must slay 10,000 decayed players of the Everlasting Clan. Trial reward: 200 years of lifespan. Staring at the trial reward, Zhou Heng found himself momentarily entranced. To leap from level 100 to legendary status only grants a mere 400 years of life. Yet this vessel combined with a longevity trial promises him 200 years? He felt he had stumbled upon an extraordinary secret. Perhaps the Everlasting Clan's millennia-long endurance stemmed from this very truth. After a prolonged silence, Zhou Heng mounted his steed and set forth towards the wailing winds. His interest in this uncharted territory, absent from textbooks and undisclosed by the eternal Crosses, grew ever more profound. As night fell, the luminous full moon ascended the heavens. Zhou Heng raced forward, reaching the wailing winds just before dawn. The scene before him was unlike his expectations. He had envisioned a metropolis of millions, yet there were no cities. Only a vast canyon cleaved open at its center. Form a party, summon the thunder of the storm, priority to the wood mage. Freshly minted wind stabilizing pearls, no copper coins, only silver. Bring your offers. A full set of second transition gear, with level reductions, ideal for new second transition players or NPCs. Come forth, if you desire. In the luminous ruins, a multitude of players and NPCs congregated at the entrance of the canyon, either peddling equipment or inviting others to form teams. Though Zhou Heng's level was modest, his mechanical steed, the Fusion Warhorse, stood out remarkably in the crowd. Such technologically advanced dungeons had been monopolized by the Changshan family, making them nearly unattainable. Consequently, Zhou Heng's sudden appearance drew the attention of numerous vendors and teaming players. Good sir, what may I call you? Would you care to join our luminous association? We boast a professional team of priests, each one strikingly beautiful, guaranteed to captivate you. If your prowess is sufficient, we can even accommodate 2 or 3 together. A male player, identifying himself as a member of the Luminous Association, approached Zhou Heng, offering him a soft Hua cigarette, originally priced at 1 silver coin, now inflated to 30,000 copper coins. Noticing the soft Hua being offered, Zhou Heng, with a flicker of thought, produced the legendary Tiamat cigarette he had received from Su Changhuan and handed it over. "Brother, you should try this." Upon seeing the famed Tiamat cigarette, the man's eyes gleamed with excitement, instinctively grasping Zhou Heng's hand to suppress the offering. "Hey, big brother, are you here on behalf of the higher-ups? If there's anything you wish to know, feel free to command." A smirk played on Zhou Heng's lips. His suspicion was confirmed. The Luminous Association was rumored to be a lackey of the Chongqing family, wielding power over ordinary players. Clearly, this was the case. The emergence of the Tiamat cigarette, coupled with the fusion warhorse, led the man to presume Zhou Heng was dispatched by the Chongqing family for some task, likely related to lifespan contracts. With a meaningful glance at the man, Zhou Heng gently patted his hand and whispered, "This place is crowded and filled with prying eyes. Take me somewhere quiet." The man felt a surge of delight, convinced that Zhou Heng was undoubtedly an important figure sent from above, although not directly affiliated with the Chongqing family. Possessing such a prized item and a mechanical mount indicated a high status in their eyes. With this thought, he slightly bowed and gestured for Zhou Heng to follow him, swiftly leading him to the Luminous Association's encampment beside the canyon. Once seated in a metallic tent, the man poured Zhou Heng a glass of crystal-clear elven wine. "Brother, do taste this. It was harvested from the luminous ruins. Not only is it rich in flavor, but it also permanently enhances magic by 50 points." Zhou Heng regarded the elven wine with a slight frown. Was this truly the best they had to offer? Only a mere enhancement of 50 points? The man, far from being offended, chuckled and explained, "You must not have returned to Blue Star recently, have you? Did you catch the recent news? The Chongqing family announced an increase in support for new players, and the Howling Gale is one of the areas included in this initiative. It has improved significantly. Initially, it catered only to players between levels 11 and 31, but with the Chongqing family's enhanced support, it now accommodates levels 11 to 51. In other words, players and NPCs here can now progress to the 5th transition after leaving the novice village." Zhou Heng, with his head bowed, savored the elven wine, while his mind tirelessly integrated the information conveyed by the other party. Having traversed from the Frost Mechanical City without encountering a single beast above level 11, he found it hard to believe that this place could spawn creatures at level 51, 5 transformations deep, without some underlying reason. He harbored doubts about the benevolence of the Chongqing family, and, coupled with the lifespan containers acquired along the way, a faint suspicion began to form. By consuming elven wine, your magical limit increases by 50. Should you partake of noble elven wine, your magical limit will rise by 500. If you're able to indulge in elven queen wine, your magical limit will soar by 500. Upon witnessing the sudden notification materialize on his retina, Zhou Heng's initial conjectures solidified further. The Chongqing family had cunningly baited a hook beneath the wailing winds, compelling both players and NPCs to strive relentlessly for an elusive goal. If his deductions were correct, as the support from the wailing winds intensified, so too would the strength of the wild beasts. Chapter 62. The Mockery of Lifespan. Setting aside the elven goblet, Zhou Heng gazed ambiguously at the man and inquired, "How has the intensity of the wild beast been lately? Any troubles?" Upon hearing this, the man rubbed his hands together and raised his thumb, a look of profound admiration on his face. "Brother, I must say, the methods employed above are truly remarkable. This maneuver is simply extraordinary. With the increased support for wailing winds, the level of wild beasts has naturally ascended to an entirely new echelon. Previously, one would utilize the lifespan contract an average of 10 times a year. Now, it has escalated to an average of 30 times a year, and the increase continues." Indeed, Zhou Heng's gaze sharpened as he lit a celestial steed, exhaling clouds of vapor while solemnly stating, "I have come here primarily for the Zhou Heng mentioned in the imperial announcement. Are you aware of him?" The man was certainly unfamiliar with Zhou Heng. Otherwise, he would have recognized him upon their first meeting, which, in turn, afforded Zhou Heng a degree of operational attitude. Upon hearing the name Zhou Heng, the man's expression subtly shifted, and he instinctively swallowed, as if confronted with some great terror. Sir, Zhou Heng is indeed formidable. At level 20, he has slain opponents at level 70. Even now, it is unimaginable, let alone thousands of years ago. Your arrival at this time. Could it be that he is also en route to this place? Zhou Heng nodded. Yes, according to the intelligence from above. Zhou Heng has departed from the newly established Frosteel City and is advancing towards Wailing Winds. I may have arrived late. He might already be concealed among the crowd. The man's complexion paled dramatically. He had actually come to Wailing Winds? Surely he was here for the lifespan contract. It was rumored that Zhou Heng had indeed gone rogue and joined the Vastar Kingdom, undoubtedly intending to oppose us. Brother, allow me to escort you to the president. This matter has escalated beyond the purview of someone like me. As the man prepared to rise, Zhou Heng pressed him down. This matter must not be disclosed to your branch president. Currently, we are in the light while the enemy lurks in the shadows. The fewer who know, the better. Furthermore, although your strength may be lacking, you possess a broad perspective and are well-informed. It is precisely individuals like you that I require. Zhou Heng's mixture of disparagement and praise immediately bridged the gap between them. The man was momentarily stunned, feeling somewhat at a loss. Here he was, merely a level 37 third transformation minor character. What merit did he possess to gain the attention of someone sent from above? Brother, you are indeed a benefactor to me. Should you desire to know anything, please do not hesitate to ask. I shall speak freely. Seeing this, Zhou Heng smiled, refraining from hastily inquiring about the Changshan family's schemes concerning the lifespan contracts. After all, as someone of his standing, the man should possess this knowledge without needing to question a minor character. To inquire would only jeopardize the situation. As Zhou Heng contemplated how to delve into the secrets of Wailing Winds, a voice emerged from outside the steel tent, a voice he recognized all too well. Vian Yi, do you have a lifespan contract with 10 years left? I require one. Have you considered this carefully? You now have just over 30 years of life remaining. If you utilize 10 years, you will be left with merely 20. Wengu, I do not wish for this either, but my partner remains in a state of unconsciousness. I must possess sufficient soul-reviving essence. Were it not for the increasingly formidable adversaries, I would not resort to exchanging my lifespan for attributes. Zhou Heng stepped out of the tent and immediately spotted a young man hunched over, standing before Wengu, his homeroom teacher, Yutong. Is it him? My dear brother, you refer to him? His name is Yutong. It is said he is a high school teacher from certain city on Blue Star, quite innocent in nature, having taken a rather fearsome wife. Previously, he would flaunt his affection in our vicinity daily, even proclaiming that upon reaching level 51, he would host a grand wedding. As he spoke, the man's eyes darted, and he leaned closer to Zhou Heng, whispering conspiratorially. What he does not realize is that for someone like him, untouched by many women, their partners are orchestrated by us. That state of unconsciousness is also our doing, all to ensure they delve into the depths of the Tempest's whales to grind for experience, incessantly exchanging their lifespans for attributes. You see, individuals of this sort contribute the most lifespan. Many have exceeded expectations due to such manipulations. Zhou Heng's pupils constricted as he cast a glance at the man, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. In that moment, he comprehended why the eternal Crozar spoke of the dire conditions here. Were he in Yutong's position, discovering that his partner was a pawn in another's game, that everything was orchestrated for the sake of his lifespan, he would undoubtedly descend into madness. Observing Yutong, the homeroom teacher, hastily departing with a 10-year lifespan contract, Zhou Heng inhaled deeply, suppressing the overwhelming bloodlust within. His attributes were formidable, placing him among the ranks of ordinary players who had just undergone their second transformation, even rivaling longevity players. Yet, the foes he faced were not merely players or NPCs of level 21. This matter required a meticulously calculated approach. Which secret realm here is most suitable for leveling up? Zhou Heng inquired, not even glancing at the man. The man, not pondering much, chuckled softly. For grinding, the Radiant Ruins are most fitting. You may not be aware, but we have concocted numerous legends based on historical accounts regarding the Radiant Ruins. Tales of discovering the power of the Radiant Goddess. or the remains of the queen of the radiant elves, have sufficiently motivated those eager adventurers. The bloodlust Zhou Heng had so painstakingly subdued flared up once more, stirred by the man's disparaging remarks. Truth be told, he found it increasingly difficult to restrain himself. After a prolonged moment, he gestured for the man to enter the tent. Once inside, he smiled and said, "I plan to solo the Radiant Ruins. How many resurrection coins do you possess? Lend them to me, and I shall repay you double afterward." The man was taken aback, never anticipating Zhou Heng would utter such words. He scratched his head, feeling somewhat anxious. "Brother, please do not mock me. I am merely an ordinary player, possessing but a meager 120 resurrection coins. If you require them, take them. There is no need to repay me double. Just return the 120 coins." As he spoke, the man produced his resurrection coins and initiated a transaction with Zhou Heng, only to be met with a piercing flash of sword light in response. "You have slain a player from the Radiant Association. You have acquired all of their death drops. The likes of a sycophant such as this man possess nothing of value in his inventory. The only noteworthy item is the wind-defying pearl that Zhou Heng needs to procure. Wind-defying pearl quality, good when placed in the inventory. It can stave off the howling winds of despair. Furthermore, it appears to have additional uses." Upon completing the appraisal, Zhou Heng discovered a line of small text beneath the identification, an omen of fate. Chapter 63. The Anomaly of Light. Some items may appear simple, yet they conceal profound secrets. Destiny offers you hints. Destiny Hint 1. As a unique crop produced in the wailing land of the gale. Its primary purpose is to withstand the howling winds. By possessing it, you may traverse the wailing land with impunity. Destiny Hint 2. You might consider gathering 1,000,000 wind stabilizing pearls. It could yield unexpected rewards. Zhou Heng squinted, aware that the unexpected rewards hinted at by Destiny were certainly no ordinary gains. He was determined to find a way to collect these 1,000,000 wind stabilizing pearls. At this moment, he could only hope that his upcoming wilderness expedition would allow him to gather these resources as much as possible. After placing the wind-stabilizing pearls into his backpack, Zhou Heng exited the tent and made his way toward the Ruins of Light. Soon, he located the Ruins of Light at the right side of the canyon in the wailing land of the gale. In contrast to the secret realm in Frost City, this one was devoid of guardians. The entrance to the Ruins of Light was a set of stone steps leading underground, comprised of weathered ancient stones and moss, emanating an aura of antiquity. Beside the entrance stood a conspicuous sign, boldly inscribed in red, jointly managed by the Light Association, the Caesar Divine Court, and the Listening Tide Pavilion. Unauthorized individuals, please refrain from entering. For an ordinary player, such a warning would undoubtedly halt their progress. But Zhou Heng was different. Having already slain a member of the Light Association at their outpost, he welcomed the opportunity to confront more adversaries of this caliber. Furthermore, the Ruins of Light were designated for levels 21 to 41, indicating that the players from the three major factions entering here would not exceed level 41. With such a level of competition, Zhou Heng felt prepared to take on as many as he could. With these thoughts in mind, Zhou Heng descended the steps, gradually disappearing into the depths of darkness. You have entered the Ruins of Light. Accompanied by the notification, Zhou Heng found himself beside a collapsed wooden cabin. As he surveyed his surroundings, the desolate environment of the realm unfolded before him, marked by ruins and disorder, howling before he could even orient himself. The sound of wild creatures echoed from behind him. Upon turning, he beheld a wolf-like creature. Light-starving wolf level, 31 attack, 1,000 to 2,000 magic, 1,000 to 2,000 health, 100, 000, 100, 000 mana, 100, 000, 100, 000 armor, 100 attack speed, 3, 0s movement speed, 7, 0 ms evil claw, pounces forward, dealing physical damage equal to double its attack. Evil flame, opens its gaping maw and unleashes fire-based magic damage equal to double its magic in a forward direction. After examining the attributes of the light-starving wolf, Zhou Heng couldn't suppress a gasp of astonishment. This creature's stats surpassed those of the deep-water serpent he had vanquished in the novice village. not just by a small margin, but by a significant extent. The total attributes of the light-starving wolf exceeded 22,000. Considering such attributes, even a level 50 opponent would find it daunting. Against a foe of this caliber, how could the players and NPCs in the wailing land of the Gale hope to compete without exchanging their lifespans for enhanced stats? As the Radiant Wolf observed Zhou Heng standing motionless, it presumed that he was intimidated and lunged forward with a ferocious attack, activating its skill, Evil Claw. Zhou Heng, unfazed, gracefully evaded the assault while wielding the Saycast Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, delivering a rapid succession of strikes, 8 per second, targeting the creature's vulnerable neck. Minus 12,147. Minus 12,147. Minus 12,147. Even with Zhou Heng's formidable physical prowess, it required 9 strikes, combined with critical hits, to bring the beast down. You have slain the level 31 Radiant Evil Wolf. Experience 62, with the notification, a cascade of resources tumbled to the ground. Zhou Heng approached to collect them, only to discover an astonishing 20 wind stabilizing pearls. This left him somewhat bewildered. How could such valuable items drop so readily? He distinctly recalled that these pearls were previously unobtainable with mere copper coins. Only silver coins would suffice. Logically, such resources should not be so easily farmed. Even with his 20 additional drop rate, the volume of these items was inexplicable. Otherwise, their value could not have risen to silver coins. Reflecting on the sign at the entrance of the secret realm, Zhou Heng speculated that this sudden increase in drop rates might be the reason for the area's restricted access. Intrigued, he ventured deeper. After traversing approximately a kilometer, Zhou Heng halted, confronted by a party of 6 players who had also come to a standstill, dressed in white robes adorned with golden embroidery. Each member bore a medal on their chests, depicting a pair of luminous hands cradling a flower. Which guild could they belong to? Among them, a woman with a striking appearance led the group, yet a prominent scar marred her right eye, extending down to her mouth. In this vast, boundless world, leaving a mark on a player was exceptionally rare, save for certain extraordinary circumstances. Such a scar indicated either an enduring debuff or a deliberate choice. Zhou Heng remained silent, slowly drawing the Saycast Emperor's sword, Holy Sword. Player versus player combat yielded no experience. However, that rule did not apply to the Saycast Emperor's sword, Holy Sword. As long as the target was not of a lower level, he could trigger the effects of slaughter and protection. Ah, so you have disregarded our notice and forced your way in. The scarred woman smirked coldly. You pathetic wretches, always believing that the power of your life contracts allows you to defy our authority. Since you seek death, I shall grant you a swift demise. With a swift motion, she conjured a pair of daggers, and in the blink of an eye, she activated her skill, Rapid Shadow Strike, vanishing from sight. With a sudden thrust, the scarred woman appeared behind Zhou Heng, piercing his neck with precision. As minus 892 damage floated above his head, the smirk on her face vanished, and not only she, but the other 5 members of her party were equally astonished. They had assessed Zhou Heng's level, 21, against their level 31 and above ranks. He should have been easily subdued. Yet that single strike of 892 damage hardly made a dent in his health. In a fleeting moment of astonishment among the 6, Zhou Heng swiftly drew his blade, severing the head of the scarred woman. With a defensive capability exceeding 200, she was considered formidable among the third-tier players. Yet, such resilience proved insufficient to withstand the strike from his equipped Saycast Emperor's sword, Holy Sword. This damage. The scarred woman's eyes widened in disbelief as she fixated on Zhou Heng's visage, a dreadfully familiar name surfacing in her mind. You are Zhou Heng. There's a path to heaven that you refuse to tread, and yet you venture into the depths of hell. Contact others. Wait for me. Assemble the forces. Though the scarred woman met her demise, she possessed a resurrection token. Thus, her death was of little consequence. However, the revelation of Zhou Heng's identity now posed a dire threat, as he would soon face relentless pursuit. After her fall, Zhou Heng pointed the blade of the Saycast Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, at the remaining 5 adversaries. Chapter 64. Horse riding and slashing as 5 instances of damage exceeding 10,000 floated away. The 6-member team, led by the Scarred Woman, was dispatched back to the revival point. Their drops consisted solely of one item, the wind-stabilizing pearl, in vast quantities. It appeared that a peculiar transformation had indeed occurred here, with the 3 major factions harvesting wind-stabilizing pearls. Yet, why were they amassing such a multitude of these pearls? Were they stockpiling, or did they possess knowledge of the million-level matter? Zhou Heng pondered, shaking his head to dismiss that possibility. Had the 3 great factions, or even the Changshan clan, been aware of this matter, they would have certainly produced countless million-level wind-stabilizing pearls by now. There must be some underlying mechanism at play. Gathering all the drops, Zhou Heng continued deeper into the light ruins. Soon, he arrived at the depths of crumbled walls, a place steeped in strangeness. The end of the shattered walls revealed no path, but rather a luminous route rooted in the void. This radiant pathway stretched into the profound depths of the void, seemingly without end. Along this route, with Zhou Heng's current visual range of 50 kilometers, he could discern howling gales, searing flames, and eternal frost. Within these regions, throngs of players were engaged in battling the light-starving wolves. Observing that the luminous path was approximately the width of 10 men standing shoulder to shoulder, Zhou Heng felt this was the perfect arena bestowed upon him by the heavens. With such a narrow pathway, wielding the Sakasite Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, he intended to attack in a zigzag pattern, eager to discover who could withstand his damage exceeding 10,000 within such confined space. Even if a blood tank or a special item could endure once, what of the second and third attempts? As long as he maintained control of the rhythm, this path would be a sheer onslaught. Naturally, Zhou Heng would not overlook such an advantageous opportunity for tribute farming. Traversing this route, he could certainly amass a substantial quantity of wind-stabilizing pearls while simultaneously filling the power of the Sakasite Emperor's sword, Holy Sword. It was conceivable that by the end of this endeavor, he could directly loot 1,000,000 wind-stabilizing pearls. The thought of such a possibility overwhelmed his restraint, prompting him to summon his steed, the Fusion Warhorse, and brandish the Sakasite Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, as he ventured onto the luminous path. What exactly had transpired here to suddenly yield such an abundance of wind-stabilizing pearls? Who can one ask about this? I too am encountering this situation for the first time. I wonder if the guild leader has reported these occurrences. I can't shake a sense of foreboding. Do you feel it as well? Indeed, ever since the vast star kingdom emerged 3 weeks ago, I sensed that something ominous was on the horizon. Such feelings had never stirred within me before. Let us continue farming. With such prolific generation of wind-stabilizing pearls, even if they lack special utility, the sheer volume is sufficient for us to reap substantial profits. A group of players from the Caesar Divine Court was engaged in the frigid region, battling the light, starving wolves. Their faces alight with joy at the sight of the pearls dropping from the beasts. They were true foreigners, affiliated with the Changshan clan S. Morden, serving as loyal hounds of the Changshan family. Suddenly, they heard the sound of hooves resonating from the luminous path. Following the sound, the players from the Caesar Divine Court beheld Zhou Heng charging towards them, wielding the Sakasite Emperor's sword, Holy Sword. Foreign players of the Caesar Divine Court instinctively assumed they were under attack, but upon sighting Zhou Heng seated upon his mechanical warhorse, they quietly shifted to the sides. It was evident they believed he was sent by the Changshan family, as only an envoy from that esteemed lineage could command such a mechanical steed. However, this notion quickly dissipated when Zhou Heng brandished his sword, decapitating the nearest Caesar player. Panic ensued. These were foes. Front line advance. Rear guard. Rear guard. It was clear they faced a captain-level player from the Caesar Divine Court. They had barely issued their group mission when Zhou Heng had already felled the front line. The very defenders who specialized in resilience and vitality. A frost mage from the Caesar Divine Court was on the verge of completing a spell when, in an instant, he was reduced to a wisp of white light, vanishing where he stood. It was too swift. Clad in the Longkong 3-piece set, and wielding the Sakast Emperor's sword. A holy blade, Zhou Heng's attack speed soared to a staggering 8 seconds. within the confines of the level 21 to level 41 radiant ruins. Who could withstand even a second of his DPS, coupled with the terrifying 20 ms speed of his fusion warhorse? Zhou Heng transformed what should have been a prolonged and intense battle into a mere game of mounted slaughter. You have slain a Caesar Divine Court player. You have slain a Caesar Divine Court player. You have slain a Caesar Divine Court player. Zhou Heng continued his relentless assault, soon extinguishing the entirety of the Caesar Divine Court players within the Frost-laden region, simultaneously dispatching the Radiant Wolves. Once all the wild creatures and players in the small area were vanquished, Zhou Heng collected over 10,000 wind stabilizing pearls. At this pace, after merely 100 slayings, he could amass 1,000,000 pearls. However, time was squandered on gathering the loot. It seemed prudent to practice collecting spoils from horseback. With the 10,000 pearls secured in his inventory, Zhou Heng patted his fusion warhorse. How wonderful it would be if you possessed a loot-collecting feature. Now, let us proceed to the next area. With a resounding cry, the fusion warhorse galloped fiercely into the depths of the Radiant Path. An enemy attack, not from our 3 major guilds. This damage. It's Zhou Heng. It must be him. Damn it, Zhou Heng. Do you truly intend to oppose our 3 guilds? Zhou Heng, your arrogance cannot last long. If you have the gall, never leave the Radiant Ruins. Like a tempest sweeping across the grasslands, Zhou Heng carved his path unchallenged. During this, he endeavored to practice collecting loot while mounted, experiencing numerous failures along the way. Yet, failure is the mother of success. After hundreds of unsuccessful attempts, he finally grasped the technique. With the speed of his loot collection from horseback improving, Zhou Heng's efficiency in slaying his foes skyrocketed. Previously, he had not encountered many ordinary players and thought there was merely a few tiers of difference when facing players from the Chongqing family. Yet now, it became apparent that ordinary players' hesitance to engage with the Chongqing family held some validity. Even someone of his caliber, a mere level 21 novice who has just undergone his second transformation, cannot prevail. How then can he dare to provoke the ancient Chongqing family that has existed for millennia? You have slain a player from the Listening Tide Pavilion. You have slain a player from the Listening Tide Pavilion. You have slain a player from the Radiant Association. You have slain a player from the Radiant Association. In comparison to the solitary clearing of the Caesar Divine Court, the Radiant Association and the Listening Tide Pavilion engage in joint endeavors, where the former predominantly comprises male players whilst the latter consists entirely of female players, evidently orchestrating a male-led female accompaniment scheme. However, to Zhou Heng, these encounters merely serve as a means to enhance the attributes of his Sakist Emperor's Sword, Holy Sword. Time slipped away unnoticed as Zhou Heng reigned in his fusion warhorse, gazing contemplatively at the Sakist Emperor's Sword, Holy Sword, in his grasp. Chapter 65. The Eternal Structure of the God of Light, Sakashtar Emperor's Sword, Holy Sword. Level 3 Quality. Eternal Kill Count 3,000, 3,000. Each kill of a creature of the same level increases attack by 1. Life Preservation 30,000, 30,000. Each kill of a creature of the same level increases health by 10. Attack Speed 1. 0s Movement Speed 2. 0ms Durability. Upgrade 310,000. At last, the sword had reached its full capacity, yet regrettably, it had not triggered any additional abilities. More fragments of the Holy Sword were still required. Stowing away the Sakashtar Emperor's Sword, Zhou Heng examined the wind-stabilizing pearls he had acquired throughout his journey of slaying. The Light Association, the Caesar Divine Court, and the Listening Tide Pavilion had proven to be quite formidable, yielding a remarkable total of 500,000 wind-stabilizing pearls, including those dropped by the light-hungry wolves. In other words, he needed to gather another 500,000 to achieve his goal of 1 million. Moreover, his level had risen to the maximum of level 30 during this intensive hunting process. Each level from 21 to 31 granted an additional 10 random attributes. Having leveled up 9 times, he had accumulated a total of 90 random attributes. Intriguingly, all 90 points this time were allocated to magic. Closing his backpack, Zhou Heng gazed into the depths of the Path of Light, which stretched on endlessly before him. What lay at the end of this luminous journey? Did such a path exist in the ancient ruins of light? Zhou Heng was uncertain. yet he felt an undeniable urge to venture deeper into the unknown. Resolute in his decision, he mounted his fusion warhorse and charged forth into the depths. After an indeterminate period of galloping, having energized his fusion warhorse once, Zhou Heng encountered a peculiar creature. This being was a colossal wolf-like entity, far larger than the light-hungry wolves. Yet unlike them, it was entirely composed of light. Stationed at the forefront of the path of light, it seemed to be either awaiting something or attempting to obstruct passage. He halted his fusion warhorse and locked eyes with the luminous giant. "Leave this place, human. You do not belong here." The light-formed giant wolf spoke with human-like articulation, its immense eyes scrutinizing Zhou Heng with disdain. "What if I insist on proceeding?" Zhou Heng narrowed his eyes and cast an appraisal at the luminous behemoth. "Light giant wolf, boss, level, 41 attack, 0 to 0 magic, 10,000 to 20,000 health, 1/1 magic power, 20000000000 armor, 0 attack speed, 7, 0s movement speed, 12, 0ms light structure, immune to all forms of physical damage light judgment. All magical damage is subject to magic power assessment. With a cap of 1 of total magic power, damage exceeding this threshold is nullified light rain, inflicts 1/5 times magic attribute damage within a 500-meter radius eternal structure of the God of Light. Without the recipient's acknowledgement, you cannot harm this entity in any capacity." Upon reviewing the attributes of the light giant wolf, even Zhou Heng, who considered his own attributes formidable enough to engage in battle, was left bewildered by the implications of the eternal structure of the God of Light. If this skill description is without fault, does it mean that all damage is in vain without the other's approval? Are the myriad skills displayed before emotions merely for show? Have you observed my attributes? The radiant giant wolf sits in tranquility, its colossal gaze fixed downward upon Zhou Heng. "Even so, do you still wish to engage me in combat? Or do you believe you possess the merit to earn my acknowledgement? Destiny is ever-changing. The upheaval in the Sakara's empire is imminent, and the armies of the 3 major factions have gathered. The path ahead is fraught with peril, and the retreat is cut off, leaving your situation increasingly dire. Destiny Hint 1. Retreat backward. Confronting the armies of the Radiant Association and the Kesar Divine Court, you will face the Eternal Family's Morden players. Destiny Hint 2. Rainbows appear after the storm. Even when besieged from all sides, you may yet find a glimmer of hope for the best outcome. The diminutive Morden cannot withstand me, and while confronting the Radiant Giant Wolf, one must await the 3 major factions to encircle from behind. Perhaps this is the path that true strength, recognized by the world, must take." The hints of destiny appeared upon Zhou Heng's retina. After but a moment's contemplation, he made his choice. He would tread the path of light and confront the 3 major factions alongside the Eternal Morden players. As the destiny hint suggested, if one does not dare to choose this path, how can they ever become a true powerhouse? How might I earn your recognition? Zhou Heng sat upon his steed, a colossal dragon bow materializing in his grasp. Physical attacks proved ineffective, and the Sakara's emperor's sword lay dormant. In this battle, he could only rely on the dragon bow. The radiant giant wolf, astonished by Zhou Heng's audacity to challenge it, shook its luminous head. It was unexpected that a mere level 30 creature would dare to confront one of such attributes. "I find myself intrigued by you. Kulme, let me witness what a level 30 challenger possesses in their arsenal against me." Zhou Heng remained silent, resolutely drawing the bow. Instantly, an arrow imbued with frigid energy manifested upon the dragon bow, and with a resonant twang, it soared toward the radiant giant wolf. Thud! The arrow struck the radiant giant wolf's head, delivering an astonishing ice attribute damage of 25,180. This damage. The radiant giant wolf's eyes narrowed slightly as it rose from seated position, gazing intently at Zhou Heng, the corners of its mouth curling upwards. Such damage at this level, and without the curse of eternal life upon your brow. It seems you are far more formidable and terrifying than I had anticipated. Excellent. The radiant giant wolf stood fully upright, towering at 10 meters tall, its 4 luminous legs resembling colossal pillars, firmly planted upon the path of light. Strangely, at the moment it fully rose, the previously narrow path of light widened to create a vast arena with a radius exceeding 3 kilometers. Human, dismount. If you seek my acknowledgement, then let me behold your true attributes. The radiant giant wolf no longer regarded Zhou Heng with an air of superiority. This time, its eyes reflected a hint of recognition and curiosity. You have heard the term longevity curse. The first expansion pack, Ancient Ages, Chapter 1, has been updated to 38. At this juncture, the lotus petal on the forehead of the longevity family seems to be referred to as the longevity curse. Zhou Heng squinted, utterly astonished that a mere word from the other party could aid him in unlocking 38 of the true progress in true ages. Although this advancement amounted to just one, it bore significant weight for Zhou Heng, as it suggested he might be on the verge of uncovering the very roots of the longevity family. By discovering elements related to the longevity curse, he could potentially unravel the mystery of how the longevity family has stood resilient for millennia. As you wish. Zhou Heng dismounted, gently patting the horse's back before stowing the condensed fusion steed into his backpack. He then grasped his bow, positioning himself directly opposite the colossal wolf of light. Chapter 66. The storm approaches. A gentle breeze brushed past, causing the short hair and clothing of Zhou Heng to rustle. The colossal 10-meter light giant wolf remained silent, extending its right forepaw to inscribe the numeral 10 in the air, followed by 9, and then 8. Zhou Heng, not one to be easily deceived, recognized this as a countdown. When it reached 0, a fierce battle would ensue. Through numerous battles and enhancements, his movement speed now rivaled that of the Sakasset Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, measuring an impressive 10.2 ms. With the addition of the Long Sky 3-piece set, his final speed soared to 12.32 ms, surpassing the light giant wolf's speed of 12.0 ms by a margin of 0.32 ms. While this difference may appear negligible in the short term, in a prolonged confrontation, the gap would only widen, ensuring that the adversary could not prevail against him. Zhou Heng gripped the dragon bow, undeterred by the countdown of the light giant wolf. Drawing the bowstring taut, he aimed for the creature's head, awaiting the countdown's conclusion. Observing this, a flicker of surprise crossed the wolf's eyes, accompanied by a subtle upturn of its lips. How could a mere human underestimate a creature of such grandeur? 2, 1, 0. As the numeral 0 was etched in the air, a resounding boom echoed as the 10-meter light giant wolf launched itself forward like a cannonball. Its fearsome claws aimed to rend Zhou Heng asunder. In the face of imminent peril, Zhou Heng remained composed, synchronizing his shot with a rapid attack speed of 7 per second, unleashing 7 arrows in an instant. He then swiftly switched to the Sakasset Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, and accelerated backward, retreating with remarkable speed. Seeing Zhou Heng's weapon switch and the fact that he was now faster, the light giant wolf's astonishment was palpable. When had ordinary players and NPCs reached a movement speed of 12.0 ms at level 30, its claws struck the ground where Zhou Heng had stood. Yet the wolf paid no heed to the arrows he had loosed, transforming into a glimmer of light as the arrows passed through without inflicting damage. Human, you are even more formidable than I had anticipated. However, you must be employing some extraordinary skill. How long can you maintain such speed? The light giant wolf pondered as it continued its pursuit. Before it could finish its thought, a whooshing sound pierced the air behind it. Turning its head, the wolf was taken aback to see the arrows curving back toward it. Instantly, the light giant wolf's grin broadened. How intriguing. The arrows can track their target. To my knowledge, during the Sakasset era, only 3 archer classes possessed such a capability. Are you a long-range archer, or perhaps one of the fearless distant archers or vast sky archers? Or is it the bow in your hands that grants such prowess? Yet, I fail to detect any distinct characteristics. Zhou Heng offered no reply to the light giant wolf. Instead, he maximized his speed, gradually widening the distance between them. Once he felt he had reached a safe range, he seamlessly switched back to the dragon bow, releasing 7 arrows per second toward the light giant wolf. Though the luminary wolf possesses terrifying elemental characteristics, the strategy remains steadfast. If 7 arrows fail, then 14. If 14 fail, then 28. When the volume of arrows equates to that of the luminary wolf, he harbors no doubt that the creature cannot evade them. How intriguing. Truly fascinating. Perhaps, human, you are the exceptional individual I have long awaited. The luminary wolf, exhilarated, lunged towards Zhou Heng with all its might, simultaneously unleashing the skill radiant deluge. Instantly, a cascade of light descended from the heavens. Minus 14,850. After consuming a subpar light potion, Zhou Heng mitigated the light attribute damage by a substantial 150 points. Yet, even with this reduction, he found himself losing a considerable amount of health against the formidable magical onslaught of the luminary wolf. The luminary wolf halted, staring at Zhou Heng in bewilderment. Logically, with such prowess, this level 30 novice should not withstand such an assault, especially considering the earlier damage, which indicated a specialization in magical attacks. How could such an individual possess both immense damage output and a robust health pool? Observing Zhou Heng's health bar, which had barely diminished by 1/10, the luminary wolf's lips twitched involuntarily. This health was approaching 100,000. Was this truly a marksman? When did the marksman class acquire such substantial vitality at level 30? Just as the luminary wolf deemed it unnecessary to continue the confrontation, it caught sight of numerous players approaching from the opposite direction. Its eyes narrowed slightly, intrigued. While it had tentatively acknowledged Zhou Heng's strength, it pondered how he would react under a pincer attack. The luminary wolf was filled with curiosity regarding Zhou Heng's forthcoming maneuvers. Thus, it pressed on, intent on cornering Zhou Heng in this central arena. Meanwhile, the three major factions, led by Cash Morden of the Changshan family, arrived near Zhou Heng. A pale silver mechanical hound darted from Cash Morden's heel, barking fiercely ahead. My dear, does this mean Zhou Heng is just ahead? A grin of uncontainable delight graced Cash Morden's face, his hands tightening in his pockets. He had long admired Zhou Heng, who had once defied the odds by defeating a level 70 opponent at level 20, and as a member of the Changshan family, how could he not be captivated? The mechanical hound barked twice, as if to say, Master, the one you seek is just ahead. Cash Morden affectionately ruffled the hound's head, a sickly smile spreading across his face. Come, dear, lead the way, so that I may finally meet this Zhou Heng. The mechanical hound, no longer hesitating, sped ahead towards the luminary wolf. Cash Morden, accompanied by the three factions, followed closely, delving deeper into the radiant path. Soon, the group, led by Cash Morden, reached the central arena. What is happening? Why is the luminary wolf present here? Has the land of longevity been exposed? Shouldn't this entity be confined to the deepest recesses of the land of longevity, serving as the very source of life itself? Upon witnessing the moment of the luminous giant wolf, Cash Morden's pupils constricted sharply, and a tempest of emotions surged within his heart. Chapter 67. A comprehensive analysis. Young Master Cash, this wolf is not easy to deal with, murmured a player from the Caesar Divine Court beside Cash Morden. Cash cast a glance at his companion before silently focusing on the battlefield ahead. How could he, the patriarch of the Morden family stationed at the Howling Abyss, be unaware of the prowess of the Radiant Wolf? This legendary elemental creature, bestowed with numerous blessings from the God of Light, had cost the Morden and Lee families a considerable amount to subdue in the past. After a prolonged silence, Cash Morden spoke. All of you, engage with the Radiant Wolf to attack Zhou Heng. My demands are simple. Ascertain his skills while depleting his strength as much as possible. Cash was no fool. Though he was combative, he had no intention of courting death. Zhou Heng's ability to strike down a level 70 opponent at level 20 clearly suggested he possessed unique capabilities. He had utilized a special level masking item upon entering the Radiant Ruins, yet such items could not be used offensively. He needed time to deceive the secrets of the Radiant Ruins, allowing him to exhibit level 80 attributes at level 41. Could Zhou Heng possibly strike down him? A level 80 entity at level 30? It was well known among the Changshan family that Zhou Heng had spent 3 weeks in the Warm Orphanage, leaving him no opportunity to enhance his strength. Thus, with only 10 days past, Cash doubted Zhou Heng could achieve such an impossible feat at level 30. Moreover, observing the resurrection of players from the three major factions at Zhou Heng's hands, he suspected that his methods of erasing players were only effective against their Chongqing family. If this were indeed the case, it was all the more imperative to uncover the secrets surrounding him. The players from the three major factions exchanged glances, each reflecting excitement and determination. With the substantial resurrection coins provided by the young master of the Chongqing family, their fear of Zhou Heng had diminished to a mere whisper. "I'll go have a word with him," declared an assassin, brandishing a dagger, and in the blink of an eye, vanished from sight. Zhou Heng had long since detected the arrival of Cash Morden and his group. Due to the fate alert, he had prepared himself to face two opponents from the outset. He deftly maintained his rhythm, firing arrows at the Radiant Wolf while awaiting the assassin's approach. Suddenly, a shadow flickered behind Zhou Heng, lunging toward his neck. The assassin moved swiftly, but Zhou Heng was swifter, instantly drawing the Sacristan King's sword and dispatching the assassin with a single blow. In the Caesar Divine Court, a female player opened her palm to reveal a book composed of shimmering light. This was a special class known as the Calculator, an auxiliary profession that would be eliminated on sight by powerful factions and even the Chongqing family. Such classes like the Seal Master were exceedingly rare and capable of altering the tide of battle, thus were not permitted to roam freely. If discovered in the hands of an ordinary player lacking influence or power, the consequences would be dire, either a swift demise or a forced surrender. The Lun armor boasted a defense of 800, categorizing it as a high-defense assassin's gear. Zhou Heng beheaded the foe with a critical strike, inflicting 447 damage. The attack value ranges from 8123, 5 to 16,247, specifically in the context of wielding that sword. At first glance, the sword appears to be an exceedingly ordinary weapon, typically lacking in significant damage bonuses. At level 30, subtracting the potential attack limits of the long sword that may be equipped, Zhou Heng's minimum attack hovers around 7,500. When the calculation expert summarized her data and announced the result, she herself gasped in astonishment. What kind of extraordinary individual is this? At level 30, her attack barely exceeded 100, yet this individual boasts an attack in the vicinity of 7,500. The players from the Caesar Divine Court, the Radiant Association, and the Listening Wave Pavilion collectively inhaled sharply. An attack minimum of 7,500 certainly explains the audacity to venture alone into the Radiant Ruins. However, a tinge of confusion arose among them. While an attack of 7,500 at level 30 is indeed formidable, such attributes would stand no chance against a level 70 player from the Longevity clan. Therefore, it was evident that Zhou Heng must be concealing something. The crowd turned their gaze towards Cash Morden, who stood resolutely beside a pale, silver mechanical dog, fixated on Zhou Heng, and without hesitation, he formally entered the battlefield. "So, they have come for this human, not for me?" Observing the throngs of human players rushing towards Zhou Heng, the Radiant Giant Wolf felt a pang of bewilderment. It had assumed that the Longevity clan players were mobilizing for the sake of the meager power it had escaped with. It had turned out to be for a mere human. The Radiant Giant Wolf scrutinized Zhou Heng with renewed seriousness. Its curiosity piqued about what this individual had done to provoke such a unified assault, even causing that Longevity clan player to seem apprehensive and refrain from immediate attack. Opting instead to consult the calculation expert for an analysis of attributes and skills. Inhale, exhale, the Radiant Giant Wolf took a deep breath, realizing that it could no longer afford to engage. Should the opponents deduce the human's capabilities and succeed in dispatching him, it would be next in line. According to the original plan, it needed to delay the Longevity clan for another 6 hours. With a roar, the Radiant Giant Wolf abruptly shifted its attack direction, its massive claws lunging towards the foremost player of the Caesar Divine Court. "What? This beast? We have faced 10-meter bosses before. Watch me. What the hell? Why is my damage deemed ineffective? Can't you assess its attributes? This boss is utterly invulnerable. The eternal construction of the Radiant God. Is this truly the kind of creature that should inhabit the Radiant Realm? This is absurd." The tanking player at the front, a bulwark of health, braced against the Radiant Giant Wolf's onslaught, his health plummeting rapidly. Do not engage the radiant giant wolf. Target Zhou Heng and unleash a full frontal assault. I suspect he has not surpassed the resurrection mechanism to obliterate us. Otherwise, we could not have all resurrected and return to the city. Grant me time. I shall construct a resurrection platform. In the midst of the crowd stood Kral, the vice president of the Caesar Divine Court stationed at the Howling Winds Division. Surrounded by 3 floating elemental orbs representing lightning, fire, and ice. With deft movements of his hands, he directed the trio of elements skyward, gradually shaping them into a platform identical to the resurrection point. The resurrection platform is under construction. Zhou Heng narrowed his eyes, surveying the dense throng of players advancing toward him, before shifting his gaze to the seer standing beside Cash Moridan at the rear of the player army. The seer, a rather vexatious class, is not formidable due to its ability to assess enemy attributes and skills through observation, but rather because of its inherent talent that allows it to conjure skills from thin air. This is akin to a probability-based critical strike. Each activation invokes a calculation, and should the odds align, the skill is revealed instantaneously. However, this ability is not without its drawbacks. It necessitates active engagement on the battlefield, where the seer is deemed to be in a combat state. Zhou Heng was not keen on having his attributes and skills laid bare to the enemy. He retrieved a complex skill learning exemption scroll from his backpack, having saved the 2 rewards from the Imperial announcement for unforeseen circumstances. At this moment, the scroll was finally of use. Yet, just as he prepared to utilize the complex skill learning exemption scroll to directly acquire a skill, a fate prompt once again manifested upon his retina. Chapter 68. The hunt begins. Every decision dictated by fate invariably influences subsequent developments, raising the question, are these convoluted choices truly worthy? Fate offers its guidance. Fate's Guidance 1. Utilize a rare exemption scroll for mastering convoluted skills on the abysmal skill of Raging Seas and Thunderous Waves. While this will significantly enhance your speed in eliminating players, unbeknownst to you, despite the calculating prowess of the Geomancer, she cannot fathom the truths before you. Holding the Sakarst Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, she can only compute known data through mere observation. Fate's Guidance 2. Only through an Imperial-level announcement can one acquire an exemption scroll for mastering convoluted skills, enabling the learning of ancient and formidable abilities. Perhaps it would be prudent to preserve them for a genuine opportunity. After contemplating Fate's counsel, Zhou Heng silently stowed away the exemption scroll for convoluted skill mastery. His thoughts mirrored Fate's advice. He would not employ such a precious item unless in a moment of dire necessity. Since the Geomancer could not discern any clear insights, why squander such a rare scroll when he could simply engage in battle? With the dragon bow firmly in hand, Zhou Heng aimed at the advancing throng of players, releasing an arrow without hesitation, revealing his data with abandon. Class: highly likely a long-range marksman. The dragon bow transforms physical attacks into magical assaults of ice attribute, with a magical threshold ranging from 11,000 to 14,000. As of now, he had yet to employ any skills, suggesting they might all be passive abilities. While calculating, the Geomancer reported her findings to Cash Molden. Listening intently to Zhou Heng's data, Cash's brow furrowed. Such an assault and such magic. He conceded that at level 30, he, a not overly formidable member of the Eternal Life clan, was indeed outmatched. However, his position at the Howling Winds was far from that of an ordinary individual unacquainted with turmoil, which only deepened his concern. Zhou Heng, what is the true nature of your method in vanquishing Su Changhuan and Su Luiwei? Is it that sword of yours? Cash Molden's gaze fixated on the long sword at Zhou Heng's waist. Years of combat intuition warned him that the seemingly unremarkable sword held secrets. Can we ascertain the attributes of that sword? Cash Molden inquired of the Geomancer beside him. The female Geomancer's expression darkened. Apologies, young Master Cash. My talent for void calculation has repeatedly failed, despite a supposed 20 success probability. Cash Molden's demeanor soured. If the Geomancer could not derive results from a 20 probability, that sword undoubtedly concealed mysteries. Considering Zhou Heng's discernible difference in eliminating ordinary players versus those of the Eternal Life clan, it became evident that he had not eradicated a single ordinary player throughout several observations. Thus, does his method of bypassing the resurrection mechanism exclusively target our Eternal Life clan? The chill in Cash Molden's eyes intensified as he withdrew a sheet of pristine white paper, inscribing a message before dispatching it to the silvery, mechanical hound. My dear, return to the base and deliver this correspondence to the family. Woof woof. The pale silver mechanical hound barked twice before sprinting away without a backward glance. After the mechanical dog departed, Cash Mordan transformed his hand into a blade, swiftly dispatching the female diviner beside him. There is no need for your calculations. Relay my orders to the Wailing Wind. The entire area is to be sealed off. No player or NPC is permitted to approach the canyon. Cash Mordan paid little heed to the female diviner's bewilderment as he gripped his right wrist with his left hand, continuously twisting his right arm. With each rotation, an additional segment of metallic armor emerged along his right arm. As he twisted his arm, he strode toward the battlefield. Cash Mordan, extraterrestrial skeletal mecha B-001, level 41, 80, gene sequence 1, 300 enhancement to all attributes, class, Rage Fist Fighter, attack, dash, health, 52, 000, 00012, 000, 000 rage, 010, 000 armor, 0 attack speed, 1, 0s movement speed, 1, 0 ms water resistance, 0 fire resistance, 0 wind resistance, 0 lightning resistance, 0 ice resistance, 0 wood resistance, 0 light resistance, 0 dark resistance, 0 experience, 0 100, 000 fury from the heart. The greater your anger, the higher your attack. Surging rage. Your attack transforms into gaining initial attack value, equivalent to the value exchanged through equivalence. Equivalence exchange. You may convert all attributes, excluding health, into initial attack upon entering battle. The attack floor equals the initial attack. Current initial attack, 6, 200, 000. Ultimate attack speed. Initial attack speed is consistently 1, 0s. While in battle, attack speed increases by 10, 0s, with an additional increase of 1, 0s every quarter hour, capping at 30, 0s. Ultimate movement speed. Initial movement speed remains at 1, 0 ms. In battle, movement speed increases by 10, 0 ms, with an additional increase of 1, 0 ms every quarter hour, capping at 30, 0 ms. Exemplary stature. While in combat, movement speed receives an additional 20. Extraterrestrial skeletal mecha B-001 quality. Brilliant embedded. Final attack speed determination, 20 final movement speed determination, 20 physical damage reduction, 50 durability. 300, 000, 000, 300, 000, 000 as he assessed his attributes. Cash Mordan officially set foot on the battlefield, enveloped in his pale, silver exoskeletal armor, exuding an aura of formidable menace. He was neither Su Luiyue nor Su Changhuan. Having learned from previous experiences, he would not grant Zhou Heng any opportunity for retaliation. It is often said that one must strike while the iron is hot. He sought not only Zhou Heng's life, but also the sword capable of bypassing the resurrection mechanism to obliterate the Chongqing family. Throughout their relentless consumption of the boundless world over the millennia, the only weapon capable of forcibly eradicating the Chongqing family beyond the resurrection mechanism was that sword. The sacrificial sword of the Sicaster Emperor, also known as the Holy Sword of the Hero King, which had slaughtered 900 billion lives. You have entered the battlefield, and the combat determination has taken effect. Attack speed 10, 0s. Movement speed 10, 0 ms. Additional movement speed 2, 2 ms. Exoskeleton armor effect continues to apply. Attack speed 2, 2s. Movement speed 2, 64 ms. Observing his movement speed surge to an astonishing 15, 84 ms. Cash Mordan could not help but smile. The moment of my hunt has arrived. Zhou Heng, do you truly believe you can counter someone like me? With a professional rating of 5 stars, an additional attribute of 500, and a genetic sequence yielding an extra 300, He possessed a staggering total of 800 across millions of attribute points. He was utterly unaware of how he could possibly lose. Chapter 69. Unveiling power to the light, the tempest howled along the path of light, tousling Cash Molden's robust short hair as he strode purposefully toward Zhou Heng, who was engaged in battle with the Caesar Divine Court, the Light Association, in the Listening Tide Pavilion. However, before he could advance much further, the light giant wolf obstructed his path, regarding him from his lofty vantage with a disdainful gaze. The conflict between us is utterly meaningless. You are merely a fleeting source of leaked power, Cash Molden remarked, his expression unwavering as he regarded the light giant wolf. Initially, he found himself perplexed. The seal of the land of longevity should have been intact. Why, then, was this creature capable of leaking even a fragment of power? Upon further reflection, it dawned on him that the sudden appearance of this entity was likely an attempt to thwart players from delving deeper into the light ruins. For within the depths of the light ruins lay the conduit to the land of longevity, a passage to the free city of the eternal elders. The light giant wolf offered no retort but, with resolute intent, lashed out with its claws toward Cash Molden. Oomph! A waste of time, Cash Molden deftly shifted, his speed surpassing that of the light giant wolf, and he accelerated toward Zhou Heng. The wolf's claw hung in midair, momentarily stunned as it gazed in astonishment at Zhou Heng in the distance. Could it be that the Molden family has not come here for me? What has that human done to capture the attention of a level 41? No, a true level 80 player from the longevity family? Before the wolf could ponder further, it howled skyward, human retreat. You stand no chance against a level 80 player from the longevity family. Hearing the voice, Zhou Heng seized the opportunity during the brief lull in combat to glance toward the direction of the light giant wolf. His gaze quickly fell upon Cash Molden, striding against the gusts toward him. Instinctively, he cast an appraisal. Unable to discern the attributes of another player, he could only ascertain that Molden was level 41, possessing attributes that began at level 80. Was this a ruse to deceive those within the light ruins? Zhou Heng pondered, remaining still. This moment could be deemed a pivotal juncture of fate. Should he flee or fight? Surely, the level 1 talent fate prompt would soon manifest. As anticipated, following a brief deliberation, the fate prompt appeared before his eyes. Fate always mocks you, me, and him. None can discern strength from weakness within the confines of predetermined levels. Fate presents you with a hint. Fate Hint 1. In the face of a level 41 player from the longevity family, whose attributes begin at level 80, you feel trepidation. Mount the Fusion Warhorse, using its temporary speed advantage to delve deeper into the light ruins, where you will uncover significant opportunities amidst the pursuit. Fate Hint 2. How could a mere level 80 player from the longevity family intimidate you? With your speed combined with the Fusion Warhorse, you will conquer the challenge unscathed within the hour. Unveil your true power to the enigmatic light ruins, and the blessings from the light shall elevate you further. Upon reviewing the Fate Hint, Zhou Heng unhesitatingly opted for the second suggestion. The prospect of surpassing his adversary in speed within an hour meant that once mounted on the Fusion Warhorse, he would indeed demonstrate his prowess within the light ruins. From Zhou Heng's perspective, he gazed into the hints of fate, yet from Cash Molden's viewpoint, Zhou Heng was staring directly at him, not with the frailty and insecurity typical of an ordinary player, but with a rare and piercing confidence. Cash Molden felt the fervor within him bubbling. Such an adversary could truly be deemed a player, and only such players were worthy of being his rivals. Alas, he lamented that he would not witness the growth of his opponent. Zhou Heng, surrender the Sakasite Emperor's sword, and I may intercede on your behalf to your family, persuading the Chongqing Su clan to absolve your transgressions. Cash Molden proclaimed as he strode towards Zhou Heng with resolute steps. The three factions of players still assaulting Zhou Heng paused in astonishment. They were oblivious to the significance of the Sakasite Emperor's sword, but the prefix Sakasite suggested it was no ordinary weapon. Thus, Zhou Heng's ability to vanquish players from the Chongqing clan at level 70 relied on that legendary sword. The name alone was impressive. Not only did it possess the prefix Sakasite, but also the suffix Emperor. Goodness, Could this sword possibly be the weapon of the last kingdom's emperor of Sakasite? Whispers of speculation spread among the crowd, momentarily halting their attacks. Zhou Heng understood that the Sakasite emperor's sword, holy sword, would eventually be unveiled. Yet he had not anticipated its revelation would occur after merely slaying 4 players of the Chongsheng clan. This indicated that the Chongsheng family's accumulation of knowledge indeed surpassed that of others. Even he, before acquiring the Sakasite emperor's sword, holy sword, bore the same expression of ignorance as those present, unaware of its nature. Conversely, his opponents had discerned its significance from just 4 kills and some deductive reasoning. Casting a glance at the Sakasite emperor's sword, holy sword, at his side, Zhou Heng's lips curled into a slight smile. If you desire it, you may have to wager your life. Su Luiyue was one such example, and so was Su Changhuan. Cash Morden scoffed, unfazed by Zhou Heng's bluster. At his level, having liberated his genetic sequence, he was already on the brink of legendary status. He had encountered myriad threats and deceptions. Zhou Heng's intimidation was far too clumsy, and he could scarcely be bothered to respond. Stepping forward, he surged ahead like a cannonball, with a velocity of 1584 ms, surpassing even the finest sprinters. Zhou Heng observed this with calm, as if he had anticipated it all along. He summoned his fusion warhorse, elegantly mounting its back and spurring it forward with vigor. With a resounding whinny, the fusion warhorse charged ahead at a speed of 20 ms. Cash Morden pursued from behind, with Zhou Heng leading the way. Initially, Cash Morden believed Zhou Heng's speed could not surpass his own, even with a mechanical steed. However, as the brief chase unfolded, he realized his error. Zhou Heng's mechanical horse was of exceptional quality, with an estimated speed of 20 ms, and, at his current pace, it would take nearly an hour to catch up. Quite a clever stratagem. Cash Morden speculated that Zhou Heng was a discoverer of the measurement master, which led to the concealment of this steed, resulting in slight inaccuracies in the data he obtained, though the discrepancies were negligible. The minions of the Caesar Divine Court, the Radiant Society, and the Listening Tide Pavilion, each with their distinct professions, required little more than to diminish Zhou Heng and the speed of the fusion warhorse. He clasped his hands behind his back and gestured, prompting an immediate understanding among the 3 major factions, who began to concoct deceleration skills. Zhou Heng smiled and glanced back at the 3 lackey forces of the Caesar Divine Court. It was hardly surprising. They were indeed the hounds of the Eternal Family. Even before Cash Morden had uttered a word, this group had commenced the formulation of deceleration techniques. Yet, could such actions truly impede his speed? Did they consider him to be a fool, incapable of analyzing the situation? Chapter 70, Life and Death. The endless cycle. Zhou Heng aimed the dragon bow at Cash Morden, continuously gathering energy. Meanwhile, Cash Morden charged towards Zhou Heng at full speed, while a hidden mage in the crowd began to chant a slowing spell. Should the spell hit, it would impede Zhou Heng's movement speed. However, just as Cash Morden thought Zhou Heng was oblivious and intended to strike at him, Zhou Heng suddenly changed his target, directing his attack towards the Divine Court of Caesar, the Radiant Association, and the Listening Tide Pavilion. With a rapid attack speed of 7 arrows per second, Zhou Heng unleashed a flurry of 23 arrows in just 3 seconds, executing the sequence with seamless grace. The moment he finished, his fusion steed let out a powerful neigh and surged deeper into the path of light. Have I been detected? Cash Morden squinted, inhaling deeply, a more pronounced smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, how can a master capable of defeating Su Luiyue and Su Changhuan at level 20 be easily fooled? Yet, this path of light offered only a singular route, so narrow that Zhou Heng had nowhere to escape. Once his speed returned in an hour, it would be the moment Cash Morden captured him. Observing Zhou Heng galloping deeper into the path of light, Cash Morden followed closely behind, swiftly vanishing from the original arena. The luminous giant wolf gazed intently at the 2 retreating figures, its heart in turmoil. Shouldn't it be the key figure in this path of light? Why did it feel like a mere inconsequential supporting character throughout the battle? Zhou Heng, a rather commendable name for a human. I shall remember you. If you manage to evade the pursuit of the Eternal Morden, Perhaps we could scheme together for a place of longevity. Zhou Heng, you cannot escape. The path of light is a unique avenue with but two exits, one leading to the secret realm and the other to a place you would never dare venture. Should you enter, your demise would be even more tragic. Cashmore Dan, observing himself being toyed with, felt no shame. Instead, he spoke with a disdainful smirk. There is no need for futile struggles. I am clad in the vast star foreign bone mecha B001, boasting an astonishing durability of 300 million. Your attacks and magic are formidable, yet against my level of attributes, you find yourself utterly helpless. Cashmore Dan relentlessly assailed Zhou Heng with words, aiming to gradually erode his psychological defenses. Rather than simply killing Zhou Heng, it was far more effective to make him lose the will to fight and surrender. Should he succeed in disheartening Zhou Heng, his standing within the Mordan family would ascend, advancing from the outermost 9-star ring to the 8-star ring. Within the Changsheng family, a colossal entity comprised of 34-star clans, self-proclaimed, there exists a unique hierarchy of strength assessment. A guardian, such as him, presiding over a place of longevity, typically belongs to the 9th-star ring. Ascending from the 9th-star ring to the 1st corresponds to the activation of gene sequences from the 1st to the 9th. In other words, a Chongqing player of the 1st-star ring enjoys an additional attribute boost of up to 1100 from their gene sequence alone. Some may wonder, as stated in textbooks, that the attributes of the Chongshang family players are 2 to 10 times greater than those of ordinary players. Such claims are indeed misleading. Only those who have truly witnessed the formidable prowess of the Chongqing family can comprehend the insurmountable chasm that separates them from average players. Furthermore, the 1st-star ring is not the pinnacle of Chongqing players. It merely represents the limit beneath the legendary tier. Beyond the legendary realm lies the domain of the stars. That level he is not well versed in, but he knows that the least formidable among the star tier is the radiant level. Zhou Heng did not respond to Cashmore Dan. He was preoccupied with calculating whether he could kite his opponent to death within an hour. With the dragon bow equipped, his magical attack ranged from 12,590 to 25,180. Given the opponent's exoskeletal mech has a durability of 300 million, and with his attack speed of 7 per second, his damage per second falls within the range of 96, 943 to 193, 886. To kite his adversary to death within an hour under these conditions would be exceedingly challenging, unless he were to rely on his maximum magical attack, which is nearly impossible, as the opponent would not be foolish enough to remain stationary and allow him critical hits. Moreover, even if he were to employ a blood pump, he must consider the duration of his attack hits and the cooldown intervals. It was indeed a difficult battle. Zhou Heng concluded, decisively retrieving the elegant ancient flute from his inventory. His advancement was still too sluggish. If only his movement speed were swifter and his output greater, he could achieve a genuine cross-level kill without relying on the elegant ancient flute. Ultimately, he remained too feeble. Zhou Heng murmured to himself as he positioned the elegant ancient flute to his lips, playing the stirring and uplifting summer national anthem. Cashmore Dan abruptly halted, fixated on Zhou Heng's sudden change in demeanor. If Zhou Heng unleashed his full potential, relying on the dragon bow to assault his exoskeletal durability, he would certainly allow the onslaught, for once time elapsed, only death awaited him. Yet now, this unfathomable maneuver incited even greater dread. What was this? Why the summer national anthem? What connection do you have with the authorities? No, that cannot be. We have investigated every detail about you. An orphan. You cannot possibly be affiliated with the summer national officials, who are incapable of managing their own affairs. Answer me, Zhou Heng. Cashmore Dan halted his advance, too fearful to pursue further, his voice a low growl of frustration. However, the only reply he received was Zhou Heng's exhilarating and spirited flute melody. Damn it! Cashmore Dan felt an ominous presence enveloping him, rendering him breathless. Without hesitation, he chose to trust his instincts and fled down the path he had come, pushing his speed to its utmost, refusing to allow even the slightest slack. Yet, just 100 meters into his flight, he felt the ground beneath him give way, the path of light fracturing to reveal a gaping void leading to an unknown destination. No! Cashmore Dan's face contorted in terror as he beheld his descending form, attempting to grasp the edge of the path, but to no avail. He plummeted rapidly, vanishing into the darkness. Zhou Heng arrived at the edge of the void, recalling the earlier fate prompt that had conveyed a warning. If all goes as expected, this should be the small opportunity mentioned during the pursuit. Without a moment's hesitation, I spur my horse forward. You have discovered the unyielding domain of the Radiant Remnant. Experience 1. Come forth, seek me out, O wandering souls who have unexpectedly found yourselves here. I await you in the depths, and along your path, I have prepared splendid gifts for you, a complex skill known as the Holy Radiant Sword. It is ancient, it is powerful, it is, accompanied by the ethereal whispers in my ears. Zhou Heng, along with his steed, landed gracefully. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, obscuring all visibility, but suddenly, the darkness erupted into light, revealing a colossal arena crafted from clouds. You have entered the first trial of the Radiant Remnant. Life and death, an unending cycle. Defeat your foes without the use of any potions. Life and death, an unending cycle, does not accept any resurrection coin mechanisms. You possess but a single life. Chapter 71. The Radiant Holy Sword. Zhou Heng stood at one side of the colossal arena, directly facing Cashmore, who had just fallen. Clenching his fists, his expression was somber, and his gaze lowered, lost in contemplation. Life and death, an endless cycle. So who lives and who dies? Let us await the outcome. As the countdown echoed, Zhou Heng sat poised upon his fusion steed, elegantly grasping an ancient flute, anticipating the commencement of the duel. With the countdown reaching 0, Zhou Heng remained still, when suddenly, with a resounding bang, Cashmore vanished from sight, charging towards Zhou Heng with mechanical swiftness. He was fast, but Zhou Heng was faster, galloping away at a speed of 20 ms, creating distance between them. Thus, Zhou Heng sat sideways on his steed, once more playing the symphony of the Summer Kingdom in the face of Cashmore. Cashmore's eyes were chillingly cold, fixated on Zhou Heng as he played the flute, pushing his speed to its utmost. He had no regrets about not carrying speed potions. Such things were beneath him as a battle fanatic. Thus, the forbidden drugs of life and death posed no concern for him. What truly troubled him was the purpose behind Zhou Heng's flute melody. Despite exerting all his strength, Cashmore could not catch up to Zhou Heng's 20 ms speed in that brief moment, helplessly witnessing his opponent complete the performance. You hear the melodious flute sound. You're influenced by an unknown force, level temporarily reduced by -10. Your attribute skills will retain the values corresponding to level 31 due to the deception of the Light Secret Realm. His level was 41. Therefore, under the unreasonable effects of the elegant ancient flute, his level was diminished to 31, and this time he could not deceive the system. As he beheld his attributes plummeting to near nothingness, Cashmore stumbled. His current speed could not match his former pace, and he fell forward, kneeling before Zhou Heng. Staring at his hands bracing against the ground, Cashmore remained dazed for what felt like an eternity. Finally, he rose and gazed in Zhou Heng's direction. At this moment, Zhou Heng had set down the flute, quietly observing him. Ha, so that's it. It turns out it is like this. Zhou Heng, you truly deserve to be the one who can defeat a level 70 player at level 20. The root of it lies here. Cashmore understood everything. You have won. I, Cashmore, am not like Su Luyu or Su Changhuan. I can accept defeat. But you triumphed, not because of extraordinary or powerful techniques, but because I despise the use of speed potions. Otherwise, you would never have had the chance to fall to this level. Every sip and peck is predetermined. And now, I finally comprehend the saying from your Summer Kingdom. But you can only win a few more times. Have you ever witnessed true longevity? You have not, and you will come to understand what true terror is. I, Cashmore, await you in the realm beyond death. As he spoke, Cashmore diminished to level 31, seized a weapon from his backpack, delivering a fatal strike upon himself without granting Zhou Heng the opportunity to retaliate. A staggering damage of -300,000 appeared above his head, instantly draining his health bar. The power of the resurrection coin was triggered, causing him to collapse once more, his head striking the cloud-white floor with a resounding thud. Blood pooling around him. Observing Cash Molden's sudden act of self-destruction, Zhou Heng felt no relief within. The most fearsome adversary was not someone like Su Luiyue, who would betray his kin posthumously, but rather individuals like Cash Molden, who, aware of their inevitable defeat, chose to end their own lives. If every player of the Changshan family were akin to Cash Molden, the challenge would be daunting indeed. Unbeknownst to Zhou Heng, Cash Molden employed some unknown means. Upon his demise, there were no drops, save for the blood that stained the ground. This is utterly pointless. The beasts of the Changshan family cannot even defeat an ordinary player. Such feeble strength begone. Come forth, delve deeper. I await you in the second trial. Echoed an ethereal voice, as a fissure opened deep within the colossal arena, revealing a path of cloud white leading further into the depths. At the center of this pathway stood a golden chest, presumably the reward for the first trial. Zhou Heng approached and opened the golden chest, discovering a skill book nestled within. Holy Sword of Light quality. Complex cost, 10,000, maximum mana, consuming 10 of it to conjure a Holy Sword of Light. Extending 10 meters in length, dealing random magical damage of x3-10 to enemies, alongside inflicting an additional 5 holy damage from this attack. Duration, 3s, 10s, immediately enters cooldown upon casting. Cooldown, none learning requirements. 1. Any profession of the light attribute 2. Heart of Light, x 999. Temple of Light, x1. Glimmer of Light, x1 3. Light attribute resistance greater than 30,004. Eliminate 100 players from the Changshan family 5. Magic power greater than 10,006. High-ranking position within the Seicast Empire. At minimum, a regional Lord 7. Remaining lifespan must exceed 100 years 8. Possess the special task of the Heroic Radiance 9. Hold the identity of the Holy Sword 10. At least one fragment of the Seicast Emperor's Sword, Holy Sword. Upon reviewing the daunting requirements outlined in the skill book for the Holy Sword of Light, Zhou Heng could not restrain a deep inhale. He now comprehended the caliber of skills that warranted the use of a complex skill learning exemption scroll. Only skills of such stature qualified for such privileges. Without a moment's hesitation, he retrieved the scroll and compelled its use upon the Holy Sword of Light. You have utilized the intricate skill learning exemption scroll, successfully waiving all prerequisites for the Radiant Holy Sword. The exemption has been enacted. Judgment successful. You have acquired the light magic skill, Radiant Holy Sword. Observing the solitary addition to his otherwise barren skill bar, Zhou Heng could not suppress a smile. From this moment onward, he possessed a formidable area of effect, slashing technique to confront his foes. As for skills like Thunderous Might and Raging Seas, he would later seek to gather the requisite resources. If unsuccessful, he would simply sell them at the shop. Having feasted upon the exquisite delicacy of the Radiant Holy Sword, he felt little attachment to the coarser fare of Thunderous Might and Raging Seas. Next came the second trial. Zhou Heng gazed into the depths of the cloud-white pathway, where he anticipated the unyielding domain of the Radiant Remnant, as previously indicated by Fate's second hint, to be the source of divine gifts. With his fusion steed stowed away, Zhou Heng formally embarked deeper into the cloud-white pathway. Chapter 72. The dazzling twin stars at that moment, a prompt from Fate manifested upon Zhou Heng's retina. There will always be beings attempting to provoke the guidance of Fate. All choices are but illusions in the eyes of destiny. Fate offers you a hint. Fate continues to guide you. To the left, the prompt from Fate had just materialized when a cloud-white path before Zhou Heng split into two. Enter, choose, explore. Which path shall it be? Before the ethereal voice could finish speaking, Zhou Heng turned left and embarked upon the correct path. Ha ha ha, how intriguing, so very intriguing. How many years have passed? How long has it been since I encountered humans such as you? My interest in you grows ever more. The voice trailed off, laughter becoming increasingly maniacal. As Zhou Heng ventured left, the cloud-white path automatically extended, revealing further choices. Now comprising 4 routes. Right 1. Zhou Heng proceeded along the first path to the right. The cloud-white path replicated its previous action, unfolding into 8 more paths. Left 2, left 3, right 8. Under the unceasing guidance of fate, Zhou Heng effortlessly reached the terminus of the cloud-white path, where a semicircle of radiant white light enveloped him. At the center of this semicircle stood an exquisite woman, her upper body bare, modesty preserved by holy light. Her arms crossed before her chest as she gazed upward. "You have arrived. Such a charming, handsome human, come. Approach me. Allow me to behold your handsome visage." As Zhou Heng stepped into the semicircle, the stunning woman suddenly lowered her head, greedily appraising his features. Arms outstretched in a gesture of embrace, her lips unable to contain their pleas. Zhou Heng halted at the edge of the semicircle, scrutinizing the surroundings meticulously. Perhaps due to the influence of the radiant light, his vision was somewhat obscured. He discerned that the beautiful woman lacked a lower body, below her navel. There existed only a brilliance of white light, as if she were being drawn by the illumination itself. Flanking her were 2 statues, almost merging with the light. One statue brandished twin swords, her right leg raised high, gaze piercing as it directed toward the central figure. The other statue, hands clasped upon her shoulders, leaned forward as if attempting to grasp something. Both figures were female, positioned symmetrically to the left and right of the captivating woman. "What are you gazing at? Those 2 wretches? Trust me, you shall find no interest in them, for they perished long ago in the annals of history. If you truly desire them, embrace me, and I shall present their bones for your indulgence. Come, hold me close, accept me." The exquisite woman stretched her arms to their fullest extent, as if yearning to pull Zhou Heng closer for a fervent embrace. Yet, the light binding her lower half held her captive, offering no opportunity for escape. At this juncture, Zhou Heng suddenly noticed a flicker of light in her eyes, followed by a prompt appearing on his retina. "You are being interfered with by unknown factors. A rank assessment is currently being conducted on you. Zhou Heng, level 30 max, versus unknown entity, epic life. Assessment failed. Your body is under control." Zhou Heng was bewildered by the sudden turn of events, feeling as though he had lost command over his own body, helplessly watching as it moved towards the enchanting woman. Just like that. "Yes, come here into my embrace. I shall cherish and protect you for eternity, just as I did with those 2 harlots. Come, come." The excitement in the captivating woman's eyes was palpable as she beheld Zhou Heng approaching her, her eagerness bordering on madness. However, at that very moment, the shroud he had carelessly placed in the corner of his backpack suddenly flew out, encircling him. In the next instant, a notification appeared. "You have regained control over your body due to the influence of the shroud, legendary," as he reclaimed command of himself. Zhou Heng squinted at the legendary shroud swirling around him, realizing that the gift of fate was about to manifest. The mesmerizing woman, upon witnessing the legendary shroud enveloping Zhou Heng, was overtaken by a flicker of fear and panic in her gaze. "How is this possible? You already possess that damned bard's flute. Why can you still wield this? No, glorious twin stars. I will not go out. I will not." The shroud, legendary, seemed to activate some mechanism, spinning around Zhou Heng with increasing speed, soon transforming into light, coalescing into a luminous afterimage within a semicircular area. This was a figure of a woman, her features indistinct, standing to Zhou Heng's left, gazing intently at the enchanting woman in the center. In the next moment, she raised her hand and pressed it against the center of the captivating woman's forehead. "No! Damn it! Glorious twin stars, you cannot stop me. I am the goddess of light, Henera. I am the true deity of this realm." A scream erupted from the self-proclaimed Henera, her exquisite face contorting into a grotesque visage under some unknown force, resembling a demon. Soon, under the hand of the afterimage conjured by the shroud, legendary, the self-identified Henera transformed into a blinding light, dissipating along with the semicircular area. In the space left behind, only the 2 statues of women gazing towards the center remained. The afterimage approached the statue, which held its shoulders with both hands, caressing its face and chuckling softly. "That bard's craftsmanship is quite commendable. It resembles her well." Afterward, the afterimage turned its gaze to the Sakist Emperor's sword, holy sword, at Zhou Heng's waist, and with a single glance, she discerned the hidden hero king Karina within. That sword. Never mind. The afterimage began, suddenly bursting into laughter. Everyone has their own path. Yours lies beneath your feet. I have faith in you. Little one. With those parting words, the afterimage nodded at Zhou Heng, turned, and transformed back into the shroud, draping it over the statue's hands that were clasping its shoulders. The statue, draped in a shroud, seemed to have fulfilled some predetermined purpose, suddenly bursting forth with a dazzling, blinding radiance. Subsequently, a certificate materialized in the void. You witnessed the illustrious twin stars of ancient heroes. Attack speed 3, 0s, movement speed 5, 0ms. You have obtained the purification seed of the light god, Henera, light certificate quality. Timeless with this certificate, you may acquire a second profession from the Boundless and Infinite realm. And should this profession belong to the light category, you will receive an additional occupational talent. Radiance of Light. Radiance of Light. All light type damage x2, and all light type damage is accompanied by an additional 1 holy damage. Upon reviewing the information regarding the light certificate, Zhou Heng could not suppress the upward curve of his lips. This indicated that as long as he secured a commendable light-type profession, he could become a formidable dual-class powerhouse. Chapter 73. The Light Beckons, and so do I. You are about to be cast away from the unyielding zone of light's residue. Countdown 10, 9, 8, 7. Accompanied by the notification on his retina, Zhou Heng's figure transformed into light, departing from the unyielding zone of light's residue. The moment he landed on the path of illumination, the proclamation of the Sokka's empire reverberated once more in the ears of all players and NPCs. Sokka's empire announcement. Congratulations to player Zhou Heng for slaying the level 80 Eternal Family player Cash Mordant at level 30 at this very moment. Progress for the Ancient Era Expansion Pack. Chapter 9. Eternal Family to Death 0. 102. Reward to player Zhou Heng. Attack 1000, Magic 1000, Health 10,000. Mana 10,000. Reward to player Zhou Heng. Complex Skill Learning Exemption Scroll X1. Reward to player Zhou Heng. 600. 000 contribution points to the vast Star Nation. Third-party honor. Sokka's empire announcement. The empire's proclamation echoed 3 times, jolting all players and NPCs. Whether busy or fawning, back to reality. My heavens, what have I just heard? It's Zhou Heng again. He has now slain 3 players from the Eternal Family. Is nobody going to intervene? Or is it that the so-called Eternal Family is merely a facade, strong in appearance, yet weak in essence? Terrifying. A level 20 defeating a level 70, and now at level 30, he has vanquished a level 80. Is it always a matter of slaying those 50 levels above? Has the Eternal Family truly fallen? If a level 30 can kill a level 80, can I, at level 40, stealthily ambush and also slay a player from the Eternal Family? Zhou Heng's act of slaying Eternal Family players once again served as a potent stimulant for the players and NPCs within the Sokka's empire, further sowing seeds of doubt about the strength of the Eternal Family. Observing his enhanced attributes and the complex skill learning exemption scroll, Zhou Heng could not suppress the smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Initially, he thought Cash Mordant's suicide would not count as his kill, but it appeared that the judgment still attributed it to him. This signified that he now possessed 2 complex skill learning exemption scrolls, a most valuable asset, indeed. Moving forward, Zhou Heng surveyed his surroundings. Enveloped in a vast 50-kilometer radius, behind him lay the 3 major forces deterred by the light giant wolf. Yet they seemed to have heard the Empire's proclamation and began to retreat. As for the path ahead, Zhou Heng's 50-kilometer vision still revealed no end. He resolved to delve deeper, intending to fully utilize the remaining 500,000 wind stabilizing pearls. As he ventured forth, he quickly arrived at an entirely new elemental zone, where light-starving wolves roamed abundantly. You have slain a light-starving wolf. Wine stabilizing pearl 20. You have slain a light-starving wolf. Wine stabilizing pearl 10. Zhou Heng was oblivious to how long he had been farming until he was interrupted by the voice of the light giant wolf. Why you collect these wind stabilizing pearls? Could they possess some function unknown even to me? Upon witnessing Zhou Heng single-handedly slay Kashmorden, the Radiant Wolf became increasingly fixated on him, considering him potentially the pivotal figure that could liberate it from the realm of longevity. As for the Sword of Light, over 30 minutes had elapsed since Kashmorden's demise, yet they had shown no signs of action, evidently harboring ulterior motives, and it was conceivable that they had never intended to ally with it from the outset. Thus, Zhou Heng remained the only human player upon whom it could rely. Zhou Heng cast a glance at the Radiant Wolf, but offered no response, continuing his journey along the path of light while vanquishing the Radiant Wolves to collect the wind-stabilizing pearls. The Radiant Wolves, upon realizing they were being hunted by one of their own kind, widened their eyes in disbelief, as if questioning, "How could you betray your kin?" With the Radiant Wolf's assistance, Zhou Heng's efficiency in gathering the wind-stabilizing pearls markedly increased. After a day and a half, Zhou Heng successfully amassed the remaining 500,000 wind-stabilizing pearls. When 1 million of these pearls were gathered, a faint whirlwind began to rise from their center, swiftly coalescing into a brand new emerald-hued orb. Breath of the Gale quality. Resplendent, equipping this item grants immunity to all wind elemental hindrances in the Wailing Gale domain. In comparison to the original wind-stabilizing pearls, the Breath of the Gale was significantly more powerful, both in quality and description. Although Zhou Heng was yet unaware of the precise locations within the Wailing Gale domain that posed wind elemental obstructions, it was likely that this new item would counteract such barriers. This is the Breath of the Gale? So this remarkable item is derived from 1 million wind-stabilizing pearls? The Radiant Wolf gazed in astonishment at the emerald orb in Zhou Heng's hand. The Breath of the Gale could only be found in one specific location, the depths of the Wailing Gale region, where it had been suppressed. The ferocity of the winds there rendered the wind-stabilizing pearls ineffective. Only the rare item, known as the Breath of the Gale, produced at intervals, could provide immunity. However, such items were invariably claimed by players of the Eternal Life clan, leaving no chance for them to circulate freely. Are you familiar with this item? Zhou Heng's eyes flickered as he turned to the Radiant Wolf. The Radiant Wolf licked its paw and nodded yes. This item is found in the place where I was imprisoned, though in limited quantities. As soon as it emerges, seizing the opportunity, the Radiant Wolf elaborated on its origins, detailing its presence along the path of light and explaining what the realm of longevity entailed. It emphasized how it had been confined there and how it had managed to escape a fraction of its power with the aid of the Sword of Light. After hearing the Radiant Wolf's account, Zhou Heng discerned 3 crucial truths. First, the realm of longevity was inhabited by the remnants of the Eternal Life clan, akin to the inept aristocrats of ancient dynasties who lived off their past glories. Second, the realm forbade all forms of power. Battles could only be fought with the currency of one's lifespan. Third, there might be issues concerning the Sword of Light. According to the self-proclamation of the Radiant Giant Wolf, a day and a half has elapsed since he vanquished Kashmorden, the guardian of the land of longevity. This should have been sufficient for the Sword of Light to activate various mechanisms. However, to this moment, no alterations have transpired. Either the Sword of Light is malfunctioning, or the land of longevity harbors secrets unknown even to the Radiant Giant Wolf. As Zhou Heng pondered whether to venture into the land of longevity for further inquiry, a fate prompt materialized upon his retina. Fate is invariably a delicate web, where a single thread can affect the whole. You must bear the corresponding costs and consequences of your actions. Fate presents you with a revelation. Fate Prompt 1. At first glance, the land of longevity appears formidable, yet in truth, it is merely a sanctuary that evades the punishment of the Lord of Lifespan, relying still on the Radiant Giant Wolf, a creature blessed by the elemental god of light. Journey to the land of longevity, and in conjunction with the Sword of Light, liberate the Radiant Giant Wolf entirely. However, unbeknownst to you, the Sword of Light is also scheming against the Radiant Giant Wolf, and when the time comes, the avarice of longevity shall descend upon the entire land of longevity, where amidst great terror lies great opportunity. Fate Prompt 2. Do you possess the trial of longevity? By slaying any member of the eternal family, you may garner the gaze of the Lord of Lifespan, exempting the land of longevity from the Lord's oppression. At that moment, the light may flourish, and I too shall proceed. Digesting the contents of the fate prompts, Zhou Heng squinted and murmured, "The land of longevity. Perhaps I could devise a plan or two." Chapter 74. The price of 10 years yet. Why has the Sword of Light remained inactive until now? Gazing at the content of the fate prompt, Zhou Heng immersed himself in the perspective of the Sword of Light, experiencing it piece by piece. Soon, he found the answer within his heart. It seems that the Sword of Light does not wish for him, Zhou, to reap the rewards, especially considering he had just slain Cash Molden amidst the howls of the Tempest. From a different viewpoint, if you were a player of the Sword of Light, having meticulously planned to unleash a fraction of the power of the Radiant Wolf, only to be met with an imperial announcement of Zhou Heng's victory over Cash Molden, would you not halt your actions? After all, if your intricate schemes were on the verge of fruition, what would become of your efforts if Zhou Heng emerged from the shadows to seize the spoils? Shifting back to his own perspective, Zhou Heng turned to the Radiant Wolf beside him. "I need your cooperation for a task. If successful, I have a 90 chance of rescuing you." The Radiant Wolf's eyes sparkled with delight as it inquired, "What is the plan?" Zhou Heng succinctly outlined his strategy. After contemplating the plan, the Radiant Wolf, after a brief silence, struck the ground with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Brilliant! This method appears simple, yet with the enemy aware and us concealed, under uncertain circumstances, it is easy to make erroneous judgments. Zhou Heng, I shall trust you this once." Zhou Heng's plan was straightforward. The Sword of Light lacked visibility into his whereabouts and could not precisely ascertain whether he remained within the howling tempest. All that was needed was for the Radiant Wolf to alleviate some of the Sword of Light's suspicions, allowing the Sword of Light to initiate its schemes, thereby enabling Zhou to target the slightly weaker members of the Eternal Family for elimination and secure the exemption of the Age of Longevity. Of course, even if the Radiant Wolf could not deceive the agents of the Sword of Light, merely granting them a moment to react and allowing for an opportunity to eliminate a member of the Eternal Family would suffice. As long as he could activate the exemption of the Age of Longevity, he would have free reign within that realm. After the Radiant Wolf vanished at the terminus of the Path of Light, Zhou Heng began his descent into its depths. A day and a half later, he arrived at the end of the Path of Light, which opened into a cavernous abyss that exuded a disquieting shade of deep green. "So, this is the Age of Longevity?" Zhou Heng raised an eyebrow and leaped into the void without hesitation. "Mr. Yu, impressive. You have slain monsters of such caliber. The old man must congratulate you, for it won't be long before you ascend to level 51, finally leaving the howling tempest behind." In front of a moderately sized shop, a balding middle-aged NPC smiled as he accepted resources from Mr. Yu, exchanging them for a potion that could revive the fallen. Receiving the potion, Mr. Yu inhaled deeply, smiled at the old NPC, and without uttering a word, walked towards an old residential complex in the distance. Zhou Heng stood quietly at a distance, observing the entire scene. His presence here was a result of the fate prompt. Upon entering the Age of Longevity, or rather, the City of the Tempest, fate had bestowed upon him guidance. The first prompt suggested directly confronting the players of the Eternal Family, while the second hinted at approaching Mr. Yu, indicating substantial opportunities. Then, he witnessed his homeroom teacher exchanging resources for that potion. Once Mr. Yu had departed, Zhou Heng approached the shop and presented a yellow crane. "Esteemed elder, may I inquire about something?" The old man, upon receiving the yellow crane from Zhou Heng, chuckled and accepted it with glee. "Young lad, you seem unfamiliar. Have you just arrived at the free city of Wildwinds? You've come to the right place. Not only are there abundant wild monsters nearby, but even more enchanting maidens. Look over there, several in sheer stockings. Ah, splendid." Zhou Heng followed the old man's gaze and noticed a group of female players or NPCs from the Listening Tide Pavilion. "What do you think? Are they not beautiful? I must tell you, the beauties of Listening Tide Pavilion are highly sought after. However, pursuing them is no easy feat. One must first single-handedly slay a wild wind rhinoceros. Or they won't spare you a glance," the old man remarked with a grin as he exhaled a plume of smoke. Zhou Heng narrowed his eyes, suspecting something, and inquired further, Is the wild wind rhinoceros difficult to defeat? The old man flashed a toothy grin, leaning slightly forward while rummaging through the counter. Suddenly, he slapped a 10-year lifespan contract before Zhou Heng. It's not that I underestimate you, but among the players who come to wild whaling, very few can take down the wild wind rhinoceros alone. They all rely on this. What do you think? Since you've offered me a smoke, I shall give you a discount. 900,000 copper coins instead of 1,000,000. And mind you, I only accept copper coins, so do not bother with silver. A glimmer of insight sparked in Zhou Heng's eyes, yet he refrained from responding. Instead, he picked up the lifespan contract and initiated an appraisal. Lifespan contract 10, quality. Inferior, exchanging 10 years of lifespan for a certain attribute enhancement. Attack 1,000, magic 1,000, maximum health 10, 000, maximum mana 10, 000, an additional 10 increase in attack, magic, and maximum health and mana. An attack or magic boost of 1,000 corresponds to a random attribute value within levels 41 to 51, a well-calibrated figure, perfectly aligning with the leveling zone of wild whaling, which spans levels 11 to 51. To possess attributes comparable to level 51, one would require at least 5 such lifespan contracts. If one were to be more avaricious and elevate a singular attribute, it could demand as many as 10 contracts. Consequently, how much lifespan would an ordinary player have left after utilizing such contracts? At this moment, she finally comprehended the lamenting woman in the tavern of Frost City. Perhaps she was unable to restrain her inner greed, exchanging nearly all her lifespan for power. Quite an attribute boost, wouldn't you say? Do you wish to proceed? Just say the word. Seeing Zhou Heng finish his appraisal, the old man emptied the yellow crane into the ashtray, grinning widely as he asked. Zhou Heng still offered no reply, but instead produced a Tianma cigarette and handed it over. Elder, this is a gift I procured from the Chongqing family. I seek your guidance on a matter. Upon seeing the Tianma cigarette, the old man's eyes widened in delight, instinctively swallowing hard. After glancing around to ensure no one was watching, he swiftly accepted the cigarette, beaming, "Young friend, you are exceptionally kind. Speak freely. I shall share all I know." Zhou Heng gazed in the direction where Yu Tong had vanished. "Old sir, I heard you call him Teacher Yu just now. How much do you know about him? I would greatly appreciate your insights. He was my homeroom teacher for 3 years and is a truly wonderful person." The old man, initially inclined to fabricate a few casual remarks to appease Zhou Heng, instinctively glanced at the Tianma cigarettes concealed beneath the counter upon realizing Zhou Heng was a student of Yu Tong. After a prolonged silence, he sighed and said, "Alas, that young man, Yu Tong, is a pitiable soul. His circumstances are quite intricate. Allow me to elucidate." Chapter 75. The Mockery of Fate. Thus it unfolds. Your inquiry regarding the Tianma cigarettes reveals that you are indeed privy to certain intricacies. Yet, some matters lie beyond your control. He is profoundly enamored with that woman, even though he is acutely aware of her deceit. The old man recounted everything he knew to Zhou Heng, ultimately advising him. Zhou Heng remained silent, his curiosity piqued by the object of Teacher Yu's affections. What kind of extraordinary beauty could compel Teacher Yu to knowingly enter a pitfall while sacrificing his own vitality? After a prolonged silence, Zhou Heng extracted another Tianma cigarette and offered it. "Thank you, old man. Might you be aware of where Teacher Yu resides?" The old man, noticing Zhou Heng producing yet another cigarette, squinted slightly and gestured towards a distant, dilapidated complex. Building 7, apartment 302 in Gentle Abode. Without uttering another word, Zhou Heng turned and made his way to Building 7, apartment 302. Just as Zhou Heng departed, the old man leaned against the shop's wall, gently inclining his head as he leisurely lit a Tianma cigarette for himself. This young fellow is quite remarkable, at such a tender age and already at level 30. Possessing such fine items, he must have vanquished quite a few Longshan. Perhaps he should be considered for our lone wolves, in preparation for the true eradication of Longshan. The old man understood well that the so-called Ancient Era's Chapter 9 inviting Longshan to death was doomed to fail, as the battleground against Longshan was not situated here. The Eternal Crosa was merely exhausting himself to buy time for the lone wolves and various nations' officials. Still too weak, Level 30 is hardly sufficient. Patience is required. After Zhou Heng had walked away, the old man extinguished the fully smoked Tianma cigarette in the ashtray, continuing to play the part of an inconspicuous elder. Jinil abode. The three characters hung at the entrance of the aging complex in Freewind City. Zhou Heng entered effortlessly and arrived at the door of apartment 302. Before he could knock, muffled voices drifted through the inadequate soundproofing. Darling, how long was I unconscious this time? You were out for a month. How long can I use this fluid? Is it very brief? It can only last 3 days. My lifespan is nearly exhausted. Darling, you are too good to me. Sob. Will you love me? Following this, the room echoed with languorous, muffled sounds. Zhou Heng's countenance darkened. He was at a loss for words regarding his homeroom teacher. Taking a Tianma cigarette from his pocket, he approached the stairwell and waited in silence. Approximately 2 hours later, the noise within subsided, and Zhou Heng finally approached a knock on the door. Who is it? Coming. A woman's voice responded from within, and soon a not particularly beautiful yet bright-eyed woman appeared. Adorned in a standard pink nightgown, her expression held a hint of spring's allure as she opened the door. Who are you? Zhou Heng smiled and nodded at the woman. Hello, sister. I'm a student of Teacher Yu. I wonder if Teacher Yu is home? The woman regarded Zhou Heng with surprise, pondering the fact that this worthless fellow Yu actually had a student seeking him out. Anyone with some measure of capability who is aware of his situation has long since severed ties with him. In that case, you may enter directly, and I shall call for your teacher, the woman said, opening the door to the inner room to check on Yutong. Darling, a student of yours has come to see you. Ah, I have a student visiting? Yutong hurriedly dressed and emerged from the inner chamber. Which of my students? He trailed off as he caught sight of Zhou Heng, abruptly swallowing his words. What are you doing here? Who sent you? Yutong's expression darkened, his tone laden with displeasure. Zhou Heng remained silent, gesturing towards the door. Teacher Yu, shall we converse? Yutong glanced towards the bedroom, his fists tightening, before nodding in acquiescence. The two exited the house and arrived at a small square in the Wen-Ruxian community, where few people lingered. Have you made a pact with the lifespan contract? No sooner had they stopped than Yutong eagerly inquired. Zhou Heng refrained from answering directly and instead countered. Haven't you also? Yet before he could finish, Yutong abruptly closed the distance, gripping Zhou Heng's collar and pulling him closer, his eyes wide with intensity. I cannot turn back after making that choice, but you are different. Among all the students this year, you are the one I hold in highest regard. You are intelligent, perceptive, and composed. As long as you do not stray from the path, you can gradually elevate your standing over time. Observing the familiar yet unfamiliar figure of his homeroom teacher, Zhou Heng sighed inwardly. He did not consider himself a virtuous man, willing to kill if necessary. Yet, he was not devoid of emotion. Before him stood a teacher who had diligently guided him for 3 years, prompting the instinctive urge to lend a hand. The memories of those 3 years flooded his mind. This should be a vibrant, handsome young man with a promising future. How had he transformed into this? I am Zhou Heng, the one from the Imperial announcement. I can save you. It is not too late. Zhou Heng refrained from appealing to emotions, understanding from his conversation with the old man that his teacher was not uninformed, but rather excessively sentimental. In the parlance of his past life, he was akin to an ultimate sycophant, risking everything for a few days of warmth and awakening, even while fully aware that the other party was aiding the Changshang family in siphoning his lifespan. Yutong's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Zhou Heng, his grip on Zhou Heng's collar tightening involuntarily. What? What did you say? Please repeat that. The teacher did not hear clearly. Zhou Heng met Yutong's gaze squarely, enunciating each word with unwavering certainty. My name is Zhou Heng, the Zhou Heng of the Imperial announcement. No, no, that is impossible. You have only been in the game for a little over 40 days. It cannot be. False, false. Yutong, in a state of panic, released Zhou Heng's collar and crouched on the ground, cradling his head, his eyes devoid of light. How could a student possibly be the one who reversed ranks from level 20 to level 70, or from level 30 to level 80? Surely, they must merely share the same name. Watching Yutong in a frenzied state, Zhou Heng struggled to comprehend the turmoil within him. Yet, one thing was abundantly clear. This was an ugly display, starkly contrasting with the Yu Tong he once knew. Yu was in a state of hysterics for quite some time before he finally stood up in silence, offering Zhou Heng a smile more grotesque than tears. "I apologize for making you witness this, my young friend. Let us sit over there. I have something to give you, along with a few matters to discuss." Zhou Heng remained unresponsive, following Yu to a bench in the small square. Yu rummaged through his backpack and produced a medal, placing it in Zhou Heng's palm before grasping his fingers tightly around it. "This is a token of a lone wolf," he explained, "an organization that exists only in legend. It is said that they have been opposing the Changshan family since its initial rise. I obtained this token after saving a lone wolf by chance. It grants one the opportunity to undergo the Lone Wolf Organization's assessment. Your master's wife is the woman controlled by the Changshan family, who siphons away my lifespan. I met her during that assessment. Like you, she was an orphan. When I first encountered her, she appeared so ordinary and unremarkable. Yet she possessed an allure that was irresistibly captivating. Each smile, each frown, deserving of the title the most beautiful in the mortal realm. However, one day she returned from a mission and no longer recognized me, claiming to have been poisoned, experiencing periodic fainting spells. Initially, I was bewildered and sought out means to awaken her. Eventually, I discovered that in the Wailing Winds there existed a cleansing liquid capable of temporarily alleviating such fainting debuffs. But the creatures here were too formidable, compelling me to resort to a lifespan contract, leading to the situation you now witness." At this point, Yu fell silent for a moment, tightening his grip on Zhou Heng's hand before continuing. "The terror of the Chongqing family is far beyond what I, an ordinary player, can comprehend. She loved me and could not bear to see me exchange my lifespan for the cleansing liquid. She used to caress my earlobe, but now she does not. Yet, during moments of intimacy, she instinctively reaches for it. Zhou Heng, if you truly possess the ability to defy the Changshan family, please ensure you live on. My only wish is that if your master's wife has had her memories manipulated by something, you must help her regain them. Time is running short for me." Zhou Heng's pupils constricted as he felt Yu's grip tighten. In that instant, he glimpsed Yu's attribute panel, where a countdown in the lifespan section ominously displayed less than a day remaining. 0:02:24. Time was dwindling to less than 2.5 hours. Chapter 76. The greed of longevity. For a fleeting moment, Zhou Heng felt a chilling sensation enveloping him. Is it true that love can compel one to forsake even their life? He could not comprehend this, having toiled like a beast following his university graduation in a previous life. Yet, he recognized that he lacked the moral authority to condemn or berate another. The weight of this love seemed, to him, rather overwhelming. "Teacher Yu, is it truly worth it?" A hint of melancholy flickered across Zhou Heng's face. Yu Tong flashed a smile, gently patting Zhou Heng's palm. "In the past, I too struggled to understand this notion. Now, as I approach death, I see it with clarity. What is there that is not worth it? All I seek is what my heart desires. As the saying goes, when I reflect upon my past, I shall not feel shame for a life of mediocrity. I can proudly proclaim this now." With that, Yu Tong reached into the void, retrieving a square, luminescent artifact, which he placed into Zhou Heng's palm. "I once believed I would never need this in my lifetime, yet I am fortunate not to have sold it, sparing you the trouble of procuring one yourself. After my passing, I entrust it to you to seal her. It is not exceptional, possessing only a 10-year validity. If, within that decade, she does not regain her memories, then end her existence." Having spoken, Yu Tong clapped his knees, chuckling lightly as he rose to his feet. "There remain 2.5 hours. I must bid my final farewell. This time, do refrain from eavesdropping. You are still young, and such knowledge can be burdensome." Without looking back, Yu Tong waved his hand and returned to room 302 of Building 7, continuing the so-called joyful life with his partner. Zhou Heng remained motionless, staring vacantly at the sealing orb in his grasp. Sealing orb quality. Good can seal beings of level not exceeding 40. Casting time, 5 seconds. Interruptions require recasting. Cooldown. None. This was the artifact he would use to seal his teacher's spouse after teacher Yu's demise. Yet, was this truly the right outcome? Zhou Heng pondered deeply, reflecting on his journey since logging into the infinite battling the Changsheng family players. Each time he believed he had grasped the darkness and despair of this world, he uncovered that what he had witnessed was merely a superficial glimpse of the true abyss. "Official authorities, what are you doing?" he murmured to himself. "For a millennium, have you allowed the Changsheng family to act with such impunity? Why has no one attempted to reach out to me during this time?" Initially, Zhou Heng presumed that the lack of attention from the Xia Kingdom's officials stemmed from his insufficient strength. However, it now seemed his assumptions had veered off course. Given his prowess in dispatching members of the Changsheng family, if the Xia Kingdom truly sought to recruit him, they should have approached him long ago. Yet, more than 40 days had passed without a single sign of the official presence. A dreadful thought surged through Zhou Heng's mind. The Xia Kingdom's officials, and indeed the entire national framework of Blue Star, were likely in dire straits. His sources of information were woefully inadequate, leaving him in the dark regarding the intricacies of the higher echelons. Gazing up at the gentle abode of Building 7, Room 302, subtle sounds drifted from within. Zhou Heng's expression was icy, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Perhaps he must take action to alter the current, unpredictable circumstances. As thoughts swirled in his mind, fate's hints gradually materialized upon his retina. Fate is invariably thus. Some ascend effortlessly, others plummet into the abyss, while some remain shrouded in perpetual sorrow. Fate cannot be altered, yet there exist paths that can be easily transformed. Fate's hint 1. Await for 2.5 hours. While retrieving the body of your homeroom teacher, simultaneously sealing the fate of the unfortunate matriarch, vanquishing players of the Changsheng family, and commencing your pinnacle moment in the land of longevity. Choosing this path will reveal that life inevitably entails loss. Fate's hint 2. My destiny is mine to command, not dictated by the heavens. Even in the final 2.5 hours, contention is still possible. It is said that performing specific actions and visualizations can enable direct discourse with the Master of Lifespan. Confronting the Master of Lifespan, at the cost of enhancing the longevity trial, seek a glimmer of hope for your homeroom teacher, you. But success hinges upon one's own will. Choosing this path will bring monumental changes to your fate, simultaneously triggering unknown upheavals throughout the entire Sokka's empire. The hints of fate always arrive with impeccable timing, illuminating a path that should have been fraught with challenges. Even if Zhou Heng were a fool, he would discern the correct choice. Without hesitation, he opted for the second hint of fate, striving to procure a sliver of hope for his homeroom teacher while seeking a shift in his own destiny. He felt his development had been rather sluggish and deemed it necessary to instigate a radical change. Fate continues to sustain you. With hands clasped together and fingertips pointing downward, he half closed his eyes, breathing in a haze as he envisioned the Master of Lifespan, depicted in pale green, resembling a colossal tree. Following fate's guidance, Zhou Heng joined his hands, fingertips downwards, and closed his eyes to visualize the Master of Lifespan while breathing in a nebulous state. Inhale, exhale. Amidst the haze, Zhou Heng sensed his consciousness detaching from his corporeal form, soon discovering a beam of light ahead, drawing him in. As the light dissipated, he found himself standing upon an expansive emerald grassland, at the center of which rose an immense tree reaching towards the heavens. It swayed gently with the wind, producing a rustling sound as countless tender green leaves cascaded downwards. You witnessed the boundless projection of the Master of Lifespan. Lifespan 1,000 years, true damage reduction 10,000, holy damage reduction 10,000, chaotic damage reduction 100. You have unlocked the true damage, holy damage, and chaotic damage systems. Accompanied by the hints, a voice resonated as if echoing from the dawn of time. I remember you. You are quite remarkable. Yet, for the sake of that dying individual, go forth. I bestow upon you a new trial. As for the rest, leave it to your own fate. Zhou Heng uttered not a single word. The once verdant grasslands, along with the towering celestial trees, transformed into ephemeral illusions that shattered with a soft pop. In that instant of fragmentation, Zhou Heng found himself once more upon the bench in the gentle embrace of his tranquil neighborhood. The Master of Lifespan casts a gaze upon you from the boundless, unfathomable depths. The trial of longevity has evolved into the insatiable greed for lifespan. and you have received the blessing from the Master of Lifespan. Unlocking the third transition achievement. Third transition credential detected. Profession confirmed. You have qualified for the third transition. Please select one of the following achievements to complete. Upon completion, you will surpass level 30 and ascend to level 31. Third transition achievements. Achievement of 10 years interest. Slay 10 players from the eternal family of the realm of lifespan. Achievement of 100 years interest. Slay 100 players from the eternal family of the realm of lifespan. Achievement of 1,000 years interest. Slay 1,000 players from the eternal family of the realm of lifespan. Achievement of 10,000 years interest. Slay 10,000 players from the eternal family of the realm of lifespan. Achievement of 1,000,000 years interest. Slay 100,000 players from the eternal family of the realm of lifespan. Achievement of greed for lifespan. Annihilate all eternal units in the wailing winds of the realm of lifespan. Wind Freedom City. You have chosen to pursue the achievement of greed for lifespan. Chapter 77. The War of Camps. Begin. This aura. In the Frost Mechanical City, the eternal Crosa, seated upon the third throne, lifted its gaze towards the direction of the wailing winds. It was difficult to articulate the nature of this presence, but according to various sources within its database, it appeared to be the essence released by an ancient deity. Yet, this region was on the brink of oblivion, destined to succumb before those towering deities. It should have been devoid of divine power. Why, then, was there still a manifestation of such strength? At that moment, the crone beneath it abruptly ceased her actions, directing her attention to the center of the grand hall where a radiant long sword hovered, forged entirely of resplendent light. Merely gazing upon it incited an overwhelming urge to prostrate oneself. The situation had shifted. The Sokka's Emperor's sword seemed to draw upon some unknown power. Eternal Crosa sprang from the third throne, fixated intently on the Sokka's Emperor's sword. It sensed the fluctuations of that earlier force, which had indeed entered the sword. What did this signify? Was it to embody the will of the divine and achieve the monumental feat of severing immortality? Surely, this was inconceivable, an area that had failed to complete its first expansion for 10 millennia, destined to be a forsaken wasteland in the eyes of the ancient deities and masters. Such a place could not possibly attract the descent of divine forces. However, the emergence of Zhou Heng altered the preconceived notions of a powerful being, that being the exalted Lord of Lifespan. It surmised that this area, on the brink of descent, might spark an unprecedented upheaval due to Zhou Heng's arrival. Thus, it cast a fragment of its power, infusing the Sokka's empire, which was meant to be a stagnant pool, with a glimmer of light. Buzzing from the incandescent brilliance of the Sokka's Emperor's sword, faint strands of green began to emerge, and the entire blade trembled violently. With a whoosh, the Sokka's Emperor's sword pierced through the ceiling of the mechanical giant city, soaring above the Frost Mechanical City, swelling, swelling, swelling. The sword expanded from approximately 10 meters in length to 100 meters, 500 meters, 1,000 meters, 2,000, 3,000, ultimately growing to a size that could be grasped by the eternal Crosa. This was not as planned. The crone gazed at the eternal Crosa with a hint of astonishment. The eternal Crosa offered no response. Its eyes locked onto the Sokka's Emperor's sword above, remaining silent for an extended period. Finally, it erupted into a resounding laughter that echoed through the heavens. Is this truly my fate to confront? If so, then let it be. Allow me to ignite the last flicker of flame within this stagnant Sokka's empire. Eternal Crosa rose completely, soaring into the skies above the Frost Mechanical City, seizing the Sokka's Emperor's sword, now exceeding 12,000 meters in length. The instant it grasped the sword, a brilliant stream of light surged from the blade into its mechanical form, swiftly restoring its power. Is this the essence of divine strength? If the Star Nation had not perished, perhaps I would have had the opportunity to ascend to the halls of the deities in this mechanical body. Regrettably, the eternal Crosa gazed toward the capital of the Sokka's empire, his eyes ablaze with golden light. With the Sokka's Emperor's sword held aloft before him, the time had come to resurrect the blood-soaked glory of the Sokka's Emperor, to wrest one final glimmer of hope for the impending decline of the Sokka's empire. The old dynasty had perished. A new one must rise. Today, I, the eternal Crosa, shall sever the chains of immortality. Sound of notification, Sokka's Empire announcement. Progress of Chapter 9. Severing immortality has risen to 10, 20, 30, 50. The Empire's faction is now open to all players and NPCs. Join the Sokka's Empire faction to defend immortality. Join the Vast Star Kingdom faction to sever immortality. Initiate the Sokka's Empire contribution ranking. Initiate the Vast Star Kingdom contribution ranking. Sound of notification, Sokka's Empire announcement. After the announcement reverberated 3 times, all players and NPCs in Frost Mechanical City turned their gazes skyward to the eternal Crosa, who raised the colossal Sokka's Emperor's Sword, poised to strike in the direction of the Sokka's Empire's capital. In an instant, the heavens trembled and the earth quaked. A deafening roar surged from all directions into Frost Mechanical City. For a fleeting moment, all were rendered deaf. Crosa, you seek your own demise. Why must you struggle in vain? You hold no hope. You have brought this upon yourself, and thus shall not survive. Since you desire death, we shall grant it to you. Echoes of ancient yet vigorous voices filled the air, followed by a blinding light appearing above Frost Mechanical City, and soon after, the eternal Crosa vanished from sight. Yet this was not the end. In that very instant of Crosa's disappearance, terrifying mechs emerged from the mechanical giant city, forming a dense line, numbering in the millions. They stood silently, motionless. Players, upon identification, were horrified to discover that these were the standard mechs of the vast Star Kingdom, tradable for contributions by players and NPCs. Instantly, the army of players and NPCs erupted in fervor. To confront immortality might have once seemed a hollow phrase. But with such formidable power, slaying immortality was no longer an impossibility. Ha ha ha! I too shall sever immortality. Do not disturb me, Su family, for your reckless manipulation of my beloved. Emboldened by your rise millennia ago, I shall finally exact my revenge. Li family, the grudges of yesteryear shall be settled at last. A multitude of players opened their faction panels. Perusing the various information regarding faction warfare, Zhou Heng stood at the door of a general store, his hand poised with a cigarette, momentarily frozen in disbelief. He had not anticipated that merely passing through a moment of tranquility could precipitate such monumental upheaval. The progress of Chapter 9, severing immortality, had previously been a mere 0, 2. Yet in the briefest span, it had surged to 50. He surmised that this must be the new, unforeseen shift hinted at by fate. Instinctively, Zhou Heng glanced at the faction panel unfurling before him in the boundless world. Sokka's Empire faction contribution points. 0 Quest 1. Long-term eliminate any player NPC from the vast Star Nation once to earn contribution points equal to the level of the defeated, x 100. Quest 2. Long-term annihilate any player NPC from the vast Star Nation to earn contribution points equal to the level of the defeated, x 10, 000. Zhou Heng is a citizen of the Sokka's Empire. Thus the display reflects the Sokka's Empire faction. However, he has discovered that he seems to possess an additional faction tab. Vast Star Nation faction contribution points. -8, 200. 000 Quest 1. Long-term eliminate any player from the Eternal family to earn contribution points equal to the level of the defeated, x1, 000. Quest 2. Long-term annihilate any player from the Eternal family to earn contribution points equal to the level of the defeated, x100, 000. Zhou Heng is perplexed as to why he has quests associated with the vast Star Nation. Yet he contemplates that perhaps he could leverage these two opposing faction tasks to experiment with some feasible maneuvers. Should his actions prove successful, he could undoubtedly reap significant rewards. Chapter 78. The Judgment of Longevity. Ladies and gentlemen, what shall we do? Within the humble abode of Freedom City, where the Sword of Light devises its schemes, 6 individuals gathered around an old, modest round table. The speaker was a foreign man with a scruffy beard, named York Rand, a quintessential player from the Eagle Nation. Beside him, a long-haired woman, visibly agitated, tousled her hair and remarked, "Ever since this individual named Zhou Heng ascended the Imperial Bulletin, the situation has spiraled out of control. Everything was supposed to unfold according to our plan. Opposite the long-haired woman sat an elderly matron, leaning on her cane, her expression one of profound distress. If Zhou Heng were present, he would recognize her as the old woman from Little Bird Town he had previously encountered. However, in stark contrast to their last meeting, the elderly lady appeared gravely unwell. One eye flickered with the shadow of a worm, and one arm was mysteriously absent, enveloped instead by an ominous dark shroud. Despite her significant deterioration from a long-term perspective, Zhou Heng still stood on our side, even if we might ultimately be the ones to suffer the consequences. Diagonal to the elderly woman was a muscular man wielding a massive cleaver who, after hearing her words, let out a dismissive snort. Allowing Zhou Heng to reap the fruits of our labor is something I shall never endorse, as long as he remains outside the ranks of our Sword of Light. He is not one of us. Why should we become the mantis while he plays the cicada? Such fortune does not exist in this world. Furthermore, we cannot place complete trust in the words of the light giant wolf. I shall maintain my stance and observe Zhou Heng's actions. Let us not forget that there may still be lone wolves lurking in the shadows. At the head of the table, Serna, with her flowing wine-red hair, gently tapped the surface, instantly commanding the attention of all present. With a light smile, she addressed them. I have had dealings with the lone wolves. They operate independently. Therefore, even if a lone wolf is here conspiring against the light giant wolf, we need only contend with one adversary. Moreover, are we not overestimating our opponents? Zhou Heng's power is indeed formidable, but I refuse to believe he could have grown sufficiently in such a short span to confront the level 80 Cash Mordain directly. I suspect he must have employed some special means. As long as we prepare adequately, Zhou Heng will not appear threatening to us. Serna paused, surveying the faces around her. I have just received intelligence that the Eternal Krosa, wielding a colossal sword, is advancing toward the capital. This signifies imminent chaos for the entire Sokka's empire, a prime opportunity for us. Therefore, the machinations of the light giant wolf must be expedited. Our time is limited, my friends. As Serna concluded, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. After a considerable pause, the elderly matron spoke first. I concur with Serna's perspective. With the onset of this nation-level conflict, whether among those players from Blue Star or our native NPCs, we shall all enter a phase of rapid advancement. Seizing this opportunity, we can undoubtedly rekindle the illustrious glory of the hero king from years past. The muscular man slammed his cleaver into the ground with a thud, snorting in agreement. Since Serna has spoken, I have little more to add. However, should Zhou Heng dare to grasp the fruits of our efforts, I shall ensure he learns the true meaning of death. Upon witnessing the unanimous agreement, Serna smiled charmingly, transforming into the image of a plump woman from a local grocery store. Standing up, she declared, "Let us proceed according to our original plan. I shall engage with the elder of the Wong family from the Eternal Life clan, striving to secure the time needed to access the realm of longevity." The group, invigorated by her words, rose in unison, filled with determination. By capturing the radiant giant wolf, they could harness its unique ability of light perception to locate the scattered shards of the sacred sword of the Seikast Empire, allowing them to restore the glory of the heroic king. As the sword of light set into motion, Zhou Heng remained industrious. He offered the elderly gentleman another Tianma cigarette, smiling as he asked, "May I inquire about something else?" The old man regarded the cigarette with narrowed eyes and did not take it, instead scrutinizing Zhou Heng. He recognized the aura of a lone wolf emanating from him, aware that such a presence usually belonged to a member of the lone wolf faction. However, it appeared to be granted to Zhou Heng. "Old man?" As the elder remained silent, continuing his examination, Zhou Heng narrowed his eyes slightly, growing wary. The old man chuckled. "You seem cautious, lad. Just a glance from me, yet you're on high alert. That spirit of yours will serve you well in longevity. Now, what is it you wish to know?" He finally accepted the cigarette offered by Zhou Heng. Zhou Heng chose not to rush his response, but instead observed the old man anew, sensing he was no ordinary figure. Nevertheless, he had no time for distractions. He needed to swiftly eliminate the players from the Eternal Life clan to claim his rightful authority. I seek to know the whereabouts of the players from the Eternal Life clan, specifically those who are not particularly formidable. Do you have any information? The old man's eyes sparkled with interest, a smile creeping across his lips. Zhou Heng was indeed the kind of individual they needed within the Lone Wolf faction. His ambition to target the Eternal Life clan players indicated potential for growth, making him a valuable ally against the Blue Star Federation. You certainly have the audacity, but attempting to slay the players of the Eternal Life clan within the Stormwind Free City is no easy feat here. One can only rely on their lifespan to take lives. How much time do you have left? The most inferior of the Eternal Life remnants typically start with a lifespan of 500 years. As he spoke, the old man lit the cigarette Zhou Heng had offered, exhaling smoke. These Eternal Life players are a wretched bunch, unwilling to perish despite their inevitable demise, seeking to borrow life from others to prolong their existence. I failed to comprehend the purpose of their wretched survival. If you truly wish to eliminate the Eternal Life clan, you will need this. With a sly grin, the old man produced a green scroll from beneath the counter. In this place, the only method to eradicate the Eternal Life beings was through this scroll, which would directly erase them at the level of lifespan. However, it came at the cost of one's own remaining years. In simpler terms, it is a contest of lifespans. You emerge victorious, using your lifespan to offset that of your opponent, resulting in their demise. Zhou Heng gazed at the scroll presented by the elderly man and performed an appraisal. Lifespan judgment quality. Resplendent, this can only be utilized in places cursed by the Master of Lifespans. Upon unfolding, it enacts a judgment on both adversaries. If victorious, it deducts an amount equivalent to the opponent's remaining lifespan, leading to their annihilation. If defeated, your remaining lifespan will be deducted by the opponent, resulting in your death. In the event of mutual defeat, both parties will perish, with their lifespans completely expended. What do you think? Would you care to give it a try? It's not expensive, merely 10,000 silver coins. However, seeing as you seem quite fortunate, I shall offer you a discount, 5,000 silver coins. Of course, if you find yourself with an abundance of wealth and an excess of lifespan, I have 99 more copies available, should you be able to consume them. The old man said this with a cheerful demeanor, eagerly awaiting Zhou Heng's decision. Zhou Heng cast a deep glance at him, said nothing, and retrieved 5,000 silver coins from his backpack to complete the transaction for the lifespan judgment. Chapter 79. The hunt begins. It appears you are quite confident in your longevity. Observing Zhou Heng unhesitatingly purchase a longevity decree, the old man chuckled softly, pointing towards the other side of the gentle haven. There lies an exclusive private club named Lingyun, where a group of aging members from the Longevity clan reside, their lifespans likely limited to less than a millennium. Zhou Heng recognized that the diminutive figure before him was no ordinary man. However, it seemed he needed to expand his imagination, envisioning his adversary as even more formidable. Is it truly possible to ascertain one's lifespan? Very well, thank you. Zhou Heng expressed his gratitude and departed the general store, making his way toward the Lingyun private club. Yet, just as he had taken a few steps, the old man's voice echoed from behind him. Hey, young man, remember to use your Lone Wolf credentials when you reach levels 61 to 71. I shall personally guide you, enlightening you on what constitutes a true battlefield. The protagonist shall not join any organization, mind you. Zhou Heng's pupils constricted, and he turned back to glance at the general store, but the old man had vanished, leaving only empty shelves in the vast establishment. The Lone Wolf? That legendary organization? Recalling the information from Teacher Yu, Zhou Heng murmured to himself. His understanding of the Lone Wolf was quite limited. Apart from Teacher Yu's mention, he had not encountered any further references. Nevertheless, levels 61 to 71 seemed attainable within a reasonable time frame, thus sparking his anticipation. Turning away, Zhou Heng continued his journey to the Lingyun private club. Instead of entering, he stood by the entrance, awaiting the emergence of players from the Longevity clan, for the distinction between the long-lived and the ordinary was apparent to all but the blind. After approximately half an hour of waiting, he finally observed an elderly man emerging from Lingyun, his arm draped around a beautiful woman. He shamelessly indulged in her charms, his eyes gleaming with lust and intoxication. Zhou Heng followed closely behind, clutching the longevity decree in his hand. "Who is this, trailing me at such an hour? Do you not realize I am on my way to revelry?" The old man turned to regard Zhou Heng, a fleeting look of disdain crossing his features. "Boy, do you covet the woman by my side? Once I have had my fill, I might just share her with you, though if she happens to be your partner, I wouldn't mind letting you join in." Heh. Zhou Heng paid no heed, directing his attention to the old man as he slowly unfurled the longevity decree. "What are you holding? Do you intend to confront me? Huh? Do you even know where you are? Can you not see the large forbidden label in your attributes?" The old man's words faltered midway, his eyes widening in disbelief as he beheld the decree in Zhou Heng's grasp. The longevity decree, damn it. As an elder from the longevity clan, he was already teetering on the fringes of their society, surviving on a lifespan contract in the windy Freedom City. With merely 300 years left to his life, engaging in a longevity decree with Zhou Heng would cost him over 100 years. And months would pass before he could secure more time. Run. Without a moment's hesitation, he abandoned the woman by his side and fled into the distance. But it was too late. Zhou Heng moved with remarkable swiftness, the effects of the life judgment proving to be extraordinarily potent. The fleeing elder of the Changshang family was pulled back, subjected to the life judgment in the presence of countless players and NPCs in the windy Freedom City. As the effects of the life judgment activated, a colossal balance appeared high above, suspended between Zhou Heng and the elder of the Changshang family. Green energy flowed from both individuals into the respective sides of the scale. 100 years, 200 years, 300 years. Witnessing the entirety of his lifespan wagered, yet still unable to claim victory over his opponent, the elder's face contorted with terror as he began to wail incessantly. "No, it cannot be. I possess 300 years of life. How could this be? How could this be? 301 years. Suddenly, Zhou Heng's side of the scale tipped by an additional year, reaching 301 years. It was this extra year that became the final straw, crushing the elder. Judgment successful. 300 years vs. 301 years. You have emerged victorious. In an instant, as the judgment was rendered, the elder opposite, Zhou Heng, visibly aged at an alarming rate. His already withered visage crumbled like damp earth, disintegrating piece by piece until, in a mere moment, the once vibrant elder, who had embraced a woman with such vigor, was reduced to a mere puddle of gray-black sludge, devoid of even the luminous transformation upon death that would typically be absorbed by the boundless world. You have slain a player of the Changshang family. The confinement of the land of lifespan upon you is lifted. The master of lifespan casts a gaze in your direction. Windy Freedom City is under confinement. Entry permitted, but exit barred. Instantly, Zhou Heng sensed a profound lightness enveloping him. He opened his attribute panel and discovered that the skills and attributes that had been sealed upon entering the land of lifespan were now unlocked. This signified that within this realm, where only lifespan could be wielded as a weapon, he alone could harness his power. Would the slaughter commence? Zhou Heng spread his hands, gazing at the successfully retrieved dragon bow, a smile uncontrollably forming at the corners of his mouth. The successful equipping of the dragon bow meant that his class skills as a long-range archer could now take effect. With a staggering 50-kilometer field of vision combined with the master of lifespan's confinement over the cries of windy freedom, which elder of the Changshang family could possibly evade him? This was destined to be a personal showcase of his prowess. Amidst the astonished and bewildered gazes of the onlookers, Zhou Heng leaped from the beams to the rooftop, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. Here, had not all skills and attributes been sealed? How could he still perform so spectacularly? Amid the multitude of bewildered expressions, Zhou Heng stood atop the highest point nearby, at the pinnacle of a small bell tower, surveying the entirety of windy Freedom City. The city bore resemblance to a grand metropolis of an island nation, with many buildings reflecting a strong Tang dynasty aesthetic. Windy Freedom City was vast, and Zhou Heng's 50-kilometer view failed to reveal its limits. Yet, deep within the city, he could discern a colossal barrier of wind, and beyond it, a faint silhouette of a giant wolf could be seen. However, due to the distance exceeding 50 kilometers, the details remained elusive. Soon, Zhou Heng identified several elderly members of the Longevity clan within his line of sight. Much like the old man, these individuals appeared frail, yet were remarkably well-preserved, moving with a faint aura of grace. With a creaking sound, Zhou Heng fully drew the massive dragon bow, aiming at a member of the Longevity clan. He intended to test the resilience of these players with an arrow. Curious to ascertain how the realm of longevity determined the feasibility of attacks, when he could strike while they could not retaliate. It would be ideal if he could eliminate them outright. However, if that proved impossible, he would resort to the Socratic Emperor's sword, the Holy Sword, for the harvest. With a swift motion, Zhou Heng loosed an arrow at the nearest elder of the Longevity clan. In an instant, the arrow pierced through the elder's forehead, inflicting a chilling minus 26,180 ice damage. The elderly member, who was also embracing a beautiful woman, found himself slowly collapsing, utterly bewildered. Isn't this the realm of longevity? Aren't attribute attacks supposed to be impossible here? How could a damage value of minus 26,180 just appear above my head? Chapter 80. The splendor of arrows at 50 kilometers. Zhou Heng stood atop the small bell tower, observing as an elder of the Changsheng family, recently resurrected in a radiant glow at a revival point approximately 10 kilometers from his previous demise, came into being. After a brief moment of contemplation, he once again loosed an arrow. This time, he employed the Jiao bow, eager to discern whether the issue lay with health points or the precision of his strike. The elder, still bewildered by the sudden turn of events, barely registered the imminent danger before an arrow pierced the void, embedding itself in his arm and inflicting a staggering damage of minus 6,253. 5. This represented the minimum physical damage output of the Jiao bow. Yet, such damage was sufficient to vanquish him once more. As the elder transformed back into a radiant light, resurrected at the revival point, Zhou Heng felt a flicker of suspicion arise within him. However, the specifics would demand empirical evidence. Resolute, he switched to the dragon bow, drawing the string to its utmost tension, and aimed at every elder of the Changsheng family within his field of vision. The wealth of death and revival data would undoubtedly provide the conclusions he sought. With a rapid fire rate of 11.0 arrows per second, Zhou Heng unleashed a barrage, each arrow targeting a distinct elder of the Changsheng family. Meanwhile, he overheard the jovial conversation among the elders, who were animatedly discussing the arrival of a fresh batch of promising female players from the Su family. Indeed, it seems we are in for a treat tonight. They chuckled, grinning widely. However, before they could fully savor the moment, 2 arrows descended from the heavens, piercing their foreheads and delivering a terrifying damage of 26,180. What? How is this possible? Is this not the land of longevity? The 2 elders collapsed, still grappling with the incomprehensible reality of their demise, unable to fathom why someone could inflict damage within the land of longevity. Not only they, but every elder within a 50-kilometer radius of Zhou Heng was subjected to relentless onslaughts. Observing the continuous resurrection of the Changsheng elders, Zhou Heng's gaze flickered with certainty. He had deduced that within this realm, as long as his attacks landed, he could slay his foes. In essence, this was not merely a matter of health points, but rather a reflection of the mechanics inherent to the land of longevity. With clarity dawning upon him, a smile spread across Zhou Heng's lips, one that even AK could not suppress. This revelation implied that he need not rely on the Socratic Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, to eliminate the Changsheng players. Though it might entail a longer endeavor, he preferred to expend time gathering the enemy's revival coins rather than entrust his fate to the unpredictable hero, Kyrena, associated with the Socratic Emperor's sword. With a firm resolution, Zhou Heng unleashed his arrows with unyielding determination. 11 arrows per second, a torrential downpour directed at the revival point. The Changsheng elders undoubtedly possessed a considerable number of revival coins, but how long could they endure against such speed and lethality? From a moment he harnessed his attributes within the land of longevity, the hunt had commenced. Damn it, what on earth is happening? A sycophant of the Changsheng royal family beheld the chaos at the revival point, eyes wide with terror, trembling in fear. The remnants of the Changsheng family were perplexed. They could not comprehend how anyone could wield power within the realm of longevity. It seemed utterly illogical. Suddenly, a shrill cry pierced the air as a sycophant rushed towards the depths of Windward Free City. At the innermost recesses of Windward Free City, surrounded by a fierce and unyielding barrier of howling winds, stood an elderly man, frail and stooped, leaning on his cane. He remained motionless, his gaze fixed on Serna, his expression dark and brooding. He had never anticipated that after a lifetime of hunting wild geese, he would be outmaneuvered by a mere child. The loss of even a fragment of the power of the radiant giant wolf was undoubtedly due to her machinations. Serna, receiving such praise, could not suppress a smile. Wang Mo, your era has come to an end. The future belongs to us. Will you willingly release the radiant giant wolf? Or shall we, the Sword of Light, take matters into our own hands? Wang Mo, the frail elder, grew increasingly sullen, his teeth grinding in a fit of rage as he vehemently declared, absolutely not. Serna's smile widened, for she too had been a victim of the Changsheng family's tyranny. Today, she was finally poised to exact her revenge, reclaiming the anguish of her past. She was not alone in her suffering. Everyone, including the fierce old woman and the muscular man, had endured humiliation at the hands of the Changsheng family. You have no chance left. I will await your transformation into a beast of longevity, and then I shall sever your head to commemorate my lost youth, Serna proclaimed, her gaze drifting towards the innermost depths where the true form of the radiant giant wolf was imprisoned. If released, without its radiant aura to suppress the curse of longevity, all, including Wang Mo, would become emotionless beasts. Veins bulged on Wang Mo's hands as he gripped his cane, his face contorted with a blend of rage, despair, and a desperate urge to consume Serna whole, yet feeling utterly powerless. Serna, reveling in the spectacle, could no longer contain her delight and let out a soft chuckle. Finally, soon, she would have her vengeance. Her youth, her past. Just then, an elderly, elongated figure emerged from the raging winds. Wango, your acting remains as abysmal as ever. Perhaps you can fool a little girl of merely 100 years, but not me. The newcomer was none other than Li Rang, a member of the Lone Wolf organization and an epic-level player from the Xia Kingdom, who had previously interacted with Zhou Heng. Upon seeing Li Rang, the ferocity, despair, and rage on Wang Mo's face vanished, replaced by a chilling smile. At least he had managed to lure you out, hadn't he? The useless members of the Sword of Light had indeed served their purpose. Directly opposite, Serna's complexion turned ashen, caught off guard by this sudden change. A profound sense of foreboding welled up within her. Instinctively, she glanced towards the direction where the radiant giant wolf was imprisoned. A robust figure emerged from the depths of the howling wind. A remarkably muscular young man, wielding 2 katana at his waist, approached with a commanding gait. Esteemed Lady Serna, are they the ones you seek? The brawny man grinned wickedly, tossing 5 severed heads at her feet. The old woman, the long sword. How could this be? How could this happen? Everything was supposed to go as planned. What is happening? What is happening? Trembling, Serna reached out to cradle the head of the old woman, but all she grasped was the light of a body being consumed by the infinite void. Li Rang stood nearby, observing the scene with cold detachment. The Sword of Radiance was indeed a formidable faction. Initially, the government of the Summer Kingdom intended to ally with this organization against the Changsheng family. However, they soon realized that this faction was deluded, fixated on the legendary sword of the hero king Kyrina. It became clear to them that this faction had yet to grasp the truth of the past, rendering them utterly ineffectual. To be candid, under normal circumstances, he would not have intervened. Everyone, including Serna, would meet their demise. Yet, the situation had changed. That little rascal Zhou Heng had inexplicably gained an advantage, managing to wield power within the land of longevity, and as a long-range archer at that. A player capable of utilizing power combined with the role of a long-range archer was a significant disruption to the dynamics of the land of longevity. Thus, he had no qualms about adding a touch of surprise to this battle. Lady Serna, fear not, it will not hurt. I shall guide you on your journey. The brawny man approached the trembling Serna, slowly drawing his katana, poised to execute her on the spot. At that moment, Wang Mo intervened, turning to Li Rang and stating, "Your expression is peculiar. You do not appear to have been deceived by me, yet you have reappeared." I failed to comprehend. Li Rang could not suppress a smirk. This old fellow finally voiced his confusion. The issue is quite simple. "Ah, your lackey has arrived." He gestured behind him, where a somewhat lean man stumbled forward, sliding to his knees before Wang Mo upon seeing him. "My lord, it's dire news. Someone is able to wield power in the land of longevity. Look at the profession. It seems to be a long-range archer. According to the intelligence you provided, I suspect it is Zhou Heng." Chapter 81. Objective: escape. The fierce winds howled through the depths of the land of longevity, creating an ominous roar. Li Rang, with a great rifle slung over his shoulder and his hands tucked into his pockets, wore a sinister grin. Serna, who was engulfed in despair from the death of her companion, appeared somewhat bewildered. Zhou Heng, could he truly act within the confines of the land of longevity? Wang Mo's hand trembled slightly against his cane, his expression visibly darkening. Had it merely been a lackey from the Wang family delivering the news, he would have questioned it before pondering further. Yet, Li Rang's presence led him to realize that the situation was likely as this young man had described. He pondered how the young ones wielding the Sword of Light could so easily lure out a formidable figure like Li Rang, suggesting they had come merely to observe the spectacle. What exactly transpired? To put it succinctly, Wang Mo's voice was as cold as the ice of the abyss. Cutting through the air, the gaunt man, sensing the gravity of the moment, hastily recounted everything he had witnessed along the way. Upon hearing the gaunt man's account, both Wang Mo and the burly man beside him, wielding a katana, exchanged solemn glances. If the gaunt man had not exaggerated or lied, then Zhou Heng indeed wielded the power of the attribute panel within the land of longevity. A sharpshooter with a range of 50 kilometers must be at least a 5-star profession. Such a vocation and such capabilities, especially in the land of longevity, necessitated an urgent strategy to counteract. Otherwise, they would be left with no choice but annihilation. After all, while they possessed numerous resurrection coins, they could not withstand an opponent who played by different rules. "So, is this why you have appeared, Li Rang? Are you not afraid that I may risk everything to ensure your demise here?" Wang Mo's voice was frigid, like a whisper from the depths of hell. Unfazed, Li Rang chuckled lightly. "This kind of threat may work on a Na'vi girl like Serna, but you cannot deceive me. Are you still half asleep? Based on my understanding of you, you would never engage in a desperate struggle here. Or do you believe I am blind, or that my keen eyesight has failed me? What are your ulterior motives?" Wang Mo chuckled coldly, choosing not to engage Li Rang further in verbal sparring. Instead, he activated a technological communication device from the vast Star Kingdom, sending a message to all the elders of the longevity families in the land of longevity. The message was succinct. "The situation has changed. Activate the longevity judgment vault. Target Zhou Heng." To Wang Mo, he felt like an old man precariously balanced on a narrow bridge, with young men on either side sawing away at it. No matter whom he chose to ally with, the opposing side would sever the bridge, sealing his fate. Thus, he could only scheme for a path to escape within the limited time he had. He was unaware of Zhou Heng's exact circumstances, but to unleash chaos in a space where aggression was prohibited suggested some extraordinary fortune. Engaging Zhou Heng within the land of longevity was evidently out of the question, even with his staggering 2 million resurrection coins. His plan was straightforward: exploit the information gap, allowing other elders of the longevity families to meet their demise, while seizing the opportunity to utilize his scarce curse exemption items to forcibly exit this wailing tempest of the land of longevity. As long as he remained alive, with the connections he still had within the Wang family, he could certainly find a way to continue his existence in the land of longevity. After dispatching the message, Wang Mo turned his gaze toward the burly man at his side. "Jiang Island, delay Li for 30 minutes. I have a way to eliminate Zhou Heng." With that, Wang Mo leaned on his cane and vanished into the howling wind. Indeed, the circumstances are ever-changing. You intellectuals are truly a fearsome breed, but the luminous giant wolf must not be released. What I mean is, the burly man, known as Jiang Island, is a player from the Changsheng family. At the 8-star ring level, he approached Li, brandishing his katana in a provocative manner. Upon witnessing this, Li almost burst into laughter. One could only say that those with brawn often lack wit. Based on his understanding of Wang Mo, resolving Zhou Heng in half an hour was an impossibility. 100 hours would not suffice, at least within this domain of longevity. Clearly, this Jiang Island was merely a pawn, a sacrificial piece to buy time for Wang Mo to escape the land of longevity. However, Wang Mo had miscalculated one crucial detail, one he had not foreseen. The entire Howling Wind-free city was a one-way passage. Otherwise, there was no way he could have turned back. He would have long since vanished. Examining Jiang Island closely, the two faint auras emanating from the lotus petal at his brow indicated that he was indeed a longevity player of the 8th star ring, a level 90 novice, and merely at the 8th star ring level. Given such mediocrity, to spare him a glance outside the domain of longevity would be his defeat. Yet now, since he dared to confront him here, it was evident he was equipped with an additional longevity container. Otherwise, with only a few years of life left, he would not dare to provoke an epic player like Li. Li resolved to entertain himself with this young man, for escape was not an option at the moment. Meanwhile, Wang Mo returned to the depths of the Howling Wind-free city, to a castle constructed entirely of crystal, exuding opulence. I remember the items being here. Haha, found it. With a laugh, Wang Mo unearthed what he saw from the depths of the treasury, an object resembling a resurrection platform, 9 grotesque demon skull statues, and a human skin mask. He refrained from disturbing the remaining items to avoid drawing attention, taking only 30 million silver coins as he stealthily slipped away from the Howling Wind-free city. Fate is perpetually deceptive. With the slightest misstep, one may lose some or all within a false reality. Fate offers you a hint. Fate Hint 1. Your extreme slaughter has ultimately alerted the remnants of the Changsheng family, who employ various tactics to escape the Howling Wind's lamentation from all directions. Yet, they remain unaware that the entire Howling Wind's lamentation has been sealed. You may choose to disregard these fleeing remnants of the Changsheng family and engage them in a game of cat and mouse with time. Fate Hint 2. 50 kilometers west of the city, there is an ordinary old man with white hair, easily recognizable, his gaze resolute, heading directly towards the Howling Wind-free city's exit. If you can eliminate him, you might acquire a remarkable opportunity. The sudden fate hint caused Zhou Heng to pause for a moment. The next second, he decisively ceased his assault on the resurrection platform and charged towards the western direction of the city. As he traversed the heights of the towering edifices, utilizing the extraordinary 50-kilometer range of his vision, he tirelessly scoured the surroundings in search of the enigmatic elder mentioned in the Fate Hint 2. Soon, his gaze fixated upon a white-haired old man, poised to depart from the exit of Gale Freedom City, who bore an uncanny resemblance to the description provided. Could it be him? Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Heng raised his hand and loosed an arrow, striking the target before he could escape the confines of Gale Freedom City. Yet, an inexplicable event unfolded. The man did not resurrect at the designated revival point, but instead reappeared at the same location, continuing undeterred towards the exit. In the next instant, he vanished from Gale Freedom City, only to be abruptly propelled back. Chapter 82. Are you about to abandon me? What was happening? Wasn't I supposed to leave the realm of longevity? The white-haired elder, who was shot and resurrected on the spot, was none other than Wang Mo, who had escaped with resources in tow. He had thought that the statue exempting him from the longevity curse would afford him time to reach the next realm of longevity. However, not only was he unable to progress to the next realm, but his initial plan had also hit a snag. It seemed he could not escape the wind-free city of this realm. Before Wang Mo could fathom the reason, an arrow shot from the distance pierced him, pinning him in place. In the next moment, he transformed into a white light, his expression darkening as he attempted once more to depart from Wind-free City. Yet, no matter how he experimented, he found himself unable to leave. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him, and his expression twisted into a grimace. Damn it! Could Zhou Heng possess the means to seal the entire realm of longevity? How could that be? Wasn't he merely a novice player? It seemed he hadn't even surpassed the novice protection period. Cursing under his breath, Wang Mo charged towards the exit again, only to face yet another failure. Observing the precise arrows raining down from afar, he dared not hesitate any longer and turned to flee into the labyrinthine city. He found himself grappling with two perplexities. First, after emerging from the treasury, why had no one detected him until now, only to suddenly expose him? Second, did Zhou Heng's method of sealing the realm of longevity have a time limit, or was it perpetual? If it was the former, with his vast reserves of resurrection coins and resurrection platforms, he was confident he could escape the realm alive. Yet, he feared that Zhou Heng's sealing method might be infinite in duration. Although the likelihood seemed slim, the thought still nagged at him. No, it certainly cannot be without time constraints. He was merely a novice, his level only at 30. Even with extraordinary luck, it was inconceivable that he could impose such a high-level perpetual seal. Thus, I must have time. 21 million longevity clan remnants would surely afford me enough delay. Wang Mo continually reassured himself, wagering that the realm of longevity was not under an infinite seal. He could survive. Some might suggest logging off to escape the realm of longevity, which may be feasible for ordinary players. However, for the remnants of a longevity clan, who relied on life contracts to siphon others' lifespans, logging off and returning to the safety of Blue Star would necessitate a lifespan evaluation. This meant that upon logging off, they would be marked with a negative lifespan in the boundless gaming realm, leading to their immediate annihilation. Watching Wang Mo scurry through the city, Zhou Heng remained silent for a moment, deducing the identity of his adversary. An ordinary player would not be in such a frantic rush to leave Windfree City, even if they were aware of his presence. After all, his enemies had always been from the Longevity clan. Only a fool would act so hastily. Moreover, the ability to resurrect rapidly in place was not something an ordinary player could acquire. Thus, the truth was singular. This was a player from the Longevity clan, and possibly not one of ordinary standing. It appears that a method for effectively discerning the members of the Eternal Family must be sought. This individual likely employed some peculiar artifact to obscure the lotus at his brow. Zhou Heng murmured, his hands unrelenting as he drew his bow and nocked an arrow, each projectile homing in on his target. He pondered how Wang Mo might elude his onslaught. Time was on his side, within this realm of longevity. As long as he had not eradicated all players of the Eternal Family, the seal would remain unbroken. Goodness, is this what it means to be a long-range archer? This infernal tracking ability is insufferable. As he felt the relentless arrows pursuing him, Wang Mo had never harbored such disdain for a profession before, until now. For it was indeed the long-range archer. With a sharp thud, one arrow caught up, piercing Wang Mo's forehead and pinning him to the ground. In the next instant, he resurrected on the spot, fleeing once more into a narrow alley, desperately attempting to evade Zhou Heng's assault. Just then, Zhou Heng emerged from the side, seizing Wang Mo by the neck and slamming him forcefully to the ground. Witnessing Wang Mo's repeated deaths and subsequent revivals only intensified Zhou Heng's urgency to eliminate him. He hurled Wang Mo high into the air, wielding the dragon bow with precision. As arrows penetrated Wang Mo one after another, the immense force propelled him further aloft, never allowing him to even graze the floor, remaining suspended in a state of perpetual combo. Observing his dwindling resurrection tokens, Wang Mo's countenance darkened, nearly dripping with despair. If this continued, even with 1,000,000 resurrection tokens, survival would be impossible. Moreover, why had Zhou Heng not utilized the Sacraster Imperial Sword, Holy Sword? A fact that had spread from the Cash family long ago. Wang Mo forced himself to regain composure, seizing the moment of revival to scrutinize Zhou Heng below, who was delivering relentless combos. The sword rested at Zhou Heng's waist, seemingly eager to quench its thirst with the blood of the Eternal Family. Wang Mo could not fathom why, despite possessing a means to outright annihilate him, Zhou Heng would resort to such elaborate measures. Was he practicing archery? Such a claim might be believable from an ordinary player, but not from Zhou Heng. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him, his eyes gleaming with a dreadful realization. Deducing from the situation, Zhou Heng's reluctance to wield the Sacraster Imperial Sword must have been for a compelling reason. one that undoubtedly posed a disadvantage to himself. Thus, the only truth remained. Should that sword claim the lives of numerous members of the Eternal Family, it would ultimately turn against him. Clinging to this glimmer of hope, Wang Mo seized the opportunity of revival to address Zhou Heng. Zhou Heng, why do you not wield the Sacraster Imperial Sword? Do you perhaps know that slaying enough of us would be detrimental to you? Are you being overly cautious? Upon finishing, he even bared his yellow teeth at Zhou Heng. Zhou Heng's movements faltered as he glanced at the Sacraster Imperial Sword at his side, which began to tremble, a phenomenon that had never occurred since he had acquired it. The unfolding of fate often transpires in unexpected manners. However, this is inconsequential, for the signs of destiny remain ever present. Fate presents you with a hint. Hint 1. Soothe the Sakashtar Imperial Sword, the Holy Sword, and convey to the heroic King Kyrina contained within that you harbor no such intentions. Your sole desire is to hone your archery skills, after which you shall decisively eliminate a group of Chongqing family players. Should you choose this path, the indications of fate may perhaps remain eternally stagnant in a not-so-distant future. Hint 2. You shall not be questioned by those once deemed failures. She was once a lofty hero king, yet now finds herself merely clinging to existence as a feeble wretch. Suppress the Sakashtar Imperial Sword, the Holy Sword, and confront it with what you perceive to be incisive words. Opting for this path may yield scant rewards, yet your spirit shall emerge more resilient. Though fate seems to offer two avenues, in truth, there exists but a singular path. The first option is unattainable. Should fate's hints cease permanently, it signifies his demise. Thus, Zhou Heng's sole choice is the second hint of destiny, standing amidst the gentle breeze atop the towering edifice. His hand resting upon the Sakashtar Imperial Sword, the Holy Sword, he intoned coldly, "Kyrina, do you wish to sever ties with me? If so, I could impale you here and now. Your future is yours to command." A low hum reverberated as the Sakashtar Imperial Sword, the Holy Sword, vibrated violently, seemingly expressing its discontent towards Zhou Heng, yet ultimately it settled. In that fleeting moment, Wang Mo dashed away, retreating deep into the heart of Windward Freedom City. Chapter 83-73. 2 billion contribution points as the sacred sword of the Sakashtar trembled. Zhou Heng surveyed his surroundings, swiftly pinpointing Wang Mo's figure. One could not deny the exceptional agility of this relic of the Chongqing family. He was undeniably of an extraordinarily high caliber. Drawing back the mighty dragon bow, Zhou Heng aimed an arrow at the direction in which Wang Mo was fleeing, simultaneously rushing towards him. Wang Mo seized a nearby ordinary player, grasping his collar and bellowing, "Take this to the wind barrier and deliver it to Island Jiro. I am of the Chongqing royal family." To ensure compliance, Wang Mo tore off his disguise, revealing the lotus petal upon his brow. The captured player trembled, stammering, "Why yes, I will." After discarding the ordinary player, Wang Mo dashed off in another direction. His intention was twofold. First, to divert Zhou Heng's attention, making him believe he was delivering something of great significance, as Zhou Heng's extraordinary long-range vision could only see, not hear, thus creating ample room for maneuvering. Second, if Zhou Heng chose to pursue him instead of the player, he could be assured that the item entrusted to the player would indeed reach Island Jiro. An arrow whistled through the air, piercing Wang Mo's chest. As he transformed into a wisp of white light, dying and respawning, his expression darkened ominously. When had this new player, Zhou Heng, cultivated such a terrifying resolve? His approach, which created such confusion, had been met with no hesitation whatsoever. He was relentless in his pursuit, despite possessing slightly over 19 million resurrection coins. Wang Mo found no joy in his fortune. Wang Mo had thoroughly analyzed Zhou Heng's attack speed, which was an astonishing 11.0 shots per second. Frankly, he could not comprehend how a level 30 newcomer could achieve such a rate merely a month after logging into the seemingly infinite expanse of the game. He was acutely aware that the Dragon Bow was an inferior piece of equipment, indicating that even without the skyward set, Zhou Heng's base attack speed must fall within the range of 7.0 to 8.0 shots per second. What a remarkable concept that was. Not even a level 51 player could boast such levels. Continuing his flight, Wang Mo evaded Zhou Heng's relentless attacks while striving towards the wind barrier. If he could reach it, Zhou Heng would have no means of dispatching him in the short term, thereby allowing a shift in firepower and granting him precious time. Yet, time was not on his side, and soon Zhou Heng caught up with him, with a shoulder throw and a toss. Wang Mo found himself once again within Zhou Heng's sights. "Zhou Heng, you cannot kill me," he declared defiantly. "Your attack speed is 11.0 shots per second, while my resurrection interval is 1.2 seconds. Thus, accounting for projectile travel time, you require at least 2.5 seconds between kills. With 1.2 million resurrection coins at my disposal, you would need a minimum of 34.8 days to eliminate me. Can the seal of this land endure for such an extended period?" Wang Mo fixed his icy gaze on Zhou Heng, scrutinizing his expression, hoping to discern any flicker of change that might reveal the duration of the seal. Zhou Heng, having lived 2 lives, perhaps lacks significant experiences in this current existence. Yet the lessons learned from his past life as a beast of burden remain vividly etched in his memory. He comprehends the implications of the words spoken by the other party, and when combined with their attempts to flee from the Wild Wind-free city, it becomes evident to anyone with a modicum of sense that they are contemplating the manipulation of the sealing time. Unfortunately, this path is destined to be futile. Zhou Heng chose not to respond to Wang Mo. Rather, he was intent on swiftly eliminating this relic of the Changshan family to seize any fortuitous opportunities that might lie within. Observing Zhou Heng's silence, Wang Mo, akin to a mechanical automaton, relentlessly loosed arrows into the void. His countenance darkened ominously. For reasons unknown, he discerned in Zhou Heng a fortitude and resolve characteristic of players of a far superior caliber, which was indeed alarming. It is noteworthy that Li Rang is a player of epic divine power at level 10,000, while Zhou Heng is merely at level 30. You have slain Wang Mo, a level 610 player of the Changshan family, once. Contribution to the vast Star Nation, 610,000. You have slain Wang Mo, a level 610 player of the Changshan family, once. Contribution to the vast Star Nation, 610,000. Upon the initial defeat of Wang Mo, Zhou Heng received such notifications. This was an excellent opportunity, if the 1.2 million revival coins were indeed authentic. The mere eradication of this one elder from the Changshan family would yield over 7.32 billion contribution points to the vast Star Nation. And this was solely the bounty from Wang Mo. The Wild Wind-free city harbors many more elders of the Changshan family, and he believed that by vanquishing them all, he could completely deplete the contribution treasury of the vast Star Nation. Thus, with the Sakasite Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, he executed a swift and lethal blow. Who could rival him? Time passed, and 3 hours later, an ordinary player, having been cast out by Wang Mo, entered the wind barrier carrying the breath of the wild wind. He beheld Ishida Jiro, pinned beneath Li Rang, and, with trepidation, quietly inquired, "Excuse me, may I ask, who among you is the esteemed of the Changshan family?" "I come at the behest of Lord Wang Mo." Li Rang and Serna both glanced down at Ishida Jiro, who was reddening with humiliation, his expression a portrait of despair. The prowess of a lone wolf of Li Rang's caliber far exceeded his expectations. In a contest of pure skill, devoid of any power, he found himself utterly outmatched. "I am Ishida Jiro. What business do you have with me?" Ishida Jiro forced himself to suppress his murderous intent as he spoke. The ordinary player trembled, retrieving an envelope from his backpack that Wang Mo had given him, extending it forward. However, it was swiftly snatched away by Li Rang, who tore it open to examine its contents. After reading the message within, Li Rang passed it to Ishida Jiro. "Wang Mo requests that you unleash the radiant giant wolf. He wishes to take a significant gamble." Ishida Jiro's pupils constricted as he accepted the letter for review. At that moment, his simple mind struggled to comprehend the implications. Hadn't it been stated that the release of the radiant giant wolf was forbidden? Who would withstand the lifespan curse of the Age of Life once it was unleashed? And who could contend with the monstrous beings transformed by that curse? Had Wang Mo lost his sanity? Upon hearing this, Li Rang patted Ishida Jiro's thick forehead. How did the Ishida family produce someone with such a simplistic mind and brawn? Can you not fathom this? As the weight of all hope rests upon you, the opportunity has slipped away. Unleash the radiant great wolf, sacrificing the players who have utilized the longevity contract to surpass their natural lifespan, transforming them into longevity beasts. In exchange for your liberation from the shackles of the land of longevity and the restoration of your 8-star ring's combat prowess. From a moment the letter arrived, your sole objective has been clear: to eliminate Zhou Heng upon regaining your attributes. Ishijiro found himself bewildered, grappling with the dissonance of the situation. Noticing Ishijiro's continued confusion, Li Rang turned to the dazed Serna beside him. Little one, did you not wish to summon the radiant great wolf? Now, your desire can be fulfilled. Here is the key included with the letter. With it, you can release the radiant great wolf. Serna snapped back to reality, gazing at the key Li Rang offered, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. Senior, is what I pursue truly misguided? The elaborate plans she had meticulously crafted over time, the countless lives sacrificed in vain. And yet Zhou Heng merely appeared in the land of longevity. Li Rang offered no response, observing as Serna hesitated to accept the key, withdrawing his hand with a smile. Serna had learned from her limited experiences. Surviving this ordeal might lead to great opportunities in the future. After all, growth is a gradual process. The question remained, should the radiant great wolf be unleashed? Contemplating the implications while watching Ishijiro's contorted expression, Li Rang weighed the consequences. His power here was unstable. Should the radiant great wolf be set free, it would significantly impact his own strength, potentially revealing him to the legendary members of the Changshan family, resulting in dire repercussions. He gazed upward at Wind Freedom City, where Zhou Heng was engaged in a spar with Wang Mo, and after a prolonged silence, he broke into a smile. What am I fretting over? Why invest in this promising youth instead of those so-called elite players? With that thought, Li Rang seized Ishijiro by the collar and retrieved the longevity judgment from his backpack. What are you planning to do? Ishijiro was taken aback upon seeing Li Rang produce the longevity judgment. Was this elder truly intent on perishing alongside him? Wasn't he a legendary player akin to Wang Mo? Such a life squandered? What do you think? Li Rang grinned, preparing to shatter the longevity judgment in his grasp. Just then, an arrow shot in from outside, striking the longevity judgment from his hand, as he watched the arrow dissipate in the distance. A look of shock crossed Li Rang's face as he turned towards Zhou Heng. Time rewound to a few moments before Li Rang's decisive action. Chapter 84. The Judgment of Light. Zhou Heng was mindlessly extracting benefits from Wang Mo when a message from fate suddenly appeared on his retina. The situation is ever-changing. The path is unpredictable. Countless events unfold due to divergent fates. Fate presents you with a hint. Fate Hint 1. A unique organization composed of countless lone wolves. The Sky Sniper Li Rang has decided to invest in you. He intends to consume his own lifespan to eliminate the 8th starring level player, Zhou Heng Island's Jiro. You may allow Li Rang to kill Jiro, alleviating your own burdens. Fate Hint 2. Unknown to anyone, a great opportunity lies within Jiro's backpack. Should you yearn for this chance, you might need to attempt to slay Jiro. However, considering your current strength, directly confronting Jiro will prove challenging. You may consider employing dark assistance at the moment of contact to achieve a swift kill. Zhou Heng had never encountered Jiro, nor did he know what an 8th starring level player was, but he could not afford to miss the great opportunity mentioned in Fate Hint 2. Since he possessed the ability to slay his opponent, he was determined to seize this chance. With that thought, Zhou Heng scanned his surroundings in search of Jiro, soon envisioning the scene where Li Rang's lifespan contract was shot down by an arrow. Kid, what do you mean? Li Rang's voice suddenly resonated in Zhou Heng's ears across the distance. You don't intend to handle this yourself, do you? Once they unleash the light giant wolf, he will escape the grasp of lifespan control and regain his strength. Your power is commendable, having slain the 9th starring level Cashmore. But this is an 8th starring level player at level 80. Golden light flickered in Zhou Heng's eyes. A level 80 player from the Eternal family would indeed be a formidable adversary. Nevertheless, he trusted that the hints of fate would not mislead him. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Heng replied, "Senior, I can manage this. There's no need for you to intervene." Li Rang narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing into the distance where Zhou Heng stood. This young man, Zhou Heng, was even more terrifying than he had anticipated. At merely level 30, and yet untransformed, he dared to provoke an 8th starring level player from the Eternal family's island. The talents of the Eternal family were often peculiar. A moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. However, Li Rang did not refuse Zhou Heng's request. The path one chose was their own, and the outcomes were but reflections of their destiny. After a prolonged silence, Li Rang released Jiro, tossing him the key amidst the latter's bewildered gaze. "You." Jiro stared at Li Rang, perplexed. Was this fellow out of his mind? One moment wagering lives, the next handing over a key? Li Rang cast a penetrating glance at Jiro, stating calmly, "Just now." Zhou Heng intervened. "He deemed it unworthy for you to perish by my hand. He wishes to kill you himself." Upon hearing this, Jiro's initially confused eyes sharpened with clarity. He narrowed his gaze and coldly remarked, "Did he truly say that?" Li Rang smiled lightly. "As a legend, would I need to deceive you over such trivial matters?" Jiro's expression twisted into a sinister grin, yet his eyes gleamed with increasing clarity. "It seems Wang Mo has reached the brink of collapse. Otherwise, he would never allow me to unleash the light giant wolf." "Zhou Heng, I too eagerly anticipate our clash. I wish to discern the caliber of one who dares to challenge me, a being of level 80 with their mere level 30. Upon entering a state of combat, Izanagi ceased to be foolish. He grasped the key and ventured deeper into the wind barrier. "Are you here to mock me as well?" At the innermost depths of the wind barrier stood a colossal luminous white gate, isolating two realms. Through the entrance, one could faintly glimpse a massive silhouette within. The master of sound, the divine wolf of light, bestowed with life by the light element. Izanagi remained silent, extracting the key and inserting it into the lock of the luminous gate. With a resounding click, a torrent of radiant light surged forth from within. Initially, the flow was sluggish, but as the quantity increased, so did its velocity. Before long, a towering luminous wolf, exceeding 1,000 meters in height, materialized before Izanagi. It lowered its gaze upon him, then unleashed a haunting howl that resonated through the air, before leaping into the void and dashing towards the outskirts of the windy Freedom City. Boom! With a thunderous sound, a large hole shattered above the windy Freedom City, and countless green mists poured in from the outside. Life is not a thing of greed. You all must pay a price. A deep, gravelly voice laced with mockery surged from above, accompanied by a sweeping tide of green. A sycophant who had exploited the life pack to siphon lifespan from ordinary players clutched his throat, emitting a wretched scream of agony. In an instant, his skin began to turn green at a visible rate, swiftly transforming him into a humanoid monster with eyes glowing with a sinister green light. "Lifespan, I demand lifespan. Grant me your years." He was no longer human, but a marionette of greed, insatiably craving all lifespans. Ordinary players nearby, witnessing this horror, turned pale in fear. Some fled, while others attempted to log off. In no time, the once bustling windy Freedom City saw its population dwindle rapidly. Wang Mo, pinned in the sky by Zhou Heng as a living target, underwent a transformation as well. An abundance of green mist surged into him, morphing him into a green, corrupted monster. Wang Mo, beast of lifespan, level 610 attack, 0 to 0 magic, 0 to 0 health, 20 billion magic power, 0 armor, 0 water resistance, 0 fire resistance, 0 wind resistance, 0 lightning resistance, 0 ice resistance, 0 wood resistance, 0 light resistance, 0 dark resistance, 0 lifespan plague mist. Emits lifespan plague mist around itself, inflicting one of its own health as dark element damage to enemies. Source of lifespan, health 10, S revival count, 1, 190, 000. Zhou Heng's pupils constricted, instinctively retreating several steps to widen the distance between himself and Wang Mo while surveying his surroundings. Such a formidable creature was beyond the capabilities of a player of his caliber to handle. Merely contemplating that terrifying 10 health regeneration from 20 billion made his scalp prickle with unease. Yet he remained unperturbed. The absence of a fate prompt accompanying the emergence of this wild beast surely indicated that something advantageous was in the offing. He recalled the earlier sound of wolves howling and gazed at the immense void in the sky above. Beyond the void, a colossal wolf's head emerged through the verdant mist, locking eyes with him. Then, he heard a resounding howl that echoed throughout the heavens. The radiant great wolf temporarily bestows upon you the power of light. You have obtained the temporary buff, Judgment of Light. Judgment of Light. When attacking all life essence beasts, an additional 100 billion light attribute damage is inflicted. Zhou Heng's conjecture proved accurate. The absence of a fate prompt indicated that this was indeed a predetermined event. With such power at his disposal, Wang Mo would merely be a plaything to be effortlessly dispatched. Chapter 85. The Ultimate Samurai Zhou Heng. You cannot win. Shima 0. Your demise is inevitable. Wang Mo, with unwavering will, managed to withstand the curse of mortality for a moment. Only after uttering those words did he completely lose his sanity and lunge towards Zhou Heng. As he observed Wang Mo charging at him with a fierce roar, Zhou Heng retreated, increasing the distance from the fog of calamity, while aiming an arrow at Wang Mo's forehead. Minus 100 billion. That figure alone was immensely gratifying, regardless of the actual damage dealt. You have slain the level 610 player Wang Mo of the Changshan family. Contribution to the vast star nation 610. 000. Seeing that the faction wars task could still be triggered, Zhou Heng couldn't help but smile. This indicated that in the coming days, he could amass contributions to the vast star nation exceeding trillions. Could such a staggering amount of contributions truly deplete the vast star nation? With a hint of anticipation, Zhou Heng traversed the towering buildings of Wind Freedom City, simultaneously sniping the beasts of calamity throughout the city from a great distance. You have slain the level 610 player Wang Mo of the Changshan family. Contribution to the vast star nation 610. 000. You have slain the level 99 player Wang Su of the Changshan family. Contribution to the vast star nation 99. 000. You have slain the level 90 player Su Lai of the Changshan family. Contribution to the vast star nation 90. 000. A quarter of an hour later, Zhou Heng suddenly ceased his assault on the beasts of calamity, gazing towards a distant skyscraper. It was a building crafted in the style of modern skyscrapers, and atop it stood a man clad in a samurai robe, his left hand resting on his sword, while his right hand was tucked into his pocket, looking down at him from a lofty height. The newcomer was none other than Shimazuro, the player from the Changshan family, who upheld Wang Mo's last hope. To be honest, Zhou Heng held little regard for him, even though he had slain Kashmori Dan. The apparent gap between the 9th and 8th star rings was negligible. Yet those who could emerge from the 9th star ring were undoubtedly the elite among the Changshan family. Thus, he did not perceive Zhou Heng's defeat of Kashmori Dan as anything exceptional. Moreover, his profession was particularly unique, even if Zhou Heng's skills were indeed remarkable. Facing him would be akin to a mayfly confronting the vast sky, infinitely insignificant. He glanced at his attribute panel. Island Jiro level, 80 gene sequence. 2. All attributes additional amplification 400 class. Ultimate Samurai, attack, 0 to 0 true damage, 50-10 health, 10 mana, 0 armor, 10,000 attack speed, 100. 0s, level 100 limit, movement speed, 50. 0ms water resistance, 0 fire resistance, 0 wind resistance, 0 lightning resistance, 0 ice resistance, 0 wood resistance, 0 light resistance, 0 dark resistance, 0 experience, 100. 100, 000 absolute critical hit. Your damage inflicts a guaranteed 200 critical hit. Ultimate attack speed. Your attack speed reaches its zenith at the current stage, level 100. Nearly perfect movement speed. Your movement speed is consistently 50 of your attack speed. True conversion. Your physical attack damage transforms into true damage. True power, upon assuming this class. All increases to your attributes convert entirely into damage values of true damage. Current single hit damage value, 5010. In comparison to Cash Mordain and Su Luiwei. Island Jiro's skills are devoid of flamboyance. He possesses merely these four abilities, enhancing attack speed and movement speed, alongside true damage and base damage values. Upon reviewing his attributes, a surge of combat fervor ignited within Island Jiro. With such attributes, he harbored no disdain for Zhou Heng. A single encounter would spell certain death for him. After all, no matter Zhou Heng's prowess, he could never possibly engage with the true damage system at level 30. Even if Zhou Heng were extraordinarily gifted and had interacted with the true damage system after over a month in the Boundless online game, what of it? Could the opponent's true damage resistance possibly reach a magnitude of 10,000? Such an unfathomable scenario seemed entirely implausible. Thus, from the moment he stood here, the outcome of this battle was irrevocably predetermined. Zhou Heng. Island Jiro gazed intently at Zhou Heng, an involuntary smirk gracing his lips. A billion damage must surely be the special attack method of the Radiant Giant Wolf, specifically targeting the Curse of Longevity. Such tactics would undoubtedly be ineffective against him. Zhou Heng offered no response to Island Jiro. The Omen of Fate had provided a warning. Upon encountering Island Jiro, he must use Dark Aid, or he would be unable to prevail. Without hesitation, he withdrew Dark Aid and consumed it. Island Jiro's gaze sharpened, his profound eyes fixated on the potion in Zhou Heng's hand. He recognized it as Dark Aid, a special item from the Dark Association. It was no surprise that Zhou Heng possessed it, given that he was a player capable of annihilating even members of the Eternal Family multiple times. However, he was perplexed as to why Zhou Heng would consume it upon seeing him, rather than engaging in conversation as others typically would. Instinctively, Island Jiro tightened his grip on the katana he held with his left hand. Zhou Heng's composure in the face of his demeanor felt unsettlingly calm, an attitude uncharacteristic for someone confronting an unknown adversary. An ominous premonition suddenly engulfed Jiro Island. No longer hesitating, he took a deep breath and exhaled sharply. In the next moment, a swift sound sliced through the air, akin to a long breath escaping between towering buildings. A glint of cold light flashed, swiftly followed by the gleam of a blade, as he executed a precise series of 100 strikes aimed at Zhou Heng's neck. The unparalleled speed of 100 strikes per second, coupled with a single hit's true damage value of 5,010 and the talent of absolute critical hit, bestowed upon Jiro a staggering damage output of 1,002,000 per second. Under such a terrifying true damage coefficient, he could scarcely believe Zhou Heng could withstand it. However, as his lightning-fast strikes landed upon Zhou Heng's neck, a shocking revelation unfolded before him. Each blade, empowered by the talent of absolute critical hit, should have dealt a true damage of 10,020. Yet to his horror, each strike, though precisely aimed, inflicted merely 20 damage. With 100 strikes per second, he managed to deliver a frightful total of merely 2,000 true damage. You utilized darkness to aid me. Commencing rank assessment. Assessment failed. You have lost your sanity. You are sheltered by the power of light. Rank assessment passed, granting you immunity to this loss of reason. The power of light is suppressing the dark forces. Duration extended to? Zhou Heng slowly lifted his gaze, discovering himself enveloped in a shroud of gray-black aura, resembling a true demon plunged into the abyss. At that very moment, his attack magic surged by 50, while simultaneously granting him a 2 corresponding restoration effect. Observing the gradual display of damage, 100 instances of -20 and a singular instance of 3,295. 8 restoration. His lips involuntarily curled into a slight smirk. Jiro Island, if this is the pinnacle of your strength, I believe the one facing death will be you. Are you prepared to confront your demise? Zhou Heng's calm words resonated in Jiro Island's ears like the whispers of the Grim Reaper. Chapter 86. Do you call this level 30? Jiang Ziro felt as if struck by lightning. His heart skipped a beat, and his body spun a full 360 degrees. unleashing another flurry of strikes upon Zhou Heng. -20, -20, -20. A relentless succession of real damage left him utterly stunned. This was genuine damage. He had invested countless efforts to achieve this 5,002 real damage, yet he could not even breach the armor of a newly minted level 30 player. With a talent for absolute critical hits, each of his strikes dealt 10,020 damage, which implied that Zhou Heng possessed at least 10,000 points of real damage mitigation. Was this even human? Jiang Ziro retreated explosively, landing atop a distant skyscraper after a series of swift maneuvers. He fixed his gaze on Zhou Heng, incredulity lacing his voice. "You have a real damage mitigation of 10,000? Zhou Heng offered no response, instead drawing his giant dragon bow to its full tautness and accurately loosing 11 arrows. Jiang Ziro's countenance darkened, a hint of ferocity creeping in. Since his opponent remained silent, he resolved to validate the truth through time and action. He deftly evaded Zhou Heng's arrows and swiftly closed the distance once more. Soon, he approached Zhou Heng with a speed of 50 ms, delivering another 100 slashes. His strikes were supremely rapid, yet each inflicted only 20 points of real damage, resulting in a mere output that paled in comparison to Zhou Heng's recovery rate. Jiang Ziro's eyes widened in frustration. He could neither comprehend nor accept how a level 30 novice player could achieve such prowess. This defied logic and reason. The entirety of the Sakura Empire's resources was nearly monopolized by the Chongqing family. He should not have had the opportunity to become so formidable at this stage. Undeterred, Jiang Ziro brandished his katana, embodying the spirit of the samurai, launching an all-encompassing assault on Zhou Heng from every conceivable angle. Yet, regardless of his attacks, each strike remained fixed at a mere 20 damage. It was confirmed. Zhou Heng indeed possessed an astounding 10,000 points of real damage mitigation, coupled with a healing rate that surpassed his own damage output, rendering him unkillable in the short term. As thoughts raced through his mind, Jiang Ziro decided against prolonging the battle. With a series of agile flips, he leapt several dozen meters away from Zhou Heng. He cast a lingering glance at Zhou Heng and the arrows pursuing him, then, without hesitation, dashed into the heart of Wind-Free City. Jiang Ziro was not fond of overthinking. It was an exhausting endeavor. However, once in combat, he was far from foolish. He was well aware of the effects of the Dark Assistance potion Zhou Heng had consumed. He merely needed to wait until the effects wore off. Without recovery, Zhou Heng would ultimately fall to his blade. Escape? Where could you possibly flee? A glint of cold resolve flashed in Zhou Heng's eyes. Although the effects of the Dark Assistance remained uncertain for now, he would not allow himself to act recklessly. The opportunities surrounding his opponent were too precious to ignore. Jiang Ziro's astonishing attack and movement speed confirmed Zhou Heng's suspicion that he was indeed an attack speed-oriented class. This type of profession primarily exchanges various attributes for an unparalleled attack speed and velocity. This is evident from the 20 points of true damage emanating from him, as all the opponent's attacks inflict genuine harm, reaching a staggering 10-0-20. Allowing such a person to escape is unsettling for Zhou Heng. Therefore, the adversary must meet his demise. Although his movement speed is not significantly superior, he is an ultra-long-range archer, with a shooting range and tracking distance spanning from 80 to 800 kilometers. This implies that as long as he looses enough arrows, his opponent will have no avenue of escape. He is not convinced that the opponent's exceptionally high true damage could be supported by unmanageable base attributes. With this in mind, Zhou Heng pursued Daijuro, wielding the colossal dragon bow, drawing and releasing arrows repeatedly. As for the longevity beasts, they are merely incidental, observing the arrows pursuing him from behind. Daijuro couldn't help but smile. He surmised that Zhou Heng was growing anxious, for the duration of the Dark Assistance was finite, and his adversary could not endure for long. However, why had the opponent not lost his sanity after consuming the Dark Assistance? Daijuro furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition. He caught sight of Zhou Heng, who was simultaneously hunting him down while dispatching a longevity beast, the astronomical damage causing a jolt in his chest. A terrifying thought echoed in his mind. Could this fellow be suppressing the dark essence contained within the Dark Assistants by harnessing the power of the Radiant Giant Wolf? Contemplating this possibility, Daijiro's expression darkened further. While Zhou Heng may be oblivious to the principles behind the Dark Assistants, as the 8th starring level member of the Chongqing family, he certainly was not. The essence of crafting the Dark Assistants lies in a wisp of dark energy. Once ingested, it wreaks havoc within the body, gradually dissipating and bestowing the user with a temporary enhancement of attributes. The duration of this enhancement is contingent upon how long the dark essence remains within the body. If the dark energy surrounding Zhou Heng is indeed being subdued by the Radiant Giant Wolf's light, then his concern shifts from merely considering how long the effects of the Dark Assistants would last to whether it might persist until all longevity beasts are vanquished. Should it be the former, he could afford to toy with Zhou Heng, as he possessed resurrection coins and extraordinary speed. But if it were the latter, then victory would be unattainable. Daijiro gazed towards the exit of the Windstorm-free city, where a multitude of NPCs were departing. His eyes flickered for a moment before he ultimately set aside this thought. He could leave at any time, but Zhou Heng must be eradicated if possible. Such a person must not be allowed to flourish. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly become a significant obstacle to the Chongqing faction in the future. With this in mind, Daijiro began to weave through the Windstorm-free city, striving to buy as much time as possible. Soon, a sufficient number of arrows gathered behind him, resembling a colossal dragon of arrows from a distance. As Daijiro darted about with the swiftness of an eel, many of the arrows were obstructed by the structures around him. Zhou Heng observed everything calmly. He had encountered this scenario when dispatching Wang Mo, pondering how to execute the elimination of Chongqing family players in such a cluttered environment if the enemy's speed was significantly superior. He pondered deeply and indeed devised a strategy. It involved launching arrows from countless diverse angles, creating an unending stream of projectiles, compelling the enemy into a corner, especially in the inescapable confines of Windstorm-free city. Zhou Heng altered his trajectory, targeting Ishida Jiro from various perspectives, and the battle intensified in a stalemate. An hour later, Ishida Jiro gazed at the barrage of arrows converging upon him from at least 100 directions, a glimmer of cold light flickering in his eyes. An hour was ample time to ascertain whether the effects of Zhou Heng's dark enhancement had waned. Should Zhou Heng still possess the ability to regenerate health? Ishida Jiro wasted no time and swiftly retreated towards the outskirts of Windstorm-free city. He valued his life greatly. With a rapid clattering of footsteps, Ishida Jiro approached Zhou Heng from the flank, wielding his katana in a sweeping strike. Zhou Heng,